In a world ravaged by disaster, where resources are nearly depleted, Suhan finds himself chosen as a contestant in the perilous survival game of National Fortune. Each country's fate hinges on the performance of its selected players, with the risk of obliteration looming over those who fail. As Suhan awakens a unique system, he realizes that everything he does becomes a skill that can be enhanced. With the pressure of survival and the weight of his nation's fortune on his shoulders, he must navigate the treacherous wilderness, hunt for resources, and outsmart deadly beasts. Will he rise to the challenge and secure his country's future, or will he become just another casualty in this brutal game? The stakes are high, and every decision can mean life or death. Chapter 1. The Divine Master System. Welcome to the Guiyun survival game. From this day forth, you shall represent Longhua in a perilous journey through the treacherous wilderness. The entirety of your survival process will be broadcast live, but fret not about any exposure of private areas. The resources you acquire in this realm may randomly return to your nation, with the minimum multiplier currently set at 10,000 times, which can increase as your adventures progress. When you excel in this world, you may have the opportunity to earn rewards such as national fortune and intelligence. Please be aware that each contestant is assigned to different islands and regions, with no contact anticipated in the short term. Your fate is irrevocably intertwined with that of your country. Should you suffer severe injuries or face a crisis, your nation may sacrifice 5 points of national fortune for assistance, limited to once per month, and only available to contestants who have survived for over 3 days. Additionally, you may spend 1 point of national fortune daily to connect with a contestant for a conversation, limited to once per day and lasting for 30 seconds. If you perish, 20 points of national fortune will be deducted as a penalty. Should your national fortune fall below 10 points, you shall immediately die, and your nation will be completely erased. The current national fortune of Longhua stands at 75 points. If all 3 contestants from your nation perish while the national fortune remains above 10 points, 3 new contestants will be selected to fill the vacancies. Note, the first week serves as a beginner phase, and beasts will not roam in packs. Currently, the wilderness is in autumn, transitioning to winter in 2 months. Each contestant will receive a beginner's gift pack. This pack contains 5 random items and includes a complimentary bag of 2 pounds of salt, but no firearms. Finally, good luck to you. In the mountains, Suhan listened to the rules and chuckled with joy. Finally, I won't have to consume that revolting, gelatinous nutrition anymore. 3 years. A full 3 years. Did anyone know how he had endured? 3 years ago, Suhan traversed into this parallel universe, and before he could even find his footing, the calamity of the apocalypse descended. At that time, a dark storm engulfed the world. The earth turned to permafrost, plants withered, seeds lost vitality, and both poultry and fish perished en masse. Even those that survived lost their ability to reproduce, and the oceans were frozen over. Although the Longhua government made strenuous efforts to provide aid, still, 30% of the population succumbed to accidents and famine. Suhan was fortunate. Shortly after the catastrophe erupted, he was guided by kind-hearted individuals into a sanctuary. This refuge lasted a full 3 years. Though his life was secure, the food he consumed daily could only be described as pig feed. Thus, the opportunity to become a contestant in the survival world filled Suhan with unparalleled joy, for at least he would have access to fresh food. Furthermore, remaining in the sanctuary was not ideal. Before being sent to the survival world, Suhan had heard a rumor that the government's food reserves were nearly depleted. Considering the vast population of Longhua, it was indeed miraculous that the stored food had lasted this long. Just as Suhan was preparing to assess his beginner supplies, a chilling notification suddenly echoed. Ding. The system has fully charged its energy and is now loading. Please be patient, host. Hearing this, Suhan's eyes brightened, and the smile on his face was nearly impossible to contain. His fortune was secured. In the Longhua live broadcast room, viewers watched as Suhan stood in a daze, his expression quickly plummeting. Why is our number 1 contestant such a fool? Brother, please stop laughing. The contestant from Iron Tower Country has already begun constructing a shelter. Could it be that he has been scared senseless? Don't give up, brother. Even if you just endure for a few days to gather some fruit. Longhua's survival relies on you and the other 2 contestants. Thank goodness there are 3 contestants from each country. Otherwise, with such a dimwit, Longhua would be utterly doomed. What about the other contestants? The second contestant is a female doctor, and the third is a fisherman. That's acceptable. At least our luck isn't entirely bleak. Upon hearing that one of the contestants was a fisherman, the audience collectively sighed in relief. In such a brutal survival world, mastering the skill of procuring food is of paramount importance. With food, as long as one does not encounter large predators, survival can be prolonged significantly. As for the doctor, mere medical knowledge alone will not ensure survival in the harsh wilderness. It primarily depends on one's ability to adapt to this world. Searching for food, constructing shelter, and overcoming beasts are all critical to survival. The viewership in Suhan's live stream plummeted from several million to merely tens of thousands, while the female Dr.'s stream surged past 10 million viewers. In the wilderness, Lin Shui, after reading the survival world's information, promptly opened her beginner gift pack. Fortune smiled upon her, for her 5 items included a solar-powered flashlight, a dagger, a tent, compressed biscuits, and a magnifying glass. While lacking a pot or flint, these supplies were still quite substantial. In her live stream, fans erupted in cheers. Awesome! The young lady is not only beautiful but also fortunate, with shelter, fire source, and even a weapon. Now she just needs to find a water source to survive for many days. Well done, Lin Shui. What a heavenly start. With a tent, at least she needn't worry about shelter in the early stages. I told you, our Longwa luck wouldn't be so terrible. Lin Shui beamed at her new equipment, but the next moment, a rustle emerged from the grass behind her. Who? Gore! A shadow lunged at Lin Shui, knocking her to the ground. It was a famished lone wolf. The smile vanished from Lin Shui's face in an instant. Before she could retaliate, the wolf clamped down on her neck. Soon, the screen faded to darkness, and a line of blood-red text appeared in all live streams. Notification: Longwa contestant Lin Shui has been slain by a wolf, and Longwa's national fortune decreases by 20 points. At that moment, all the citizens of Longwa could hardly believe their eyes. In the official live stream, the host, Bing Bing, was rallying support for Lin Shui, unaware that this contestant, who had been so highly anticipated, had met such a hasty demise. Why did this happen? Though Bing Bing was a renowned host in the country. Upon encountering such an unforeseen event, there was an undeniable sense of bewilderment. The companion beside her promptly offered consolation, stating, "This is the harsh reality of the national survival game." Although Lin Shui's start was exceptional, her spawn point was rather unfortunate, situated perilously close to the den of a lone wolf. Had she managed to escape earlier, perhaps she could have avoided this fate. Now, let us observe a moment of silence for this brave heroine. Candles flickered throughout the live broadcast room. Meanwhile, in a nearby shelter, Lin Shui's parents embraced one another, weeping profusely. At that moment, another announcement flashed across the screen. The swimming prodigy from the beautiful nation, Phil, has been pursued by a fierce tiger and tragically fell to his demise from a cliff. Shortly thereafter, another notification appeared. The representative from the land of the rising sun, Sister Bodo, accidentally stepped on a venomous snake and succumbed to poisoning. The news of death continued to pour in. Bing Bing gasped, exclaiming, "Is the wilderness realm truly this perilous?" The national survival game has scarcely commenced for 5 minutes, and already over a dozen lives have been lost. At this moment, within the last 2 remaining live broadcast rooms of Longwa, Suhan remained in a state of daze. On the other hand, Wu Lao A Gang commenced his search for a suitable fishing spot, equipped with his gear. Although he was inexperienced in survival, years of outdoor experience had instilled in him a keen awareness of where beasts were likely to roam and where might be relatively safe. A gang's novice supplies were commendable, including flint, a sleeping bag, rope, a sickle, and a fishing kit, comprising 30 meters of fishing line and 10 hooks. Not to mention, this fishing kit in the hands of a fisherman could serve not only to catch fish, but also to weave nets from the fishing line. At that moment, some viewers noticed that Suhan, who had been lost in thought, finally began to take action. In the wilderness realm, the system that Suhan had been anxiously awaiting finally completed its loading process. Ding. System loading complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Divine Master System. Notice, all actions of the host will be regarded as passive skills. As long as the host exerts sufficient effort, all skills can be elevated to a divine level. Detection indicates that the host is currently breathing. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill breathing. Chapter 2. Is breathing considered a skill? Is breathing truly deemed a skill? This is rather absurd. Suhan chuckled and promptly examined his personal panel. A delicate light screen swiftly materialized before him. Name: Suhan. Age: 24 years. Acquired skills: breathing. current level LV1. Experience 020. The next level will slightly enhance lung capacity. Breathing experience 1. Breathing experience 1. As Suhan breathed, the experience on the light screen increased correspondingly. In a brief moment, he received a notification indicating a skill upgrade. Your passive skill breathing has risen to LV2. You have gained a benefit. Lung capacity has slightly increased. Such rapid advancement? Suhan was somewhat astonished. Although he could not perceive the enhanced lung capacity, the proverb holds that little by little accumulates to much. Breathing is a continuous act occurring every moment. From level 1 to godly level, his lung capacity might surpass that of a beast. Understanding the capabilities of his golden finger, Suhan's confidence surged, and he raised his head in laughter. From this moment forth, I declare, this place shall be known as Suhan's entertainment world. I come. I see. I conquer. Survival? Alas, I aim to conquer the entire world. In the official live broadcast of Longhua, the host Bing Bing was left agape. No, my friend. You haven't even opened your starter pack. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Could it be that our contestant is not quite right in the head? Upon hearing Suhan's proclamation, the other viewers were equally taken aback. In the barrage of comments, "Oh my, please lower your voice, stay low-key. We just lost a comrade. Oh no, this guy's mind is indeed not normal. Are we going to lose 20 points of fortune again? Please, no. Someone splashed some water on him to wake him up. Just moments ago, dozens of contestants died. Isn't he afraid?" At this moment, spies lurking in the Longhua live stream quickly relayed the information back home. In Inghuagua's tactical meeting room, laughter erupted. Ha ha, splendid. These Chinese have run out of luck. Let Team Yamamoto infiltrate the border under the cover of night. A decline in national fortune will also diminish their overall ethnic attributes. This is a prime opportunity for attack. In Paokaigua's tactical room, the laughter continued. Ha ha ha, the end of Longhua has arrived. Let us seize their civilization, and from now on, we shall become the strongest race in Asia. Their history will become ours. As the crowd joined in laughter, their country, impoverished and devoid of culture and history, relied solely on theft to satisfy their meager pride. They would not miss such a golden opportunity. Other nations were also stirring with intent. In the wild realm, the farce concluded. Suhan immediately opened his starter supplies. 5 items appeared on the ground without any particular order. The first item, a stainless steel pot. The second item, 50 meters of fishing line. The third item, an illustrated encyclopedia of the wild realm. The fourth item, a monocular. The fifth item, an axe. Upon witnessing the supplies Suhan had received, the audience felt a chill. With no food or drink, this was indeed a disastrous start. Although he possessed an axe, no one believed a university student unaccustomed to hardship would dare to hunt with it. Contrary to the audience's skepticism, Suhan felt fortunate. Setting aside the other supplies, the axe alone could enable him to craft numerous practical tools. Moreover, its functionality was remarkable. One edge was sharp enough to chop and cleave, while the reverse could serve as a hammer. In the wilderness, an axe was undoubtedly a divine tool. However, what was this book? Suhan placed the pot and salt into the provided backpack, secured the axe at his waist, and began to peruse the encyclopedia. The more he read, the more astonished he became. What extraordinary luck he had stumbled upon. The book meticulously detailed all the animals and plants of the wild realm, along with their images and effects. Toxic, non-toxic, medicinal, everything was documented. With this book in hand, he would no longer fear gathering poisonous items. Additionally, he would not be helpless in the face of venomous snakes. He could even collect useful herbs while venturing outside. Yet, the immediate priority was to find a clean water source and a place for long-term habitation. Suhan had already noted that his spawn point was within a subarctic coniferous forest climate, akin to the environment of Funyegua. Here, winters were long and summers brief. Failing to establish a shelter promptly would certainly lead to death from the cold. Once he finished organizing his resources, Suhan gathered many small stones until his pockets were full, then set off in search of a path down the mountain. Along the way, as he began to take action, the system's notification sounds rang out in succession. You have learned the passive skill stone throwing, current level LV1. Upgrading will enhance accuracy. You have learned the passive skill walking, current level LV1. Upgrading will slightly reduce stamina consumption. Suhan smiled knowingly as the frequency of stone throwing increased. Once his pockets were emptied of stones, he would collect more and continue the process of descending while throwing stones. In the official live broadcast room, watching the contestant continuously throw stones left Bing Bing utterly perplexed. She turned to the professor beside her and asked, "Professor Lee, is there any technique to this stone throwing?" The question left Li Cheng speechless. It was merely throwing stones. How could there be any technique involved? However, with countless viewers watching, revealing the harsh truth seemed too cruel. Thus, he prepared to weave a benevolent lie. Ahem. I believe contestant Su is practicing his throwing skills. Perhaps many do not realize that in the wilderness, having precise throwing skills is immensely important. While it may not be useful for large animals, throwing stones can be quite lethal to smaller creatures such as rabbits, pheasants, and squirrels. The barrage of comments. Countless viewers suddenly grasped the situation. It turns out that the activity is merely practicing the art of stone throwing. I initially thought our contestant was a bit foolish. I share that sentiment, haha. After all, who would carry stones in their pockets? It appears to be a technique in throwing, and I have learned something new. However, is he truly practicing? It seems to me that the contestant is merely tossing for amusement. The way Su Han throws the stones appears exceedingly casual, sometimes aimed at the tree trunk, other times at the ground. This hardly resembles practice. Rather, it seems like playful throwing. There are those who express skepticism and others who hold firm beliefs. An hour later, the audience in the live stream was divided into two factions, embroiled in heated debate. Naturally, Bing Bing noticed the contentious barrage of comments. She glanced at Su Han, who was still throwing stones, and quietly inquired of Li Cheng, "Professor, are you certain our contestant is engaged in practice?" Of course, the contestant is merely acclimatizing to the feel of the stones, Li Cheng replied, feigning calmness, though internally he was in a state of distress. He was merely attempting to stabilize the crowd's morale. Who could have anticipated that these trivial netizens would argue over such matters? How infuriating. Must I face disgrace today? Just as Li Cheng finished speaking, a sudden, distressing cry of a small animal echoed through the live stream. Both Li Cheng and Bing Bing turned their attention to the large screen, witnessing a small squirrel plummet from a tree. Li Cheng was left utterly bewildered. "No, my friend. I was merely speaking casually. Are you truly going to act on this?" Chapter 3. The squirrel's supplies must not be wasted in the wilderness. As the black squirrel tumbled from the tree, Su Han swiftly advanced, seizing the creature by its head and twisting fiercely. With a sharp crack, the black squirrel met its demise. The first prey was secured. Grasping the hefty squirrel, weighing approximately 1.5 gene, Su Han chuckled with satisfaction. This will make for an excellent lunch. Truly, my hour spent throwing stones was not in vain. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice resonated across all live broadcast rooms. Detection confirms that Longwa contestant Su Han has utilized stones to hunt a squirrel, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to Longwa for receiving 10,000 freshly deceased squirrels. Notice, resources have been randomly allocated to various shelters. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Professor Lee, did I hear that correctly? We have just received a resource return." Indeed, the director just showed me the footage. The Beijing shelter has gained 700 squirrels. The live feed shifted to reveal the ground of the Beijing shelter, now littered with numerous lifeless squirrels. Although this meat was scant, it injected a surge of excitement into everyone. Hope blossomed for Longwa. As long as the contestants continued their efforts, a brighter future awaited. Nearby citizens gathered, their enthusiasm palpable as they beheld the fresh squirrels. Cheers erupted. "We have meat. We can eat meat. I haven't tasted fresh meat in 2.5 years. Moments ago, who was that foolish individual disparaging Su Shun? Apologies are in order. Yes, those who slander Su Shun shall not partake of the squirrel meat. May their tongues be chastened." Within the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing was moved to tears. Though she was an official staff member, her treatment was akin to that of others. Now witnessing the arrival of fresh meat, who could remain unmoved? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Apologies. Wow, Professor Lee truly lives up to his name. While many doubted Su Shun, he remained steadfast, believing Su Shun was honing his skills. Professor Lee is indeed a guiding light in the industry, showcasing remarkable professionalism. Professor Lee and Su Shun are undoubtedly the strongest duo. Li Cheng gazed at the pile of squirrels, perplexed. Could it be that contestant Su Han was genuinely practicing his skills, or was it merely luck? Although uncertain, when Bing Bing prompted him to speak, Li Cheng quickly adopted a confident demeanor. Even the most skilled survivalist cannot guarantee that the feel of stones will suit them. Thus Su Han's seemingly casual throwing was, in fact, a means of adaptation. I am certain that with diligent practice, he will undoubtedly hunt even more prey. Regardless, All that Li Chung could do now was to sing praises. Setting aside other matters, at least it would uplift spirits. Meanwhile, spectators from other nations, upon witnessing the Longwa contestants' successful hunt triggering the return mechanism, turned envious. Seizing squirrels with stones, truly, the Longwa people are the most shameless. Damn it, those fortunate Longwa individuals. Baka. It's just a squirrel. Soon our contestants will hunt ferocious beasts and various fish species. You, Shina people, should consider immigrating and becoming our subservient slaves while you still can. Otherwise, when our contestants showcase their prowess, you will have to queue even to come over as dogs. The immigration policy enforced by the survival game is evident in its purpose. When a country's contestant shines, it naturally draws citizens from other nations to seek refuge. However, immigration comes with its restrictions. For instance, the conditions in Inghua country dictate that any foreigner entering their territory automatically becomes a third-class citizen, essentially a slave. Other nations have similar stipulations. Only a few underdeveloped countries might leverage resources to attract foreign assistance for development, such as in Africa. Yet, even with enticing offers, few are willing to go, as the fare often consists of frozen rats. Just as the audience reveled in jubilation, Su-Han had already set down his backpack and brandished his axe, forcefully swinging at the tree before him. Given the squirrel's plumpness, it was reasonable to assume that its nest harbored ample food. Thud. The first swing activated the lumberjack skill. Thud. Thud. The sharp axe swung in a wide arc, striking the tree with force. Moments later, a tree with a diameter of over 20 centimeters crashed to the ground. Su-Han approached, locating the squirrel's nest, and reached inside. Aha, success. As his hand grasped a bountiful handful of nuts from the tree hollow, the live stream erupted once more. What? Such a maneuver. The poor squirrel, having worked so hard to hoard its nuts, now finds its bounty seized by the great demon king. Indeed, it was autumn, a time when squirrels gathered provisions for winter. Su Shun was quite perceptive. I had thought he intended to build a shelter here. But it seems he was after the squirrel's supplies. Wait, this bounty is rather substantial. One handful after another, it must weigh around 5 jin. 5 jin. Incredible. Wow, Su Shun. The collection of nuts concluded, totaling approximately 6.5 jin. Estimating that after removing shells and peels, about 4 jin would remain, Su-Han had no intention of consuming them immediately. Instead, he planned to store them as emergency rations. Winter would arrive in 2 months, and should heavy snow fall, hunting would become impossible. These nuts would be vital sustenance. Surveying the vast quantity of nuts in his backpack, Su-Han set off down the mountain. Approaching noon, after navigating winding paths, he finally arrived at a stream at the mountain's base. The area was strewn with pebbles, and the water flowed crystal clear, the streambed pristine. Although it appeared promising, Su-Han decided to venture upstream to investigate. Sometimes, seemingly clear water may not be safe to drink, especially if there are animal carcasses upstream. Consuming such water could be fatal. After resting for a moment, Su-Han carefully concealed his backpack with stones before proceeding upstream towards the water source. This maneuver garnered countless accolades from spectators. Although Su was audacious, he was indeed meticulous. Just recently, a female competitor from the kangaroo country lost her supplies while swimming, only to discover upon returning to shore that a monkey had pilfered her belongings. Now, she found herself without clothing, cursing in the open air. Which live stream is that? I wish to investigate. The brother above seems to be curious about exploring or perhaps seeking trouble. Do not go. There is nothing worth seeing. Everything has been pixelated. The minutiae indeed determine success or failure. This is not merely a survival show where one can return home after failing. If your supplies are truly gone, it signifies that your life is also at stake. Amidst the banter of the crowd, Su-Han had already reached the source of the water. Observing the clear mountain spring gushing forth from the crevices of the rocks, he felt a profound sense of relief. It appeared that the water source posed no issues. The next step was to kindle a fire to boil the water. Su-Han was a prudent individual. Even though the mountain spring water was likely safe for direct consumption, he believed it wise to adhere to the traditions of Longwa by boiling it before drinking. Chapter 4. The disparity between the squirrel and the snail. Due to the absence of fire-starting tools, Su-Han could only resort to the ancient method of friction fire. He had anticipated this predicament long before. Thus, upon descending the mountain, he meticulously gathered various materials along the way, including a sizable bundle of dry grass, a straight twig, and a plank he had hewn from a dead tree. Indeed, Suhan intended to employ the bow drill method. Unlike traditional friction fire, which is not only inefficient but also exceedingly taxing on one's stamina, the bow drill method proves to be different. It conserves energy and is remarkably straightforward to execute. Suhan retrieved the twig from his pocket and used his axe to strip its bark, fashioning one end into an oval shape while creating a small indentation at the center of the other end. Subsequently, he inserted a slender wooden spike into the indentation. The process of crafting fire-starting tools is, without doubt, considered a skill. His woodworking experience was steadily increasing. With the drill rod completed, he turned his attention to the drill board. He split the plank in half and began to carve out a series of small grooves on one half with his axe. The bow itself was the simplest part. Any nearby twig with a suitable arc would suffice. As for the bowstring, it was the least complicated of all. Suhan was clad in a gray hoodie, which fortuitously featured a string on its hood. Prepared, he commenced the fire-making process. He placed the dry grass at the bottom and positioned the drill board atop it. Holding the bow in one hand and pressing down on the drill rod with the other, he clumsily initiated his first attempt at fire starting. Beep! Fire starting by friction detected. Congratulations, you have learned the skill of friction fire. The sound of the drill rod grinding against the board resounded loudly beside the open stream. Due to the unevenness of the board and the rudimentary nature of his tools, Suhan's movements were quite awkward. However, as his experience grew, his technique with the bow became increasingly proficient. In a brief time, the system's notification chimed again, indicating an upgrade in his fire-starting skill. Your passive skill of friction fire has been upgraded to level 2. You have mastered certain techniques, increasing your success rate by an additional 5 during fire starting. His first attempt at creating a drill hole was unsuccessful. Suhan paused to adjust the position of the board and began a second attempt. This time, his movements were remarkably adept, and he quickly found his rhythm. The edges of the drill hole gradually darkened under the friction. Minutes later, his skill underwent yet another upgrade, reaching level 3. Smoke began to billow from the drill hole. Observing this, Suhan quickened his pace, and the smoke thickened. When the dry grass turned significantly black, he immediately halted, scooped it up, and gently blew on it. With the influx of air, the blackened grass grew increasingly hot, and a plume of smoke erupted from within. Carefully, Suhan placed the smoldering material atop the gathered leaves and blew gently once more. Boom! A flame erupted instantly. Success! Suhan beamed with joy and promptly tossed the twigs he had collected onto the growing fire. The flames eagerly consumed the dry branches, rapidly expanding into a small bonfire. In the official live stream of the Long Kingdom, Bing Bing could hardly believe her eyes, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "Oh my! Suhan has managed to start a fire so quickly. This efficiency is astounding. Director, could you switch the camera to Pei Yi and to Yi to see what they are up to?" It is well known that England currently stands as a global leader, owing much to the presence of 2 masters of survival. If Suhan's progress could surpass these 2, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous source of inspiration. The director, upon receiving the request, swiftly switched to 2 split screens. The first displayed to Yi, renowned for his ability to survive on minimal sustenance, proudly showcasing a snail he had discovered. Hey, my dear audience, do you see this? It's a snail, an edible snail. Although we couldn't find any drift bottles by the seaside this time, we must not overlook these little creatures. They are rich in protein, so I shall consume it. With that, Yi smashed the shell and swallowed the flesh raw. The viewers erupted in laughter upon witnessing this scene. What happened to those who wanted to emigrate? Step forward. Suhan has already managed to start a fire. Do you think those who submitted immigration applications are regretting their decisions? The laughter continued. I just saw that 30,000 people submitted immigration applications. Now they have nowhere to go, right? A snail. How can such a thing compare with a squirrel? Those who are eager to emigrate. Don't pay them any mind. When Suhan caught that squirrel, some were still complaining about the portion size. Yet nowadays he can only eat snails raw. Why doesn't he eat the squirrel instead? Is he unwilling to do so? Are you envious of our immigration? Just because of a measly squirrel, you feel triumphant? Our Pei Yi is known as an expert in the wild. Just wait and see the disparity. Exactly. Our Pei Yi has even produced a lighter. Are you envious? The wild man of friction fire. In the barrage of comments, some shepherd dogs began to retort. Yet, they were met with further rebuke. If I recall correctly, while Pei Yi possesses great physical strength, he always films wilderness survival series, doesn't he? Can we stop the mockery, please? Pei Yi's strength is not only his own, but also that of the entire team behind him. When it comes to wilderness survival, he pales in comparison to Yi. What are you all bragging about? And do you feel proud to be shepherd dogs? The Qing dynasty has fallen, yet some still cannot rise, and you dare to mock. In the official livestream, Bing Bing turned to Li Cheng and inquired, Professor Li, could you provide your assessment of our contestant's fire starting speed? Impressive. I wonder if everyone has noticed that our contestant is always prepared in advance for every task. Upon acquiring the materials, he had already considered the need for friction fire. Thus, during his descent, he not only practiced his throwing but also gathered dry grass and suitable wood for firemaking. I can no longer contain my anticipation for what Su Han will accomplish next. Li Cheng's face was filled with excitement. From the moment Su Han began crafting the bow drill, it became evident that this contestant was anything but ordinary. Although his initial technique for igniting the fire appeared somewhat clumsy and lacking finesse, within a mere few minutes, he successfully kindled the flames. This undoubtedly marks him as a master among masters. Moreover, even if Yi and Bai Yi were present, achieving such swiftness would be a formidable challenge. It seems that Long Gua is indeed on the path to salvation. In the footage, after successfully igniting the fire, Su Han commenced the preparation of ingredients. He meticulously peeled and butchered the meat, ensuring not to waste the innards, which he intended to use for fishing or as bait for traps. Unlike domesticated poultry, the entrails of wild animals are prone to harboring bacteria. Su Han was determined to avoid the perils of illness over something as trivial as food, a cardinal sin in the wilderness. He chopped the squirrel meat into fine pieces with an axe and cast it into the pot. To optimize the cooking process, he placed a stone atop the flames and set the pot upon it, thus preventing direct contact with the fire and prolonging its utility. Chapter 5. Squirrel Feast and Qingzhe Fruit. The fierce flames licked through the stones, transmitting their heat into the pot. The once crystal-clear water quickly began to bubble, soon boiling vigorously. The temperature rose rapidly. The fats from the squirrel meat started to seep out, and the clear water gradually infused with a hint of meaty fragrance. After a few minutes, the aroma of the meat became rich and wafted from the pot. A pinch of salt was sprinkled in, and Su Han gently stirred with a small stick. The tender meat rolled in the broth, appearing incredibly enticing. During the wait, Su Han continuously picked up stones from the ground and tossed them into the distance. Since he was idle, he might as well practice his throwing skills. After 20 minutes, the meat was thoroughly cooked. Su Han removed the pot, and as the broth swayed, a robust aroma enveloped him. Having not tasted meat for over 2 years, even the scent alone made his mouth water. Using a pair of sharpened chopsticks, he lifted a piece of meat from the pot. After blowing on it, he placed it in his mouth. Ah, so fragrant. Delicious. The flavor of pine nuts filled his palate, and the meat had a delightful chewiness, surpassing even that of beef. Su Han swallowed the meat and then lifted another piece, his face radiating satisfaction, nearly driving the audience to distraction with hunger. Wait, is this really a survival live stream and not a food broadcast? Su God, just eat without making those smacking sounds. You're making me feel famished. Thankfully, it's not nighttime. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep all night. I envy those who can enjoy meat. Suddenly, Su Han recalled his earlier declaration. He was indeed on a holiday. Moments later, a squirrel had been devoured. Su Han licked his lips, feeling a lingering desire for more. The meat was simply intoxicating, neither fishy nor tough. If he could acquire a substantial amount of cooking salt in the future, he even dreamed of making squirrel jerky. However, such thoughts felt far off at present. Su Han lifted the pot and slowly savored the broth. Autumn had descended, and the weather was gradually turning cool. With each sip of the broth, he felt invigorated. Should he construct a shelter here? Su Han glanced around, but shook his head regretfully. No, it wouldn't he do. Although water was readily available, food was too scarce. Once heavy snow blocked the mountains, he couldn't rely solely on the meager nuts from squirrels to survive the winter. To thrive in the long term, he must secure a sustainable food source, preferably near lakes or coastal areas. With fishing line in hand, he could attempt to fish. If that failed, he could weave nets. Being close to the sea would be ideal, as he had only one bag of salt, and once it was gone, he would have no means of replenishing it. With the ocean, he could extract salt. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su Han boiled another pot of water, taking fire and water back with him. The sounds of chirping insects and singing birds accompanied him, evoking a nostalgic feeling of returning to the countryside. On his way back, Su Han stumbled upon numerous fresh animal droppings, black and peanut-shaped with a glossy surface. This was deer droppings. His heart leaped with joy. The presence of deer near the creek was excellent news, indicating future availability of deer for sustenance. Deerskin could be fashioned into clothing, deer meat for consumption, deer antlers for vitality, and deer tendons for bowstrings. Imagining crafting a bow and arrow made Suhan giddy with excitement about future prospects. With the system in place, his proficiency in archery could improve infinitely. At that point, not even a grizzly bear would dare to approach him. Suppressing his excitement, Suhan strode purposefully towards the location where he had stored his backpack. He could hardly contain his eagerness to create hunting tools. Once he found a suitable dwelling, he was determined to establish a home in the shortest time possible. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, the nearby thicket gently swayed. Moments later, a trickle of crimson blood oozed from within. Fetching his backpack, Suhan proceeded westward. Earlier, while on the mountain, he had briefly surveyed the environment below. The eastern side was dense with vegetation, while the west was a spacious road. Exploring the jungle without adequate tools was unwise. So he resolved to begin his exploration from the west. Meanwhile, another contestant from Longwa, a gang, received good news. He had caught a hefty 3-pound black bass by the riverside. Haraha! I knew there was treasure here. After 4 long hours of waiting, his stomach felt like it was caving in. If he hadn't caught anything soon, he would have had to forage for wild fruits to stave off hunger. However, despite landing a large fish, a gang regrettably did not trigger the 10,000-fold return mechanism. The audience was deeply disappointed. Such a pity. 1,000 base. Oh, how unfortunate. No worries. As long as one is alive, there will be future opportunities. Yes, keep it up. A gang, surviving is what matters most. Starting a fire and cooking was a seamless process. Lacking a pot, a gang resorted to roasting over the flames. At that moment, within the Monkey Nation-esque livestream, one of their contestants had also perished. Now, only 2 remained, one foraging for wild fruits, and the other attempting to catch fish in the river. Detected Monkey Nation contestant Atai has harvested wild fruits, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the Monkey Nation for acquiring 10,000 unknown wild fruits. Within the shelter, the inhabitants of the Monkey Nation rushed forward to seize the fruits as they appeared. It's mine. Don't snatch it. I'm tired of eating that mush. Let me have a bite. You stepped on my child. Step aside. In the commotion, someone managed to grab 6 fruits. Without even wiping them, he opened his mouth and took a bite. The crunch was crisp, and the juice was sweet. Delicious. Yet before this monkey man could revel in his delight, his entire mouth went numb. Soon, his whole body followed suit. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and emitting desperate cries. This scene sent shockwaves through the nearby crowd. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Do not seize it. This fruit is poisonous." In an instant, the entire square fell into silence. Meanwhile, within the official live broadcast of the Monkey Kingdom, the once enthusiastic host found himself at a loss for words. The fruit they had so eagerly obtained turned out to be toxic. This was utterly despairing. Alas, our contestant is unaware of the fruit's lethal nature. Damn it, send a message quickly. But, Your Majesty, sending a message requires a 10% expenditure of national fortune. Yet, that is preferable to death. If one dies, 20% of national fortune is forfeited. Communication only costs 10%. Even a child would know how to choose wisely. When the contestant from the Monkey Kingdom learned of the fruit's toxicity, his face turned pale with fear. He had narrowly escaped disaster just moments ago. What a close call. At this moment, Suhan had grown weary and was resting on a large stone. He enjoyed the cool breeze while perusing an encyclopedia. The content displayed was precisely about the fruit recently harvested by the contestant from the Monkey Kingdom. Qingzhi fruit. Its skin is highly toxic. Contact can induce forced estrus in animals. If not released within half an hour, men will suffer immediate impotence, while women will endure daily abdominal pain. If consumed directly, it leads to neurological poisoning and ultimately sudden death. However, if the skin is removed and the fruit washed with water, it can be consumed safely. What a bizarre and twisted fruit. Chapter 6, 10 Skills a Day Official Livestream. Bingbing looked at the content in the encyclopedia, her fair face instantly flushing red. The toxicity of this fruit is truly perverse. A mere touch induces arousal, and consumption leads to sudden death. This fruit is nothing short of a nightmare. Whoever encounters it is bound to suffer misfortune. Meanwhile, in the live stream, other viewers also saw the encyclopedia's contents. Hey, wait a moment. I just saw people from Monkey Country coming here to boast, saying their contestant had picked some fruit. Could it be this one? Damn, It's true. What? Returning 10,000 of such perverse fruits? Wouldn't that mean Monkey Country is about to explode? Ha ha ha, damn. Brothers, many people in Monkey Country have already died. Some are aroused, and people over there are starting to scratch their crotches. This is hilarious. Countless viewers from Dragon Country quickly switched to Monkey Country's official live stream. Bing Bing's feed was also switched over by the director. At that moment, the square was in complete chaos. The Qingxia fruit had already been trampled into fragments. However, many who had touched it were now flushed, their breathing rapid and labored. In the distance, some who had eaten the fruit were foaming at the mouth. Bing Bing exclaimed in shock, "Heavens! Could it be that all of them touched the Qingxia fruit?" Beside her, Li Cheng received an internal message from the authorities and, suppressing his laughter, said, "Miss Bing Bing guessed correctly. 70% of them touched it. You must understand, Monkey Country's resources are far inferior to ours, and the same goes for their people's discipline." According to news from the tactical room, the Qingxia fruit has been mostly destroyed. If we were to inform them of the consumption method and the fruit's effects now, it would surely be quite amusing. Upon hearing this, the audience responded with a flood of likes and praise. Such a venomous scheme truly lives up to our Professor Li's reputation. Thoroughly repulsive. 3 minutes later, Monkey Country's officials received a message. When their monarch saw the effects of the Qingxia fruit, his face turned livid with rage. Those scoundrels from Dragon Country. Why didn't they say something sooner? Your Majesty, Dragon Country only just obtained this information, a tactical officer nearby hurriedly reminded. But the enraged Monkey Country monarch paid no heed. Get out. I don't want to hear any excuses. Cut the live stream immediately. Don't let these people pollute our eyes and ears. But Your Majesty, our country doesn't have that many women. What should we do? Monkey Country is weak, and many of its women have been reduced to commodities. With so many men in the square now, failure to pacify them would undoubtedly lead to chaos. The Monkey Country monarch sneered and said, "Let them resolve it among themselves. Sometimes, one doesn't necessarily need the opposite sex. Dress the weaker men in women's clothing, spray them with cheap perfume, and they'll figure out the rest on their own." Yes, it was a method born of desperation. A few minutes later, the entire square descended into chaos. Although Monkey Country had cut the live stream, some were bribed by spies to broadcast the scenes. In Dragon Country's live stream, "Damn my eyes, don't make me watch this. Stay away from me." Incredible, truly worthy of Monkey Country. Their problem-solving approach is indeed unique. 666. After this incident, other countries came to understand a truth. The Savage Realm is not equivalent to Blue Star. If their contestants wish to survive safely, the first rule is to avoid touching unfamiliar fruits and plants, lest they encounter the same fate as Monkey Country. Rest time ended. Su-Han put away the encyclopedia, stood up, and continued forward. Time slowly approached dusk. An entire day of trekking had long since left his feet sore and aching. If he couldn't find a suitable place after climbing the steep slope ahead, he would have to settle for a sheltered spot to spend the night. Squeak, squeak. During the climb, the sound of squirrels chirping came from above. Su-Han stopped, calmly retrieved an oval-shaped stone from his pocket. He looked up, locking onto his target. On the dusky leaves, an adorable red-bellied squirrel crouched on a branch, gazing at him. Its eyes were full of curiosity, as if it had never seen a creature like a human before. Su-Han tightened his grip on the stone and hurled it forcefully at the squirrel. Whoosh! The stone cut through the air with a sharp sound. The squirrel reacted quickly, but Su-Han had already anticipated its movements. Thud! Accompanied by a sharp pain in its belly, the adorable squirrel's vision went dark, and it instantly tumbled down. Crack! Su-Han picked up the squirrel, deftly snapped its neck, and hung it from his waist before continuing on his way. This was the third squirrel he had hunted today, with a success rate as high as 30%. The audience was stunned. Is this guy cheating? How is he so accurate? Using stones to catch squirrels, the first one could be attributed to luck, but doing it repeatedly is pure skill. Upon reaching the top of the slope, a dazzling golden ripple caught Su-Han's attention. Is this a lake? Su-Han squinted, never expecting to find a suitable dwelling on his very first day. Yet when luck arrives, it often cannot be stopped. After an entire day of arduous trekking, just as he was about to rest, he had stumbled upon a vast lake. Who would believe such a tale? From the hillside, the lake didn't appear too large, spanning at most 10 square kilometers. Looking out, the eastern side of the lake was a massive forest. Pine trees, birch trees, spruce trees. These trees would be excellent for building shelters or crafting tools. At the far eastern end, the silhouette of a river seemed visible. By estimation, A river likely converged there from afar. The western side, meanwhile, was a vast, flat grassland. Trees were relatively sparse here. This place was simply the best location to establish a home. Currently, without a doubt. A smile spread across Suhan's face. Without even resting, he hurried straight toward the flat grassland. Soon, he arrived at his destination. Due to the autumn season, the grass here had turned a golden yellow, dry enough to be used as tinder without any issue. Suhan wandered around a few times, thoroughly satisfied with this grassland. Although situated near a lake, the terrain here is notably higher than that of the surrounding areas. Establishing a shelter in this location alleviates concerns regarding drainage. After determining the site, Suhan began to clear the underbrush and subsequently ignited the designated area with fire. This strategy would cause mosquitoes, rodents, and ants to flee from the flames. Otherwise, sleeping in such a place could lead to the amusing misfortune of being bitten by some creature during the night. As dusk descended and dinner concluded, Suhan accessed the system panel for review. To his astonishment, he discovered that within just a single day, he had acquired as many as 10 new skills. Name: Suhan. Status: fatigued. Age: 24 years. Skills acquired: 10 breathing. Level 8, significantly enhances lung capacity. Walking. Level 10, dramatically reduces stamina expenditure while walking. Stone throwing. Level 6, accuracy of 30%, affected by distance. With decreased accuracy beyond 15 meters. Logging. Level 2, slightly reduces stamina consumption and marginally increases logging efficiency. Fire by friction. Level 3, gathering. Level 1, butchering. Level 2, slightly enhances meat yield and increases the acquisition rate of meat, while also improving the integrity of pelts. Culinary arts. Level 2, slightly enhances efficiency and flavor in food preparation. Reading. Level 2, slightly improves memory. Carpentry. Level 2, slightly enhances carpentry skills. Chapter 7. Discovering resources. Wild ducks. Gazing at the 10 skills displayed on the system panel, Suhan felt a swell of confidence for the future. Although he began with nothing, he believed that one day, he would forge a land that belonged solely to him. As twilight descended, the crackling of the campfire filled the air. Sitting upon a bed of hay, Suhan sipped on wild rose tea while resting his chin upon one hand. Engrossed in reading an encyclopedia, his daytime studies had illuminated a crucial truth. The ecological environment of the wild realm differed fundamentally from that of launching. Some plants that appeared innocuous were, in fact, quite perilous. Failing to comprehend this early on could lead to disastrous consequences. The Qingxia fruit served as a prime example. Time flowed swiftly, as the moon ascended to its zenith. The serene lakeside was punctuated only by the pleasant chirping of insects and the turning of pages by Suhan. He was accustomed to solitude. During his childhood, summer vacations were spent alone at home, with comics and storybooks as his sole companions. Now, returning to that state, he found not loneliness, but rather a profound sense of comfort. There was no oppressive pressure, no parental insistence on marriage, and certainly no meddlesome gossip from others. This return to simplicity was, at least for him, quite enjoyable. Unbeknownst to him, time passed, and the campfire's glow began to fade. Drowsiness crept in. Yawning, Suhan added more firewood to the pile and soon succumbed to slumber. Detected that the host is falling asleep. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill of sleep. Sleep Experience 1. Tip: increasing sleep level will effectively improve sleep quality, allowing you to rest anytime, anywhere. Indeed, Suhan drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were abuzz with excitement. Su Shun is finally resting. It hasn't been easy. He walked all day and still takes time to study at night. He.S. incredible. One viewer admitted overlooking Su Shin's capabilities, initially believing him to be a lackadaisical university student. Yet, he surpassed even Yi, who took 2 full hours to stoke a fire in a neighboring stream. This disparity was striking. It seemed that without the props team, even survival experts had their limits. The need for education was pressing. Following the troubles in the Monkey Nation, the Clockwork Nation faced similar issues, mistakenly harvesting a toxic berry that led to a contestant's demise, their body covered in rashes. What about Brother Gang? He.S. asleep as well, but restlessly. The distant howls of animals keep interrupting. For humans, night brings fatigue. But for certain creatures, it is prime hunting time. They possess night vision, and should they find someone like him, even a lynx could pose a deadly threat. As night deepened, on the forested slope, a wild beast watched Suhan as he slept. It yearned to approach, yet the flickering flames of the fire instilled a sense of fear. Ultimately, The creature turned and retreated. On a birch tree, birds emitted strange coos. Yet, none of this disturbed Su-han. Rather, as his sleep skill improved, the quality of his slumber enhanced. The night passed without incident. The following day, as the first rays of dawn kissed his face, Su-han awoke. The campfire had extinguished, yet embers still glowed within the ashes. He set about rekindling the fire, gathering dry grass from the vicinity and tossing it into the embers, which quickly reignited. Breakfast consisted of squirrel meat soup accompanied by nuts. After satisfying his hunger, Su-han wiped his mouth and prepared to work on constructing a shelter. Despite the comforting warmth of the fire the previous night, waking up revealed a chill in his body, indicating the night's low temperatures. Without fire, he feared he might catch a cold after a night's sleep. Following the lakeshore eastward, Su-han had not walked far when he heard the distant calls of ducks. His heart raced. Were there truly wild ducks here? Quack, quack, quack. He hurriedly scanned the shimmering surface of the lake, spotting a large group of wild ducks frolicking. They sported brown beaks and dark green necks and heads, creating a vibrant spectacle. These were green-headed ducks. Su-han had seen them on television. They were the most common wild ducks found across the vast expanse of Longhua and indeed, worldwide. Though tempted to catch one for a roast. Green-headed ducks were notoriously cautious and timid, easily startled by the slightest disturbance, leading to a cacophony of quacks. Most critically, wild ducks could fly. Without a bow and arrow, capturing a live green-headed duck seemed an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, Su-han was eager to attempt it, but not at that moment. He decided to wait until evening when the ducks returned to their nests. Even if he could not catch a duck, he might find some duck eggs to collect. In the official live stream of Longhua, the host had yet to arrive, but the audience was already in a frenzy. Wow, ducks! Su-shin truly knows how to find rich resources. Mom, I want to eat roasted duck. I want big chunks of it. Is it really possible to eat roasted duck? Wild ducks are hard to catch, and they can fly. Upstairs, have you forgotten Su-shin's extraordinary throwing skills? Even if we only catch one, it would last for 2 days, and the duck fat could be used for cooking. Dude, stop talking. I'm getting hungry. Hey, why did Su-shin leave? I remember wild ducks lay eggs in the autumn. Why isn't he checking that out? Finding some duck eggs would be a good haul. They are a valuable currency. On the screen, Su-han merely glanced at the approximate location of the ducks before diving into the woods to chop wood. There was no rush for duck eggs. With such a large flock of ducks, he would surely find some if he took his time. Yet, constructing a shelter could not be delayed. Without a home, even hunting a deer would be unsafe, for the wilderness was rife with thieves. Even if one hung meat from a tree, famished beasts would still climb to snatch it away. Such occurrences were not uncommon in survival shows. Within the forest, a multitude of fallen leaves blanketed the ground, producing a rustling sound underfoot. Su-han surveyed his surroundings and ultimately selected the materials for constructing a shelter, a birch tree with a diameter of approximately 10 centimeters. Trees that are too thick would demand excessive physical exertion, while those too slender would easily break. A birch tree of around 10 centimeters was just right. He removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Su-han spat into his palm, swung his arms vigorously, and began his labor. Thud, 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 crack. In less than a few minutes, a birch tree tumbled down. Turning to the side, he wielded the axe with remarkable speed and precision, each strike landing in the same spot. This time, it took merely 3 minutes for another birch tree to meet the ground. His fluid and effortless lumberjack technique left onlookers in awe. Could Su-shin truly be a university student? His movements were astonishingly smooth, akin to that of a seasoned lumberjack. Goodness, if Bald Chong possessed such skill, those two bears would have long been without a home. Why does Su-shin excel at everything he undertakes? In just 10 minutes, 3 trees were felled. Had there not been an apocalyptic catastrophe, workers at the lumberyard would surely seek his expertise. Yet, this was not Su-han's limit. With the advancement of his lumberjack skills, his speed had accelerated even further. Throughout the morning, the forest reverberated with the sound of axes striking wood. Chapter 8. The lasso and the captured pine hen logging is an exceedingly labor-intensive endeavor. Even with a level 6 logging skill, Su-han still needs to pause for over half an hour to recuperate before he can resume his work. Ultimately, throughout the morning, he felled 36 trees. Such a remarkable achievement elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. This efficiency would make even the most seasoned logger exclaim in admiration. Casting a glance at the sun above, Su-han estimated that it was already noon. He turned to head back and prepare a meal, intending to satiate his hunger before continuing his labor. However, as he rose, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pine hen perched on a distant hillside. Could it be that today luck was on his side? In stark contrast to the timid and agile wild ducks, this was a delectable feast practically delivered to him. Suhan licked his lips and murmured, "Brothers, it seems that the heavens have taken pity on me for my toil today, sending a little gift my way. No squirrels for us today. Let us indulge in a culinary upgrade." In the live stream, the audience also spotted the pine hen. Yet, this creature was capable of flight. Could it truly be so simple to capture it? Upon hearing Suhan's remarks, Bing Bing immediately inquired of Professor Lee. "If our contestant intends to catch the pine hen for a better meal, if I recall correctly, stones may not be sufficient to bring it down, right?" The primary reason squirrels could be captured with stones was their small size. Even a miss to the head could still result in a successful catch. However, the pine hen was several times larger than a squirrel. If he were to miss, it would undoubtedly flee in fright. Li Chung nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Attempting to knock out a pine hen with stones is quite impractical. Nevertheless, I believe Su must have alternative methods up his sleeve. Let us await the unfolding of events." He had learned from experience. Whatever Suhan aimed to accomplish, it was best to simply watch and wait. After yesterday's live stream, Li Chung had gained 3 million followers. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly become a major internet celebrity. No sooner had he finished speaking than Suhan made a new move on screen. He selected a slender birch tree, approximately 4 meters long and 4 centimeters in diameter, and felled it. He then began to clear the branches until it was transformed into a straight pole, pausing only when he was satisfied with his work. Though the pine hen was cautious, it also possessed a significant weakness. It was clumsy in its movements. To exploit this, Suhan devised a plan to create a lasso. Fortunately, among his novice supplies, he had durable fishing line. With just a short segment, he could craft a simple lasso. He took out the fishing line, tying one end to the pole and fashioning a loop of about the size of a palm at the other end. Within 5 minutes, a rudimentary lasso was complete. Suhan tested its effectiveness. With just a slight tug, the loop tightened swiftly. Perfect. A satisfied smile graced his face as he grasped the lasso and ventured into the forest. To avoid alarming the prey, he stealthily approached from the side of the hillside. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Detection of host in stealth mode. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill Stealth. Stealth slightly reduces your footsteps and the sounds produced while moving. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. With each careful step, his experience continued to grow. Within a few short minutes, his stealth skill upgraded. Suhan suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. His feet, once heavy upon the fallen leaves, now glided softly, producing nearly inaudible sounds. Step by step, he advanced. Suddenly, the pine hen halted, raising its head in his direction. Yet, Suhan had cleverly concealed himself behind a large tree, evading detection. The pine hen, oblivious to any danger, resumed its search for insects. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. As the distance closed, the audience's hearts raced with anticipation. If Suhan successfully captured the pine hen, it would trigger a return mechanism, meaning they too would enjoy the spoils of chicken meat. Go for it, Su God. Countless viewers cheered in their minds. Meanwhile, the foreign spies and foes muttered curses, as if a mere stick could capture a chicken. What a foolish dream. Fly away, dear hen. Do not fall into the clutches of the wicked dragon kingdom. On screen, Suhan was now merely 3 meters from the pine hen. He halted behind a tree, extending the wooden pole cautiously. The pine hen remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, happily bending down to forage for insects. Just then, an unusual branch reached out toward it. The pine hen, puzzled, gazed at the pole, uncertain of its origin. As it prepared to wander elsewhere, the pole inched closer. The pine hen shifted its body, clearly displeased with this intrusion. Yet, hidden behind the tree, Suhan wore a wicked grin. Come here, dear hen. He aimed the lasso at the pine hen's head, pulling down forcefully before yanking back with all his might. Cluck! The pine hen let out a shrill cry as its entire body was hoisted up by the pole. A decisive strike. Success. In the official live stream, both Bing Bing and Professor Lee gasped in unison. He caught it. Wow, he has captured it alive. Though the pine hen was ensnared by its neck, it did not immediately succumb. Instead, it flapped its wings vigorously, its feet thrashing about. Captured alive? The audience in the live stream gasped once more. Inanimate objects and living creatures are not the same. The former could only provide meat, while a living pine hen could be domesticated. Although the Dragon Kingdom faced material shortages, this did not imply a lack of feed for chickens. If Su-Han and a gang could find some wild vegetables, they could very well raise poultry in the future. Indeed, the notification soon resonated in the stream. Detection of Dragon Kingdom contestant Su-Han capturing a pine hen alive, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for receiving 10,000 pine hens. Notice, resources have been randomly distributed to various shelters. In that moment, the audience nationwide erupted in jubilation. Wow, Su-God, you are truly my idol, capturing it alive. We now have 10,000 pine hens. Although they were not high-yield white-feathered chickens, the ability to raise live chickens was undeniably impressive. It's all thanks to Su-God. He's incredible. Within the various shelters of the Dragon Kingdom, the lively pine hens caused quite a commotion. Yet, the citizens were filled with laughter. Quickly catch them, don't let them run around. Remember not to hoard them privately. These grouse need to be bred and domesticated. Ha ha ha. Although grouse can fly, they really are quite foolish. In the future, we'll have chicken to eat. How wonderful. At that moment, someone raised a question. Since we can catch grouse, can Su-Shan domesticate them? To this, Li Chung provided an answer. Without a sufficiently stable food supply, domestication is extremely challenging. Of course, I believe that with contestant Su-Han's capabilities, once a shelter is established and the harsh winter is overcome, domestication will certainly not be a problem. Grouse are omnivores. Wild vegetables, insects, they can eat them all. The issue is, Su-Han's current subsistence is unstable. How could he afford to raise poultry? Once he becomes more prosperous, he could certainly try. He could even raise ducks without issue. Meanwhile, in England, the slave district, 30,000 sycophants had just completed their immigration. They watched the scene of nationwide jubilation on the large screen, their hearts filled with immense bitterness, along with deep-seated resentment. If he had the ability to hunt, why didn't he demonstrate it earlier yesterday? This person must have done it on purpose. On the other end of the screen, Yi had also made decent progress. He actually managed to catch a fish in the river. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was still better than eating snails. At that moment, Yi also triggered a 10,000-fold return. The sycophants erupted into celebration. We have fish to eat. We have fish to eat. What lousy chicken meat. I wouldn't even eat it if given to me. I love fish the most. Hey, why are you taking the fish away? In the square, a batch of fish suddenly appeared, but before the slaves could approach, the supplies were confiscated by the soldiers. When they tried to question this, they were met with whips. Mere slaves, still hoping to eat fish? You won't even get the fish bones. Hearing the soldiers' mockery, the slaves completely broke down. But who made their own choices? They chose not to be decent human beings, preferring to become slaves in another country. This is called reaping what you sow. Yet, some slaves still attempted to console themselves. Don't worry, this is only temporary. Once the soldiers and noble masters are full, they will naturally take care of us. Besides, Yi and Yi haven't even exerted their full effort yet. Chapter 9. Chicken stewed with mushrooms and chicken blood tofu indeed. Yi is a man who has conquered the deserted island. What is a mere wilderness to him? He has even captured goats. As long as we persevere, we shall soon savor the delights of mutton. The Muyang dogs, envisioning the prospect of enjoying mutton, were filled with exuberance, as if invigorated by a surge of vitality. Enduring a bit of hardship now is inconsequential. With Yi's prowess, a good life awaits us. Although such words may sound foolish, even children would doubt them, given that the foreigners are reluctant to share even the bones with them. Mutton? That is merely a figment of their imaginations. Even if it were available, priority would undoubtedly be given to the locals, who would care about those who have come to serve as dogs. However, the Muyang dogs had no choice but to comfort themselves in this manner, for they had chosen a path of no return. Each time they sought to immigrate, there was a cooling-off period of up to a year. Now, even if they cried and pleaded to return to Longhua, they would have to wait a year before they could submit an application. This was a rule established by the national fate for survival that no one could contravene. Upon witnessing the triggering of a 10,000-fold return, a smile graced Su-Han's face. He raised the plump chicken in his hand towards the heavens and declared, according to the eating broadcast law, at this moment, one must say, fans eat first, but since everyone has their share, I shall spare you this phrase. However, how should this chicken be prepared? Roasting it might render it a bit tough, and we have no marinating ingredients at hand. Perhaps I should venture into the woods to see if I can find some mushrooms, for a delightful chicken stewed with mushrooms would be splendid. This dish is a classic delicacy of Longhua, not only delectable, but also rich in nutrition. Conveniently, during the recent logging, Suhan had noticed traces of mushrooms deep in the forest. While other contestants might hesitate to forage indiscriminately, he was undeterred. Armed with an encyclopedia, distinguishing mushrooms was a simple task. With the chicken slung over his shoulder, he ventured deeper into the woods. After walking a short distance, he spotted a large brown mushroom before him. Fortune smiled upon him. It was a hiwan-gu. He chuckled as he plucked the mushroom. This variety resembles the brown mushroom, but is larger, about the size of a bowl. Hiwan-gu is known for its exquisite taste and rich nutritional value. Typically, it appears only 2 to 3 days before rain, and after the rain, it releases spores and quickly decays. This implies that rain is imminent in the next few days. Suhan keenly grasped this crucial information, his smile fading slightly. It seemed he could not afford to rest in the coming days. Otherwise, torrential rain would prove perilous in such an environment. Subsequently, Suhan discovered 7 or 8 mushrooms of varying sizes. Realizing he could not carry them all, he returned to the campsite to prepare the meal. His luck continued, as one of the mushrooms successfully returned to Longua. In just 2 days, Suhan had returned 3 items, currently ranking first globally. He proceeded to clean the mushrooms and slaughter the chicken, carefully plucking the feathers. These were valuable treasures, essential for crafting bows and fishing. However, what Suhan did next left many bewildered. He took a small handful of salt, tossed it into the pot, then added a little water, and shockingly, poured in all the chicken blood. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing was taken aback. Is our contestant really this wild? The viewers were equally perplexed, bombarding the chat with question marks. At that moment, a fan with a culinary background stepped forward. Wait, is Su Shen about to make chicken blood tofu? Incredible. Truly remarkable. Who would have thought of that? This dish, though common, was seldom made by those who did not cook regularly. Chicken blood tofu and duck blood tofu are consumed in both the North and South, and while commonly purchased as ready-made products, few have attempted to make it by hand. It must be said, chicken blood tofu is highly nutritious and can serve as a delightful dish. Upon hearing that Suhan was making chicken blood tofu, the audience erupted in admiration. I've watched wilderness survival shows for years, and I've never seen anyone make blood tofu. This is truly eye-opening. You must have been watching foreign programs. While they may claim to live off the land, they rarely utilize ingredients effectively. In terms of culinary prowess, we Longwa people are their ancestors. Su Shen is indeed meticulous. He wastes not even a drop of chicken blood. It seems to Yi and the others pale in comparison. The true expert is our Su Shen. Although it was Suhan's first attempt at making chicken blood tofu, it was quite a common sight in his rural hometown. The ratio of chicken blood to water is 1:1, with 5 grams of salt needed for every pound of chicken blood. He stirred while adding the chicken blood, and once it was thoroughly drained, he set the pot aside to rest. With the chicken blood processed, it was time to attend to the chicken. Although most of the feathers had been removed, some fine down remained, necessitating the use of fire. Suhan found a stick, stripped it of its bark, and began to singe the remaining feathers. The flames charred the down, releasing a distinctive aroma. After several minutes, the chicken was entirely blackened, yet the down had vanished without a trace. Suhan cleaned it and placed it on a log, chopping it in half with an axe. Aside from a few inedible parts, the rest was to be cleaned and placed in the pot. Even the chicken's backside was not to be spared. At this moment, Suhan glanced at the stainless steel pot, observing that the chicken blood had transformed into a deep red hue. A gentle press with his finger revealed it to be remarkably elastic, indicating that the chicken blood tofu was ready. Suhan smiled as he cut the chicken blood tofu into small pieces, added more water, and then tossed in the chicken and mushrooms without hesitation. As for stir-frying, he would have loved to, but given the current circumstances, he could very well have filled his stomach by now. It was better to stew the chicken blood and chicken together, akin to enjoying a chicken blood hot pot, under the vigorous flames. The stainless steel pot, heated by the stones, quickly reached a boil. The chicken blood, once dark red, transformed to a dark gray in the boiling water. Having chopped trees all morning, Suhan's stomach was rumbling with hunger. Impatiently, he picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of chicken blood tofu. This time, he merely blew on it before popping it into his mouth. It was smooth and tender, with a savory flavor. It was simply delicious. This is what life is all about. Suhan took one bite, then another. In just a few short minutes, he had polished off the entire pot of chicken blood, just as the mushrooms finished cooking. Though seasoned only with salt, these wild fungi were naturally exquisite delicacies. Slurp, munch. By the time most of the mushrooms were gone, the chicken was nearly done as well. Suhan picked up a chicken wing and tasted it, flavorful. Though the meat was a bit tough, there was no helping it. These were free-range chickens, and to stew them until truly tender would require at least 2 hours or more. He didn't have that kind of time. Once he finished eating and drinking his fill, he still had to build a shelter. This meal took Suhan a full hour, and the audience watched the entire time. Everyone gazed enviously at his oil-glistening lips. Burp. Feeling a bit too full, he took a few sips of chicken broth to soothe his stomach. Gulp, gulp. Half the pot of soup went down. This time, Suhan was truly satisfied. Chapter 10: The Advantages and Disadvantages of Bunker-Style Shelters. After a brief respite of less than 10 minutes, Suhan set out to construct a shelter. Considering the impending long winter, he intended to build a highly insulated subterranean structure. Although lacking a shovel for excavation, he found that a wooden spade would suffice. Without hesitation, Suhan returned to the birch forest, selected a sturdy birch tree, and split it in half before proceeding to thin it out. Ultimately, the thickness of the spade's head was refined to 3 centimeters. At this point, Suhan paused, gazing at the nascent wooden spade with satisfaction. Next, it was time to carve out the handle, a meticulous task. Throughout the process, Suhan worked with great care, anxious that excessive force might shatter the entire spade. However, as his carpentry skills improved, so did his speed. With an axe in hand, he exhibited a dexterity that rivaled even that of a carving knife. An hour and a half later, the audience witnessed the transformation of a chunk of wood into a rudimentary wooden spade. The live chat was filled with exclamations of awe. Wow, God, you are truly my idol. I was just wondering why you were chopping wood instead of building a shelter, but it turns out you were crafting tools by hand. Incredible. This alone surpasses all competitors. How astonishing. With just an axe, you've fashioned a spade from a mere piece of wood. I can already sense that God is preparing to unleash a dimensional strike. If the goal were merely to construct a simple shelter, it would suffice to merely stack the wood. The elaborate tool-making suggested a singular possibility. Suhan's shelter would be far from the subpar constructions seen in wilderness survival shows. This was going to be something substantial. With the wooden spade completed, he could now commence the construction of the shelter. He began by marking out a rectangular area on the ground, 4 meters wide and 5 meters long, using the spade. Subsequently, he began to excavate. Detected that the host is digging. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill of digging. Digging, upgrading will slightly reduce stamina consumption. With each scoop, the outline of a home gradually emerged before the audience's eyes. Wait a moment, is God constructing a bunker-style shelter? Incredible, this is quite an undertaking. However, according to Professor Lee's analysis, Suhan's approach is indeed sound. Currently, it is merely autumn, and everyone can endure sleeping outdoors. But what about when winter arrives? Ordinary shelters will be utterly inadequate against the harsh cold. Yet bunker-style shelters are different. With only half of the structure exposed to the air, this significantly reduces heat loss. If Suhan can successfully construct it, he need not fear the winter. However, there is a concern regarding rain. It is well known that typical bunker-style structures have depressions at their entrances. Should it rain, the interior would become a fish pond. The audience, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Yet, there was nothing they could do but hope for fair weather. In the wilderness, Suhan was laboriously digging the foundation, already drenched in sweat. Each exertion caused rivulets of perspiration to flow down his muscles, as the ground transitioned from flat to a considerable pit of 1/2 meter. Yet, this depth was still insufficient. He envisioned a depth of 1.5 meters. As he continued to dig, his experience points increased. 2 hours later, the digging skill reached level 6, with noticeably enhanced effects, reducing stamina consumption by 15% per excavation. As dusk approached, the sun cast a golden hue across the landscape. Sitting on a wooden stump, Suhan surveyed the completed pit with a satisfied smile. The first step was accomplished. Next, he would need to introduce the timber and gradually begin construction. However, that would have to wait until tomorrow. A full day of intense labor had pushed his body to its limits. Now, even lifting an arm caused discomfort. Suhan lay down on the hay to rest. Observing the lack of action, the audience shifted their attention to other competitors' live streams. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, contestant A Gang was crafting a simple water filter. Despite lacking a pot, he had discovered a nearby bamboo grove. Layering stones, charcoal, and fine sand within a bamboo tube, he successfully created a rudimentary filter. To ensure the safety of the water source, A Gang even went so far as to dismantle his socks. Li Cheng, observing from the director's perspective, commented, "It seems our other contestant is holding their own. They've managed to stabilize their situation. With a clean water source, survival will undoubtedly be feasible. Let me check on the other competitors." Just as the perspective shifted, a series of peculiar sounds erupted. "Oh, hiss, oh." Li Cheng and Bing Bing exchanged glances, wondering if the director had mistakenly cut to a bizarre video. However, as they looked at the screen, they saw a contestant from the Sakura nation clutching a fish, emitting strange noises. "Sakura, a fish daughter, you are my salvation." Li Cheng's jaw dropped in disbelief. What was happening? A contestant from the Sakura nation was exhibiting such outrageous behavior. "Come on, buddy, you are supposed to be surviving." At that moment, Li Cheng glanced at the comments from the Sakura nation and was met with a barrage of insults. "Baka, Ryu Mutu, stop this disgusting display. You've brought shame to our great Sakura nation. Fool, wake us up. This waste has been seduced by a fish. Why is such a disgraceful individual allowed in a survival game? I want to kill him. I want to kill him." Bing Bing blushed furiously at the spectacle, while the audience from the Dragon Kingdom erupted in laughter. The director, understanding the situation, promptly switched to the next contestant's perspective. This time, it was the star contestant, Bei Yi. In stark contrast to the delectable squirrel and pheasant consumed by Su Han, the fare of Bei Yi leaves much to be desired. To the astonishment of onlookers gathered around the campfire, he was preparing 2 plump rodents. What? Surely, I must be mistaken. The esteemed wilderness survival expert, Bei Yi, is resorting to this? Is this truly the renowned figure I once admired? Can someone elucidate this perplexity? What is there to explain? One astute viewer, a frequent observer lurking in the livestream for intel, took it upon himself to clarify. Through his narration, the audience finally gleaned the details of Bei Yi's ordeal. The items he procured included a sharp pickaxe, a sleeping bag, a pair of hiking boots, a frying pan, and a bottle of soy sauce. Upon acquiring these resources, he promptly set about crafting traps, just as he had during previous recordings. However, Bei Yi neglected a crucial fact. The untamed wilderness lacks a support crew, and there is no props team. Although he fashioned numerous traps, he failed to ensnare a single quarry. In fact, while venturing deeper into the forest, he was pursued by a colossal wild boar. Had it not been for Bei Yi's swift escape, his life might well have ended there. At present, the mere opportunity to feast upon a rodent is a blessing bestowed by Providence. Chapter 11. Capturing the green-headed duck and triggering resource intelligence. After witnessing the experiences of Bei Yi, the audience finally comprehended the formidable prowess of Su Han. In merely 2 days, he not only indulged in delectable sustenance, but also excavated a solid foundation and prepared timber, even crafting a wooden tool. Among all global participants, Su Han's progress was undeniably unparalleled. Certainly, there were several fortunate contestants who discovered uninhabited caves to serve as temporary shelters. However, it was evident to any discerning observer that while caves might suffice for short stays, they were ill-suited for long-term habitation. Firstly, caves provide no protection. Encountering a large beast within would be akin to being trapped in a barrel. Secondly, resources were scarce. If the cave were situated on a mountain, the daily trek up and down would be exhausting. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing inquired of the director, "Have the 2 mice captured by Bei Yi been returned?" The director responded with a subtitle, stating, "Both mice have been returned, and currently, there are 100,000 live mice roaming throughout the UK." Bing Bing couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. 100,000 mice would indeed be quite a fright. Professor Lee, seated beside her, was pinching his thigh to suppress his laughter. But the thought of mice running rampant throughout the UK made it difficult to contain his mirth, leaving his face flushed. The director, ever accommodating, swiftly switched the live broadcast to the UK. Countless large rats were scurrying about, accompanied by the screams of pedestrians. The soldiers present remained indifferent, as rats were not considered food. Those who wished to capture them were free to do so. Ultimately, the task of catching rats was assigned to the immigrant dogs. The Queen of the United Kingdom candidly stated, "This is your food. Catch it if you wish." The audience could only exclaim that they deserved it. As the broadcast continued, it became apparent that the viewers had been engrossed in Su Han's live stream all day and were oblivious to the chaos outside. Some contestants were writhing on the ground, clutching their stomachs after drinking contaminated water. Others bore the marks of savage beast attacks. A few were subsisting on meager wild fruits. Aside from the unfortunate souls who perished on the first day, the remaining contestants were still alive, albeit in a dire state. Conversely, some contestants were exceptionally fortunate. For instance, a contestant from Ba Tai discovered a fruit tree, enabling him to sustain himself for nearly half a month on its bounty. A contestant from the Clockwork Nation managed to wrestle half a lamb from wild dogs. Additionally, some contestants were inherently gifted, like the participant from Asan, who drank untreated water as if it were the most natural thing. He even dared to gnaw on raw fish. Now, equipped with a steel saw and a hammer, he was constructing a rudimentary shelter in the woods. Observing this, the ruler of Asan proudly showcased their contestants' prowess to the global audience, promising that anyone who joined the Asan family would gain civilian status. This alone attracted 60,000 immigrants. The audience from Longwa gasped in astonishment. Wow, Asan is so formidable. This is far superior to Bai Yi's iron stomach. Truly a superhuman. They mused. One cannot dismiss their filthy Ganges. It might be 1,000 times more contaminated than the wildlands. They've long built immunity to viruses, and given their daily habits, they must be living bacteria shields. It seems we have underestimated Asan's depth. They even boast about cow dung, which is rather impressive. It was time to check on the duck eggs, and also to set some wood ablaze. After a 2-hour rest, Suhan finally regained his strength. He stood up, his legs and arms still aching, yet the tasks ahead remained imperative. If he could locate the duck's nesting site, he would be able to enjoy duck eggs for breakfast. Furthermore, if he intended to construct a long-term shelter, the wooden stakes driven into the ground must be burned to prevent rot. Grabbing a torch, Suhan slung his bag over his shoulder and began his search for the ducks. The night was tranquil, with insects chirping in the grass by the lake and the occasional splash of fish leaping from the water. Gazing at the lake under the bright moonlight, he observed a large ripple expanding across the surface, indicating the presence of a substantial fish. Unfortunately, he had no time to fish at the moment. Otherwise, crafting a hook and fishing at night would be delightful. In this world devoid of electricity, nighttime was reserved for rest and simple tasks. However, fishing was different. One could merely bait a hook and wait, and even if only one fish was caught every 3 days, it would still be worthwhile. After walking for a while, Suhan finally arrived at the spot where the ducks had vanished during the day. Observing numerous footprints along the riverbank, he confirmed that there must be many duck nests in the vicinity. Slowing his pace, Suhan followed the direction in which the footprints faded. The system's voice chimed in, informing him that he had acquired 2 powerful skills: night vision, which enhanced his sight in darkness, and tracking, which improved his hunting capabilities, allowing him to analyze more clues as his level increased. In the stillness of the night, Suhan occasionally crouched to examine the signs left by the ducks. Upon reaching a thicket, a piercing quack erupted, startling him. A green-headed duck, frightened, burst forth from the underbrush. Quick as lightning, Suhan drew his axe and struck. The shrill cry startled the nearby ducks, causing them to scatter chaotically towards the lake. As he held the flailing duck in his hands, Suhan couldn't help but smile. It was surprisingly heavy. Initially seeking only duck eggs, he had unexpectedly secured a meal for the next day. The moment he seized the duck, a notification from the National Survival System resounded. Detected that Longwa contestant Suhan has captured a green-headed duck with his bare hands, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations, Longwa has received 10,000 green-headed ducks. Note: resources have been randomly distributed to various shelters. Important notice: in recognition of Longwa contestant Suhan's outstanding performance in the wilderness realm, a reward of local resource intelligence has been granted. What? An additional reward has been triggered, Suhan muttered to himself. After a moment, the National Fortune Survival System panel displayed a new email. He clicked to view it. It was a map shrouded in black mist, yet the location of Suhan was clearly marked, along with a resource point noted within a kilometer's vicinity. Superior clay? Clay? Wait, there is actually clay here. Suhan's eyes widened in astonishment upon realizing the content of the resource point. Superior clay. Surely, he was not mistaken. If bamboo represents the hardware store of the wilderness, then possessing superior clay equates to ushering in the era of pottery. Pottery jars. Clay pots. With clay in hand, anything could be molded. However, possessing clay alone is insufficient. To craft pottery, temperatures must reach 1,200 degrees. This necessitates the construction of a kiln, along with high-quality charcoal. The former is straightforward, while the latter can also be produced by hand. With this thought, Suhan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Venturing out tonight was indeed a fortuitous decision. Not only had he captured a green-headed duck, but he had also acquired intelligence on superior clay. Truly, it was a double blessing. Delightful. Chapter 12. Special Skill. Danger Perception. Within the live broadcast room, the audience was unable to discern the locations of resource points. This was a protective measure for the contestants in the Guiyun survival game. However, upon hearing that Su Han had acquired clay, they were momentarily stunned. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Clay. Goodness, Su Shun is on the verge of soaring to new heights. Brothers upstairs, is clay that formidable? Indeed. I share the same curiosity. Seeing the perplexed expressions on the faces of most viewers, Li Cheng began to elucidate. You may not be aware of the immense value of clay in the wilderness realm. Possessing clay equates to the ability to create pottery, such as water vessels, cooking pots, and ceramic jars. These items can significantly enhance Su Han's quality of life. Let us not dwell on the pot. There is only one Su Han. If it were to break, obtaining food would become a challenge. With water jars and vessels, there would be no need to venture out daily for water. Moreover, ceramic items can be used for resource storage. For example, wild fruits. Under favorable conditions, one might even concoct some preserves. Without sufficient containers, such endeavors would be mere fantasies. After Li Cheng's insightful analysis, the audience erupted in admiration. It makes sense, after all. The Guiyun survival game only provides 5 beginner tools, yet the necessities for daily life are numerous. However, with pottery, the quality of life transcends mere fruit preserves, allowing for cooking and much more. Thus, the importance of clay is self-evident. In the wilderness realm, Su Han was on the hunt for duck eggs. He meticulously followed the trail of the ducks and, to his delight, discovered the long-coveted duck eggs, totaling a remarkable 8. So many? Su Han gasped in astonishment as he gazed at the nest of duck eggs. Although he had spent considerable time in the countryside, this was his first encounter with duck eggs. A single nest contained 8. What a windfall! Swiftly, Su Han retrieved his backpack, placing some dry grass inside before carefully stowing the duck eggs. He then continued his search in the vicinity where the ducks had appeared. Despite the low luminosity provided by the torch, his night vision skill had reached level 3, allowing him to discern the surroundings even in dim light. Moments later, another nest of duck eggs came into view, this time with 5. The audience was electrified. The previous 8 duck eggs had triggered 2 returns. It is worth noting that these were fertilized duck eggs. As long as the Long Kingdom incubated them, they would yield numerous ducklings. If only another 10,000 duck eggs could be found, the viewers in Long Kingdom might very well lose sleep tonight. The audience in the broadcast room was fixated on the duck eggs. The first egg did not trigger a return. The second egg likewise failed to do so. But on the third egg, the announcement for Guiyun survival rang out. Detected 1 incubatable duck egg for Long Kingdom contestant Su Han, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to Long Kingdom for receiving 10,000 incubatable duck eggs. Notice, resources have been randomly distributed to various shelters. The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. Su Shun, 30,000 duck eggs, my word. The days of hardship have finally come to an end. This is incredible, Su Shun. Goodness, another trigger. Who on earth would dare to criticize Su Shun now? I would confront them directly. Within the various shelters, researchers were overwhelmed with activity. Quick! More duck eggs have arrived. Hurry and send them to the incubation room. What? Not enough incubators? Then make some immediately. Once these wild ducks are hatched, we will have an abundance of duck meat and eggs. Oh, and inform the higher-ups. Request the restoration of the abandoned incubation facility. Such specialized matters require expert handling. With so many duck eggs, relying solely on the shelter for incubation would be exceedingly inefficient. Therefore, the previously abandoned factory would now prove invaluable. Meanwhile, the audience from neighboring Paokai Kingdom turned green with envy. Curse that Long Kingdom. Why have they triggered so many returns? With ducks and duck eggs, how can we enjoy watching the broadcast? Those duck eggs must be spoiled, and their meat must be sour. They are surely not as delicious as our nation's pickled vegetables. Why do the fruits returned by our contestants taste as unpalatable as excrement? This is simply not fair. Perhaps it is merely a matter of luck. The scene shifted. The contestants from Paokai Kingdom, having suffered the misfortune of being bitten by a venomous snake, were reduced to just 2 individuals. One was the superstar Park Duiq, and the other was Taekwondo master Li Zhongil. The former was somewhat effeminate, yet immensely popular among female fans. However, upon entering this world, he appeared weak and helpless. On the first day, he cried incessantly, even revealing his identity as a scion of a certain conglomerate, hoping that this so-called survival game would spare him. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Nevertheless, he was fortunate enough to receive 2 cans of resources, which barely sustained him on the first day. But today, he faced dire circumstances. With no prey to be found, and his foot injured by sharp stones in the water, he spent the entire day famished. Conversely, Li Zhongil performed admirably. He not only hunted a rabbit, but also foraged for numerous fruits. These were gray fruits resembling apples, devoid of toxicity and rich in moisture. Yet, their taste was exceedingly difficult to endure, reminiscent of feces. He even triggered a return of 30,000. Initially, the audience from Paokai Kingdom was thrilled, boasting about their bounty, but the moment they tasted the fruits, their faces contorted in disgust as they spat them out. It was then that they realized why these fruits lay untouched on the ground. They were utterly inedible. After toiling for a full hour, Su-Han ultimately collected 28 duck eggs. If he were to subsist solely on duck eggs for 3 meals a day, he could sustain himself for at least 2 days. This was under the assumption that he would be satisfied. With the duck eggs secured and the ducks in tow, Su-Han made his way toward the birch forest. As the twilight lingered, he felt compelled to ignite the trees designated as supports. However, upon entering the forest, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. The entire woodland was eerily silent, with the usual chorus of birds and insects seemingly muted. A chill gradually crept into his heart. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Detected host's awareness of the lethal intent of danger. Congratulations on acquiring the skill of danger perception. Danger perception, when targeted by large beasts or foes, their presence will be easily discerned. Danger perception experience 1. Danger perception experience 1. Upon reading the system's announcement, Su-Han was struck by a thought. If he were to remain in this state, could he not continually enhance his experience? This presented a splendid opportunity to hone his skills. Furthermore, armed with a torch and an axe, he harbored no fear of ordinary beasts approaching him, as long as they were not ferocious bears. Chapter 13 Global Announcement. National Fortune Enhancement. For an entire 3 minutes, Su-Han remained motionless in place. Yet, the murderous intent emanating from the shadows did not dissipate. Observing the steadily rising experience points, he smiled faintly. Interesting. You wish to test my patience? Let us see who possesses greater endurance. Su-Han set down his backpack and ducked to avoid any potential harm to these supplies during the impending confrontation. However, as soon as he made his move, footsteps echoed through the forest. Rustle, rustle. The sound was subtle, yet it did not escape his keen ears. In an instant, a slender beast emerged from the shadows. 15 meters. 10 meters. Finally, it halted 5 meters in front of Su-Han. A man and a wolf locked eyes. It seemed that Winter Gloves had come knocking at his door. Upon seeing the wolf before him, Su-Han understood that he had a firm grasp on the situation. In his view, wolves and dogs exhibited no difference in their attack patterns. Typically, when faced with smaller prey, they would leap to deliver a swift throat attack. This method proved both efficient and lethal. Conversely, when confronting larger animals, they would encircle their foe, inflicting wounds through biting until their adversary succumbed to exhaustion before launching a fatal strike. In his childhood, Su-Han had once been pursued by the village dogs, which had left his trousers tattered. The more he ran, the more ferociously they attacked. The best strategy for handling such beasts was to strike decisively at the moment of their assault. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. They had anticipated that Su-Han would respond with fear or attempt to scare the wolf away with a torch. Instead, he boldly declared that Winter Gloves had come knocking. Unbelievable. The audience was drenched in cold sweat, urgently trying to intervene. Don't, Su-Shun. Remain calm. We must truly be composed this time. If you get bitten, there will be no place to heal. Indeed, Su-Shun. Please stop. It's merely a few duck eggs and 1 duck. We can forfeit them. Once we craft bows and spears, we shall vanquish this beast. Under normal circumstances, the audience would not have been so fearful. However, Su-Han had been laboring all day, and his body was already fatigued. Furthermore, it was night. Such conditions presented an inherent disadvantage. In contrast to the concerns of the Longhua audience, the foreigners erupted in laughter. Oh yes, mighty Grey Wolf, devour this Longhua individual. We shall enshrine you in our sacred restroom. Grey Wolf Appa, consume this detestable Longhua being. Let us all suffer hunger together. Good, good. The national fortune of Longhua is doomed, Mr. Wolf. Attack. We Americans believe in your prowess. In the scene, Su-Han remained still, his breathing steady. Although his body was fatigued, he still possessed the strength to slay a wolf. The gray wolf, seeing its target unresponsive, grew impatient. It had not eaten for 2 days, and failure to hunt this time would pose a risk of death. Seconds ticked by. Momentum experience 1. Momentum experience 1. Momentum skill level up to LV2. This was the skill Su-Han had acquired during the standoff. Its effect was to potentially overpower the opponent's fighting spirit when facing them, thereby diminishing their combat ability. As the skill level increased, it became more effective in intimidating enemies. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from the distance, extinguishing the torch in Su-Han's hand. The gray wolf, sensing the greatest threat had vanished, displayed a fierce glint in its emerald eyes. The livestream audience was utterly terrified. The timing of the flame extinguishing could not have been worse. How could it go out at such a critical moment? Hearts raced, and many viewers shut their eyes in fear, dreading the sight of Su-Han facing misfortune. "Curse you, die!" Su-Han roared as the wolf lunged at him. This furious bellow, combined with his momentum skill, momentarily slowed the wolf's advance. It was frightened. It had never encountered such a deafening sound from a bipedal creature before. In a fateful encounter, the brave would triumph. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Su-Han steadied himself, gripping his axe firmly, and struck the side of the wolf's head with a powerful swing. With a splatter of blood, the wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing. Su-Han did not let his guard down. He bent low and rained the contestants from Longwa truly possess remarkable strength. For a long time, Yi has proclaimed himself the foremost survivor in the global wilderness. However, he never anticipated that someone could slay a wolf merely a day later. In the forest, Yi lay amidst the hay, his eyes wide with disbelief. A wolf? Is this truly happening? How could he have achieved such a feat? The key lies in the night. Could it be through a trap? Yi found himself utterly perplexed. During the day, it might not have been so astonishing, but now it was night. If it were not due to a trap, then this individual is indeed terrifying. The remaining contestants shared similar sentiments, deeply astonished by Su-Han's ability to kill a wolf. Meanwhile, in the Longwa live stream, all the foreign viewers fell silent. The screen was filled with smug expressions of those wearing sunglasses. Where are the critics now? Speak up. Why the silence? Let your father hear your voices. Is there anyone else? We ask, is there anyone else? One strike, a wilderness deity. Just moments ago, where were those foreign critics? Now, come forth and face the truth, if you wish to be here in Longwa. We might even toss you some dog food. But be warned, the line for that may grow long. In the official live stream, Bing Bing was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down her face. The moment she saw the wolf pounce, her legs weakened in fear. Yet, to her astonishment, Su-Han executed a counterattack. It was simply exhilarating. Professor Li Chung was so thrilled that he leapt to his feet. The savior of Longwa has arrived. There is hope for Longwa. Chapter 14. The art of tanning wolf pelts and crafting oil lamps. The fate of a nation is intangible, yet the demise of a contestant can unleash catastrophic repercussions. For instance, the passing of the female doctor from the Longwa triggered a monumental tsunami along the coastline. This exemplifies the steep price paid for the loss of national fortune. Conversely, when Su-Han secured national fortune for Longwa, the effects were instantaneous. The storms that had long plagued the coast vanished in an instant. It was then that the populace comprehended the significance of national fortune. In a realm where national fortune flourishes, everything unfolds smoothly, while nations burdened by waning fortune attract relentless calamities, as witnessed in the beautiful nation of America. The death of their swimming champion precipitated an unprecedented snowfall across the northern provinces, exacerbating their already dire resource scarcity. Within a mere 2 days, the snow accumulated to a height surpassing that of a person. In the wilderness, Su-Han lay on the ground for a full hour before mustering the strength to rise. Though he longed to succumb to slumber, the extinguished torch nearby posed a risk of attracting predators drawn by the scent of blood. Thus, despite his fatigue, he resolved it prudent to transport his quarry back to the stronghold. Observing the lifeless wolf on the ground, Su-Han contemplated and decided to first return the duck eggs and wild ducks before retrieving the wolf. The wolf's head alone was no less than 70 to 80 pounds, and in his current state, he could only drag it rather than carry it. The reason for not processing it on-site was simple. Su-Han cherished the wolf pelt. With winter merely 2 months away, although his current attire was sufficient, the absence of warm clothing would render hunting perilous. With the risk of frostbite looming, this wolf pelt could yield at least half a pair of trousers. Upon returning to the stronghold with his provisions, Su-han placed the eggs in a grass pit and secured the ducks beneath stones in a dirt pit before departing with a sense of relief. He hastened back, and upon sighting the wolf's carcass again, he exhaled in relief, grateful there were no thieves. Had the wolf he worked so hard to capture been stolen, he would have expressed his outrage. Securing his axe at his waist, Su-han grasped a torch in one hand while pulling the wolf by its tail, making his way back to the stronghold in a series of stops and starts. The entire process spanned an hour and a half before he finally dragged the wolf from the birch forest to his home. As he stepped through the threshold, exhaustion enveloped him. His legs felt weak, his hands could barely lift, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Despite his fatigue, the bounty of the night was undeniably worthwhile. To deter nocturnal animals from pilfering his spoils, Su-han deliberately ignited 3 bonfires nearby, positioning the wolf between them. He sought little more than a peaceful night's rest. With the fires prepared, he lay down on the hay and succumbed to sleep, utterly fatigued. Almost as soon as he closed his eyes, he began to snore. The audience in the live stream felt a pang of sympathy. Sleep well, Su-shun, we shall keep watch over you. Though we cannot do much, we stand with you. Tomorrow brings the promise of urgent communication through the national fortune. You have worked hard, Su-shun. The following day, at dawn, as the first light began to break, Su-han rose from the hay. While preparing breakfast, he set about chopping firewood. A multitude of tasks awaited him. Building a shelter, skinning the wolf. None could be neglected. After a simple meal of duck eggs and a couple of duck legs, Su-han commenced the delicate task of skinning. To transform the wild animal hide into clothing, tanning was essential. The first step involved carefully removing the hide intact, ensuring no tears marred its surface while extricating all flesh. A damaged hide would result in garments that failed to insulate against the elements. Armed with his axe, Su-han meticulously separated the skin from the flesh. With the aid of his butchering skills, he worked with astonishing speed. In less than half an hour, a complete wolf pelt had been extracted. The audience gasped in astonishment at this feat. What? He removed the hide so swiftly, my goodness. This is artistry. The ancient butcher's skill pales in comparison. Half an hour for a wolf pelt? This speed is extraordinary, and Su-shun wields but a single axe. My father, who slaughters pigs in our village, was left speechless for 10 minutes after witnessing Su-shun's technique. With the hide successfully removed, the next crucial step was tanning. This process transforms animal hides into supple, non-decaying materials. There are 3 primary methods of tanning in the wild. The first involves using plant-based tannins, where nuts or high-fat fruits are crushed into paste, allowing their oils to permeate the hide. Although Su-han possessed a few nuts, their quantity was insufficient for tanning an entire hide, and the labor involved in crushing them was considerable, leading him to discard this option. The second method employs the oils found in brain matter, necessitating a substantial amount of it. The brain must be thoroughly crushed and boiled with water to create a viscous broth. Once cooled, the wolf hide can be soaked in this mixture, followed by vigorous rubbing until the brain matter completely saturates the pelt. This step is vital for ensuring the oils penetrate the fibers. However, Su-han lacked an abundance of animal brains, so he devised a method that combined the second and third approaches, integrating the wolf's brain, its fat, and the duck fat into a single concoction. In autumn, a wolf typically yields 4 to 10 kilograms of fat. Once rendered, this would suffice for tanning an entire hide. Without delay, Su-han surveyed his surroundings and resolved to utilize the leftover half-log from yesterday as a container. He first utilized an axe to carve a vast depression into the wood. Subsequently, he thoroughly shattered the wolf's skull, casting the brain matter into the hollow. Thereafter, Su-han turned to disassemble the wolf. He had no immediate need for the flesh. His sole desire was for the wolf's oil. Despite the wolf's emaciated appearance, it still harbored a considerable amount of fat within. Su-han rummaged through the wolf's abdomen and astonishingly extracted approximately 7 pounds of wolf oil. This abundance ensured he would not lack for materials for tanning. Half of this oil would be dedicated to the tanning process, while Su-han intended to reserve the other half for crafting an oil lamp once his dwelling was completed. With an oil lamp, undertaking handicrafts or reading at night would become significantly more convenient. After all, relying solely on a bonfire throughout the day would lead to excessive consumption of timber. Moreover, burning a fire indoors posed the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Su-han was determined not to meet his end in such a manner. Chapter 15. The concerns of the beautiful nation and roast duck due to the limitation of only having a single stainless steel pot. The process of refining oil proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf oil simmered, Suhan hefted an axe and made his way towards the birch forest. With time pressing and tasks demanding, it was imperative to utilize every moment wisely to complete the shelter before the autumn rains arrived. Upon reaching the birch grove, Suhan meticulously surveyed the surroundings, reassured by the absence of any signs left by wild beasts before he commenced his work. He skillfully chopped the birch wood into 2.5 meters, an ideal height for the shelter. Too tall would compromise warmth, while too short would induce a sense of confinement. 2.5 meters was just right. After felling 10 logs, Suhan prepared to head back home. Hey brothers, today marks the official construction of our refuge. I hope to have it topped by evening. In less than 10 minutes, Suhan returned to the shelter, carrying the birch logs. He glanced at the wolf oil, now fully melted, and poured the entire pot's contents into a wooden trough. Next, he added another hefty lump of wolf oil into the pot, which emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the raw oil. While the oil was refining, Suhan hurriedly rekindled the fire pit that had been extinguished the previous day, knowing he would need this bonfire for the wood preservation process. Wet wood requires time to burn completely, allowing him a moment to return to the birch forest for more timber. Felling trees, transporting logs, refining oil, and preserving wood, Suhan was a whirlwind of activity throughout the morning, his feet never pausing. Around midday, the wolf oil was fully processed, and all the logs had been transported. The intensity of his labor had left his stomach growling with hunger, necessitating a hearty reward. Suhan decided to roast the duck he had caught the day before. He plucked the feathers and removed the innards. Then, he threaded the duck onto a branch and used the bonfire to singe off any remaining down. After this step, he stuffed the duck's cavity with the remaining mushrooms to enhance the flavor, ensuring the dish would not be bland. Once the duck's belly was filled with mushrooms, he took clean plant leaves and wrapped the duck in layers, finally encasing it in mud for a second layer. With the duck buried in the smoldering coals, all that remained was to let time work its magic. During this interlude, Suhan prepared himself a cup of rose tea, its delicate aroma dispersing the fatigue from his body. After about half an hour, he estimated the duck should be ready and stood to retrieve it from the embers. The hardened mud shell was nearly impenetrable, requiring him to use his axe to crack it open. With a decisive swing, the shell split in two, releasing an enticing aroma of meat. Oh, how fragrant! The moment he detected the duck's tantalizing scent, Suhan hastened his actions. As he peeled away the final layers of leaves, a steaming duck emerged, its skin tender and fragrant. With a mere twist of his hand, a leg detached effortlessly. He took a hearty bite, juices splattering all over his hands. The audience in the live stream happened to be dining as well. Su-shun, you're torturing us again. Just look at how delicious that duck must be. The juices are spilling out. Why did I decide to tune in at this moment? Mom, I need a phone that can smell. The chat was abuzz with excitement. However, Suhan paid little mind to the chatter. The busy morning had left him ravenous. One single duck was hardly sufficient. In less than 5 minutes, the duck was devoured entirely. Wiping his mouth, he reached for the boiled duck eggs nearby and continued to indulge, consuming 7 in total before finally feeling satisfied. With a contented burp, he declared, "That's enough for now. I'll feast on wolf meat tonight." Having replenished his energy, it was time to attend to subsequent tasks. Suhan looked skyward and addressed his audience. Dear fans, the upcoming scenes may be somewhat bloody or even grotesque. I recommend younger viewers avert their eyes. With that, he approached the wooden trough, ready to tan the wolf's skin. Tossing the hide into the trough, Suhan began to knead it. The wolf's brain, mixed with oil, was crushed into a paste, which then clung to the skin. Scrub, scrub, scrub. He hummed a tune while working. At that moment, the system activated, imparting upon him the skill of tanning. Tanning. The higher the level, the simpler and more efficient the processing of animal hides becomes. Kneading, soaking, stretching. Under Suhan's diligent efforts, the oil permeated every inch of the wolf's skin. The hide, which had begun to stiffen, gradually softened. After 10 minutes, then 20, the entire process lasted a full half hour before the skin had absorbed all the wolf oil. The second stage of tanning was complete. Next came the softening and drying phase, which was considerably easier. He hung the hide in a well-ventilated area, allowing it to dry to a semi-damp state. With a bit of daily kneading and friction, within 3 weeks, the wolf skin would be ready for use. In the live stream, viewers engaged in discussions about the tanning process. Many had never even heard of it before, Without Professor Li Qing's live commentary, they would find it hard to believe that tanning animal hides was so intricate. I truly want to ask our contestant if there is anything he cannot do. Many viewers may not realize the significance of tanning animal hides. It is autumn now, and temperatures remain bearable for our contestants. However, if winter arrives without proper clothing for warmth, not only will hunting be impossible, but even daily foraging for resources will prove challenging. Although our contestant has only acquired one wolf hide, he can utilize it to craft half a pair of trousers or a pair of shoes and wolfskin gloves. Contemplate the scene. As the frigid winds howl outside, our competitors don the warmth of wolfskin boots, an unparalleled comfort indeed. Yet, should one lack the skills of leathercraft? Alas, even the most successful hunts yield naught but disappointment. This sentiment resonated with the audience, igniting their enthusiasm. Winter will inevitably arrive, yet the prospect of crafting a complete set of fur garments in advance is truly formidable. Meanwhile, tactical departments from other nations marvel at the formidable prowess of Su Han. The beautiful nation wonders if there exists a method to eliminate this contender, should he continue to flourish. Dongda may ascend as the preeminent power of the New World. Regrettably, esteemed leader, our competitors remain elusive, and we are unable to ascertain the whereabouts of this contestant from Longhua, lamented the head of the intelligence department. The survival game has only just commenced, with participants scattered far and wide. Assassination? A mere fantasy. To date, no competitors have crossed paths. Chapter 16. The initial completion of the bunker shelter having finished tanning the wolf hide, Su Han did not immediately seek something to hang it on. Instead, he rose to bear the firewood he had prepared and commenced the construction of his dwelling. He inserted the timber into the foundation, securing it thoroughly with his axe before proceeding to the second piece. Before Su Han could make further progress, the system's prompt resonated once more. He had acquired a new construction skill. Skill effect. When constructing any building, it reduces stamina consumption by 5% and the probability of errors, while enhancing construction efficiency. Su Han smiled upon reviewing the skill's effect. The system indeed proved to be invaluable, as even at the initial level it lowered stamina expenditure. It seemed he would save some energy today. In less than half an hour, a rudimentary wooden wall was completed. More than half of it was embedded in the pit, with only a meter of its height visible above ground. Satisfied, Su Han nodded and proceeded to erect the remaining 3 walls. At 3 in the afternoon, all 4 walls stood completed. The construction skill level reached level 5, with the current effect allowing for a 10% reduction in stamina and a 20% increase in work efficiency. However, the efficiency displayed had already left the viewers in the live stream in awe. What? Constructing a shelter? Is this simple? Wow, a bunker-like structure has emerged already. Su Shen truly never exaggerates. 666. While the Yi is still searching for a cave, we are on the verge of moving into our bunker. The gap is astonishing. A cave? How laughable. Even if one is found, it could never compare to our luxurious abode. A sudden sense of, I could do that too, washed over them. After a brief respite, Su Han began to construct the roof. Considering the potential for rain and snow, a triangular framework would be the optimal choice. However, lacking the necessary tools, the most suitable option for him was a single sloped roof. Firstly, the craftsmanship of a single sloped roof is straightforward. It merely requires a row of timber arranged from east to west. The slope is even simpler, gradually lowering it from the sun-facing wall until it forms a small incline. Secondly, a single sloped roof significantly reduces the amount of waterproofing materials needed. Unlike a gabled roof, which not only consumes more materials but also entails a considerable installation effort. Having settled on this plan in his mind, Su Han began to bare the timber for planning. He first placed the wood outside the walls, then used charcoal to sketch a diagonal line on the wall. Next, he took his axe to repair the wall, ensuring stability. The entire roof was constructed using a mortise and tenon structure, which would secure it even during strong winds. Standing at the edge of the wall, Su Han wielded his axe under the assistance of his high-level carpentry skill. In less than half an hour, the position for the first beam was ready. He lifted the timber and pressed it down onto the protruding area. With a satisfying thud, the beam was precisely fixed to the wall. Success! Su Han tested it by shaking it slightly. The secured beam did not budge. With this experience, he had a clear understanding of the process. As more beams were secured to the walls, the initial form of the roof gradually took shape. When the final beam was fixed, the live stream room erupted in cheers. Wow! He really completed it in a single day. Truly impressive, Su Shen. I want to give you a child. The The carpentry skills I just witnessed have left me dumbfounded. How does Sushin manage to accomplish everything with just an axe? Where are the Maoyong dogs? Aren't you fond of praising foreigners? Where are you? Indeed, look at this magnificent shelter. Why aren't you calling them? As the sun set, Suhan stood with his hands on his hips, facing the wind. Gazing at the shelter he had built with his own hands, a swell of pride filled him. Behold, with only an axe, he had erected such a fine house. This was to be his future home. After indulging in a moment of foolish laughter, Suhan recalled that the floor still needed to be laid. However, there was no rush, as he had plans to construct a northern heated platform inside. Yes, you heard correctly, a heated platform. This is a common heating facility in rural northern areas. Otherwise, when the long winter arrives, this rudimentary bunker would not suffice. Yet with the heated platform, the pressure would be alleviated. With the floor not requiring immediate attention, he pondered the entrance. Suhan contemplated the necessity of creating a step, which would not only facilitate water drainage, but also ease entry and exit. Otherwise, during rainy weather, the entrance would be muddied and inconvenient. Additionally, it could potentially draw water into the shelter. What could he use for the step? Wood was an option, but it could become slippery when wet. Perhaps a stone step would be better? Suddenly, Suhan remembered that there was a river to the west of the lakeside. Given the presence of a river in such a mountainous region, there would undoubtedly be an abundance of stones and pebbles. Both of these materials would prove useful. Stones could be used for the ground or as steps, while pebbles could be laid around the perimeter. As he gazed at the dimming sky and heard distant roars, Suhan ultimately decided against venturing out. After 3 consecutive days of intense labor, his body was weary. It was best to rest early today. Suhan picked up his axe and made a few gestures at the entrance, beginning the final touches, constructing a door and a simple ladder. As the sun gradually descended, he sat by the campfire, working on the ladder in his hands. Although there were no nails, the mortise and tenon structure proved more stable than nails. At that moment, a gentle evening breeze swept by. Feeling the coolness in the air, Suhan realized that it had grown dark around him. Night falls swiftly. He stood with the ladder and placed it inside the house. Next came the assembly of the front door, which was a trivial task for a level 10 carpenter. A few wooden boards, combined with the mortise and tenon structure, completed a simple wooden door. Thus, the bunker shelter was initially completed. Suhan brought a torch into the house, followed by the straw and supplies. Certainly, it also included the remnants of wolf meat. As for the wolf pelt, it was suspended from the beams with fishing line. For dinner, there were some duck eggs and a wolf leg. This marked his inaugural experience with wolf meat. How can one describe the flavor? It was somewhat gamey and rather tough, yet still edible. Once he had feasted to his satisfaction, Suhan relocated the fire pit inside the shelter to avert the threat of rain during the night. As for ventilation, he had left the main door ajar, ensuring excellent air circulation and eliminating any concerns about carbon monoxide poisoning. Initially, Suhan intended to read for a while longer, but as soon as he reclined, his eyelids began to droop. In less than a minute, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. This night, Suhan enjoyed a remarkably tranquil sleep. However, the other contestants were not as fortunate, for a fierce wind began to howl in the middle of the night. For those without a shelter, it was a calamity, while those nestled within the cave found themselves relatively untroubled. Chapter 17. The system task requiring continuous attendance. At this moment, we observe the perspective of the contestant from the land of pickled vegetables, Park Duandiao. The relentless torment of recent days has driven him to the brink of despair. He now finds himself cursing vehemently. Why must I participate in this wretched game of national fortune? I do not wish to be here. Mother, woo-woo. The pangs of hunger and the biting cold, compounded by the absence of care and flattery, leave him yearning for an escape from this hell. Park Duandiao vows never to seek out a hen again. Indeed, though he possesses merely 3 seconds, those seconds stretch endlessly. From the perspective of the land of cherry blossoms, contestant Lu Maotu has finally gathered branches and an abundance of fallen leaves to construct a makeshift doghouse-like shelter. He had hoped to rest securely through the night, but the fierce winds obliterate his efforts. Leaves are swept away, and branches, instead of providing shelter, come crashing down upon him. Ow! Accompanied by a faint cry of despair, Lu Maotu's temporary refuge meets its demise, leaving him with injuries to his face. From the viewpoint of the Maple Leaf Country contestant, Carrie is deep in slumber, oblivious to the fact that the strong winds have spread the fire he had so painstakingly kindled. By the time he awakens, not only is his tent ablaze, but all his survival supplies have been consumed by the flames. Oh shit! God, Why must you treat me this way? Carrie awakens to the sight of roaring flames, engulfed in utter hopelessness. It is all over. Everything is lost, his tent, lighter, and blankets. Damn it. I had such a fortunate start. How could this happen? Carrie rushes forward, attempting to salvage what remains. But the wind only fuels the fire, and the ground is littered with leaves. Ultimately, he can do nothing but watch helplessly as his supplies are reduced to ashes. Inside the Maple Leaf Country's live broadcast room, countless viewers weep in despair. At that moment, the official host, Susan, receives good news from the director. Dear viewers, please do not be overly sorrowful. The national leader has just decided to utilize National Fortune to assist the contestants in overcoming this crisis. It is then that people recall it is already the fourth day, and they are able to use National Fortune to aid the contestants. Although this will cost 5 points of National Fortune, if Carrie were to perish, it would result in a loss of a full 20 points. The Maple Leaf Country had only 70 points remaining, diminished to 50 following the death of a contestant yesterday. Should they incur another 20-point loss, the entire nation would be in peril. The arrival of National Fortune could lead to dire conditions domestically. Just as Carrie is on the verge of tears, the notification for National Fortune assistance sounds in his ears. Ding! Contestant Carrie, your country sacrifices 5 points of National Fortune to restore the novice items you have lost. Notice, the current National Fortune of Maple Leaf Country is 45 points. With a flash of light, all of Carrie's lost items return. Gazing upon the familiar items, Carrie leaps with excitement. Yes, thank you so much. I swear, this time I will live well in this world. In the live broadcast room, viewers express their criticisms. You had better remember this. How could you squander such a promising start? Use your brain. When lighting a fire, you must clear the surrounding leaves in advance. Even without strong winds, there is a risk of starting a wildfire. This fool doesn't even know this basic common sense. Compared to the contestants from the Dragon Country, our contestants appear utterly incompetent. What can we do about it? Become slaves in the Dragon Country? Well, it's not an impossible consideration. The contestant from Dragon Country is exceptionally strong. You may not realize, but he built an extravagant wooden shelter in just 2 days and even hunted a wolf. Bro, going over there now? You'll have to wait in line for that. I've already discussed with my family. We plan to emigrate tomorrow. This is not an exaggeration. The strength displayed by the contestant from the Dragon Country is overwhelming. Hunting, woodworking, constructing shelters. Having such a formidable contestant makes the prosperity of the Dragon Country almost palpable. Although emigrating now means starting from scratch, it is certainly preferable to remaining in the aimless Maple Leaf Country. Until dawn, the raging winds gradually abate. After enduring a night of torment, the contestants come to a consensus that they must establish warm shelters as soon as possible. Otherwise, should they encounter similar weather again, their lives might be at risk. Meanwhile, Suhan finds himself in a far more comfortable situation, free from the pressure of shelter construction and without worries of food. He sleeps soundly until 9 in the morning. Rising from the haystack, Suhan stretches and gazes outside. The morning light is particularly piercing, showing no signs of impending rain. Yet, the behavior of the plants does not deceive. Even on this bright day, a rainstorm is imminent. Thus, today's task is to ensure the roof is waterproofed. This is of utmost importance. Stepping out of the shelter, he washes away the remnants of sleep with lake water. Suhan begins to exercise, chanting a rhythm as he engages in stretching. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Indeed, he is performing the well-known 8th set of calisthenics. Since the system can recognize any action as a skill, what effects might morning exercises yield? Suhan is filled with anticipation. Soon, the system responds. Ding! Detection of host warming up through exercise. Congratulations, you have learned the skill of exercise. Exercise enhances muscle strength, improves cardiovascular function, and increases joint flexibility. Furthermore, the higher the skill level, the stronger the host's physical attributes become. Note, continuous exercise will grant additional experience points. If you maintain a daily routine for a week, your physical attributes will see a slight enhancement. If you persist for a month, a significant boost to your physical attributes will be awarded. Please note that the duration of daily exercise should not be less than half an hour. Otherwise, the attendance will be invalid. To his surprise, a task was triggered, and continuous attendance could even enhance physical fitness. Suhan felt a slight astonishment. He had not anticipated such versatility in skills. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite logical. Consistently engaging in physical activity would indeed yield the effects described by the system, albeit his skills had no apparent limits. Speaking of which, if his physical constitution were to continuously improve, could he potentially shatter a cow with a single punch? Su-han could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Nevertheless, upon further thought, he truly underestimated his own golden opportunity. Moving forward, he must explore its functionalities more thoroughly. Given that exercise could enhance his physique, what might occur if he were to study martial arts? Naturally, Su-han was not versed in martial arts. Yet, he recalled that surviving for 3 days in the wilds would allow him to expend national fortune to communicate briefly with the upper echelons of the Long Kingdom. Did this imply he could glean the secrets of martial arts from the machinery of the state? This world lacked any conventional martial arts. But surely disciplines such as Yong Chun Quan and Jeet Kune Do must exist. Su-han did not need to master them entirely. Learning just a few techniques would suffice, and the system would automatically acknowledge his acquisition of the martial arts skill. At that point, with diligent practice, he could easily handle ordinary wild beasts, and even if he encountered other competitors, he would be able to dispatch them with ease. Chapter 18. Continuously discovering 2 types of resources within the live stream. The audience watched Su-han's actions and erupted into laughter. The 8th set of gymnastics? Su-shun, are you trying to evoke our school memories? Huh. When it comes to entertaining antics, Su-shun reigns supreme. It's so comfortable to watch you dance without any background music. 666. Those wretched memories flood back. To be honest, Su-shun's dancing is quite standard. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the notification of task completion, Su-han ceased his movements and turned to prepare a meal. Breakfast consisted of wolf leg meat and duck eggs. It is often said that humans are quite difficult to please. When one cannot indulge in meat, they yearn for it daily. However, after 3 consecutive days of consuming meat, Su-han found himself struggling to swallow the wolf meat before him. How he wished for some pickled vegetables or chili at that moment. His dining habits were rather ordinary. 2 sesame cakes or a bowl of rice noodles accompanied by a bit of pickled vegetables sufficed. Although it appeared greasy, the thought of needing to waterproof the roof today compelled Su-han to swallow the meat. After wiping his mouth with his hand, he tended to the campfire and prepared to waterproof the roof. With no tar paper, cement, or bricks available, the best waterproofing material was tree bark. They resembled tiles, and with enough mud and some additional methods, they could withstand all but the most torrential rains. Su-han picked up a wooden shovel and dug a pit in the ground, mixing in dry grass to enhance the reinforcement effect. After preparing the mud, he proceeded to apply the first layer, for without it, the bark would easily fall off. Using the mixed mud, Su-han tossed it directly onto the roof, then carefully scraped it down with a wooden board. The first layer of mud was completed. The live stream audience was left in awe. There's this kind of operation. Su-shun, what do you do for a living? How can you be so skilled at masonry? This demonstration has left me speechless. I was just wondering if applying it layer by layer would result in unevenness. Yet you managed to do it this way. Su-shun has showcased the importance of tools. While the mud was still moist, Su-han hurriedly hung the shaved birch bark. Thanks to his careful selection of similarly sized wood, the bark pieces were roughly uniform in size. Had there been a mix of large and small pieces, it would have affected the aesthetic and potentially created large gaps. In windy conditions, the entire roof could easily be flipped. But uniformity mitigated that risk. One could refer to rural brick tile houses for comparison. Su-han took an axe and cut the birch bark into 30-centimeter strips, layering them from the bottom up until the entire roof was covered in a grayish-white birch bark. This marked the completion of the second step in waterproofing. However, that alone was insufficient. Bark, being bark, is prone to cracking under the sun and wind. Thus, Su-han decided to apply another layer of mud followed by a second layer of bark. This served as a double insurance for the roof. Even if the upper layer cracked, the waterproofing effect beneath would remain intact. With the 2 layers of waterproofing completed, Su-han took a few sips of cool tea and turned to wrap up. Unlike tiles, bark is lightweight and can easily make noise in the wind, even with the mud adhering. A second reinforcement was necessary before it could be utilized. This time, he opted to lay a row of bark horizontally, sealing it with mud, and finally placing a heavy object on top for added stability. It was indeed a more secure method. He could also use wooden sticks and hemp rope for additional reinforcement, but due to time constraints in gathering materials, those tasks would have to wait. Thinking of all the remaining tasks ahead, Su-han couldn't help but exclaim. The uses of hemp rope are indeed extensive. Mending clothes, crafting storage tools, securing furniture, replacing fishing lines, and even serving as a wick for oil lamps, as previously mentioned. It could also be used to create stone spears and hunting traps, with the only difference being the thickness of the rope. As the roof waterproofing was completed, the afternoon had arrived. Suhan quickly ate something simple, and then picked up his backpack, hastily making his way towards the riverside on the western shore of the lake. Since midday, the sky had gradually been enveloped by clouds. He intended to gather some stones or resources before the rain fell and to explore the area for usable materials. As he walked, Suhan scanned his surroundings, anxious not to miss any available resources. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to some plants resembling wild grass. They stood about 20 centimeters tall, with numerous stems like wild grass, and the center of their root system was adorned with countless wilted flowers. Wild onions? Suhan exclaimed, rushing forward. There was no mistaking it. This vast expanse of plants was indeed wild onions. The audience in the live stream displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. As a citizen of the Long Kingdom, onions held immense significance. They not only dispel odors, but also serve as vital spices. What? Finding such a large patch of wild onions right after stepping outside? Wow, Su-shun, you've struck gold. Goodness, we finally have a new spice. Heavens, with such a large patch of wild onions, if we prepare white-cut chicken with onion sauce, it would be utterly delectable. Congratulations to Su-shun, congratulations. In the stream, Suhan carefully plucked the flower buds from the wild onions, for the seeds within them could yield new onions. He did not waste the wild onions on the ground either, using his wooden shovel to collect them along with the soil and placing them in his backpack. He would transplant them at his doorstep later, making it easy to access onions in the future. During the harvesting process, Suhan triggered a national fortune return, with a total of 100,000 wild onions returned to the Long Kingdom. The audience in the live stream went completely wild. Here they come again. We will have onions to eat in the future. Gratitude to Su-shun, how delightful. 100,000 wild scallions, along with an abundance of wild scallion seeds. I adore you, Su-shun. How impressive. The rewards have been triggered once again. At this rate, within a year, our Longwa shall ascend to become the most formidable nation of the new era. As we say, whenever Su-shun ventures outside, surprises are sure to follow. Although I am not particularly fond of scallions, my heart is filled with joy. Suhan transported the wild scallions to the shelter in 6 batches, planning to plant them later in the evening when he would have the time. He then resumed his journey. However, after walking a short distance, he stumbled upon more useful resources. This time, it was wild mint flourishing near the lakeside. Had I known the western region was so bountiful, I would have arrived here on the very first day. Suhan picked up a wooden shovel, ready to replicate his previous work. Yet, as he began, a chill breeze swept in from the distance. This is not good. Rain is imminent. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Suhan, prompting him to hasten his digging. However, before he could return to the shelter, large raindrops began to pour from the sky. The rain fell with great intensity, and in the blink of an eye, it escalated. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Suhan managed to reach home just before his clothes became soaked through. Chapter 19, Crafting the 8 Immortals Table. The rain poured down increasingly heavier. The British contestant, Bai Yi, curled up in a tree hollow, gazing at the torrential downpour with a look of utter helplessness. Initially, he had intended to utilize the day to construct a rudimentary shelter for warmth. However, just as he had gathered a pile of branches, he was met with a deluge. Truly, it was a stroke of misfortune. Now, he could only hope the rain would cease soon. Otherwise, he would face starvation once again. Throughout the morning, Bai Yi had consumed only a meager amount of wild fruits, which, while barely satiating, provided negligible caloric value. From the perspective of the Sakura Nation contestant, Lu Mao too, he gazed at the torrential rain, unable to restrain his furious exclamations. Baka, why must you torment me, a descendant of the great Amaterasu? I shall bring you to ruin. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning struck a nearby grove. The once arrogant little demon suddenly adopted a posture of abject submission, fervently bowing on the ground. Summa Mason. Oh heavens, I should not have cursed you. Please forgive this lowly fool's error. I beg of you. Inside the diminutive cave, the little demon continued to bow in fright, fearing that the heavens might direct their wrath upon him. In the live broadcast, countless viewers from the Dragon Nation erupted in laughter. Ha ha, I told you, there would surely be entertainment here. Just look at this green-hatted fellow's sudden shift from arrogance to submission. It is simply too amusing. Indeed, For lively antics, one must come here. The broadcasts of Su Shun are far too steady. One can only glean skills from his streams. For a good laugh, one must explore other contestants. However, in stark contrast to Lu Maotu's fortunate discovery of a cave, another contestant from the Sakura Nation faced dire circumstances. He had planned to use tree bark for shelter from the rain, but a fierce gust of wind not only sent the bark flying, but also soaked the matches he had placed atop his head. Faced with such a disastrous turn of events, this contestant was utterly devastated. The loss of his matches equated to the complete inability to start a fire, leaving him in a precarious situation. Viewers from the Dragon Nation sighed and shook their heads in dismay. It seemed this was the limit of his capabilities. Indeed, what could one expect from a comic book enthusiast? Yet, it would be remiss not to intervene. After all, losing a contestant would cost 20 points in national fortune. Although it was said, one cannot sacrifice national fortune for the sake of a mere box of matches. In the conference room of the Sakura Nation, the leader slammed his fist on the table in frustration upon witnessing this scene. Baka, this fool cannot even devise a better method for sheltering from the rain. Now that the matches are gone, how will he survive? The official beside him quickly knelt an apology. Yet, an elder interjected, "This is not the time for anger. My lord, we must assist our contestant in overcoming this crisis. If the rain lasts only an hour, it is manageable, but if it continues for 3 hours or more, there is a risk of hypothermia. Perhaps we should consider sacrificing national fortune to help him?" "You are right. This is not the time for anger. The wasteful Bodo is already lost. If we lose another contestant, our Sakura Nation will be in grave danger." "Very well, let us sacrifice national fortune." The leader of the Sakura Nation was not particularly optimistic about this contestant. However, failing to assist would directly result in a loss of 20 points in national fortune, which he could not abide. Yet, it was unacceptable to squander national fortune without ensuring the contestant would strive for the nation's glory. Moments later, the drenched Sakura Nation contestant, Chia, received assistance from national fortune. He was transported to a nearby cave, and the matches he had lost returned to his possession. "Buzz, your nation has sacrificed national fortune to assist you and has activated a limited-time communication." Moments later, an elderly figure appeared before Chia. The two exchanged glances. The leader of the Sakura Nation cleared his throat and said, "Chia-kun, we have sacrificed national fortune to help you through this crisis. We hope you can use this cave as a stronghold and contribute to our great Sakura Nation." "Yes, my lord, I understand," Chia exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply. The leader of the Sakura Nation nodded in satisfaction and continued, "We have already squandered our support opportunities this month. I hope you do not disappoint our expectations. By the way, your sister has already been taken to the Kyoto shelter. You would not want to let her down, would you?" Chia paused momentarily, then his expression shifted dramatically. He grasped the implication of the leader's words. If he failed to strive for survival, his sister would undoubtedly suffer unimaginable torment. Thus, Chia quickly vowed to do his utmost. However, once the communication ended, a curious, enigmatic smile flickered across Chia's face. The audience from the Dragon Nation was left in confusion. Did he just smile? How could he smile when his own sister was being threatened? "You must have misinterpreted that, brother." "No, I captured a screenshot. He truly smiled." "Then I surmise he must be smiling from relief after a near escape." The crowd engaged in lively debate, yet they could not arrive at a conclusion. Little did they know, Chia was intentionally squandering the Sakura Nation's national fortune as he plotted a grand scheme. Meanwhile, Suhan sat comfortably by the campfire, unaffected by the rain outside, diligently crafting with his axe. In such weather, venturing outdoors was ill-advised. Thus, Suhan contemplated constructing a set of tables and chairs. Fortunately, there were still some birch trees available. When joined together, they could form a table. He split the birch wood down the middle, then divided one half into two, resulting in 4 wooden planks. The 2 pieces of wood fit together perfectly to create a tabletop. Next, Suhan set to work, grooving the sides and back of the planks. The viewers in the live broadcast gradually began to discern the unfolding situation. Is Su Shun crafting an 8 immortals table? Close enough, but given the materials, it appears to be a simplified version of the 8 immortals table. Every time I witness Su Shun engaged in carpentry, I cannot help but exclaim in admiration at the remarkable dexterity of his hands. The grooves he carves are astonishingly precise. Once he completed the grooving of 4 wooden boards, Suhan seamlessly joined them together. It is undeniable that the efficacy of his level 12 carpentry skill is formidable. The mortise and tenon joints he crafted fit together with impeccable precision. Apart from the natural gaps present in the birch wood, the pieces are now firmly united. With the tabletop finished, what remained was rather straightforward. Suhan smiled gently as he lifted the 4 pieces of wood and skillfully cleaved them into 60-centimeter lengths. These would serve as the table legs. However, it would not suffice to simply insert them into the ground, for additional securing boards were necessary to ensure stability. An hour later, through Suhan's meticulous craftsmanship, a birchwood square table emerged before the audience. Furthermore, his carpentry skill advanced to level 13, enhancing his woodworking proficiency significantly. Upon entering a state of concentration, his work efficiency will increase by 20%. Chapter 20. Without comparison, there is no disparity. Once the table was completed, Suhan tirelessly used the remaining wood to craft a chair for himself. In stark contrast to the expansive wooden table, he fashioned the chair in merely 20 minutes. This astonishing efficiency left onlookers utterly astounded. What? Our country's contestants are still seeking shelter from the rain, while here, furniture has already been constructed? Is this truly a game? Oh goodness. Has the contestant from Longhua obtained an unfair advantage? Dear God, could you allow this contestant to assist our players? Wait a moment. This place is a sanctuary. Am I mistaken? It's only the 4th day, and when did he manage to build a sanctuary? Is the national survival game bestowing him with such fortuitous luck? In the face of the foreigner's bewilderment, the audience from Longhua erupted in laughter. Are you startled? We have a saying, sometimes the disparity between people is even greater than that between man and dog. Assist you? Get lost. You should reflect on what you truly are. When we were battling, it was you foreign devils who took the most, and you still haven't returned our cultural relics. What of the 4th day? Our contestant is simply that formidable. While you over there are still starving, we have already feasted on pine chicken. Is it not entirely reasonable to acknowledge the disparity? At this moment, an increasing number of foreigners began broadcasting the scenes of Suhan's progress back to their homeland. Consequently, the viewership in the live stream experienced a terrifying surge, skyrocketing from 300 million to 1 billion in an instant. Moreover, this number continued to rise. Within the frame, Suhan, having completed his table and chair, could not resist taking a seat to savor the experience. Although the chair's backrest and surface were still somewhat rough, the sensation of sitting upon it was undeniably comfortable. The craftsmanship was commendable, though it was a tad uncomfortable. Once I acquire some animal hide for cushioning, it will be perfect. Foreigners overhearing Suhan's musings were tempted to mock him, but upon noticing the wolf pelt hanging nearby, they promptly fell silent. This individual had indeed hunted a wolf. Thus, acquiring another pelt was no trivial matter. At that moment, the flower tea was also ready. This was the last serving. From here on out, if he wished to drink it again, he would have to venture out to forage. Suhan placed the steaming tea on the table, sipping the wild rose tea while immersing himself in the knowledge contained within the encyclopedia. His leisurely and composed demeanor was profoundly impactful. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no disparity. Other contestants were either enduring hunger for days on end or lacking even a place to seek refuge, appearing as disheveled as wild men. I initially believed that Bai Yi had exerted significant effort, but in comparison to this contestant, he seemed nothing short of a clown. Indeed, De Yi is my idol. Throughout these 4 days, he accomplished many tasks, including hunting, creating fire by friction, and filtering fresh water. However, when juxtaposed with this contestant, the disparity was simply immense. It was as if they belonged to different eras of humanity. No wonder Suhan was capable of hunting a wolf. He truly is formidable. I have heard that many individuals from Longhua have immigrated to the British Isles. I wonder if they now regret their decision. At this moment, in the British Isles, within the slave quarters, countless immigrants, eager to adopt foreign customs, were crammed into filthy corners watching the live stream. The last line of the comments was initially inconspicuous, yet the director intentionally magnified it and embellished it with a golden effect. The immigrants, who were already filled with regret upon seeing this comment, erupted as if they had been stepped on. Damn it, why magnify it? I can see clearly. Regret? I came to the British Isles and wouldn't regret it for a moment. Damn it. The air here is so fresh, you backward fools, how audacious. However, before they could finish their tirade, others gathered around. Damn it, Wang Kuan. It's all your fault for claiming that the British contestants are exceptional. I brought my family all the way here, and this is the result? 4 days in, and he hasn't even built a home. Indeed, if I hadn't listened to Wang Kuan's nonsense, I could be enjoying pine chicken and even roast duck by now. Confronted with the crowd's accusations, Wang Kuan was also cursing internally. It had been agreed that once immigration concluded, these foreign devils would grant him an official position, yet no news had emerged. Damn it, what a scam. As the saying goes, a cold autumn rain heralds the arrival of winter. This rain marked the beginning of the impending winter. Those contestants who had yet to construct their shelters, after enduring the torment of the autumn rain, swore to themselves that once the rain ceased, they would immediately erect shelters. The following day dawned bright and clear. Su Han emerged from the sanctuary, meticulously inspecting every corner of the roof. Although there were occasional instances of water seeping through the first layer, the second layer of bark had effectively resolved this issue. It seemed the waterproofing matter had been addressed. Next, he needed to reinforce it further to ensure complete peace of mind. Returning to the sanctuary, Su Han transplanted all the wild scallions he had foraged the previous day to the entrance. As for the mint, it was better left alone. It would wither in the cold, so he planted it in a corner of the sanctuary. It would serve well for tea brewing. After a flurry of activity, the wolf meat inside was nearly ready. Su Han lifted the pot lid, and a wave of aromatic steam infused with the fragrance of scallions wafted toward him. Ah, what an exquisite aroma! Having added spices, the flavor was unmistakably superior. Just the day before, he had found it somewhat rich, but today, the addition of wild scallions transformed it entirely. Su Han extracted a piece of meat from the pot for display. The wolf meat was adorned with a layer of scallion shreds, making it irresistibly appetizing. Meanwhile, the broth within had thickened to a milky white due to prolonged simmering. In the live stream, viewers were thoroughly tempted. Meanwhile, Bing quietly inquired, "Professor, have you noticed that our contestant seems to have gained weight?" Li Cheng paused in surprise. "Really?" He then turned his gaze towards Su Han. Indeed, the young man appeared slightly rounder. Clearing his throat, "Well, he is living well, being served wolf meat at every meal. It is only natural for him to appear more robust." The audience erupted in laughter at this observation. Indeed, since Su Han entered the Manhuang realm, he has scarcely gone a day without indulging in meat. On the rare occasions when he abstains from meat, he finds solace in duck eggs. Such a life is truly bountiful. It is worth noting that those within the shelter are still subsisting on gruel. With the addition of wild leeks, Su Han finds his meal increasingly delectable. He has already devised a plan. After satisfying his hunger, he will venture out to gather supplies. The food reserves at home have dwindled to nearly nothing. Although there is an abundance of wolf meat, it cannot be preserved indefinitely. As for the duck eggs, he has long since consumed them all. With winter yet to arrive, he believes there may still be some to forage among the grass. Su Han contemplates his itinerary for the day. In the morning, he intends to head east in search of duck eggs and mushrooms. Following the recent rain, many fungi will likely emerge from the earth, and to delay collecting them would be a waste. Once the ground dries a bit in the afternoon, he will continue his exploration along the western shore of the lake. Yesterday, Su Han discovered a multitude of plants through the encyclopedia. Although many of these plants appear peculiar, they can actually be utilized as spices and medicinal herbs. Chapter 21. What a spicy delight. Indeed, a great supplement. Hee hee. Arriving at the lakeside, the distant ducks emitted joyous sounds, likely engaged in foraging. Ah, they have all departed, leaving me undisturbed to pilfer their eggs. Su Han retracted his gaze with a smile and turned to search among the grass. After walking but a few steps, he locked eyes with a mother duck that was incubating her eggs. The two stared at each other, one large eye meeting a small one. The brown mother duck reacted swiftly, flapping her wings and emitting a piercing cry. Quack! In her fright, she abandoned her eggs and fled. However, Su Han was already prepared. How could he allow a duck to escape? Thinking of fleeing? Too late. With a swift motion, a stone the size of a chicken egg struck the mother duck's head with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in an instant kill. Approaching the fallen duck, Su Han chuckled with satisfaction. Level 16 in throwing skills, just a bit of banter. Last night, he devised a clever method to exploit a bug for experience points. He would sit in a corner, reading while tossing stones to practice his throwing. This way, he neither interrupted his reading nor wasted time collecting stones, achieving a dual purpose. After a whole night, his throwing skill successfully broke through to level 16. The current skill effects are a 45 hit rate within 15 meters, a 70 hit rate within 10 meters, and a 90 critical hit rate within 7 meters. In the live stream, fans had long since become accustomed to Su Han's remarkable throwing skills. However, the foreigners had never witnessed such prowess. Seeing it for the first time today, they were all taken aback. What? Is he cheating? What did he just do? I should have seen a stone, not a revolver. Did I just see a stone take down a duck? My heavens. In the scene, the mother duck's final cry startled other mother ducks in the nearby grass, prompting them to squawk and flee in all directions. Quick as a flash, Suhan retrieved a second stone and accurately struck another mother duck 7 meters away, delivering yet another critical hit. This scene left all the foreigners dumbfounded. The previous shot could have been chalked up to luck, but this second critical hit could only be attributed to a master marksman. Yet, Suhan was not inclined to let this flock of ducks escape. With winter approaching, these ducks were about to migrate to other areas, and if he did not catch a few, he might find himself without any to eat in a few days. Suhan tossed his backpack to the ground and charged towards the ducks. The ducks were quick, but he was equally swift. Quack, quack, quack. The mother ducks emitted heart-wrenching cries, with some faster ones already diving into the lake. However, those that lagged behind became Suhan's prey. Whoosh. Bang. Another critical hit. The third mother duck was his. Panting, Suhan picked up the duck, casting a helpless look at the flock as they continuously vanished beneath the water's surface. Capturing 3 ducks was already a considerable satisfaction for him. As he bent down to collect the duck, the notification sound for national survival echoed. He triggered the 10,000-fold return once more. Yet, since the ducks were deceased, the returned ducks were merely the recently departed mother ducks. The foreign spectators were filled with envy. It was only the 4th day, and Longhua had already amassed 10,000 ducks. Who wouldn't envy that? Suhan placed the mother ducks together and began to search for duck eggs. In no time, his backpack was brimming. Moreover, the 10,000-fold return triggered 3 consecutive times. This bounty of 30,000 duck eggs left the foreigners in stunned silence. They could not help but wonder what their own country's contestants were up to. While the competitors from Longhua had collected dozens of duck eggs, what were they accomplishing? Suhan stored the supplies in the shelter and then turned back. As expected, the wild ducks proved to be quite timid. Even after witnessing the egg thief's departure, they dared not return. Well, catching 3 ducks was sufficient for today. If he couldn't find any duck eggs later, he would head into the woods to gather mushrooms. Suhan withdrew his gaze and continued to explore the grassy area with a stick. The grass, still soaked from the rain, dripped with water droplets as he gently prodded it with his stick. In truth, he was not so much worried about getting wet as he was concerned about the possibility of other unwelcome guests lurking within the grass. Just as he pondered this, a colorful snake glimmered in the grass he had just disturbed. Wow, what a treasure from a blind box, an extraordinary spicy delight. Wait, this is actually a Wu Shi Hua Du Shi, a potent supplement. Brothers, this time I truly struck gold. In the official live stream, Bing Bing gazed at the 1-meter-long snake in fright, her face paling. Beside her, Li Cheng gasped in shock. Thankfully, their contestant was steady. Had it been a reckless foreigner, they would have met an explosive end upon merely attempting to touch it. Just as Li Cheng expected Suhan to retreat, he heard him excitedly exclaim something about a great supplement. No, my friend, are you truly so fearless? This is a venomous snake. Suhan was brimming with excitement, his mind racing with detailed information about the snake. The Wu Shi Hua Du Shi, a rare species in the wild realm, derived its name from the 5 distinct patterns of red, green, black, pink, and purple on its back. Its gallbladder possesses the power to enhance physical constitution and improve eyesight. Moreover, the snake's meat is tender and considered a delicacy. To encounter such a nourishing treasure, here was a stroke of incredible luck for Suhan. Taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed himself. Although the Wu Shi Hua Du Shi is a great supplement, its venom is perilously potent. Just 3 milligrams can kill a cow. Thus, capturing this extraordinary spicy delight required careful preparation. He slowly retreated until he reached the lakeside, promptly sharpening the stick he held with his axe. This stick would be crucial for capturing the Wu Shi Hua Du Shi. However, to be on the safe side, Suhan found another stick along the lakeshore as a backup, ensuring he had a means to defend himself should he miss his initial strike. With all preparations in place, he once again made his way toward that patch of grassland. This time, his pace was considerably slower. Step by step, Suhan gradually approached the venomous snake, soon arriving at the same spot as before, yet the 5-world flower snake remained motionless. This was good news. It would save him the trouble of searching for it later. Keep going. With his left hand, Suhan gently lifted the dry grass near the snake, wanting to locate its head. Otherwise, if he accidentally pierced the snake's gallbladder inside its belly, there would truly be no place to cry over it. The wooden stick lifted the dry grass, gradually revealing more of the snake's body. At that moment, a plump, rounded section of the snake's belly came into Su-han's view. A gleam of sharp insight flashed in his eyes, and he immediately realized why the snake lay so still. It was digesting the prey it had just consumed. It might even have been a nearby wild duck that was incubating its eggs. Su-han continued to push aside the remaining dry grass, and the moment he spotted the snake's head, the wooden spear in his right hand thrust forward in an instant. Chapter 22. The efficacy of the snake gall explodes with a swift motion. The wooden spear pierced through the serpent's head and firmly pinned it to the ground. A direct hit. Su-han immediately retreated. The critically wounded Wu-shi-hua venomous snake, despite having its head impaled, was still driven by reflexes to retaliate against its surroundings. Its vibrant, multicolored body writhed frantically, ultimately entangling itself around the wooden spear. However, no matter how fervently it struggled, the spear remained steadfastly unmoving. Gradually, the snake's resistance diminished. It was then that Su-han confirmed that his earlier strike had shattered its brain. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Finally, after a full 15 minutes, the Wu-shi-hua venomous snake lay utterly still. Cautiously, Su-han approached and used another wooden spear to gently prod the snake's body. The Wu-shi-hua venomous snake remained motionless. It appeared to be completely dead. Yet, to be prudent, Su-han refrained from touching the spear that pinned its head. Instead, he employed an axe to sever the area just below its head, at the critical point. With a single swing, the Wu-shi-hua venomous snake showed no response. Su-han gazed at his newfound treasure, delightfully picking it up. "Brothers, the plan has changed. Today at noon, we feast on snake meat." The moment he lifted the snake, a series of notifications from the National Fortune Survival System rang out. Notification: congratulations to the Longwa contestant for successfully slaying the exceedingly rare Wu-shi-hua venomous snake. As the first contestant to kill this rare species, you will receive a reward of 10 points in National Fortune. Notification: congratulations to the Longwa contestant for successfully slaying the exceedingly rare Wu-shi-hua venomous snake. As the first contestant to kill this rare species, you will receive a reward of 10 points in National Fortune. Notification: congratulations to the Longwa contestant for successfully slaying the exceedingly rare Wu-shi-hua venomous snake. As the first contestant to kill this rare species, you will receive a reward of 10 points in National Fortune. Detection indicates that Longwa contestant Su-han has hunted the exceedingly rare Wu-shi-hua venomous snake, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to Longwa for receiving 10,000 corpses of the Wu-shi-hua venomous snake. The preceding notifications were global announcements, while the latter detailed the rewards. Upon noting that the Wu-shi-hua venomous snake had triggered the return mechanism, Su-han began to explain its effects to his companions. You might wonder why I am so elated upon encountering this snake. The answer is quite simple. The Wu-shi-hua venomous snake contains 5 gallbladders. Consuming them can enhance one's physical capabilities and improve vision. At this revelation, all the audience members were left astounded. No wonder Su-han was so excited. This was no mere snake. It was a veritable super tonic. In the Longwa Tactical Research Room, upon hearing the effects of the gallbladders, the leader immediately issued a lockdown order. Summon the personnel. Ensure the gallbladders are secured. Understood. Within the various shelters, all the Wu-shi-hua venomous snakes were carefully monitored. These were strategic resources. If administered to soldiers, it would significantly enhance their combat capabilities. Arriving at the shelter's entrance, Su-han tossed the Wu-shi-hua onto the wooden platform and delicately used his axe to slice open its skin, gradually peeling it away like a sock, separating it from the flesh. In the wilderness, snake skin is a versatile material. With proper processing, it can yield a simple water container, a belt, and a storage pouch. Although the procedure is somewhat tedious, it posed no challenge for Su-han, who had reached slaughtering level 8. After approximately 20 minutes, a flawless piece of snake skin was obtained. Under the sunlight, the vividly colored snake skin captivated numerous onlookers. Simultaneously, it garnered admiration from countless domestic viewers. Incredible, Su-han. If Su-han dares to claim he is the second best in the wilderness, who would dare to assert they are the first? His hands were exceptionally steady. With merely an axe, he managed to peel the snake's skin so impeccably, it seemed almost like a divine skill. I pondered the true efficacy of the gallbladders. Would they grant superhuman abilities? Hey upstairs, wake up. The National Fortune Survival System won't bestow such tremendous benefits, at most. It might just enhance strength a bit. After completing the skinning, Suhan proceeded to remove the internal organs in search of the precious gallbladders. The tender snake meat was swiftly cleaved apart by the sharp axe blade, rolling to either side. As for the snake's blood, Suhan had already drained it prior to returning, as there was no container for storage, and bringing it back would merely be wasteful. Moments later, the first gallbladder came into view. It was roughly the size of a longan, presenting a dark red hue, beautiful and alluring like a gemstone. Suhan cut it free and swallowed it whole. Not bad, tasteless. The freshly killed snake was incredibly fresh, allowing for direct consumption. However, under normal circumstances, this was not advisable, as gallbladders typically contain a plethora of parasites. Yet the Wu Shi Hua venomous snack, however, this time fortune did not favor him. For a full hour, the grass was thoroughly trampled, yet he found no trace of any duck eggs. According to Suhan's understanding, mother ducks do not transport their eggs in their beaks like birds do. The only plausible explanation is that they were excessively frightened and completely abandoned their nest. This was indeed a regrettable situation. Suhan felt no anger. Since he could not find them, he resolved to cease his search and turned to venture into the adjacent woods. This was his timber harvesting area. After a heavy rain, an abundance of mushrooms had sprouted here. Among them were the delectable ginger mushrooms, sizable oyster mushrooms, and several mushrooms resembling the size of clams. All these varieties were edible. Suhan gathered them in the woods, and within a mere half hour, his backpack was filled to capacity. Although this harvest was quite fruitful, he felt a tinge of disappointment for not triggering the 10,000-fold return. Upon returning to his base, he unloaded the mushrooms and set out once more. He aimed to harvest as many mushrooms from the forest as possible. Otherwise, these fungi would quickly mature into an inedible state, nourished by the moisture. The saying like bamboo shoots after a spring rain aptly applies to mushrooms as well. If he did not collect them now, they would rot within 3 days at most. Before lunch, Suhan made 3 rounds back and forth, finally finishing the collection of mushrooms in the woods. He tossed some of the mushrooms that could not be stored into a pot to stew with snake meat, while those suitable for drying were laid out on the rooftop. Although the morning had been somewhat dim, it now radiated a summery warmth, with abundant sunshine perfect for drying mushrooms. At 12:40 p.m., just as Suhan was preparing to eat, a surge of intense warmth rose swiftly from his lower abdomen. Suhan let out a muffled groan. Countless beads of sweat rapidly emerged on his skin. In just a few breaths, he was drenched in perspiration. At that moment, he realized the effects of the snake gall had kicked in. Chapter 23, An unexpected discovery of wild rose hips. The internal heat grew increasingly intense, and the temperature on his body's surface rose rapidly. Suhan realized something was wrong. If he allowed the medicinal effects to take their course, it would be disastrous if his brain were to overheat. Thus, he removed his clothes and rushed toward the lake. With a splash, Suhan leaped from the high slope directly into the water. The lake, chilled by the recent rain, felt exceptionally icy, yet for him at that moment, it was as refreshing as a gift from heaven. Indeed, much more comfortable now. Suhan surfaced from the lake. The potency of the medicine continued to spread, shifting from his lower abdomen to his limbs. Hot. It was unbearably hot. Suhan felt as though his entire face must have turned crimson. And indeed, he was not mistaken. From the viewer's perspective, his cheeks were flushed with intense heat, resembling someone who had spent an hour in a sauna, fiery red and glowing. Goodness, the gall of the 5 generations flower venom snake, is this potent? Brother Su's complexion looks like it's over 38 degrees, maybe even 39. Is he really alright? Don't worry, buddy. Even a genuine high fever is fine as long as it doesn't last too long. Besides, Brother Su consumed the gall after consulting the encyclopedia. He'll be just fine. Brother Su is always cautious. I'm sure there's no issue. Suhan remained submerged in the lake for a full half hour before he felt the internal heat gradually dissipate. He slowly swam to the shallows, but as soon as his body emerged from the water, the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment. Previously, Suhan had some muscle definition, far from being slender or frail. Now, however, his muscles were sharply defined, and under the sunlight, they possessed a unique, captivating beauty. The female fans could hardly contain themselves. Wow, these muscles. Brother Su, can I touch them? They look absolutely incredible. Brother Su, I can knit with my mouth. Can I please touch your abs? Brother Su, I'm an electric hip motor. Let me feel those muscles. An electric hip motor? Please. I'm a super thunderstorm. I could smother someone. Let me handle this. In the official live stream, host Bing stared intently, her eyes fixed on the screen. She had never imagined that the muscles beneath Su-han's clothes could be so alluring. How she longed to touch them. Bing, have you noticed? Contestant Su-han's muscle definition has changed. Professor Lee, what do you mean? Look, this is a picture of contestant Su-han shirtless from the other day, and this is his current state. You can see his muscles have noticeably increased, but not in the bulky, protein powder-induced way. Bing snapped back to attention and quickly glanced at the tablet in Li Cheng's hands. Indeed, as he had said, Su-han's muscles had undergone a transformation. The slight belly he once had was now replaced by a defined six-pack. It's true, Professor. Could this be the effect of the 5 generations flower snake-esque gall? Bing grew increasingly astonished. If the gall possessed such remarkable properties, wouldn't T soldiers of the nation become super special forces if they consumed it? Li Cheng nodded. I believe so. Contestant Su-han's earlier fever was likely the gall-burning fat. No wonder it's considered an ultra-rare species. A gall with such extraordinary effects is truly remarkable. Su-han stepped out of the water and, after walking a few paces, noticed the changes in his body. He glanced down at his abdomen. To his surprise, what was once a slight paunch had miraculously transformed into a six-pack. Su-han paused briefly, then chuckled and quipped, Huh? The gall has this effect too. Impressive, truly impressive. With a physique like this, wealthy ladies would be absolutely captivated. Unbeknownst to him, the female fans in the live stream were already enthralled. Upon reaching the shore, Su-han picked up a hard clump of soil. Without exerting much force, it crumbled into dust in his grip. Judging by his grip strength alone, his power had increased by at least 30%. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Just as Su-han prepared to test how much stronger his body had become, the aroma of meat wafted from a distance. Oh no! My snake meat. Su-han froze for a moment, then remembered the stew simmering back at his shelter. With a startled cry, he sprinted toward it. By the time he arrived, the broth in the pot had nearly evaporated. Though it was a false alarm, it had given him quite a scare. Su-han wasn't worried about the snake meat itself, but rather the possibility of ruining his only pot. If it were damaged, even boiling water would become a challenge. Su-han used a stick to transfer the pot to the table. He then tossed in some chopped scallions and a pinch of salt, gave it a few stirs, and it was ready to eat. Huff, huff. Su-han picked up a piece of snake meat, blew on it gently, and carefully placed it in his mouth. If it tasted unpleasant, he could always feed it to the fish later. After all, he had the luxury of choice. After a couple of chews, Su-han's eyes lit up. This snake meat is quite good. The texture is firm, somewhat like chicken, but less dry. As for the flavor, it's sweet and savory with a subtle aromatic note. Delicious, truly delicious. This is incredibly fragrant. Su-han ate with gusto, his lips glistening with oil. He had often heard that snake meat could be addictive, and the more venomous the snake, the more flavorful its meat. He had once dismissed it as a myth, but now he understood it was absolutely true. After devouring 1.5 pounds of snake meat, Su-han still felt a lingering desire for more. However, combined with the duck eggs and mushrooms, the meal had left him thoroughly satisfied. In the live stream, the female fans watched as Su-han stepped out of the shelter and put his clothes back on, feeling a tinge of regret. The only disappointment was that certain areas were pixelated. Whether it was due to the effects of the gall or the satisfaction of a full stomach, Su-han felt an overwhelming surge of energy. Taking advantage of the pleasant weather, he decisively grabbed his backpack and headed out. This time, his goal remained the same, to reach the river channel west of the lake. Yesterday's journey had been interrupted by rain, preventing him from completing it. Setting off once more, the cool autumn breeze tousled his hair. The grass had mostly dried, making the walk effortless and enjoyable. Traversing the grassy expanse of yesterday in search of supplies, one arrives at a sparse grove. As per customary practice, the quest for usable resources commences. Su-han conducted a brief reconnaissance of the vicinity, and to his astonishment, discovered a patch of wild rose hips at the edge of the woodland. At this juncture, the underbrush had begun to yellow, and the rose blossoms had entirely withered. However, the rose hips were perfectly ripe, presenting an opportune moment for harvest. Beholding the vibrant red of the rose hips, Su-han could not restrain his joy. What a splendid find! With these treasures, he would not lack for vitamins throughout the winter. Unlike the wild roses encountered previously, this location basked in ample sunlight, allowing the wild roses to bear fruit. These little gems serve as a natural repository of vitamin C in the wild. According to scientific reports from a past life, the vitamin C content in wild rose hips is astonishing, ranging from 6,800 to 8,000 milligrams per 100 grams of fresh fruit. Such an incredible figure. Moreover, these delightful fruits can be consumed directly, brewed into tea, or transformed into jam. Meanwhile, in the streaming room, foreign viewers were once again envious. Why do competitors from the Dragon Kingdom always stumble upon such treasures? This hardly seems fair. It appears that fate is overly partial to him. I wish to draw a circle and curse him. Damn it! Another rare species, another wild rose hip. He must be vacationing in this untamed realm. Oh heavens! Why does the divine favor a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Could some good fortune not grace us humble Britons? Would it be too much to ask for a wolf or perhaps a bear to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson? Observing their own competitor being criticized, keyboard warriors from the Dragon Kingdom emerged. What is the matter? Are you feeling envious again? Why do you not question the ineptitude of your own competitors? This map is randomly generated, isn't it? If you desire the spoils, let your contestants venture forth to gather them. Oh, I almost forgot. Your competitors are so famished that they cannot even relieve themselves. Indeed, the resources may be abundant, but who is to blame if you lack the time to search? If you possess no competence, refrain from barking. I recall on the first day, you were extolling the virtues of your competitor, wondering why he does not gather rose hips. Might he not know where to look? Divine providence? Foreigners, cease your barking. We adhere to Taoism, and thus, the cycle of heaven is just. You comprehend nothing. A wolf? Such creatures would merely serve as a mattress for Su-Han. Just as this conversation unfolded, Su-Han exited the forest and unexpectedly encountered a wolf. This situation differed from the last. Not only was he well fed, but his physical prowess had increased by 30%. Simply put, he was in peak condition. Observing the gray wolf a few meters ahead, Su-Han's fighting spirit surged. Just when he was seeking an outlet for his excess energy, he fortuitously encountered a wolf. How serendipitous. At last, he could complete his wolfskin trousers. Chapter 24. The wolf is quite cowardly in the live stream. The audience erupted with excitement as they witnessed Su-Han encounter yet another wolf. Oh my goodness. Brothers, wolfskin pants are just around the corner. Some speculated that with Su-Shun's current prowess, he could easily dispatch this creature with mere fists. Thanks for the foreign prayers, haha. Winter hasn't even arrived, and wolfskin pants are already in sight. Thank you. On sight, Su-Han locked eyes with the gray wolf. He quietly drew the axe from his waist, fully prepared for battle. Should the wolf dare to charge, he was confident of delivering a fatal blow. However, to Su-Han's astonishment, the wolf merely glanced at him before yelping and scampering away. What a wolf devoid of ambition. You coward! Su-Han shouted in frustration. My pants, don't run away. He gave chase with all his might. The fleeing wolf, upon hearing the ominous sounds of its pursuer, quickened its pace. At that moment, the wolf felt quite vexed. It had only ventured out for a breath of fresh air and a chance to catch a rabbit for sustenance. Who would have thought it would cross paths with a creature that completely overshadowed it? Faced with Su-Han's terrifying expression, the wolf did not hesitate to flee. Yet, little did it know, the monster was relentless in its pursuit. In the live stream, viewers were amused by Su-Han's exclamation, "My pants, don't run." Family, I can't stop laughing. Su-Shin's pants have run away. The wolf thought to itself, I know you desire a pair of pants, but I refuse to become one of those pant legs. Other contestants chimed in, oh no, it's a wolf. To which the wolf retorted, oh no. It's for making pants. In the woods. The wolf was running, while Su-Han was in hot pursuit, the gap between them steadily closing. Sensing danger, the gray wolf made a sharp turn and leaped into the river. It understood that continuing to run would ultimately lead to capture, so it decided to cross the river to escape. Su-Han, taken aback, thought, what is happening? This wolf is rather clever, knowing to escape by crossing the river. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter at the sight. Clearly, the wolf's will to survive was quite strong. Of course, if it weren't strong, it would have already become a pair of pants. The wolf mused, let me just ask, was that a smooth turn and leap into the river, or what? Anyone can accelerate in a straight line, but turning quickly is what truly matters. Watching the gray wolf swim across the river, Su-Han reluctantly decided to abandon the chase. It was too late to strip down and dive in. The wolf was swimming swiftly, having already reached the river's center. By the time he removed his clothes, the creature would likely have long escaped to shore. However, entering the water without shedding his garments in such weather seemed foolish. Forget it, I'll let you go this time. Su-Han sighed and chuckled wryly. Encountering such a spineless wolf was indeed his misfortune. It appeared that he would have to wait a while longer to don a pair of wolfskin pants. Once the gray wolf reached the shore and realized that the terrifying bipedal creature was no longer pursuing it, it breathed a sigh of relief. That was truly a close call, nearly meeting its demise. However, now it faced a new dilemma: what to do about finding food. The thought of its mate back home flickered a hint of fear in the wolf's eyes. Back at the entrance of the forest, Suhan picked up the backpack he had left on the ground and continued exploring the vicinity. The fungi within the woods were scarce, but he discovered an abundance of valuable plants. Just a few steps in, several tall plants caught his eye, standing over 2 meters high with elongated oval leaves. Yet, it seemed the season had come, as the branches had already turned yellow and wilted. Suhan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Yangjiang?" This was a plant native to the maple leaf nation, scientifically known as Helianthus tuberosus. It was introduced to the Dragon Kingdom in the 17th century and later transformed into delicious cold dishes by its people. This was truly a treasure. Not only was it prolific, but it was also delectable. The only lament was that his supply of salt was too meager. Otherwise, he could have made some pickled vegetables. Suhan hastened over, retrieving a small shovel from his backpack to begin digging. With each scoop, the Yangjiang emerged from the earth as if duplicated. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 5 pieces, 10 pieces. He remarkably unearthed 30 pieces of this valuable tuber, weighing a total of 12 pounds. The bounty had triggered 4 instances of a 10,000-fold return. This equated to 40,000 pieces of Yangjiang for the Dragon Kingdom. With 12 pounds of Yangjiang and 2 pounds of rose hips, Suhan's backpack gradually filled up. He continued foraging in the woods. Moments later, he stumbled upon some dandelions and fiddlehead ferns. The former was a common find, while the latter, known as the king of mountain vegetables, or longjiaocai, had a crisp texture with a hint of bitterness. Today, it seemed he wouldn't need to consume meat. Suhan murmured softly while gathering the tender fiddlehead ferns. The only regret was that the season was not right. In autumn, about 80% of fiddlehead ferns would have withered and entered dormancy, with only a small portion remaining edible. Nevertheless, the ones before him would suffice for a couple of days' meals. After finishing his harvest, he set off for home, continuing his search. 3 hours later, he had finally collected all the resources from this mountainous forest. The reason for such a lengthy endeavor was that he had discovered an entire patch of blueberry bushes on the western side, sprawling over several dozen meters. He managed to gather over 10 pounds of blueberries. As evening approached, Suhan sat by the riverbank, savoring a boiled duck egg while reviewing his system panel. His skills had now reached a total of 19. Name: Suhan. Status: energetic. Age: 24 years. Skills: 19 acquired. Breathing: level 33, significantly enhances lung capacity, ensuring minimal impact even when injured. Sleep: level 27, allows for deep slumber at will, though sudden loud noises will prompt immediate awakening. Hiking: level 26, greatly reduces stamina consumption while walking. Stone throwing: level 16, 45 accuracy within 15 meters, 70 within 10 meters, and a 90 headshot probability within 7 meters. Lumberjacking: level 10, reduces stamina loss by 25 during woodcutting and enhances work efficiency. Fire starting: level 7, increases the probability of successfully igniting a fire. Gathering: level 15, enhances efficiency in gathering all types of resources, simultaneously increasing the likelihood of perfect collection. Butchering: level 8, effectively improves meat yield and can skillfully separate flesh from skin, ensuring no harm to internal organs during dissection. Culinary arts: level 10, significantly enhances the efficiency and flavor of food preparation. Learning: level 8, greatly boosts memory retention, allowing for instant recall of previously encountered information. Carpentry: level 12, proficiently utilizes available tools for wood processing, improving precision. Presence: level 7, your aura resembles that of a beast, possessing a 30 chance to intimidate wolves simultaneously, diminishing the combat spirit and strength of lesser creatures. Though ineffective against bears and tigers. Stealth: level 6, effectively reduces noise made while moving and enhances stealth capabilities, with greater effectiveness at higher skill levels. Danger perception: level 4, easily detects the presence of large beasts or enemies within 50 meters, and can sense the direction of foes within 30 meters. Digging: level 10, reduces stamina loss during excavation. Construction: level 12, decreases stamina consumption by 15 during building, enabling the creation of desired structures even without blueprints. Physical fitness. Level 7, tanning. Level 4, slightly improves the efficiency and success rate of leather tanning. Night vision. Level 12, enhances night vision capabilities, allowing visibility of surroundings up to 4 meters even in complete darkness, with improved visual acuity upon leveling up. Gaining animal-like night vision after level 26. Chapter 25. The inferior substitute of bamboo. Reed gazing at the skill panel. Suhan finally comprehended why the wolf had turned tail and fled upon encountering him. The potency of his aura skill was simply overwhelming. Animals possess an innate sensitivity to danger, and the presence of such a formidable being as himself would naturally instill fear and prompt them to retreat. However, a pressing concern arose. How would he hunt in the future? The image of animals scattering in panic before he even approached filled him with a profound headache. He had never anticipated that a high proficiency in skills would bring its own set of troubles. This issue must be resolved. Otherwise, he would be rendered incapable of hunting. System, please come forth, ding host. I am here. Is it possible to actively disable passive skills? In response to Suhan's inquiry, the system promptly provided clarification. To ensure your safety, all passive skills are set to an actively enabled state. If you wish to deactivate them, you can silently recite XX skill off in your mind. This will allow you to disable the passive skills. Ah, I see. Suhan smiled faintly, realizing the logic behind it. Otherwise, the conflicting nature of the aura and stealth skills would pose a significant dilemma. As the rest period concluded, Suhan rose and brushed off the dirt from his clothes, proceeding to survey the riverbank. The river was quite broad, approximately 20 meters across, flanked by pebbled shores with crystal-clear waters. Looking westward from the forest, a vast plain came into view, with a distant valley alive with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. If only I could construct a raft, gathering resources would be so much more convenient, Suhan mused, contemplating the expansive river. Why not explore the eastern side? The reason was simple. To the east of the lake lay a towering mountain, a habitat abundant in wild beasts yet scarce in resources, thus offering a poor cost-performance ratio compared to the plains and valleys. Should he succeed in crafting a raft, he would be able to venture further afield, gathering a greater bounty of useful supplies. Relying solely on his 2 legs to traverse back and forth would be exhausting. Suhan committed this notion to memory, though he estimated that any actual endeavor in this regard would likely have to wait until spring of the following year. After all, winter was fast approaching, and even if he constructed a raft, it would be of no use during that season. However, speaking of winter, could he not harvest some reeds for utility? Suhan recalled his childhood in the countryside, where many families would use reeds to insulate their rooftops and create windbreak walls. Yet, as time passed, the use of reeds had diminished in contemporary society. Certainly, reeds could serve purposes beyond merely fortifying houses. They could be woven into fishing baskets, which when placed by the lakeside, would facilitate the catching of fish. Perfectly suitable for utilizing some inedible offal, he could test this technique upon his return. Additionally, reeds could be crafted into baskets. Viewed in this light, reeds were merely a low-end version of bamboo. With sleeves rolled up, Suhan prepared to gather as many reeds as possible before nightfall. Approaching the riverbank, he grasped the reeds with one hand while wielding an axe in the other. With a gentle force, a bundle of reeds was effortlessly obtained. As the sun gradually set, Suhan returned, carrying a substantial bundle of reeds, the darkness of night already enveloping the surroundings. Thanks to his night vision ability, the absence of light posed no hindrance. Rather, it served to enhance his skill level. Upon returning home, he kindled a fire. Tonight's dinner comprised roasted duck accompanied by long claw vegetables. As he placed the duck into the charcoal pit, Suhan began weaving the reeds into a fishing basket. Detection of the host engaging in handicrafts. Congratulations, you have learned a new passive skill, handicraft. Skill effect. While engaging in handicrafts, your hands will become remarkably dexterous, and as your skill proficiency increases, both work efficiency and output quality will improve. Handicraft Experience 1. Handicraft Experience 1. Suhan took 30 reeds, completely flattened them, and laid them evenly on the ground, ensuring gaps in between. Next, he took another reed and flattened it. This time, he inserted it horizontally, keeping one reed above and another below. He then repeated the previous actions, ensuring that the second reed was staggered from the first, maintaining the order of one below and one above. This process was repeated until all reeds were tightly arranged, leaving no gaps. Otherwise, the basket would fall apart before completion. By the campfire, Suhan's hands moved with increasing speed, transitioning from clumsy beginnings to a remarkable proficiency. Upon finishing the base of the basket, he bent the reeds into an arc. Next, he began weaving the sides of the basket. The overall procedure remained unchanged, except for the closing portion, where he narrowed the inner diameter of the reeds. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream, the audience watched in astonishment. Wait a minute, how did the reeds transform into a fishing basket in the time it took me to sip water? Are these the same reeds I know? My eyes are open, but my hands, can I really achieve this? This speed is almost faster than my grandfather's. They were dumbfounded. Having initially believed that Su-Han intended to use the reeds as windbreaks outside the wall, only to discover he was crafting a fishing basket instead. Meanwhile, the foreign viewers fell into a profound silence, awed by the display of skill. Astounding. It was nothing short of miraculous. What appeared to be mere reeds by the river transformed into a fishing tool in the hands of this adept individual. In contrast to the laborious act of fishing by the river, the basket was undoubtedly more sophisticated. After all, it did not require constant supervision. In less than 40 minutes, the first fishing basket was completed. Its shape resembled a rolled-up cylinder, approximately 1 meter in length and 30 centimeters in diameter. Success! He could soon fill it with duck bones and set it into the water. Su-Han set the basket aside before commencing his meal. He devoured a duck alongside half a pound of long claw vegetables. Compared to the previous duck, this meal was elevated by the addition of ginger and wild onions, enhancing the flavor significantly and even suppressing any fishy taste. Alas, it lacked garlic. With each bite of duck meat accompanied by a mouthful of long claw vegetables, the meal was utterly delightful. Countless viewers shared a knowing smile, recognizing that eating meat without garlic diminished half the flavor. Naturally, the same held true for the noodles. Sated and refreshed, he concluded his feast. Su-Han gathered the duck bones and inedible lymphatic meat, discarding them all into the fish basket. Though these items were unfit for human consumption, they represented a veritable feast for the fish in the lake. With all preparations complete, Su-Han made his way to the lakeside, seeking an appropriate spot to deploy his basket. After surveying the area, he finally discovered a location abundant with aquatic vegetation. This was the ideal choice, as an abundance of water plants typically signified a thriving fish population. In the past, during his time in the countryside, such prime locations were fiercely contested. He placed the fish basket into the water and secured it with 4 wooden stakes at the corners. This precaution was taken to prevent larger fish or currents from displacing the basket. Subsequently, he would only need to check it once in the morning and once in the evening, occasionally adding a few bones and scraps of meat. However, before returning home, he decided to indulge in a quick bath. With a smile, Su-Han dove into the water and, as expected, activated his swimming skill. Although the lake water was frigid, it posed no challenge to his enhanced physique. In fact, after swimming a lap, he found himself yearning for more. He felt an abundance of energy that needed an outlet. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The prospect of swimming in the lake did not appeal to him. Instead, he considered how delightful it would be to brew a cup of rose-hip tea and savor blueberries while reading a book. Even weaving a fish basket or a basket from reeds would be more enjoyable. Swimming in the lake? That could wait for another day. The following morning, as the dense fog over the lake lingered, Su-Han arrived at the spot where he had placed the fish basket the previous day. Lifting the basket, he was greeted by a lively commotion within. Hearing the sounds of fish thrashing about, Su-Han joyfully exclaimed, "Brothers, today we feast." Chapter 26 Preparations before crafting the fire Kong. Those who frequently engage with the fishing nets and baskets understand that a denser sound indicates a greater number of fish within. The noise resembles the sound of rain, and there must be 5 to 6 pounds of fish. Su-Han, carrying the fish basket, ascended the shore and emptied its contents into the large floral basket he had brought. With a splash, a multitude of palm-sized crucian carp and tilapia cascaded forth, accompanied by several lively freshwater shrimp. Such a lavish bounty left the foreign onlookers in a state of astonishment. "Oh my goodness, our esteemed Yi captured a 2-pound fish with a spear yesterday, and I thought he was quite impressive. In comparison, Su-Han truly excels. The total weight of these fish must be around 5 pounds, along with a dozen large shrimp. My heavens! This is indeed a feast fit for royalty." The craft of weaving fish baskets has been a long-standing tradition in our Paokai Gua, and we strongly urge Longhua to pay us royalties for this craft. Just a handful of reeds can yield such a substantial catch. Might we not also encourage our own contestants to pursue this technique? This remark awakened many from their slumber. Nowadays, numerous contestants have discovered water sources. However, most of them only know how to fish or catch fish with their hands, and even when they see reeds, no one considers weaving them into baskets. Suhan has certainly blazed a trail. At this moment, in the Asangwa, in the meeting room, an elder proposed to expend national resources to inform the contestants, as there exists a patch of reeds near their participants. I rejected this proposal outright. The premise of notification assumes the individual possesses crafting skills rather than mere understanding. To my knowledge, the Ami contestant is incapable of even sewing at home. How could one expect him to weave reeds into a basket? Ultimately, this proposal was unanimously dismissed. Reeds are ubiquitous, yet possessing craftsmanship means little without the requisite skills. From De Ye's perspective, after several days of acclimatization, he had gradually adapted to this wild world. Gathering resources, constructing shelters, and hunting prey, he finally showcased the mastery befitting a wilderness expert, spurred on by Suhan's stimulation. Within these few days, De Ye not only fashioned a spear from tree bark and stones, but also hunted 3 animals. He was no longer facing starvation. The motivation behind De Ye's vigor stemmed primarily from the brief meeting with his family, facilitated by the English nation's expenditure of resources. Encouraged by his loved ones, he was willing to ignite the flames of determination. Today, my aim is to forage for wild fruits and craft useful tools. Aili, trust in your father. I shall persevere with strength. The first thing De Ye did upon waking was to rally his spirits. Yet, in the next moment, global notifications rang out in succession. Unsurprisingly, it was that formidable contestant from Longua, Suhan. This time, he triggered 5 instances of 10,000-fold returns, including 2 instances of tilapia, 2 of crucian carp, and 1 of freshwater shrimp. De Ye was initially taken aback. Then, from the news, he deduced that Suhan must have employed tools to capture such a multitude of fish and shrimp at once. Truly, my rival, you are remarkable. Just as dawn broke, to capture so much at once. I recall my visit to Longua, if I'm not mistaken. He must be utilizing a tool known as a fish basket. How enviable. Once I find suitable tools, I too shall endeavor to craft one. The efficiency of fishing is woefully low. Should the fish fail to bite, it signifies a considerable waste of time. Tools, however, liberate labor and do not require constant vigilance. Technology is, and always will be, the primary productive force. Upon witnessing the fish basket yielding such an abundant catch, Suhan's immediate reaction was to seize the opportunity to construct the fire kong. In this increasingly frigid autumn, possessing a continuously heated fire kong would be the epitome of bliss. Yet, before commencing, he planned to craft additional fish baskets to capture even more fish and shrimp. Only with ample resources could he afford the luxury of time for construction. If even basic sustenance remains unfulfilled, who would have the leisure to engage in other pursuits? Suhan meticulously removed the gills, scales, and entrails of the fish, placing them in a pot for boiling. Once the water reached a boil, he added some wild shallots and salt. Thus, a fragrant fish soup was born. The tender fish meat was irresistibly enticing, and the mere aroma was enough to whet his appetite. Suhan picked up a piece of fish and savored it slowly. Fresh. Such exquisite fish, devoid of any earthy taste. Although it was crucian carp, it felt as if he were indulging in base. It seems that the fish in this world differ from those in Lanxing. Of course, ecological factors may play a role. Lanxing is rife with industrial waste, and the environment has long been compromised, whereas here remains pure and unspoiled. One after another, Suhan consumed 2 pounds of fish before finally setting down his chopsticks. He took the pot and savored a sip of fish soup, feeling warmth envelop his entire being. This breakfast left him immensely satisfied, dispelling the last remnants of drowsiness. After tidying up the fish bones, he discarded them outside to be buried and began his morning exercises. No matter how busy he became, he could not neglect this routine. Only upon hearing the system's notification did Suhan wipe away his sweat, gather his equipment and roasted duck, and head out. Throughout the morning, he devoted himself to collecting reeds, gathering, organizing, and binding them into large bundles. He repeated this laborious task. When fatigued, he rested by the river, enjoying the breeze and blueberries. When hunger struck, he indulged in the roasted duck he had brought, along with the previously prepared dragon claw vegetables. Although they had cooled and were somewhat unappetizing, in the wilderness, practicality reigns. The goal is simply to fill one's stomach. In the afternoon, Suhan transported the bundled reeds back home, making multiple trips. In total, he gathered 10 bundles of reeds, along with some spruce branches suitable for making rope, which he also bound and brought back. As evening approached, Suhan sat at his doorstep, using an axe to strip the bark from the branches before placing them in the lake to soak. This step is known as softening the fibers. The entire process will take 1 to 2 weeks, so once submerged and secured, he need not attend to them further. In the future, whenever he has the opportunity, he should collect suitable branches to treat in this manner. Ropes hold significant importance in the wilderness. Whether for fortifying shelters, setting traps, or even crafting garments, one cannot do without them. However, there exists a method that surpasses soaking in water in terms of speed. Boiling the stripped bark in a pot for several hours yields similar results. The challenge lies in the absence of a sufficiently large pot, thus necessitating a return to the most primitive techniques. Alas, it seems that one must hasten the transition into the era of pottery, otherwise, progress will inevitably be sluggish. Suhan remarked with a hint of exasperation. Yet his hands remained diligently weaving a fish basket. Remarkably, he completed one basket in a mere 20 minutes, followed by another, and after crafting 3 in succession, darkness enveloped the surroundings. A rumble emanated from his stomach, signaling the need for sustenance. Rising, Suhan chuckled, "Well, that's enough for now. Let's check on the fish baskets. After a day of toil, it's time to eat." He retrieved a torch from the campfire, along with the freshly made fish baskets, and strode purposefully towards the lakeside. Upon lifting the fish baskets, a familiar crackling sound echoed once more, leaving the live stream audience in a state of astonishment. Is there truly such an abundance of fish in this lake? Just listening to it sounds like an overwhelming catch. Incredible. With these fish baskets, Su Shun will never go hungry again. A moment of contemplation arose. Wait a moment. If one basket can catch so many fish, why is Su Shun making several? What happens when he can't consume them all? A clever observer chimed in. The fish baskets remain submerged. As long as they are not lifted, it is akin to the fish being kept within the baskets. Do you understand? Just as the audience engaged in light banter, Suhan stumbled upon a delightful surprise within the fish basket. Brothers, today we have yet another new delicacy to savor. Take a look at this. With a swift motion, he reached into the basket, revealing a writhing creature measuring 40 centimeters in length, much to the astonishment of all viewers. Chapter 27. Crafting earth bricks and constructing the earthen kiln. The moment the yellow eel appeared, the audience erupted in excitement. Alas, it was regrettable that the much-anticipated tenfold return did not occur. Yet, such trivialities held no significance, as everyone was solely concerned with whether Suhan was enjoying his meal and drink. As long as he remained alive, resources would continuously flow back to him. After displaying his catch, Suhan emptied the fish basket, revealing approximately 3 pounds. Though less than this morning, it was still more than enough for him. Upon returning home, Suhan commenced the culinary preparation of the eel. To prevent it from writhing, he dispatched the creature with a wooden stick once the water reached a boil. He then proceeded to bleed it out, remove the slime with hot water, and gut it. While the audience could comprehend these actions, his next move left them astounded. He retrieved a small piece of yellow substance from the side table and tossed it into the pot, followed by wild onions and ginger. A plume of steam erupted instantly. Suhan leaned in to inhale the aroma of the sizzling oil. Indeed, it was intoxicatingly fragrant. At this moment, some viewers began to speculate about his intentions. Could it be that Suhan was preparing stir-fried eel? How could he possibly stir-fry in the wilderness? It dawned on them that the substance he had added was likely duck fat. As they gazed into the pot, they observed the wild onions and ginger slowly changing color in the bubbling oil. Remarkably, he was truly capable of stir-frying. Once the timing felt right, Suhan added the prepared eel to the pot, followed by a splash of fish broth to begin the stir-frying process. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the tender eel rapidly curled and cooked under the intense heat. He then tossed in a bit of dragon claw vegetable and mushrooms, seasoning it with salt. Minutes later, the sauce began to thicken. With a smile, Suhan brought the pot to the table, declaring that the stir-fried dish was simply irresistible. In the frame, the eel emerged with a tantalizing caramelized hue, adorned with bits of wild onions and ginger, arousing appetites at first glance. In the official live broadcast, Bing Bing looked at her porridge with a wry smile, remarking that she would need to avoid meal times in the future to prevent the stark contrast from being too disheartening. Li Chung beside her echoed her sentiments, unable to stomach his own porridge after witnessing the delectable stir-fried eel. After relishing the exquisite dinner, Suhan began weaving reeds intended for insulation against the cold winds on the walls. He planned to use reeds for the inner layer, clay for the outer layer, and ultimately seal it with red bricks. This design would provide a 4-layer defense for the shelter, rendering him unafraid even in temperatures plummeting to 30 degrees below zero. However, crafting red bricks required a substantial amount of high-quality clay and a brick kiln. Unfortunately, the clay by the lakeside, which he had assessed, was unsuitable for pottery or red bricks, only adequate for making some earth bricks. Thus, he resolved to first produce a batch of earth bricks for practice. This would not only enhance his proficiency, but also serve adequately for constructing chimneys and stoves, even if their quality was inferior. Thinking of his imminent foray into the realm of pottery, Su-Han felt a surge of enthusiasm. The following day, he arose early, had a light breakfast, and after completing his morning routine, set about crafting earth bricks. He ventured to the lakeside in search of clay-rich areas, digging a pit with a wooden shovel. He then mixed in straw and water to prevent cracking. Once the mixture was ready, Su-Han placed the clay into a wooden mold measuring 20 by 10 by 3 centimeters to shape it. He had thoughtfully designed this size to ensure the bricks were neither too thick to dry nor too thin to be functional. At that moment in the official live broadcast, Bing observed Su-Han shaping the clay and quickly asked Li Cheng, "Professor, look at what our contestant is doing. If I'm not mistaken, he is preparing to create earth bricks." Earth bricks? Bing, a child of the metropolis, was unfamiliar with the concept. Li Cheng nodded, taking the opportunity to educate the audience. Earth bricks are a cost-effective yet highly practical product, requiring minimal specifications for clay. As long as the clay is not substandard, it can be utilized. In the 1970s, when households could not afford red bricks, earth bricks served as the ideal substitute. Rural dwellers often used them for stoves and chimneys. Furthermore, our contestant has not yet organized the ground of his shelter. I suspect he intends to construct an earthen bed. Who would have thought that Su-Han would be capable of such tasks? He is truly a genius. To my knowledge, discussions were underway in the strategy room yesterday regarding whether to provide some off-site guidance. Given our contestant's learning speed, if he swiftly advances in technology, he will undoubtedly outpace all competitors. It's astonishing, truly astonishing that Su-Han had already anticipated this. Within the Dragon Kingdom's strategy room, a group of bespectacled experts sat in stunned silence. Suddenly, one of the experts burst into laughter. "Well, let us save ourselves some worry. He had it all figured out from the start. This must be what they call genius." The others joined in the laughter. At this juncture, the first earth brick crafted by Su-Han had been removed from its mold. Once the number of bricks reached 8, he returned to the shelter to fetch a torch, igniting a small fire in the center of the group of bricks to expedite the drying process. Relying solely on air drying would take at least 1 to 2 weeks, and he could not afford to wait idly. While the first batch of earth bricks dried, Su-Han set about creating a second batch. As expected, he triggered the skill of pottery making. Indeed, it was amusing that earth bricks could also be classified as pottery. The system was quite considerate. Throughout the morning, Su-Han did not pause, ultimately crafting a total of 100 earth bricks before taking a break. For lunch, fish sufficed to satiate his hunger, and Su-Han hurriedly set out to construct a brick kiln. This task was simpler than building a house. Given the necessity to fire a substantial quantity of earthen bricks, the kiln's diameter could not be less than 40 centimeters. Su-Han first excavated a long trench near the clay pit, subsequently crafting a tray to support the bricks. The tray could not be too thin, as prolonged exposure to heat would risk cracking. Thus, its thickness was mandated to be over 5 centimeters, with a diameter fixed at 40 centimeters. Su-Han fashioned a tray from clay, perforating it with a sturdy wooden stick before placing it above the trench. He then procured more clay to begin constructing the walls of the kiln, the overall thickness approximating 15 centimeters. Layer upon layer of clay was meticulously stacked to form the walls. Once the height reached 1 meter, the kiln was in its preliminary stages of completion. At this juncture, Su-Han sealed the trench with clay and gathered dry wood to ignite the fire. This process aimed to eliminate moisture from both the walls and the tray, necessitating a gradual increase in the flame's intensity. As time elapsed, Su-Han incrementally intensified the fire. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the flames within the kiln roared fiercely, tongues of fire piercing through the rising smoke, producing a cacophony of sounds. The walls of the kiln transformed into a grayish-white hue, indicating readiness for the brick firing process. Su-Han approached to remove the firewood, and as the temperature subsided, he placed the pre-baked bricks inside sequentially. The next phase was the actual firing. He added wood and initiated a gentle preheating. This process extended over 6 hours, requiring little oversight aside from adding more wood. After ensuring sufficient fuel, Suhan turned his attention to fortifying the walls against the wind and cold. He brought the woven reeds outside, binding them to the wood with straw, and finally sealing them with clay. The task was straightforward, albeit the frequent trips for water proved somewhat cumbersome. This predicament intensified his desire to craft a pottery vessel. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Suhan arrived punctually at the kiln to inspect the bricks' firing status. By this time, the bricks had turned a vibrant red, radiating immense heat. Suhan smiled faintly as he sealed the kiln's top with a wooden stick, murmuring to himself, "Well then, the rest is left to time. Until tomorrow, my friends." He yawned and retired for the night, having toiled extensively on both brickmaking and wall sealing, necessitating an early rest. Meanwhile, the audience in the livestream chat was abuzz, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Sushin's progress was indeed remarkable. While other contestants faced hunger, he had already secured a fortified shelter. By the time others had established temporary refuges, Sushin had already fired bricks and was on the verge of crafting pottery. What a stark contrast. The other contestants seemed almost primitive by comparison. There was no denying Sushin's exceptional prowess. Ah, the bricks, such a nostalgic element. The earthen Kong from his childhood home was constructed from such material, though those bricks were less refined, merely sun-dried rather than fired. While drying naturally is indeed an option if efficiency is not paramount, Sushin's approach emphasized precision and reliability. If rain were to interrupt the drying process, managing an abundance of bricks alone would be quite overwhelming. I find myself eagerly anticipating Sushin's pottery making. His dexterous hands are sure to yield creations of exquisite craftsmanship. I share in this excitement, though I lament that today, Sushin did not bathe, and I missed the sight of his abs. How disappointing. Chapter 28. Announcement of National Fortune Survival. The following day, at dawn, Suhan arrived at the earthen kiln without even having breakfast, eager to inspect the situation. Upon removing the top layer, a series of gray-orange bricks came into view. To his delight, he had succeeded on the first attempt. He joyfully extracted the bricks from the kiln and struck them together. The crisp sounds resonated, indicating their impressive hardness. They could easily serve as weapons if necessary. After retrieving all the earthen bricks, he proceeded to prepare for the second batch. With the kiln ablaze, Suhan returned to eat, aware that another busy day awaited him. After a simple breakfast, he picked up a wooden shovel to commence construction, intending to create a Huolong Kong. As the name suggests, this type of heated bed features a serpentine internal structure that efficiently absorbs and retains heat. He meticulously marked the smoke's path on the ground, and then began to excavate, laying the earthen bricks in place. This design not only maximized heat retention, but also ensured that the ground would not easily sink. With each stroke of the shovel, Suhan excavated the earth. His design for the Kong was positioned towards the back of the house, conforming closely to 3 walls. The sides were sealed with earthen bricks and clay, while the rear featured an opening for the chimney. In front of the Kong, he planned to construct a stove, which would facilitate cooking and boiling water. However, before the ground was adequately paved, he realized he had insufficient bricks. Consequently, he had no choice but to increase the number of kilns from 1 to 4. For the next 3 days, Suhan busied himself with the production and firing of earthen bricks, as well as laying the Kong. With the addition of 4 kilns, the efficiency of brick production surged, yielding 120 bricks daily. With an ample supply of bricks, the construction of the Kong progressed rapidly. On the evening of the 3rd day, Suhan laid the final brick on the Huolong Kong and applied a layer of clay, approximately 3 centimeters thick, over the entire surface. If left uncoated, the heat from the Kong would be unbearable. This is not mere speculation. It is a lesson learned from experience. Next, he turned his attention to constructing the chimney. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Suhan took his tools to the back of the shelter. The pit had already been excavated, directly connecting to the smoke outlet of the Kong. His task was to seal the gaps in the house with clay and to build a chimney with earthen bricks. Fortunately, the shelter was only 1 meter high, making a chimney of 1.5 meters sufficient. He began by laying bricks at the bottom of the pit, arranging them in a square pattern that gradually rose, ensuring that each layer staggered the joints of the previous one. This technique, known as staggered masonry, greatly enhances the structural integrity of the chimney. Otherwise, strong winds could lead to collapse. By 7 in the evening, Suhan completed his work and gazed with pride at the chimney he had constructed. The issue of heating was resolved. and now it was time to aspire to a better life. However, Suhan had no intention of crafting pottery the following day. Eating fish daily had become tiresome, and he planned to venture to the eastern foothills of the lake to catch some game to improve his meals. He lamented that if that wolf had not been so timid, he wouldn't have been stuck with a fish diet. Unbeknownst to him, a wolf deep within the valley suddenly trembled, lifting its head to survey the surroundings. Sensing no trace of an enemy, it revealed a look of suspicion. Inside the shelter, as the fire crackled in the stove, the temperature began to rise gradually. Wisps of steam emanated from the Kong as the clay released moisture. To enjoy the warmth of the Kong tonight, it was imperative to dry the clay completely. During the burning process, Suhan grabbed a handful of rose hips from a basket and tossed them into a gray clay pot. This was the tool he had fashioned for drinking water 2 days prior. Although it was not aesthetically pleasing, it would certainly suffice for boiling water. Moments later, the water bubbled, and a fragrant pot of rosehip tea was ready. Suhan took a sip and began perusing his encyclopedia. He had already absorbed 70% of its contents, and it was merely a matter of days before he finished reading it entirely. Just as he became engrossed in the book, the National Fortune survival game released an announcement. Notice, today marks the final day of the novice phase. Starting tomorrow, wilderness survival will enter normal difficulty. Under normal difficulty, the frequency of large beasts will increase, and the bear clan will officially join the wild world. Notice, starting tomorrow, various tasks will be released weekly. Participants who complete tasks will receive random intelligence, food, condiments, minor basic resources, and national fortune points as rewards. Notice, each task will feature a points leaderboard, with an extra reward for the top performer. If tasks are not completed within the specified time, 3 points of national fortune will be deducted as a penalty. Notice, tasks will only be released after midnight. Notice, beasts will still not appear in groups. Finally, wish you all good luck. Oh, so soon the novice phase has concluded. To Suhan's surprise, the National Fortune survival game had arranged tasks, and the rewards appeared quite enticing. He clicked on the announcement board, where detailed descriptions of task rewards were provided. Random intelligence, akin to the superior clay he had previously obtained, would mark resource points directly on the map while illuminating small sections of it. Food would reward a day's worth of provisions, with no expiration date, conveniently stored in the system space for retrieval at any moment. Not only was this practical, but it would also facilitate future excursions. As for condiments, they included basic items such as sugar, salt, pepper, and soy sauce. Regarding the minor resource rewards, Suhan examined them closely. They appeared to be purely based on luck. For instance, one might receive a length of rope or a candle, but if luck were to run low, it was equally possible to draw a handful of straw. The most terrifying sight for Suhan was the discovery of a lump of dung within the prize pool. Anyone unfortunate enough to draw such a thing would likely experience a catastrophic shift in their mindset. However, perhaps the individuals from Asan would rejoice at the prospect. Suhan shook his head and chuckled softly. At this moment, in the beautiful nation of Ameli Ka, one could hear the exasperated cries of the contestants. Damn it, just as our players had settled down, the difficulty level has been abruptly increased. I strongly suspect that the national survival game is intent on leading us to our doom. Why has the novice phase ended so swiftly? Shouldn't we be afforded a bit more time to develop? This is utterly unfair. I must protest. Can we please refrain from the commotion? This could very well be a turning point. Look, new tasks appear weekly, and as long as our players complete them, they can earn rewards. Even acquiring food would be quite beneficial, wouldn't it? A turning point, you say? Elder Sushan, have you considered what would happen if a task required you to slay a bear? Ah well. In the land of Paukai Gua, someone exclaimed, what on earth is this about the bear clan joining? Please, just keep my Appa away from them. Look, quickly check out the live stream of Park Duan Diao Appa. This is not good. He has encountered a bear. Run. No, wait. We can't run. Bears will pursue us. Woo-woo, just moments ago, Appa caught a plump grouse. Surely, the scent of blood hasn't attracted the bear, has it? Please, let nothing untoward happen to you. Park Duan Diao Appa. Chapter 29. The first week's task is announced. At this moment, we view the scene through the eyes of the contestant from the land of pickled vegetables, Park Duan Dao. Moments ago, under the veil of night, he had been engaged in a battle of wits with a pine chicken and finally managed to capture it. However, just as he was reveling in his victory and preparing to return home, he unexpectedly collided with a wall. Exhausted, Park Duan Dao instinctively began to curse. Who is hiding behind me? You. Suddenly, A sense of unease washed over him, and his voice gradually weakened. It appeared as if he had entered a wild realm, with contestants scattered about. Who was it that stood behind him? He reached out to touch, feeling something furry and warm. Wait. The recent announcement regarding the survival of the nation seemed to indicate that the Bear Clan had joined this world. Thus, Park Dwandao dared not ponder further, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. He slowly lifted his head. In the moonlight, a towering bear over 2 meters tall was staring blankly at him. This is the end. My life is about to conclude. At this moment, Park Dwandao lost all control. He collapsed completely onto the ground, while the pine chicken he had captured began to hop away, free from its restraints. The enormous brown bear turned its gaze toward the fleeing pine chicken, bending down to snatch it in its massive paw. Caw! The pine chicken struggled valiantly. It did not wish to end its 2.5-year journey so easily. Yet, how could the strength of a mere chicken compete with that of a bear? Accompanied by a piercing chicken cry, it met its demise. The brown bear licked its lips and looked down at the pile on the ground, displaying a puzzled expression. Is this also food? It lowered its head to sniff and promptly recoiled. How foul. So, this is where one relieves themselves? The bear appeared to ponder, and then, to Park Dwandao's astonishment, it turned around and positioned its rear toward his face. Since this is excrement, perhaps this is indeed a suitable place for a toilet. The clever bear reasoned. With a loud plop, a noxious substance enveloped Park Dwandao's entire face. Meanwhile, the viewer count in his live stream skyrocketed. Initially at 10 million, it surged to 300 million and continued to increase. At this time, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, an enthusiastic viewer sent a message, "Extra, extra." The pickled vegetable contestant encounters a bear, hurry and watch. The audience, previously indifferent in Suhan's live stream, suddenly became intrigued. As they switched to the neighboring live stream of the pickled vegetable contestant, everyone was left in shock. A bear was, astonishingly, using the contestant as a toilet. Goodness, this is terrifying. No, it is too comical. Ha ha. The comments flooded in. 666. The pickled vegetable contestant is indeed remarkable, always managing to create new spectacles for us. Could this be the first contestant to be smothered by feces? People have often criticized this effeminate contestant. But today I must support him. Who else could survive under a bear's paw? Has it been a minute already? Truly impressive. That bear even has diarrhea, yet the contestant remains completely still. Wait, his fingers are moving, and he is pressing down hard on the ground. On screen, the brown bear finally departed. Before leaving, it even scratched the ground a bit to cover its waist. All in all, this was more civilized than the actions of some others. As the sound of its footsteps faded, Park Dwandao finally managed to roll away from the bear's droppings. However, each time he took a breath of fresh air, the bear seemed to halt and contemplate turning back. Oh no! Park Dwandao immediately lay down and feigned death. Ahead, the bear tilted its head in confusion. Was that merely an illusion? Did it just hear something? Never mind. Let us find a den and sleep. The bear shook its head and vanished into the forest. Once Park Dwandao was certain it had left, he retched violently, nearly expelling his bile. What a wretched day. Not only had he lost his dinner, but he had also been humiliated by a bear. How infuriating. If only I had a hunting rifle. No, better yet, a tank. No, wait. We, the land of pickled vegetables, do not possess tanks. Regardless, if only there were a way to eliminate that detestable bear. Park Dwandao muttered under his breath. He dared not speak loudly for fear of attracting the brown bear back. The most pressing matter now was to return home, to swiftly depart from this forest, for encountering that bear again would be perilous. As the excitement faded, the onlookers dispersed. Yet, the scene of the pickled vegetable contestant's misfortune became a global sensation, a topic of endless amusement. As the clock struck midnight, the announcement for the first week's task in the survival of the nation was made. Ding! This week's task is hunting. All contestants must accumulate 32 hunting points within 4 days. Please note, any prey can accumulate points. Hunting small animals yields 1 point, while fish and fowl provide 2 points. Large prey grants 20 points, large beasts 40 points, and ferocious beasts 100 points. Special, a single type of prey can only yield 16 points. Hint, killing a ferocious beast grants a special title. Hint, the points leaderboard has been released. The top 15 contestants will receive rewards, with the first place earning an additional prize. Note, contestants who fail to accumulate enough points by the end of the task will have 3 points deducted as a penalty. The announcement was met with global astonishment. This first week's task was exceedingly rigorous, accumulating 32 points in just 4 days. Was this even feasible? Moreover, contestants were not allowed to rely solely on a single type of prey for points. The most terrifying aspect was that hunting large prey only granted 20 points. This meant that even if one killed a deer, it would not suffice to complete the task. In the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom, Bing Bing and Li Cheng had been awake, eagerly anticipating this moment of the task announcement. Upon seeing the task, Bing Bing furrowed her brow and remarked, "The difficulty level is exceedingly high, and furthermore, a solitary target can yield a maximum of only 16 points. This implies that relying solely on fishing or similar activities will utterly fail to meet the requirements of this task." This moment marked a true test of the contestants' abilities. Although the challenge was formidable, the rewards were exceptionally generous. Li Cheng harbored no concerns regarding Su Han. For this master of the wild, even the prospect of achieving 32 points, or even 80, seemed effortlessly attainable. In fact, Li Cheng felt a sense of anticipation for the astonishing feats Su Han might unveil over the next 4 days. At this juncture, the perspective shifted to Di Yi. He was not asleep. Rather, he was too anxious to find rest. However, after reviewing the tasks for the first week, Di Yi finally exhaled in relief. 32 points? That may not pose a challenge for me. I can catch fish in the river, which would accumulate 16 points, leaving the remaining 16 points to be strategized wisely. The most accessible targets were squirrels and rabbits. Although they offered minimal points, they could be effortlessly captured with a few traps. Following that, there were also opportunities to hunt for grouse and badgers. Having devised a plan, Di Yi retired to sleep with a sense of assurance. Similarly, a gang from Longhua and the other contestants shared this sentiment, confident that the competition the following day would be exceptionally engaging, as each individual's hunting approach was distinctly unique. Chapter 30. The hunt begins the following day. In the early morning, Su Han awoke from his slumber. Unlike previous days when he had been roused from the cold, today he felt a warm embrace that made him reluctant to leave the comfort of his bed. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated. There was no time for idleness, and every task must be attended to. He rose from his bed, refreshed himself, and during breakfast, diligently reviewed the tasks for the week. Hunting? While not particularly challenging, the absence of a bow and arrow would complicate the pursuit of formidable beasts. Nonetheless, capturing a few wolves should pose no difficulty. He was merely curious about the additional rewards for the top contender. The bulletin board indicated a plethora of large prey species, including herbivores such as deer, sheep, and horses, alongside smaller carnivores like foxes. The category of large wild beasts encompassed wolverines, wolves, and leopards, with moose also classified therein due to their considerable size and strength. As for the most ferocious creature, only bears were noted. Su Han harbored a singular ambition for the week, to secure the championship on the leaderboard. This rendered small game irrelevant. With clarity of purpose, he planned to craft some weapons before venturing into the mountains for reconnaissance. However, since fish also counted as prey, surely the contents of his fish basket would garner some points? Without further ado, he proceeded to the lakeside and retrieved his fish basket from the water. The notification from Guo Yun Xiu Sheng promptly appeared. Notification: you have caught a small fish the size of your palm. Due to its diminutive nature, it is worth only 0.5 points. Notification: you have caught an adult yellow eel. Congratulations, you have earned 1 point. Notification: you have caught a tiny fish. It cannot be counted towards points. Frustration brewed within him, a mere 0.5 points. It seemed he could not catch a break. Su Han couldn't help but express his displeasure towards the sky. Nevertheless, the 3 fish in his basket amounted to 16 points, propelling him to the top of the leaderboard. Other competitors gazed at the shifting leaderboard with heavy hearts. This contestant from Longhua was exceptionally formidable. It was merely 7 in the morning, and he had already maxed out his guaranteed points, leaving others at a loss for how to catch up. Meanwhile, Di Yi was busy crafting traps from grass rope. His plan involved laying numerous traps on the first day while scouting the area for the presence of moose. On the second day, he intended to ambush them. Without the advantage of a ranged weapon, ambush strategies presented the most effective method of hunting. Meanwhile, another competitor, a gang from Longhua, arose early to prepare bait, intending to fish for a day to easily secure those 16 points. As for the remainder, he would devise other strategies. If all else failed, hunting birds at night would also be a viable tactic. At this juncture, other competitors had begun to mobilize. The contestant from Monkey Nation had entered the water to catch fish, but not just any fish. he sought out yellow eels and loaches trapped in the mud. Previously, this contestant had spent his days fishing from the riverbank in his hometown. Compared to regular fish, yellow eels were easier to catch. Locating their burrows typically led to success. Eureka! The Monkey Nation contestant unearthed a writhing creature from the mud, only to discover it was a large, spicy strip. Shocked, he turned pale and hastily discarded it, though it still granted him 2 points. On the other hand, Bai Yi had reaped some rewards. Having established small traps over the past few days, he caught 2 plump mice and a rabbit as soon as he stepped outside, netting himself 4 points. Look at that. A fruitful morning already this time. I shall compete for the championship against that Longwa contestant. I will show him who the true master of the wilderness is, Bai Yi declared, clutching his catch with enthusiasm. Yet, it was evident to discerning onlookers that he was indulging in wishful thinking. The Longwa contestant not only possessed abundant resources, but also unparalleled skills in combat and hunting. Competing against such a wild king for the championship would be futile unless Bai Yi had an extraordinary stroke of luck. Curious about the current standings, Bai Yi eagerly opened the leaderboard, only to find his expression darkening with each glance. He had assumed that his 4 points, earned from rising early, would secure him a spot in the top 50. To his dismay, he found himself ranked 126th. The top contender, Su Han from Longwa, had been overtaken by a contestant from the White Bear Nation, who now boasted 20 points. Clearly, he had hunted a large prey. Numerous spectators from Longwa took note of this development, flocking to the White Bear contestant's livestream. On screen, a burly figure was seen butchering a goat with a dagger beside a crackling bonfire. I suspect many have arrived in my livestream by now. Haha, you must be curious how I accomplished this. Quite simply, I had been lurking in the bushes where the goats roam since 3 a.m., waiting for 4 hours before my success, he proclaimed, lifting a piece of fresh goat meat with his dagger and placing it over the flames. The fat quickly rendered into oil, and the meat sizzled enticingly. He then took a hearty bite, chewing with delight. Praise the wilderness. Goat meat is simply divine. By the way, the championship belongs to me, Ivanov. Huzzah! In the Longway official livestream, Bing Bing expressed her astonishment, saying, "It turns out this contestant did not rest all night. His willpower is truly remarkable. Autumn nights are extremely cold, yet this man lay in wait for 4 hours. That is truly impressive." At this moment, Li Cheng received a document from the staff and remarked, "It is not only the contestant from the Baixiongua who has sacrificed sleep. Many competitors have risen in the dead of night to meet the demands of time. However, thus far, only contestant Ivanov has succeeded in hunting a sheep, while the achievements of others have been rather modest. Among them, the contestant from Feng Yigua chose to fish at night, and from 2 o'clock until now, he has only amassed a mere 8 points. Exhausted, he is now succumbing to sleep. Working through the night has its advantages and disadvantages. If one manages to catch prey, it can be immensely rewarding. Yet, as demonstrated by yesterday's unfortunate encounter with the bear experienced by Piao Duan Diao, it can also lead to dire consequences. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it is advisable to hunt during daylight hours." At this juncture, Su Han also ventured out. He carried 3 wooden spears, each measuring 1.5 meters, along with an axe at his waist. As long as he avoids bears, he is generally prepared for a confrontation. In contrast to other contestants, Su Han possesses an advantage they lack, a monocular telescope obtained from the novice starter pack. While this telescope may seem inconsequential in everyday use, it proves invaluable in the field, allowing him to discern the tracks of animals from a considerable distance. Chapter 31. The hunt for the spotted deer. Shortly after stepping outside, Su Han discovered a sturdy birch tree by the lakeside. The tree, approximately half a meter in diameter, boasted an abundance of lush branches, making it an ideal vantage point. This will do, he thought as he tossed his backpack to the ground and took up his axe to carve out 2 footholds before slowly ascending the tree. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind, indicating that he had acquired a new skill, climbing. In a mere 7 minutes, Su Han had reached a height of 10 meters. From this vantage point, he could gaze upon the entire lake scenery and easily observe the situation on the mountain. Peering through his binoculars, he first examined the lake's activities. A large flock of wild ducks frolicked together, while occasionally, a sizable fish would breach the surface before vanishing again. Numerous beautiful birds swam gracefully at the center of the lake. On the opposite shore lay an expansive plain, though its contents remained obscured by distance. Redirecting his gaze, Su Han turned to the eastern mountains, his intended destination for the day. The landscape was splendid, adorned with golden foliage. At that moment, he spotted an adult spotted deer leisurely grazing in the forest. Excellent. The first quarry had been located. Scanning his surroundings, he soon found a second deer near a small creek below. This time it was a stag, considerably larger than the previous deer, adorned with white spots on its body. After marking the deer's position, Suhan began to search for traces of other creatures. Before long, he made a new discovery. On the southern slope, he observed two solitary wolves, one gnawing on a rabbit while the other indulged in slumber. Beneath them, a white fox darted away in a flash. The northern side was obscured by trees, rendering many areas invisible. For now, he would focus on the two deer. With haste, Suhan descended the tree. Upon reaching the ground, he retrieved his backpack and made his way directly towards the deer. Half an hour later, he arrived at the location where the two deer had been spotted. At this point, the stag was no longer visible by the creek, likely having returned to its home. To prevent any noise from his backpack, he decisively concealed it beneath a nearby tree, covering it with stones before cautiously advancing towards the wooded area above. The spotted deer were highly alert creatures, easily startled by even the slightest disturbance. However, with the aid of his stealth skill, Suhan was able to approach silently, avoiding detection. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. After traversing a thicket, Suhan finally laid eyes on the spotted deer, a small group comprising 10 individuals, including 2 stags and several does along with fawns. He assessed their positions, noting a 20-meter gap between them, filled with dense underbrush and weeds. To ensure a successful strike, he needed to close the distance. In that moment, Suhan glanced at the system panel. His stealth skill had reached level 9. The skill's effects included a significant reduction in footstep noise and movement sounds while sneaking. Within 3 meters, as long as he remained quiet, it was unlikely to attract the target's attention. The effectiveness increased further with cover, and the higher the level, the stronger the effect. 3 meters, he mused. This distance felt slightly inadequate, but perhaps with cover, he could attempt it. Taking a deep breath, Suhan crept closer to the deer, utilizing the concealment of grass and trees. His footsteps were light and slow, making no sound underfoot. In the entire forest, aside from the calls of birds, there was an eerie silence. In the live stream, viewers keenly noticed this peculiarity, erupting in astonished exclamations. "Wait, how is Sushin walking without making a sound?" One exclaimed. "I've turned my phone's volume all the way up, yet I can't hear his footsteps. What is going on? Is he part cat?" Another viewer chimed in. "I was puzzled earlier. How can one hunt deer in broad daylight? These creatures are incredibly cautious. They would bolt at the slightest disturbance." Turns out, Sushin walks soundlessly. Previously, they had questioned the ease with which ancient assassins executed their tasks in dramas, but now, witnessing Sushin's approach, they realized their naivety. "I strongly suspect Sushin has mastered the stealth of an assassin." As the audience continued their chatter, Suhan's proximity to the deer dwindled. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Suddenly, a doe, engrossed in grazing, seemed to sense something. It abruptly lifted its head, gazing in Suhan's direction. However, in that fleeting moment, Suhan had already shifted his position, utilizing the trees as cover to continue his stealthy advance. The doe, failing to detect any threat, resumed its meal. Now, Suhan was merely 5 meters away from the nearest deer. He slowed his pace even further, transitioning from walking to a careful crawl. For meters, the trees ahead grew sparse. Suhan repositioned himself, finding a patch of brush to crouch behind and continue inching forward. 3 meters. He could now see through the gaps in the underbrush, observing the spotted deer nibbling on mushrooms beneath a tree. At this moment, he stilled. 3 meters was the safe range of his stealth skill. Advancing further posed a risk of exposure. Thus, he awaited a moment to strike or draw nearer. Time passed slowly. Suhan lay flat on the ground, blending into the grass. The deer were not far off, some lying down while others meandered nearby. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The temperature gradually rose, and the grazing deer had their fill. As one turned away, Suhan seized the opportunity, crawling forward until the distance shrank to a mere meter. The doe remained oblivious. Now was the moment. Suhan silently urged himself, raising his long spear for a sudden strike. With precision, the wooden spear pierced the doe's neck. The wounded doe let out a heart-wrenching cry. The surrounding deer turned to investigate, and upon seeing Suhan emerge from the underbrush, they scattered in fright. Nevertheless, Suhan felt a deep sense of satisfaction at having successfully captured a deer so swiftly. Indeed, today marks the successful capture of the first prey. Dear family, we can enhance our meal this noon. The doe lies upon the ground, convulsing intermittently, before soon finding peace. At this moment, the notification from Guiyun Xiuxing resounds successively. Congratulations on hunting a doe, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Longhua shall receive 10,000 does. Notification, you have earned 20 points in hunting. Notification, the leaderboard has been refreshed. You have ascended to the position of first place. Current points, 36. Notification, you have completed this week's hunting task. No penalties will be incurred. In the live stream, the audience erupts in jubilant cheers upon witnessing Su Han's successful hunt. He now holds 36 points. Even if he were to cease hunting, the task is fulfilled. Yet, just when everyone presumed Su Han would return with his catch, he hoists the doe and strides towards a different direction. Chapter 32. The Gray Wolf, oh no, encountered the old six again. What is Su Shan up to? Strolling around with his prey will undoubtedly attract the attention of large beasts. He should return home first, Su Shan. Indeed, he ought to store this deer at home before venturing out again. Is there a possibility that Su Shan is intentionally luring the mountain beasts? He is usually so meticulous. He should be aware of the risks of wandering about with a catch. This seems rather perilous. What if he encounters a bear? Wouldn't that result in a total loss? No, Su Shan just observed the trees. If there were bears, he wouldn't be so audacious. The only possibility remains that there are no bears in this mountainous area. In the wilderness, Su Han, as the spectators surmised, was deliberately parading the freshly acquired deer to entice predators. System, deactivate stealth and momentum skills. Understood, host. After traversing a distance, as he approached the territory of the first wolf, Su Han decisively disabled the skills. At that moment, the sounds of his footsteps on the ground were notably louder than before, and the ominous aura surrounding him dissipated without a trace. Once startled, the herd of deer would find it exceedingly difficult to be hunted again. However, the two wolves were different. They were apex predators that would pursue and seize any prey they encountered. Yet merely deactivating the skills was insufficient. To effectively lure them, he required some degree of disguise. Su Han smeared deer blood on various parts of his body with his fingers, creating the illusion of being wounded. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Detection of host in disguise. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill of disguise. Effect, the higher the skill proficiency, the more convincing the disguise, while also enhancing your ability to utilize the surrounding environment for camouflage. Excellent, another skill acquired. Su Han felt a surge of joy. This skill would facilitate ambushing large animals like moose in the future. Just as he prepared to hoist the doe and continue searching for a lone wolf, an icy chill coursed through him. The system notification chimed once more. You have been targeted by an unknown creature. Danger Perception Experience 1. Danger Perception Experience 1. They came swiftly indeed. A sly grin crept across Su Han's lips. He had long since discerned the activation conditions for the danger perception skill. Firstly, small animals would not suffice. Secondly, animals that posed no threat to him would not trigger it. The current activation indicated that the wolf had fixed its gaze upon him, or was lying in wait for an ambush. However, today, Su Han was well prepared. He swiftly sat on the ground, feigning an inability to move. The first strategy to lure prey, act injured. Wolves are cunning, so he must be even more cunning. With a freshly deceased deer and an appearance of injury, he believed the wolf would surely fall for the trap. 5 minutes passed. Su Han had shuffled 6 meters along the ground. The wolf remained. But it had not yet launched an attack. It was still observing. Nevertheless, the distance between them had narrowed. Su Han had confirmed the wolf's position. It was concealed in the grass on his left, keenly watching him. Danger Perception Experience 1. Danger Perception Experience 1. Danger Perception upgraded, currently at level 6. At that moment, a sound emerged from the thicket. Upon hearing it, Su Han promptly displayed an expression of terror and glanced in that direction. A well-proportioned gray wolf came into view. Don't come over, don't come closer. Su Han emitted a fearful sound and hurled a small stone towards it. Due to the slight force, the stone fell to the ground midway. The gray wolf observed this scene and bared its sharp fangs. It had determined that the prey before it was injured. This was the perfect moment to strike. With a howl, the gray wolf lunged at Su Han, brimming with confidence. Such an injured prey could be subdued in just 2 rounds. First, to tear at the arm, then to bite the throat. In its moment of attack, the wolf had already chosen its target. Its speed was remarkable, covering the 20-meter distance in mere breaths. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. The gray wolf pounced. Here it comes. Suhan bellowed as he activated his momentum skill. The sudden surge of fury startled the gray wolf. What was happening? Wasn't he this prey supposed to be incapacitated and frightened of him? Could it be an act? If the gray wolf could speak, it would surely be cursing now. Unfortunately, it could not. Notification. The gray wolf has been intimidated by your momentum. Combat effectiveness greatly diminished. Ignoring the system's announcement, Suhan gripped his wooden spear tightly and thrust it toward the wolf's throat. Detection of host using wooden spear to kill enemies. Congratulations, you have learned the passive skill of wooden spear technique. With a sharp, short cry, the gray wolf suffered a grievous injury, its body pinned to the ground. Yet it was not dead, it sought to escape. However, Suhan would not grant it that opportunity. With a deft motion of his toe, he grasped a second spear. Thrust. This time, it pierced through its skull. The gray wolf was irrevocably dead. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience was utterly captivated by Suhan. From his disguise to his performance, culminating in the kill, it was nothing short of spectacular. Goodness, Sushin has put on quite the show for us. The wolf is cunning? Apologies, but our man is even more so. The gray wolf must be thinking, how can this person be so unscrupulous, claiming to be injured and feeble? Just moments ago, I thought he was exhausted, but it turns out he was fully aware of the lurking wolf. Incredible. I can hardly believe it, our best actor in action. Just this morning, a Russian hunter killed a deer, and now the foreigners are praising him to the skies. Yet Su Shun has taken down 2 prey in succession. What a tale. The entire process took less than half an hour. Where are the people? Come out and call, Xiaohaizi. This is the essence of stealth and hunting, my foreign friends. Observe closely and learn well. Congratulations on successfully hunting a gray wolf, triggering a 10,000-fold return. The Dragon Kingdom will receive 10,000 gray wolf carcasses. You have earned 40 hunting points. The leaderboard has been updated. You remain in first place with a current score of 76 points. The ranking of the second place has not changed, still holding at 20 points. Today's harvest is quite satisfactory. Time to head home. Suhan glanced at the leaderboard, preparing to return. He had initially anticipated a day of arduous effort, yet the hunt had proven remarkably smooth. Gazing at the deer and wolf on the ground, Suhan pondered how to transport them home. The female deer weighed approximately 70 pounds, while the freshly slain gray wolf, although somewhat small, still weighed around 90 pounds. It was utterly impractical to carry both at once. He could only take them one by one. However, this approach posed risks of theft or scavenging. Looking around, Suhan decided to bury the wolf on site, covering it with stones and leaves. As long as he acted swiftly, there should be no significant issues. After excavating a small pit with his axe, he buried the wolf and then concealed it with foliage and stones. Satisfied that everything was secure, Suhan shouldered the deer and made his way down the mountain. He nearly jogged all the way home, and upon placing the deer in the shelter, he turned back towards the mountain. Fortune smiled upon Suhan. The wolf had not been stolen, and there were no animal tracks nearby. He pulled the wolf from its shallow grave and hoisted it onto his shoulder, descending the slope. Just as he approached the foot of the mountain, a deafening roar erupted from the northern forest. Countless birds took flight in alarm. At this stage, the only creature capable of such a formidable presence would likely be a bear. Suhan halted in his tracks, murmuring to himself. Chapter 33. The ferocious grizzly bear in Longwa's live broadcast room. The audience was well aware that the commotion was undoubtedly caused by a bear. Just when everyone thought Suhan would retreat, he unexpectedly abandoned the wolf and strode towards the bear's location. This left everyone utterly astonished. Goodness, brother. No, Sushun, stay calm. That is a bear. Your wooden spear will be useless. Let us explore elsewhere for now, Sushun. Come back, Sushun. In contrast to the anxiety of the Longwa audience, the foreigners grew increasingly excited. Yes, that's it. Bear Dad, teach that scoundrel a lesson. Let him witness your might. Ha ha. The great Amaterasu is unleashing her power. This fool must not believe he can slay a bear with a mere stick. The mighty bear clan, obliterate the Longwa people. I shall burn incense for you daily. Simida. In the wilderness realm, Suhan activated his stealth and suppressed his presence, moving through the dense forest like a phantom. The furious roars grew louder, accompanied by low growls. The bear seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle with some creature. Suhan halted, observed the surroundings for a moment, and found a suitable tree to swiftly ascend. He resembled a nimble monkey, reaching the treetop in just a few breaths. Carefully parting the branches, he spotted a grizzly bear wrestling with two wolves on a nearby patch of grass. One of the wolves appeared to have been severely injured, yet showed no intention of fleeing. What was going on? Wolves are cunning and intelligent creatures. It is unusual for them to engage in such a confrontation in broad daylight, unless there was a special circumstance preventing their retreat. Suhan retrieved his binoculars. As his gaze penetrated the foliage, he caught sight of two adorable wolf cubs nestled in a nearby low cave. Their fur was a dull grayish-white, and they were huddled on the ground, likely no more than 2 months old. It was for their young that the wolves stood their ground. Realization dawned upon Suhan, and he deduced how the confrontation had unfolded. The grizzly bear had respawned at midnight, while the wolves resided in the cave. When the bear wandered into their territory, the wolves instinctively launched an attack to protect their offspring. Should he swoop in to seize the opportunity? Suhan quickly dismissed the thought. It was not out of a sense of compassion for the wolves defending their cubs, but rather due to the lack of a reliable weapon. If he intervened, the bear might mistake him for an enemy, making escape exceedingly difficult. Though the grizzly was not as ferocious as the brown bear, it was renowned for its agility. Perhaps it was best not to meddle, at least until he acquired a suitable weapon. Engaging a bear would indeed be perilous. Silently, Suhan descended the tree and turned to leave. At that moment, a wolf let out a mournful cry. Clearly, they were no match for the grizzly. Although 60 to 90 of a grizzly's diet consists of plants, it would not show mercy when provoked. Before departing, Suhan took note of the surrounding terrain, contemplating how he might return to eliminate the grizzly. The weather was growing colder, and acquiring a bearskin coat before winter would be immensely comfortable. Moreover, he estimated this grizzly weighed at least 300 pounds. If he succeeded in bringing it down, the bear meat alone would amount to around 150 pounds, not to mention the internal organs, such as the kidneys, intestines, and penis, all of which are nutritious and delectable. Suhan hoisted the wolf once more and hurried home. He had much to attend to, with both gray wolves and spotted deer to process. The task of butchering and skinning alone promised to be quite an undertaking. Furthermore, with so much meat, if not preserved, it would spoil within 2 days. Upon returning to the shelter, Suhan placed the gray wolf on a wooden board and took out his axe to begin skinning. This was a meticulous task, but after honing his skills, he had reached level 8 in butchering, making him quite efficient. In less than 30 minutes, he had removed an entire wolf hide. Next came the deer hide, which he managed to strip in just 20 minutes. Then came the tanning process, similar to the last time, using the brains of the deer and gray wolf along with wolf fat for the preparation. As for why he did not use deer fat, Suhan intended to reserve that for culinary purposes. Although animal fats can carry a gamey flavor, he had wild onions and ginger to mask the taste. By utilizing these ingredients for flavoring and reheating daily, he would effectively have a source of fat readily available. Skinning, tanning, and disassembling. This entire process left Suhan quite fatigued. He raised his arm to wipe away the sweat, murmuring to himself, "Phew, finally done. I'll head to the mountains this afternoon to see if there are any fruit trees. If I can smoke the meat directly, the flavor should be better." For lunch, he had stewed deer meat. Before commencing his tasks, Suhan had placed it in a pot to simmer. After an hour and a half, it should be ready. After cleaning the blood from his hands, Suhan approached the earthen pot to begin his meal. Lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted towards him. Picking up a piece of rib meat and placing it in his mouth, he found the texture reminiscent of beef but even more tender. It was neither tough nor bland, with a delightful hint of nutty sweetness. Suhan's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "This meat is delicious. I like it, far superior to wolf meat." He then picked up a second piece, which was succulent and inviting. During his meal, Suhan began to contemplate how to take down the grizzly bear. With only an axe at his disposal, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Thus, he could only resort to setting a trap. If he dug a pit in advance and lured the grizzly into it, would that be feasible? Recalling the formidable figure of the bear, Suhan chuckled bitterly and shook his head. This creature stood at over 2 meters when upright. Just how large would his pit need to be? 3 meters? Or perhaps 4? Even if it fell into the trap, the wooden spikes would likely prove ineffective against such a beast. Unless, of course, he could deliver a fatal strike from above. If he could plunge the wooden spear into its eye socket and reach the brain, there might be a chance to slay it. Nonetheless, the risk remained considerable. Contemplating this, Suhan glanced at the leaderboard. His score of 76 points still proudly held the top position. The individual in second place had shifted from the original Mao Zedong to the master of the wilderness, De Yi, from the British region. However, the gap was slim, merely 2 points, and it was unclear what he had hunted. At that moment, in the British territory, the Muyang dogs reveled in the excitement as they witnessed De Yi successfully hunt a goat. The long-awaited good days had finally arrived for them. Although it could not compare to the bounty in Longhua, it would at least suffice to fill their bellies. Yet, when the food was delivered, everyone was left in stunned silence. Chapter 34, An Unexpected Discovery. The new spice, frost cinnamon tree. What they received was not mutton at all, but rather some foul-smelling sheep testicles, lymph nodes, and intestines. The overwhelming stench of blood and filth nearly made people faint. Those standing at the front even spotted some black particles inside the intestines. These offals could have been delicacies. However, the British refused to eat them, having merely boiled them hastily in water before sending them over. They hadn't even bothered to clean the sheep feces properly. The sycophants wore pained expressions. How could anyone possibly eat such things? This was simply not fit for human consumption. Eat up, you lowly scum. I heard you people in Longwa love this kind of food. This is a reward from Her Majesty the Queen. Why don't you kneel and give thanks? The soldier in charge of the meal cart sneered maliciously. He had tasted authentic sheep offal before. Unfortunately, in these times, where could one find so many spices? Even if they were found, no one would be willing to prepare them for these despicable turncoats. At that moment, one of the sycophants stepped forward, flattering, "Mr. Richard, these are too foul. We can't bring ourselves to eat them. I used to be a cook. Could you let me handle them?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding sycophants looked on with anticipation. Although the sheep offal reeked terribly, if a professional chef prepared it, the flavor would be entirely different. Richard's expression darkened instantly. He kicked the sycophant to the ground. "Who do you think you are? A mere slave daring to make demands? Eat it or not. If not, I'll feed it to the dogs." "We'll eat it, Lord Richard." The others panicked, quickly kneeling to beg for mercy. They had no choice but to eat. Despite the overpowering stench, it was still better than starving. Meanwhile, in Longhua, the authorities had already begun supplying meat to the citizens. They adopted a lottery system. Each day, a draw was held. For instance, if family A was allotted 1 pound of meat, they would not receive any more for the remainder of the month, and the next draw would take place the following month. This method ensured fairness and transparency. If meat supplies were insufficient, distributions would be postponed. In any case, everyone would eventually get their share. By afternoon, Su Han set out with an axe, heading toward the forest to the south. To achieve flavorful smoked meat, fruitwood was essential. He had already explored the eastern and western areas, but the due south remained uncharted. After crossing 3 steep hills, a plain unfolded before him, surrounded by 3 patches of woodland. Occasionally, foxes could be seen darting and playing among the trees. Su Han took out his binoculars to survey the area. His requirements were modest. He simply needed to find a suitable fruit tree for smoking meat, so he could preserve the meat at home. Smoking meat was not particularly difficult. The meat had to be properly segmented, free of blood vessels and fat, to facilitate drying. Additionally, the wood used for smoking must not contain excessive resin or pine tar. Otherwise, when burned, it would produce thick black smoke, rendering it unsuitable for smoking meat. Su Han found himself in a coniferous forest region, where trees suitable for smoking meat were actually quite abundant. Oak, for instance, was an excellent choice. Alternatively, hickory trees would also serve well. The fruits of both trees were edible, which is why he had brought his backpack along for the trip. Through his binoculars, he observed the left forest, which was densely populated with spruce trees laden with spruce cones. These cones could be used as a remedy for coughs and phlegm, simply dried, boiled in water, and consumed. Su Han then turned his gaze to the forest directly ahead. It was a vast mix of pine and maple trees, with maple leaves now blazing crimson, creating a dreamlike landscape. If he couldn't find an oak tree, maple would work just as well. Muttering to himself, he shifted his attention to the forest on the far right. This direction roughly aligned with the location of the clay deposits and was also the closest to him. As Su Han looked over, a peculiar tree caught his eye. He paused, double-checked, and then exclaimed in excitement, "Wait, could this be? Wow, folks, we've struck gold. I found a treasure." Viewers in the live stream were puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to be searching for wood to smoke meat? What did he mean by finding a treasure? Could it be a fruit tree? If so, that would indeed be cause for excitement. Su Han hurried down the hillside, crossed the plain, and spent a full 30 minutes reaching the tree. It was a tall, straight arbor with grayish-brown bark. As he approached, a faint, Pleasant fragrance wafted toward him. In the official livestream, Li Cheng stood up abruptly upon seeing the tree before Su Han. His eyes widened, and his voice trembled as he said, could this be cinnamon? Cinnamon? Bing Bing felt a surge of joy but then questioned, Professor, but isn't cinnamon an evergreen? Could it really survive in such a cold region? She had been cramming knowledge lately and understood the importance of cinnamon for survival contestants. Cinnamon, the most valuable spice in the plant kingdom, bar none. Finding a cinnamon tree meant having a long-lasting resource. The bark of the cinnamon tree is, in fact, cassia bark, which can be used to remove gaminess and enhance aroma when stewing meat. The leaves can also serve as seasoning. If the bark is dried and ground into powder, it becomes cinnamon powder. Li Cheng was well aware of this. But this was the wilderness realm, where even fruits tasted like feces. What wasn't possible here? Meanwhile, in the live stream, Su Han plucked a leaf, crushed it gently, and brought it to his nose. A rich, aromatic scent enveloped him. His eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. No mistake about it. This is the frost cinnamon tree. Frost cinnamon, a variety of cinnamon that, after prolonged exposure to frigid climates, gradually evolved into a new species. It remains evergreen throughout the year, blooming only in winter and growing rapidly when snow falls. Compared to ordinary cinnamon, frost cinnamon boasts higher nutritional value, enriched with multiple essential elements. Long-term consumption can indeed reduce the risk of frostbite. Upon hearing Su Han's account, Li Cheng was filled with excitement. It is indeed the Gui tree. This time, our Longhua has truly prospered. Although the growth conditions for Shuanghui are stringent, the present-day Longhua endures a lengthy winter. With 5 months of the year enveloped in frost, the introduction of the Gui tree would provide the vast populace with an additional spice, a cause for celebration indeed. Longhua is a nation that consumes spices in abundance, currently sourcing all its spices from Asan. However, those scoundrels consistently inflate their prices. At last, we will no longer endure their extortion. After confirming that the tree before him is Shuanghui, Su Han promptly began harvesting the bark. While preparing to transplant the young tree near his home, Shuanghui has minimal growth requirements. Thus, if the sapling is transplanted, it can mature into a grand tree within just 3 years. Nevertheless, possessing only Shuanghui is insufficient. Its flavor is overwhelmingly potent. It is suitable solely for the final processing of cured meats. Hence he must seek additional fruitwood to complement it. Chapter 35. Another discovery. Brothers, we are wealthy again. If we cannot find any fruit trees, we can make do with the maple trees we just spotted. The collection of cinnamon bark must not harm the main trunk, hence girdling is not permissible. Otherwise, even the frost-resistant Shuanghui would succumb to the frigid temperatures and perish. Therefore, the correct method of collection involves partial stripping of the bark and gathering of side branches. Su Han, wielding an axe, slowly peeled off the bark and placed it into his backpack. There were 12 Shuanghui trees nearby, so collecting only the side branches was sufficient for his needs. When his backpack was nearly filled with cinnamon bark, he paused his efforts. Next, he set about gathering dry leaves. The leaves of the cinnamon tree also possess a fragrant aroma, though their flavor is substantially inferior to that of the cinnamon bark. However, they are perfect for smoking meat. Su Han collected the dry leaves from the ground and stuffed them into his pockets once his backpack was full. In any case, he intended to take as much as he could. After his pockets could hold no more leaves, he began to search for fruit trees in the vicinity. Roaming through the woods, he discovered that this area was quite abundant in resources. Along the way, he not only found numerous mushrooms, but also some herbs. As he walked, a cluster of blue-purple flowers caught his eye. Su Han's eyes brightened, and he hurried over. He was somewhat familiar with this flower. If he was not mistaken, it could lead to another fortune. Navigating through the sparse woods, clusters of wilting blue-purple flowers adorned the branches of a tree, their petals shaped like scales, presenting a strikingly beautiful sight. Indeed, it was kudzu root, brothers. We are wealthy again. Su Han plucked a flower and examined it closely, nodding in affirmation. There was no mistake. This flower was kudzu root. This meant that he would have kudzu root to eat tonight. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him, and there was no stopping it. In the live stream, some viewers were unfamiliar with kudzu root. Observing this, Li Cheng promptly offered an explanation. Kudzu root, in essence, is a plant belonging to the legume family. It serves both as a traditional Chinese medicine and as a food source. However, kudzu root is quite hard and cannot be consumed directly like sweet potatoes, but it can be boiled or steamed. Being a coarse grain, it is not easily digestible. Nonetheless, kudzu root is durable, If freshly dug, it can be stored in a cool, ventilated place without spoiling for a month. If sliced and dried, it can last up to a year. Of course, relying solely on kudzu root for sustenance is unrealistic. Unlike sweet potatoes, which, despite their fibrous texture, are soft, kudzu root has a high starch content. Given Suhan's rapid development, by the time winter passes, he will undoubtedly explore further, making kudzu root slices an ideal temporary food source due to their portability and high starch content. Even I, oldly, am impressed by Suhan's luck. The area he has chosen is exceptionally rich in resources, and there are certainly more discoveries to be made with further exploration. As for those who believe that Suhan's success is merely due to luck, they are mistaken. Any location near a water source tends to be abundant in resources. And here, there is a lake. Finding kudzu root and other such items is quite normal. Isn't it? Li Chung seemed to articulate Suhan's thoughts. On his first day, he had done nothing but seek a suitable place for long-term habitation, precisely for the sake of abundant resources. In the field, Suhan began excavating with a small shovel he carried. Upon digging to 30 centimeters, a yellow-brown kudzu fruit was exposed to the air. Indeed, it was kudzu root, and it appeared to be quite sizable. However, his backpack was already full, so he decided to return and smoke the meat first. Having confirmed it was kudzu root, Suhan felt at ease. This item was not prone to theft, allowing him to return home to smoke the meat before returning with a larger shovel for excavation. After discovering the kudzu root, Suhan abandoned his search for fruit trees and headed directly for the maple grove on his way back. He intended to use the maple wood to smoke the meat, and he would deal with the kudzu root later. Upon returning home, he dropped the maple firewood on the ground. Suhan then emptied all the shuanggui bark from his backpack. These items were not sensitive to dirt, so he simply spread them out on the wooden boards at his doorstep to dry. Next, Suhan prepared to smoke the meat. Considering that he would be consuming meat daily, he chose some fatty cuts that did not require meticulous portioning, as he would consume them within a few days. He sliced the meat into strips approximately 4 centimeters thick. If they were too thin, he feared they would lose texture upon shrinkage, and if too thick, they would be difficult to smoke. Thus, 4 centimeters was just right. Once he finished slicing the meat, the next step was to marinate it. At this moment, the freshly harvested cinnamon bark and shuanggui leaves came into play. Suhan placed the leaves into a wooden trough, added wild onions and cinnamon bark, and then gently massaged the meat within, ensuring it would absorb the flavors more effectively. However, Suhan refrained from adding salt. While salt would enhance the flavor, he had too little for the amount of meat he had, hundreds of pounds worth, so even a full measure of salt would be insufficient. Hence, he opted to forego it. While the meat was marinating, Suhan began constructing the pit for smoking, although a brick kiln would be more convenient. The internal capacity of a brick kiln was too small. Even with 4 kilns operating simultaneously, there would be insufficient space to smoke this much meat. A pit, however, was different. He only needed to dig a half-meter deep hole in the ground, place charcoal and spices at the bottom, and build a half-meter high platform with soil bricks above it, rendering it ready for use. In simpler terms, this is a rudimentary version of a tandoor. Moreover, once the meat smoking pit was established, it could be used repeatedly without fear of rain. Suhan grasped his shovel and surveyed the area before deciding to excavate near the shelter. If he were to find vegetables in the future, they could also be stored within during winter. By heavens, I am truly a genius, Suhan praised himself heartily, then promptly rolled up his sleeves and began to dig. With each shovelful of soil removed, the form of the smoking pit began to take shape. The pit Suhan dug was elongated, facilitating both cooking and placement. Once the excavation was complete, the next step was to compact the soil on both sides with a wooden mallet. Subsequently, Suhan procured wooden planks to secure the sides, meticulously compacting clay to seal the gaps. Following this, he employed earthen bricks to converge from both sides, thereby facilitating the closure of the remaining crevice with a solitary brick atop. With that accomplished, the next task was to ignite the wood. Suhan returned to his shelter, sipped a cup of floral tea, and commenced the preheating process using the timber. Once the wood was ablaze, he began suspending the meat upon the tree branches. An exceedingly crucial step ensued. He had to strip the bark. Failing to do so would result in resin seeping out upon heating, rendering the meat inedible. Once the meat was adequately prepared, Suhan hung it in neat rows. He then added maple wood and cinnamon leaves into the mix. The damp timber, upon contact with the charcoal, immediately emitted a copious amount of smoke. This was the moment. Suhan swiftly covered the top with bricks, ensuring a slight opening remained. The flames within the roasting pit were rather subdued, indicating that the meat would require a lengthy 6 hours to become thoroughly cooked. Reflecting on the imminent necessity to venture out and forage for kudzu roots, even Su-Han, the embodiment of resilience, felt the weight of fatigue. The day had been exceedingly arduous. It was no wonder that ancients favored the domestication of animals for transportation, as it certainly alleviated the burden of laborious travel. Nevertheless, despite his musings, Su-Han diligently attended to all his responsibilities. Yet, a thought lingered in his mind. While capturing a horse might pose a challenge, could other creatures be tamed? Perhaps he could procure a bear to serve as a means of transport. Chapter 36. The astonishing performances of other contestants. What was I thinking? Su-Han found himself chuckling at his own folly. Here he was, devoid of a decent weapon, yet aspiring to conquer a bear. What a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, there is a kernel of truth in my musings. While bears may be untamable for the time being, raising a few wolf cubs for protection could be a viable alternative. According to the system's logic, as long as I tend to them, it would inevitably trigger my taming skills. At that moment, Su-Han recalled the 2 wolf cubs he had encountered earlier that day. He wondered if they had fallen prey to that bear. If they had survived, he could retrieve them for rearing. However, first things first, he ought to dig up some kudzu root. He would check on the cubs later in the evening. With renewed determination, Su-Han hastened his pace and soon arrived beneath the tree. He noticed traces of small animals in the vicinity, yet they showed no interest in the kudzu root. Armed with a wooden spade, he began to dig vigorously, and after excavating half a meter deep, he finally unearthed the kudzu root. This particular piece measured about 40 centimeters in length and was covered in fibrous roots. Excellent. The first piece of kudzu root was in hand. Setting it aside, he resumed digging, convinced that a tree of this nature would yield more than just a single piece of kudzu. Following the root system, he continued his excavation, uncovering piece after piece of kudzu root. 2 hours later, Su-Han stood in utter astonishment before a root thicker than his thigh. "Enough is enough, my friends," he exclaimed. "Who understands? The more I dig, the more kudzu I uncover. At this rate, I have unearthed the ancestor of all kudzu roots. I can dig no more today. I must cease. Even if I were to continue, I could not bear the weight of it all." Within the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers erupted with laughter, teasing him unabashedly. Initially, Su-Han was so animated and cheerful, but as one piece of kudzu after another was exhumed, despair washed over him. He realized he could never finish digging. Ha! The area is nearly transformed into a circular excavation site. Truly, Su-Han, you are remarkable. It is a pity you were not cast as an actor in the Independent Brigade's mission against Yamazaki, Su-Han's lifelong adversary, kudzu root. Countless years hence, Su-Han would stand tall amidst the heavens, yet he would never forget that afternoon dominated by kudzu. Of course, banter aside, Su-Han's efforts over those 2 hours yielded a remarkable return of 3 kudzu roots. This resilient plant can be cultivated in various regions. After a half-hour break, he rose to sort through his harvest. He discarded the older roots, which, though rich in starch, were also filled with undesirable remnants. He sought only the tender kudzu roots, leaving the aged ones behind. Even so, it took him 6 trips to transport all the kudzu back home. Arriving at the lakeside, he meticulously washed the kudzu roots, sliced them thinly, and spread them out on the rooftop to dry. By the time he completed his tasks, night had fully descended. Seizing a moment, Su-Han added some firewood to the meat pit before preparing dinner. Tonight's meal consisted of stewed venison and boiled kudzu root. Selecting a piece of kudzu weighing around 2 pounds, he peeled and washed it before simmering it with the venison. This time, he added a hint of cinnamon. In about 20 minutes, the kudzu would be ready to enjoy. As time passed, the venison gradually released its fragrant aroma, and the kudzu cooked to perfection. The raw kudzu, once peeled, bore patterns reminiscent of tree bark and had a subtly sweet taste. Upon careful tasting, one might even detect a hint of bitterness. However, when stewed alongside the broth, the kudzu was remarkably delectable. Lifting the pot lid, a rich, enticing scent wafted towards him. The slices of kudzu danced in the bubbling broth. Yet, due to the high heat, some edges of the kudzu had begun to dissolve. Taking advantage of the warmth, Su-Han lifted a slice of kudzu, its tender texture akin to that of a potato, and the flavor did not disappoint. Delicious. My friends, kudzu is truly a delight. Our meals are becoming increasingly sumptuous. One bite of kudzu followed by a morsel of venison created an exquisite harmony of flavors. The addition of cinnamon enhanced the already rich taste while tempering the inherent gaminess of the meat. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, foreign viewers watched in envy as Su Han savored his meal. Wolf meat, venison, duck eggs. Now even high-starch foods were part of his culinary repertoire. It was a life akin to that of a deity. At that moment, a contestant from the motherland had awakened. He had initially believed himself to be in first place, only to discover, upon checking, that he had plummeted to fifth. What is happening? How have I fallen to fifth place? Ivanov exclaimed in shock. He quickly glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Dragon Kingdom contestant, Su Han, 76 points, captured prey, a deer, a wolf, and a substantial quantity of fish. Second place, a Sand Kingdom contestant, Sandy, 28 points, captured prey, a calf, and a significant amount of fish. Third place, Britannia contestant, Yi, 27 points, captured prey, a goat, 3 rabbits, and a squirrel. Fourth place, Kimchi contestant, Park Dui, 21 points, captured prey, a young wild boar, and a capercaillie. After reviewing the contestant scores, Ivanov felt utterly defeated. A sleepless night had yielded only a single piece of prey, which had been swiftly matched by others. He was aware of Su Han and Ye's formidable skills, but what of the other two? Especially the kimchi contestant. Could he truly hunt wild boar? At that moment, Ivanov noticed that there were battle recordings available at the bottom of the leaderboard. Let me see what makes you superior to me. Ivanov began to review the footage, starting with Su Han's perspective. From identifying prey to strategizing, from stalking to ambushing, from luring to executing his plan. Ivanov watched in awe. His mouth fell agape in disbelief. Su Han was nothing short of extraordinary. Without a doubt, this week's champion would be this man. Such terrifying hunting skills would surely eclipse even Ye's abilities. Next, Ivanov examined the battle footage of the second-place contestant. He had hoped to glean some skill from his rival. However, after watching for a considerable time, he could not even discern where the individual was. At that moment, a calf approached to relieve itself near a dung pit. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the pit, thrusting a wooden spear straight into the calf's heart. Ivanov was stunned. No way, man. How did you hide? Ivanov replayed the footage in slow motion, only then realizing that the contestant from India had been hiding inside a pile of cow dung, with his head and face smeared in it as well. It was precisely because of this that the calf hadn't noticed him. Well, that was something he truly couldn't imitate. But how did the contestant from South Korea manage to hunt? Ivanov absolutely refused to believe that someone from such a seemingly effeminate country could actually hunt down a small wild boar. He clicked on the video. In the footage, the South Korean contestant was covered in dung, and by chance, he encountered a family of wild boars. For some reason, the boars became extremely panicked upon seeing him. The small wild boar ended up falling off a cliff and dying while running away. What? That counts? Ivanov was utterly defeated. How the hell does that qualify as hunting? He refused to accept it. Chapter 37. The two wolf cubs in the Longwa live broadcast room. The audience was perplexed by the ability of the Korean contestant, Park Duan-diao, to hunt wild boars. Based on intelligence gathered over the past few days, he was supposed to be a feeble and ineffectual individual. How could such a person possibly hunt a wild boar? In response, a keen viewer provided a complete recording. The footage revealed that after deceiving a brown bear by feigning death, Park Duan-diao encountered a wolf on his way home. He believed his fate was sealed, yet the wolf mistook him for a brown bear and fled in terror. This incident left a profound impression on Park Duan-diao. He realized the formidable deterrent power of brown bear feces. Consequently, he endured the discomfort of having brown bear dung on him instead of cleaning it off. After resting for a night, emboldened by the bear dung, he set out in search of prey, successfully scaring away the wolves he encountered, yet he was unable to capture any game, which caused him great distress. Especially as the afternoon heat rose, the scent of the bear dung diminished, leading a wolf to nearly pounce on him. Under normal circumstances, he would have given up, but Park Duan-diao's thought process was different. With the bear dung dried, he reasoned that he could simply acquire more, thus resolving his predicament perfectly. Therefore, he searched for the brown bear and eventually managed to steal some. This was the entirety of the process by which the Korean contestant hunted a wild boar. Upon viewing the video, the audience in Longwa erupted in laughter. This contestant truly had the audacity to endure the stench of dung and continue on. Quite impressive. One could argue that surviving in the wilderness requires a certain skill set. Just yesterday, I witnessed an African contestant who managed to survive solely by eating mice. It is no wonder that today the Korean contestant regained some confidence. It seems he had indeed found a solution. However, one should not be overly optimistic. Bear dung is not a panacea. He may catch a small wild boar, but can he sustain this success daily? In a few days, this ineffectual individual will likely starve. Surviving in the wilderness is no easy feat. Even someone as formidable as Suhan remains tirelessly busy each day. Now, with only a week since everyone entered the wilderness, as long as no major issues arise, they can barely scrape by. However, without sufficient food, malnutrition will gradually set in, especially as autumn approaches. A careless bout of illness could lead one perilously close to death, even if the ruler of Korea were willing to exhaust national resources for treatment. It would merely result in a slow demise. Such is the disparity. Meanwhile, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Suhan headed straight toward the mountain in the east with an axe in hand. He did not carry a torch, yet he moved swiftly along the lakeside. Thanks to his level 13 night vision skill, the difference between night and day was minimal. It was merely a matter of color, particularly within a 6-meter radius. Suhan could see exceptionally well. After 20 minutes, he arrived near the location where the wolves had battled the bears during the day. He suppressed his presence and activated his stealth. Following this procedure, Suhan transformed into a phantom of the night, undetected even by the crickets hidden in the grass. As he crept closer, the scene of the battle gradually came into view. The ground was soaked in blood, and a wolf lay alone. Its body severed in half, most likely consumed by a grizzly bear. This must have been the wolf that perished while I was away during the day. But what of the other wolf? Suhan scanned the surroundings, but could not find any trace of the other wolf. He searched the vicinity, yet still found no sign of it. Could it have abandoned its cubs and fled? This seemed quite plausible. Seeing this, Suhan paused and cautiously approached the cave. He observed the surroundings as he walked. If he spotted the grizzly bear, he would retreat immediately. However, until he reached the cave entrance, no sign of the bear was in sight. This suggested that the grizzly might be sleeping inside the cave, a scenario Suhan was most reluctant to encounter. If the grizzly had indeed entered the cave, it would indicate that it had killed the wolf cubs, rendering his efforts futile. Peering into the cave, Suhan was momentarily taken aback. The grizzly was absent, but another wolf lay dead within the cave. Thus, had it driven off the bear, only to succumb to its own injuries? The cave was low, requiring him to crouch to enter. In a bid to avoid waste, Suhan intended to take the wolf back to use for bedding. However, just as he was pulling the wolf out, two small, furry cubs scampered out from behind the wolf's corpse. They appeared quite small, likely just over a month old, and upon seeing the intruder, they huddled together, trembling in fear. "Ah, I truly stumbled upon a treasure. Excellent, you two shall guard my home from now on." With a smile, Suhan lifted the cubs, one in each hand. The cub in his left hand was timid and curled up tightly, its little tail tucked between its legs, while the one on the right gazed intently at him, displaying a spark of spirit. Suhan took off his backpack and, ignoring the cub's struggles, placed them inside. As for their parents, he pondered for a moment, but ultimately abandoned the idea of making bedding. One must maintain a moral baseline. Besides, he had no need for these two wolves. It was unnecessary to commit an immoral act for the sake of two pelts. After exiting the cave, Suhan found a spot to bury the male wolf. He also buried the female wolf, which was left with only half a body, and even placed stones atop the two graves to deter any potential thieves. Having completed this task, Suhan finally returned home with the two cubs on his back. Along the way, they emitted soft whimpering sounds from within the backpack. At that moment, a notification from the National Survival System chimed in. Suhan glanced at it and discovered he had earned 16 hunting points. It seems my outing today was not in vain. Not only did I acquire 2 pets to guard my home, but I also gained points effortlessly. In the Longwa live broadcast room, the audience was dumbfounded. They had just assumed Suhan would launch a nighttime assault on the grizzly bear, only to find him retrieving 2 wolf cubs from the cave. Other contestants were struggling to secure their basic needs, yet Suhan had managed to adopt pets. This was simply extraordinary. Upon returning home, Suhan placed the 2 little cubs within the sanctuary. However, scarcely had they touched the ground when the frightened creatures burrowed into the woodpile. Suhan smiled faintly, ladling some broth and venison into a clay bowl before stepping outside to check on the smoked meat. Upon his return, he found the 2 little ones vigorously tearing at the venison. Considering that their mother had likely perished that morning, it was no surprise they had gone without nourishment all day. Hearing footsteps, the 2 cubs instinctively wished to flee, but their hunger kept them tethered to the food before them. Consequently, the gray little wolf instinctively let out a low whine towards Su-han. How audacious to oppose me at such a tender age, he mused. Approaching, he swiftly delivered a firm tap to its head. The small wolf yelped in pain, letting out a piercing cry before attempting to escape. Yet, Su-han was determined not to grant it this opportunity. In truth, taming wolves is akin to training dogs. If it dares to snarl at you, it must learn the consequences of such defiance. This is known as the alpha wolf effect within the pack. Only when it truly fears you will it obediently heed your commands. With another firm tap, and then another, the little wolf transitioned from struggling to pleading for mercy. Observing this, Su-han finally set it down gently. The small wolf, trembling, scurried back into the woodpile, casting a fearful glance at the imposing figure in the distance. Although it possessed a wild spirit, its instincts warned it that further disrespect towards this being would lead to even harsher consequences. Chapter 38. Taming pets and digging fish ponds. The first day of the hunting week has come to a close, bringing joy to some and disappointment to others. Some participants toiled throughout the day without capturing any prey, rendering their efforts futile, while others feasted upon the flesh of beasts. This is the law of nature. The weak have no significance, whereas the strong can attain everything. The following morning, Su-han awoke naturally, planning to continue smoking meat. He intended to finish the smoking process before venturing out in search of that bear. With the weather growing increasingly cold, the thought of possessing a bear skin blanket was quite enticing. Rising from his slumber, he prepared to don his clothes, but as he stretched out his feet, he unexpectedly stepped onto two soft, plump pads. What is this? They are surprisingly warm. A faint whimper emanated from beneath the bed, and Su-han remembered that he had taken in 2 wolf cubs. Oh, I almost forgot about you two. He bent down and lifted the slumbering cubs. The 2 little creatures gazed up at him, appearing much quieter than the previous day. Upon checking the system panel, Su-han noticed a taming progress bar. Wolf, Cub 1, unnamed, taming in progress, current progress 12. Wolf, Cub 2, unnamed, taming in progress, current progress 28. Almost forgot to name you. The one with a hint of rebelliousness is gray, so I shall call you Dehui. And you, with your slightly white fur and seemingly foolish demeanor, shall be named Erha. The 2 little ones looked utterly confused, unable to comprehend the significance of their names. Su-han set them down and headed out to empty the fish baskets. Having not done so for 2 consecutive days, he anticipated a substantial catch. Upon arriving at the lakeside, he removed his upper garments. Su-han pulled the first fish basket from the water, and countless fish began to thrash about within. So many? He was taken aback. In just 2 days without emptying the basket, it had accumulated such a quantity of fish, truly astonishing. One basket alone contained nearly 5 pounds of fish. With so many fish, how should he consume them? For a moment, Su-han felt troubled. He had considered smoking all the fish, which would diversify his food options and prolong their shelf life. However, with one basket containing 5 pounds, and with 2 more baskets to account for, the total could easily surpass 10 pounds. Clearly, smoking fish was not a sustainable solution. Since the baskets were designed for daily catches, he could not rely solely on smoking the fish. What if he were to raise the fish instead? A sudden idea struck him. If wolf cubs could be tamed, why could he not cultivate these fish? By excavating a pond, he could keep the surplus fish there for future consumption. This way, when winter arrives and food becomes scarce, he could still catch fish from the pond. If the fish reproduced freely, obtaining them would become even simpler. This plan is quite promising. The more he contemplated, the more convinced Su-han became that this idea could succeed. He inspected the remaining 2 fish baskets on the shore and indeed found them brimming with fish. To his delight, he even discovered a turtle in the largest basket. Excellent, an unexpected bounty today. It has been quite some time since I last savored this delicacy. Once I finish my tasks, I shall return to simmer it for dinner. Su-han beamed at the turtle. Breakfast consisted of boiled fish accompanied by kudzu root. To utilize some of the fish meat, he mashed a portion of the cooked fish with a stick and fed it to the wolf cubs. This was their first experience with fish. They cautiously sniffed it at first, but upon catching the aroma of the fish, they devoured it eagerly. As they ate, the wolf cubs emitted contented sounds. At that moment, Su-han reached out to take the wooden bowl away. Dehui instinctively growled. But in the next second, Su-han swiftly swatted him to the ground. When raising canines, it is essential to prevent them from guarding their food. Simultaneously, they must learn a crucial lesson. Only when the master permits can they eat. If the master disallows it, they must simply observe. This is a vital step in the taming process. In wolf packs, the alpha wolf behaves similarly. When the alpha eats, the other wolves must watch from the sidelines, as any attempt to approach would result in dire consequences. At this juncture, Su-han again offered food, and once Dehui began eating, he reached out to take the food away. Should Dehui growl, he would receive another swat. This process was repeated several times until Dehui learned to behave. Whether during feeding or otherwise, whenever Su-han extended his hand, Dehui would instinctively retreat in fear. In contrast, Erha was far less troublesome. Throughout the process, he remained obedient, requiring only the occasional pat on the head and a bit of food to see his progress soar. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers watched Su-han's pet training with amusement. If he continued at this pace, it was likely that in 2 months, this pet would be more obedient than a dog. Dehui, I admit I was wild until I met my master. He is truly cunning. Wow, I adore the obedient Erha, whose paws are pure white. Do you think he might have some Siberian husky blood? Perhaps, just look at his unusually clear eyes. Is this a wolf? Clearly, it is a dog. Erha, it's in my nature. There's nothing I can do about it. My mother told me at birth that my character would never change. Erha, being obedient means no beatings and more food. My clear-eyed friend. That does not mean I'm foolish. The progress in taming pleased Su-han immensely. The recent session had elevated Dehui's progress to 22. As for Erha, he was less of a challenge. Simply a few head pats and some food would cause his progress bar to rise rapidly. In just one night, his progress had surged from 28 to 32. You are truly a natural-born pet wolf, Erha. Su-han reached out to stroke Erha's head. Sensing his owner's affection, the little creature joyfully wagged its tail. That's enough playtime for now. There are still matters to attend to today. Su-han stood up, washed his hands, and turned to check on the smoking meat. After a night of smoking, the venison has been perfectly cured, its surface now shriveled and hardened. Tearing off a piece and placing it in my mouth. The rich aroma of the meat mingles exquisitely with the spices blossoming on my palate. Although it lacks salt, the flavor is remarkably delightful. Henceforth, I shall adhere to this standard for smoking meat. Su-han is exceedingly pleased with the quality of the smoked meat. Once he has stored all the dried venison, he proceeds to hang the wolf meat on a branch for further smoking. By 9 o'clock in the morning, his physical training session concludes. Su-han washes his face by the lakeside, preparing to set out. Today marks the 6th day. Tomorrow, he anticipates an enhancement in his physical constitution and wonders what effects it may bring. Taking along provisions and water, Su-han strolls along the lakeshore in search of a suitable spot for fish farming. Half an hour passes, yet he finds no ideal location for digging a fish pond. Instead, he comes across several duck eggs. Chapter 39. Su-han prepares to dig a river channel in the Long Kingdom's official live stream. Bing Bing, adhering to her commendable habit of asking when in doubt, inquired of Professor Li Cheng. Professor Li, do you think Su Shen's idea of excavating a pond for fish farming is feasible? Not only is it feasible, but the concept is remarkably clear, replied Li Cheng, adjusting his glasses, his admiration evident. Excavating a pond for fish farming is not as challenging as one might assume. In fact, the size of the pond need not be particularly large. The key lies in the geographical location. There are 2 primary challenges to consider when excavating a fish pond in the wild. First, site selection. Due to the absence of modern tools, this step is imperative. Whether large or small, the foremost consideration is that the water source must be flowing. Stagnant water, upon contact with fallen leaves and other substances, becomes polluted and depletes the oxygen within it. Flowing water, on the other hand, does not pose this issue. If Su Shen can utilize a stream, spring, or river, he can indeed excavate a suitable pond. Second, the ecological environment within the pond. A quality fish pond requires a balanced internal ecosystem, which involves substantial professional knowledge. However, given Su-han's accumulated knowledge, it is clear that he possesses absolute confidence in his plan to excavate a pond. Li Cheng held profound respect for Su-han. If he were a foreign contestant, capturing so many fish daily would surely bring him immense joy. Yet, Su-han immediately contemplated the excavation of a pond for fish farming. While it may be a troublesome endeavor, if he successfully establishes the pond, he would likely never face a shortage of food in the future. At this moment, in the wild realm, Su-han had approached the riverbank, the very place where he had previously gathered blueberries, yet he still had not found a suitable location for a fish pond. A flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. Should he simply abandon the search? However, Continuing further would take him too far from the shelter. Even if he managed to excavate a pond, he would lack the time to frequently check on it. After much contemplation, he resolved to explore the area a bit more. The shelter was only 35 minutes away, a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Since he was already out, he might as well search for supplies. Su-han reassured himself and began to wander aimlessly nearby. To his surprise, this meandering led to an unexpected discovery. He stumbled upon a small, long-dried river channel, which had once branched off from the bend of the river ahead. For reasons unknown, it had now completely run dry, resulting in the riverbed being overgrown with wild grass. Could there truly be a river here? Where does it flow to? Su-han sensed that this might be an opportunity. He hurriedly followed the river channel into the distance. To his astonishment, he found himself on the path home, but the river did not lead to the shelter. Instead, it veered south of the earth's slope. Is that so? Su-han suddenly recalled that there was indeed a ditch on the southern side of the high slope. Could this be the very river? If so, by simply clearing the waterway, he could excavate a fish pond right at his doorstep. Excitement sparkled in Su-han's eyes as he quickened his pace. Traversing through the forest, he arrived at the southern side of the earth's slope. From this vantage point, he observed that the river channel wound beneath the slope in a semicircular manner, disappearing on the other side. It seemed that the ultimate destination of this small river was indeed that lake. Now fully at ease, Su-han reflected on the journey he had just undertaken. He had gained an intimate understanding of this river. The widest part of the channel measured only 4 meters, while the narrowest was approximately 1.8 meters. Such a river was truly a divine gift. If he could find some plant seeds before winter, he could cultivate a fertile plot near the riverbank. In the coming year, he could raise fish while farming, take leisurely strolls with his dog, and hunt in the mountains. The thought of such a life filled him with joy. Turning back towards the source of the river, he aimed to discover what impediment obstructed the flow of water. Upon reaching the fork in the river, the truth became immediately apparent. A landslide had occurred here, with rocks and trees blocking the entrance, completely cutting off the already elevated tributary from its water source. Resolving the issue would be relatively simple. It would merely require clearing the accumulated debris of stones and wood. However, this blockage extended a daunting 6 meters. Cleaning it up would undoubtedly be a significant undertaking. For the sake of farming and fish breeding, I shall do this. Su-han spat into his palm, rolled up his sleeves, and began working. Meanwhile, the foreign viewers in the live stream expressed their confusion. With ample food sources available, there seemed to be no need for such foolish endeavors. The people of Long Kingdom truly are a race we cannot comprehend. If I were in his position, I would have already gone into the valley to search for supplies. What a foolish individual. He is wasting his time here when the fish in the lake are simply endless. How foolish, indeed. Let him expend his energy, for when he collapses from fatigue, the bear will surely feast upon him from behind. Oh, Amaterasu, please curse this fool, allowing him to perish and descend into hell. I truly cannot understand this contestant. He possesses a 50-meter fishing line and remarkable skills. Yet he chooses to squander time on such trivial matters instead of attempting to catch large fish. Even if he were to excavate a pond, it would not yield immediate benefits. As the foreign viewers indulged in their ignorant commentary, the audience from Long Kingdom found amusement. Ah, yes, our contestant is foolish. But may I ask how many points your contestants currently possess? What kind of dwelling do they inhabit? Surely, they have not even made it into the top 3 and are hiding in caves, living in squalor? I can only remark on how individuals from certain nations, who pride themselves on being modern civilized beings, still resort to primitive means of sustenance. Why is that? It is perplexing. Wasting effort? Only the foolish would think so. Yet, it is understandable. Those who can only engage in zero-cost purchases could hardly comprehend the importance of sustainable development. Though Su-shun may currently endure hardship, in terms of long-term development, once this river is cleared, it will not only facilitate farming and fish breeding, but also open avenues for further ventures. Now, I pose a question to everyone. Do you truly believe that with Su-shun's formidable prowess, once this river is established, he would merely utilize it for agriculture and aquaculture? Such a notion is exceedingly superficial. Allow me to remind you that Su-shun possesses unparalleled woodworking skills. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It implies that Su-shun can fully harness the river's water as a source of power to fabricate large wooden apparatuses. Water-powered bellows, water-driven stone mills, water hammers, and even a water-powered spinning wheel. This discourse sends shivers down one's spine. At this moment, Even those of questionable intellect cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Initially, they perceived only the most rudimentary aspect, believing that Suhan's arduous effort in excavating the riverbed was a futile endeavor. After all, the lake teems with fish. However, upon hearing this explanation, they begin to realize the extent of their own naivety. Chapter 40. Water flowing through the river. Excavating the fish pond. At this moment in the wilderness realm, Suhan was diligently excavating along the parched riverbed. His efficiency was commendable, yet after a full hour of labor, he had only managed to dig a 1-meter-long water channel. This, however, was an unavoidable circumstance. The subterranean complexity of this obstructed area was formidable, while the surface was covered by a thick layer of soil. Delving deeper revealed an intricate network of stones and roots, significantly complicating the excavation process. As Suhan continued to dig, he also transported the stones, utilizing wooden stumps to compact the water channel and secure the stones and wooden stakes on either side. This meticulous effort ensured that even during the rainy season, the river's waters would not wash away the channel. After all, he aspired to cultivate the land by the riverbank next year. By the end of the morning, the water channel had gradually extended to 3 meters, yet it still remained a considerable distance from the main river. Sitting on a stone by the riverbank, Suhan chewed on some dried venison, contemplating the layout of the tributary. Establishing a workshop was undoubtedly essential. To neglect such a convenient water source would be an utter waste. Additionally, he pondered the agricultural prospects. Taking advantage of the autumn, he needed to venture out to gather resources. Based on the geographical environment, it was reasonable to expect the presence of wheat, rapeseed, oats, and soybeans in his vicinity. Among these, wheat and oats could serve as staple foods, rapeseed could be pressed for oil, and soybeans had a myriad of uses, being a versatile seasoning. With soybeans, he could produce soy sauce, as well as bean paste and tofu. Eventually, he envisioned constructing a mill by the riverbank, where he could grind tofu and enjoy fresh soy milk. The mere thought filled him with anticipation. However, to lead a prosperous life, he could not afford to rest now. Suhan finished the last piece of dried venison, rose to his feet, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and resumed his toil with the wooden shovel. By 4 in the afternoon, the excavated water channel was merely 1 meter away from the main river. Yet, this short distance halted Suhan's progress, for before him lay 2 massive blue stones, the primary culprits obstructing the tributary. The portion of the stones protruding from the water was already half a meter high, not accounting for their deeper embedment, and their width exceeded 80 centimeters. Moving such colossal rocks was an endeavor akin to climbing a mountain. Nevertheless, Suhan had no intention of shifting them. Firstly, he lacked the strength for such a task. Though the system had enhanced his physique, it had not transformed him into a superhuman. Secondly, the placement of these stones was quite appropriate. They could serve as barriers in the event of a mountain flood. Thus, his current objective was simply to clear the rubble and silt between the 2 stones, allowing the river water to flow into the tributary without eroding the riverbank. It was a perfect compromise. Suhan maneuvered around the 2 stones, approaching the water side, where he used his wooden shovel to clear away the silt and sand. The water was icy cold, yet he stood resolutely in it. After half an hour, the silt was cleared, and the river water gradually began to surge through the gaps. With a wooden stick, Suhan pried away the last stone. Off you go. With the obstruction removed, the crystal-clear river water rushed eagerly into the channel. The flow was gentle, yet it possessed a certain vigor. Standing on the stone, Suhan beheld the rising waters. As the influx of river water increased, the distant withered grass was gradually submerged, then spread further afield. At last, it was accomplished. Suhan wiped the sweat from his brow with a smile. Following the opening of this river, further adjustments to the riverbank would be necessary to prevent flooding, but those tasks were not urgent. Ample time lay ahead. After a day of labor, his body was utterly exhausted. Glancing at the worn wooden shovel he had crafted, he planted it into the ground, a tool that had served its purpose well and would now remain as a landmark. Under the setting sun, Suhan hummed a cheerful tune as he returned home. Upon opening the door, 2 little cubs rushed toward him, one after the other. The husky, upon seeing his master return, bounded excitedly from the shadows, while the larger gray wolf wagged its tail vigorously. In truth, it did not wish to be so exuberant, but hunger compelled it. Having provided only a meager amount of food that morning, it was insufficient for the growing wolf pups. Consequently, by afternoon, the gray wolf was quite famished. Suhan reached down to pat the 2 wolf cubs, smiling as he reassured them, "Don't fret. Your meal is on the way. He retrieved several fish from a nearby pot, crushed them with a wooden stick, and poured the mixture into a small bowl. The two cubs began to devour the food ravenously. At that moment, Su-han lifted the bowl again, curious to see if the gray wolf had learned any manners. The little creature hesitated for a moment before dutifully sitting in place. Good. Obedience is commendable, little wolf. Go ahead and eat. Su-han patted the gray wolf's head and then added a piece of venison to the small bowl. Of course, the husky was not forgotten. That evening, Su-han made a special trip to the base of the hillside. By now, the river water had flowed in, reaching a depth of approximately half a meter. This volume was more than sufficient for irrigation and fish cultivation. Not bad. Su-han tested the depth and returned home, feeling quite satisfied. After removing his shoes and getting into bed, the two little wolf cubs promptly nestled on his shoes. This was a natural instinct. By rubbing against their master's scent, they derived a sense of security. Additionally, resting on the shoes provided warmth, which was also a significant factor. The following morning, Su-han took the two wolf cubs outside for their toilet break. After they finished, he placed them back in the shelter. Remarkably, they were quite low maintenance. After just 2 simple attempts, they had learned to relieve themselves outdoors. During mealtime, Su-han glanced at the leaderboard. He remained in first place, while the Yi was in second with 42 points, rather swift progress, yet not a significant threat to him. Su-han contemplated continuing to excavate the fish pond today, planning to hunt the next day. Since the pond would need to settle for 2 days after excavation, the sooner it was completed, the sooner it could be put to use. By 9 in the morning, he resumed his work. Su-han stepped out with a brand new wooden shovel in hand. Upon traversing the earthen slope, he arrived at the waterway, a far simpler task than navigating the main river channel. Near the waterway, he discovered a patch of land rich in clay and commenced his excavation, intent on constructing a tiered fish pond. This pond would be divided into shallow and deep water zones, covering an overall area of 4 by 4 meters. The shallow section would reach a depth of half a meter, while the deep area would descend to 2 meters. This design would allow the fish to retreat to the deeper waters during the frigid winter months. His decision to refrain from digging too deeply stemmed from his concern that fish might struggle to find sustenance in the winter. Thus, he could break the ice and fish directly from the surface. Furthermore, Su-han thoughtfully created a staircase along the pond's edge for ease of access. On either side of the pond, he designated areas for water inflow and outflow. With a level 18 excavation skill, Su-han astonishingly completed the construction of the fish pond in a mere 2.5 hours, a feat that left the onlookers utterly astounded. Chapter 41. Su-han's ingenious ideas. Goodness, Su-shin, are you a human excavator? Your speed is astonishing. It's outrageous that such a large pit was dug in merely over 2 hours. Such remarkable stamina. The key is that Su-shin didn't even pause today, he excavated in one go. The efficacy of the Wushi Hua Shi Dan is indeed formidable. I envy him. If only I had half of Su-shin's stamina. My partner wouldn't look down on me. At the scene, after digging the fish pond, Su-han appeared unfazed, his face merely glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Even he was surprised by this condition. Just a week of clocking in, and the results are so pronounced? No, that can't be right. It must be the enhancement of his physique that activated the full potential of the Wushi Hua Shi Dan, rendering his body so robust. The system had informed him that continuous clocking in for 7 days would yield only a minor enhancement, so the effects could not possibly be so extreme. The noticeable changes in his body must have a single explanation. The Wushi Hua Shi Dan he consumed previously perhaps had not fully exerted its medicinal effects at the time, leaving some remnants within his body. Now, with the enhancement of his physique, the snake gall has exhibited its full efficacy. This is the only plausible possibility. After this revelation, Su-han turned to begin transforming the fish pond. Previously, he had merely excavated. Now, he needed to compact the pond's bottom to prevent excessive water seepage. The roots and stones at the pond's base had already been cleared. His task was to beat the ground with tools, a tedious and monotonous endeavor. Gripping the wooden tool, Su-han repeatedly hammered the ground with vigor, continuing for a full hour until it became increasingly difficult to dig with the wooden spade, at which point he finally ceased, wiping the sweat from his brow. Next came the reinforcement of the pond's perimeter, effectively addressing the issue of increased water levels during summer. Utilizing the wooden spade, Su-han diligently fortified the edges of the pond, mixing in straw with the soil to enhance its resilience. Gradually, 4 earthen slopes took shape around the fish pond. Once this step was completed, The subsequent task was to install the inlet and outlet for water. For this, Suhan opted to use wooden stakes as barriers, adding wooden strips on both sides to ensure the fish within the pond would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Conveniently, there were nearby woods. Suhan decided to source materials on the spot, cutting birch trees into 1-meter lengths, stripping their bark, and preparing to burn them. Although submerged, the anti-corrosion process could not be neglected. Afterward, all that remained was to excavate the water diversion channel, and the pond would soon be filled. Glancing at the time, Suhan noted that it was only 11 in the morning. He estimated he would complete the work before noon. To his astonishment, the excavation of the fish pond had taken merely one morning after the enhancement of his physique. This would be hard to believe if he recounted it to others. The digging of the water diversion channel was remarkably straightforward. It merely required the excavation of a shallow trench 40 centimeters deep, with waterproofing on both sides. The crux of the matter lay in safely diverting the river water. For this, Suhan was well prepared. Once the 2 water diversion channels were completed, he headed straight to the earthen kiln by the lake. Wrapping wooden sticks in clay to create a clay water pipe, digging into the riverbed posed too great a risk. However, inserting a pipe within the river channel would elegantly circumvent these issues. As the audience watched Suhan crafting the water pipe, they were filled with awe. Su Shun is remarkably meticulous. I was just pondering whether opening a breach in the river channel would entail risk. And I was surprised to see he had this solution up his sleeve. Truly, the semi-ceramic water pipe is indeed effective, and the flow of water remains stable. The only concern is potential blockage, but this minor issue can be easily remedied by placing a stone in front to prevent clogs. Professor Lee predicted accurately. Su Shun has indeed brought us a delightful surprise. One can only say that if Su Shun's home were not so distant from the riverbank, he could probably even produce cement by now. Would you believe it? The resources there are rather scarce. The riverbank is littered with stones, and there is no shelter for habitation. As the afternoon approached, at 4 o'clock, the water pipe was completed. It measured 40 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in thickness, and 10 centimeters in diameter. Though modest in size, it was more than sufficient for water diversion. Suhan hurried to the riverbank, first using the wooden spade to excavate an opening, then embedding the water pipe into the ground and swiftly sealing the breach. Layers of wooden stakes, soil, and earthen bricks were used for reinforcement. In a brief moment, the opening was securely closed. Nonetheless, Suhan still felt a twinge of unease. Thus, he vigorously reinforced the entire riverbed until an 8-meter-high earthen slope was formed. Then he stopped. Now, it was time to check on the status of the fish pond. Following the water channel, Suhan made his way to the pond, carefully observing the flow of water to ensure everything was in order, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon arriving at the fish pond, he found it already filled with murky river water. However, this was a normal occurrence. As the sediment settled, the pond would naturally clear. Suhan circled the pond several times, growing increasingly pleased with what he beheld. The next steps involved transplanting aquatic plants and snails to enrich the pond's ecological environment. Once the fish population increased, he could even catch some bass for cultivation. These fish are delectable and have fewer bones, perfect since small crucian carp would be in surplus. As dusk approached, on his way back, Suhan continuously envisioned the future of the fish pond. A gentle breeze swept by, the coolness jolting him from his reverie. He glanced at the sky. The sun had already set. It was only 4:30 p.m., and in a few days, it would likely be completely dark by 4 o'clock. This posed a significant disadvantage for other contestants. The reduction of daylight would severely impact the efficiency of resource gathering and hunting. However, for him, it posed no concern whatsoever. On his return journey, Suhan collected numerous branches from the hillside to craft hemp ropes. Solely relying on lake water took an excessively long time, so he considered boiling tree bark in an earthen pot while he slept. This way, it wouldn't waste time, and with rope in hand, he could accomplish even more. As Suhan pushed open the door to his home, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. The floor was strewn with debris, while the spirited Erha dashed about, a stick clamped triumphantly in his mouth, with Dahui in hot pursuit. Observing the scattered branches, Suhan, in exasperation, lifted Erha off the ground. "Are you out of your mind?" he exclaimed. However, Erha displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he assumed his master was inviting him to play, wagging his tail joyfully. In contrast, De Hui sensed the shift in atmosphere and prudently concealed himself among the firewood, peeking out with his beady eyes to gauge his owner's reaction. Are you truly a wolf? Su-han pondered, scrutinizing the silly creature in his grasp, a wave of doubt washing over him. Could it be that Erha indeed possessed the bloodline of a husky? With boundless energy, a penchant for destruction, and an affable demeanor, all the quintessential traits were unmistakably present. Chapter 42. Pursuit of the grizzly bear. At this moment, the audience was in fits of laughter at the chaotic shelter. The mischievous Erha, you have truly lived up to your domineering name. Erha remarked. Initially, my understanding was merely a facade. What a delightful day it is. Alas, there is no sofa. I had suspected that such a clear-eyed wolf would not be so simple. It seems it truly possesses the bloodline of Erha. In just a few days, it has already learned to wreak havoc. At first, I thought Erha would be protective of its food. It turns out it simply lacks that instinct. Observing the bewildered Erha, Su-han ultimately could not bring himself to punish it. In truth, having such an energetic pet is quite enjoyable. Although its destructive tendencies are exasperating at present, this will surely change as it matures. For instance, it could be harnessed as a beast of burden, or perhaps even serve as a sled dog to transport goods after snowfall. With such excellent labor potential, who would wish to chastise it? Placing Erha on the ground, Su-han grinned mischievously and said, "Be good. Let us have some fun, and strive to grow up quickly. Our sled and grinding mill will depend on you in the future." A woof. Little Erha wagged its tail joyfully. If it could comprehend its master's words, it might not be so elated. Lighting the stove to prepare dinner, the meal consisted of wolf ribs accompanied by duck eggs and yakon. While Su-han cooked, the two lively creatures frolicked around the room, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Watching the spirited little wolf cubs, it felt as though the progress in training them would soon increase. Soon, he could take them out for adventures. This would serve to train their hunting instincts and their collaborative combat abilities. Wolves are remarkably intelligent creatures. If trained properly, they could chase after small animals like rabbits during outings. Reflecting on this, Su-han realized he hadn't savored rabbit heads in 2 years. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. Ding! The British contestant, De Yi, successfully hunted a wolf, claiming the top spot on the leaderboard with 82 points. Su-han paused momentarily while adding firewood, surprise flashing across his face. It must be said, star contestants do possess remarkable skills. Those who manage to slay a wolf at this juncture are certainly no ordinary individuals. Opening the leaderboard, Su-han noted that just 2 days prior, many contestants had barely scored 20 points. Yet, within a single day, all top 10 contestants boasted over 40 points. This indicated they had managed to hunt numerous prey. With this in mind, he resolved to put in the effort tomorrow. He had no intention of relinquishing the title of first place. At that moment, in a British live stream, De Yi stood at the edge of a trap, brandishing a wooden spear and shouting excitedly. "I did it. Yes, I am the first." Before him lay an adult female wolf, sprawled within the trap. This hunting endeavor was undoubtedly a success. Although De Yi had accidentally sustained a thigh injury during the lure, it imparted an important lesson. To survive in this world, one must not yield and must utilize all available resources. Yesterday, De Yi had watched Su-han's video, which enlightened him to the fact that wolves could indeed be trapped. In the live stream, British viewers fervently chanted De Yi's name, proclaiming him the king of the hunt. "Hey, De Yi, show that Eastern lad who the true king of the wilderness is. We are number one. Ha ha ha. The Longwa boy has given up. I see on the leaderboard that he hasn't made a move in 2 days. Could he be afraid?" Just as the British audience engaged in mockery, some of Su-han's devoted fans stepped forward. "Afraid? Are you speaking of our Su-shun? My friend, have you just awakened?" Although Su-shun hasn't hunted in the past 2 days, he not only excavated a river, but also successfully dug a pond. In a couple of days, he will be raising fish. The king of the wilderness? You're making us laugh. Su-shun is sleeping soundly on a warm kong, robust as a bear, while De Yi lacks even a decent shelter. Do you understand the meaning of disparity? For Su-shun, killing a wolf is as easy as slaying a chicken, unlike certain contestants who, in their attempts to lure a wolf, ended up injured. It's laughable. The two sides quickly devolved into a flurry of insults in the live stream. According to subsequent reports from spies, the British were so inept at insulting that 2 individuals suffered from cerebral hemorrhages that very night. The following morning, a thick fog enveloped the area surrounding the lake, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Yet, Su-han had already risen early to search for the tracks of the grizzly bear. In truth, if he could slay one more wolf, He could surpass Yi once more, but such a position would be precarious. Moreover, this week's tasks contained a hidden reward. Slaying a ferocious beast would grant a special title. Although its utility was uncertain, the rewards of Guiyun's survival were unlikely to be trivial. Thus, he felt compelled to strive for it. What if the title added attributes? Armed with a wooden spear, Su Han searched the areas where the grizzly bear might have roamed. After approximately half an hour, he finally discovered fresh bear scat in a thicket. So it is nearby? Su Han's eyes brightened, and he hastened his pace. Soon, a complete bear paw print appeared in his line of sight, leading toward the northern forest. Utilizing his tracking skills, he easily discerned the bear's movements. The bear droppings were quite fresh, likely deposited the previous night, indicating that its den was close by. Confirming this, Su Han ventured deeper into the woods while observing his surroundings. The grizzly bear was massive, making direct confrontation implausible. Therefore, he contemplated digging a large trap nearby, intending to lure the bear into it to have a chance of killing it. Although the endeavor would be challenging, one could never know unless they tried. As the fog thickened, even Su Han found himself disoriented. While traversing, a vibrant green hue caught his eye. Is that bamboo? Su Han could scarcely believe his eyes. The bamboo he had sought for so long had unexpectedly appeared before him. It felt like a twist of fate. At that moment, Su Han could not afford to concern himself with the whereabouts of the bear. He swung his axe and began to chop. With bamboo in hand, he could fashion a bow and arrows. Even if he were to rouse Brother Bear now, he cared not. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the thick fog, the sound of Su Han chopping bamboo resonated heavily. Crack. In less than a minute, the bamboo was finally severed. Su Han selected the straight, elongated segments for crafting the bow's body, deliberately taking an extra 2 to ensure he would not fail in his endeavor. Just as he completed this task, he heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. This was perilous. The commotion had alerted Brother Bear. With remarkable speed, Su Han grasped the bamboo and sprinted down the mountain without a backward glance. As he departed, he fervently whispered in his heart, "Do not rush, Brother Bear. I shall return. You must wait for me." Chapter 43. Crafting a quick bamboo bow. Su Han sprinted with the bamboo until he reached the foot of the mountain, daring to pause only then to glance back. Seeing that Xionggu had not followed, he sighed in relief. With Xionggu absent, it was time for him to showcase his skills. The fog still enveloped the valley below, unchanged since his ascent. Fortunately, Su Han had memorized the surrounding terrain. Upon reaching the base, he needed only to proceed straight ahead to locate the lake, then make a left turn to return home. Indeed, after less than 10 minutes of descent, he spotted the aquatic plants by the lakeshore. However, he avoided the main path, instead wandering along the lakeside in search of suitable stones for arrowheads. In the absence of metallic tips, stone arrowheads were undoubtedly the best option. Yet, not all stones could serve this purpose. They must possess sufficient sharpness and hardness. The finest choice was obsidian, renowned for its sharpness that even surpassed that of specialized surgical blades, but this stone was notoriously difficult to find, typically only appearing near volcanic craters. Alternatively, riverbeds might yield some, though this was a gamble. If torrential rains had not washed obsidian from its original location, searching the riverbed would prove futile. Thus, Su Han settled for flint as his arrowhead material. This stone was quite common, adequately sharp, and a suitable substitute for obsidian. In less than 5 minutes along the lakeshore, Su Han discovered his first flint-like stone, a deep gray rock with a rough, shell-like exterior. He beamed with delight upon finding this initial stone. Indeed, flint was easier to locate. Now, he merely needed to process it to create arrowheads. Continuing his search, he quickly found 3 more stones along the lake. Unbeknownst to him, he had also found himself at his doorstep. The aquatic plants here had long been cleared, providing a clear view. Upon returning home, Su Han placed the bamboo on the ground and split it in half with an axe. Next came the cutting. The bow he intended to craft would measure 1.2 meters in length and approximately 4 centimeters in diameter. This design would ensure that the bow was not only comfortable to use, but also easy to carry. With deliberate care, Su Han began to slice the first bamboo strip with his axe, showcasing the effects of his advanced carpentry skills. No additional tools were required. He relied solely on the axe for the task. Though the process was slow, the integrity of the bamboo remained intact. In total, he cut 6 strips, knowing that crafting 1 bow could easily yield several. Should he make a mistake, he would have backups available. After completing the bamboo strips, he proceeded to shape and cure them. Suhan collected a substantial amount of wet clay from the lakeside, then ignited charcoal to heat the bamboo strips. This meticulous work required him to ensure that the bamboo did not catch fire while also allowing for pliability under heat, all while exerting just the right amount of pressure to avoid breaking the strips. As the charcoal crackled, moisture began to escape from the bamboo. Once the strips became sufficiently warm to the touch, Suhan swiftly withdrew them and commenced shaping. Sitting on the ground, he grasped each end of a strip and bent it with force. Gradually, the strip took on a graceful arc. Any unnatural bends required careful adjustment using his feet. After 10 minutes, the bamboo cooled, and Suhan released his grip to pick up his axe and refine the shape. The grip area remained unchanged, but the tips of the bow needed to taper gradually. Precision was crucial here. He could not damage the exterior but had to make adjustments from the inside. Once the adjustments were complete, it was time for preliminary hardening. This required repeated heating until the bamboo achieved a rich brown hue. However, Suhan had prepared moist clay to expedite the bow's cooling process. In the official live broadcast of Longhua, observing Suhan's industrious efforts, Bing Bing turned to Li Cheng and inquired, "Professor, if I recall correctly, crafting a bamboo bow typically takes 1 to 2 months. Yet, it appears that Su Shun intends to have it ready for use today. Can such a hastily made bow be functional?" "Your question hits the nail on the head," replied Li Cheng, adjusting his glasses as he earnestly explained. "A quick bow can indeed be used and possesses considerable lethality. Do not underestimate such bows. They can be quite formidable in the wilderness. Although quick bows have numerous drawbacks, such as a short lifespan and inconsistent performance, and a tendency to fail during production, we need not dwell on the first 2 points. Our competitors are eager to hunt gray bears, and even if the bow lasts only 20 minutes, it will suffice. As for the likelihood of failure during production, I believe that is a moot point. What is Suhan's skill level? He is a master craftsman, an exceptional woodworker. With his abilities, crafting a bow will be a breeze." After praising Suhan, a flicker of concern crossed Li Cheng's eyes. In truth, crafting bows and arrows posed no challenge for Suhan. It was the prospect of hunting the bear that made him uneasy. He sincerely hoped Suhan would not rush in recklessly, but would instead employ guerrilla tactics, setting numerous traps for a gradual hunt. Bears are not like wolves. Their hides are incredibly thick, and even a few arrows may not bring them down immediately. Therefore, even with a bow and arrows, the question of how to hunt remained. Bing Bing was momentarily taken aback by his words, her previously joyful expression now tinged with anxiety. If video calls were possible, she would surely urge her idol not to take such reckless risks. With a bow in hand, could he not simply hunt a few wolves and still claim victory? Why pursue a formidable bear? In the wild realm, after 3 hours of repeated heating and cooling, Suhan's bamboo strips finally achieved hardening before noon. The bow had transformed into a deep brown hue, exhibiting both hardness and elasticity. The next step involved crafting the bowstring and knocking. Although he lacked hemp rope, the tree bark he had boiled a few days prior could now be utilized. Without pausing for a meal, Suhan retrieved the prepared fibrous material and began the process of twisting it into a usable form. He meticulously fashioned a knot in a section of the tree bark, then pressed his hands together, rubbing the bark in a singular direction. Gradually, under the influence of this force, the fibers of the bark intertwined and twisted into a single strand of rope. The cord made from the bark was rather slender, necessitating the merging of 2 strands to create a bowstring. In less than 10 minutes, Suhan had crafted 7 lengths of hemp rope. The next step involved creating the bow tip and fine-tuning the string. Suhan retrieved the bow body and carved a groove approximately 7 centimeters from each end. He then intertwined and secured the 2 freshly twisted strands at one end, placing it on the ground before bending it forcefully to bind the other end. Finally, the bow took shape, and the focus shifted to adjustments and reinforcement. As Suhan cradled the bow in his hands, he noted the presence of some splinters, yet it remained functional. The calibration process was straightforward. He pulled the bowstring to check for any potential breakage. Furthermore, when fully drawn, he assessed the smoothness and symmetry of the bow's arms. Any excessive bending indicated an issue with the bow body, rendering it unusable. Otherwise, pulling the string could lead to a catastrophic failure. Suhan lifted the bow for testing. As he drew the bowstring, the bow's curvature was flawless, exhibiting no signs of distress. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! The system has detected the host engaging in archery. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill, archery. Note, the higher the archery level, the greater the accuracy. Undeterred, Suhan gripped the bow with one hand and pulled with considerable force. The bow approached a near-perfect crescent shape, with both sections exhibiting impeccable symmetry. This bow had been crafted with exceptional precision. Now, the next task was to create some arrows. Bear brother, do not fret. You shall ascend to the heavens this afternoon. Moreover, we shall have our vengeance for Ha and Hui's parents. Suhan sheathed his bow and arrows, his gaze filled with a fierce resolve. Chapter 44 Li Cheng, why are you so flustered? That is none other than Su Shan. The completion of the bamboo bow simplified the process of crafting arrows considerably. The arrow shafts were chosen from straight and sturdy dry twigs, as damp ones are prone to distortion and are difficult to work with. Suhan had anticipated this, even deliberately leaving behind birch branches suitable for arrow production before establishing the shelter. He retrieved the birch twigs and used an axe to notch the base, creating the nocking point for the arrow. Next, he bound the feathers of the capercaillie with hemp rope. Excellent. Now, it was time for the arrowheads. Suhan took out the flint, placing another stone beneath it, and began to strike with his axe. Crack, crack. The stone shattered. Detected that the host is crafting stone tools. Congratulations, you have learned the skill of stone tool crafting. Tip: the higher the proficiency of this skill, the more efficient the crafting of stone tools will be. Suhan raised his axe and struck the flint once more. Crack! The stone instantly split into several fragments. However, this was insufficient, as the arrowheads needed to be triangular and diamond-shaped to possess adequate lethality. Therefore, Suhan proceeded to hammer the edges of the shattered stone fragments, shaping them into his desired form. Tap! Tap! Suhan gently tapped, causing the edges of the stone to continuously splinter. At that moment, a 4-centimeter-long shard fell to the ground. This fragment seems promising. Suhan picked it up for inspection, noticing that it was thin on both sides and thick in the center, with one end perfectly triangular. With a little further refinement, it could be put to use. The first arrowhead emerged, filling him with great motivation. Suhan imitated his previous actions and quickly fashioned a second sharp flint. Gradually finding his rhythm, one after another, flint arrowheads continuously materialized. Half an hour later, utilizing the flint he had collected, Suhan had crafted a total of 12 rudimentary arrowheads. This significantly boosted his confidence in hunting the grizzly bear. 12 arrowheads equated to 12 wooden arrows, even with only a 50% success rate. That would be enough to send the grizzly bear to its demise. Suhan smiled faintly and lowered his head to continue the secondary refinement, aiming to sharpen the arrowheads further and ideally create some barbs. This way, when shot at the grizzly bear, they would inflict even greater harm. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The arrowheads were ground against the stone, producing a harsh sound. As Suhan polished, he periodically applied water for cooling. Once the arrowheads were sufficiently sharp, he moved on to the next one. An hour later, all the arrowheads were polished to completion, yet Suhan found himself utterly famished. He glanced at the system's time and widened his eyes in disbelief. How is it already 1:30? No wonder I am so hungry. I haven't eaten for 10 hours. I got too engrossed. Suhan hurriedly rose to wash his hands, letting the 2 little wolf cubs out for some fresh air. For lunch, he had wolf meat, small fish, and duck eggs. The venison jerky was reserved for emergencies or when he ventured outside. Generally, he would not touch it. After satisfying his hunger, Suhan used his axe to notch the front end of the arrow shafts, inserting the flint arrowheads and binding them securely with hemp rope. Thus, one arrow was completed. To prevent the arrowheads from falling off, resin could be applied. But Suhan was pressed for time and did not venture into the woods to collect it. There was some readily available on the slope outside his home. Once the 12 arrows were crafted, Suhan picked one up and performed a balance test. This was absolutely essential, as a head that was too heavy would cause the arrow to dip during flight, while a tail that was overly heavy would result in erratic wobbling. Only arrows with proper balance would be more manageable and possess greater lethality. After careful inspection, he found that among the 12 arrows he had just made, one arrowhead was slightly heavier, and one arrow tail was too heavy. The overall quality was satisfactory. Suhan felt immense pride in his craftsmanship. With only 2 arrows exhibiting minor quality issues, his skill was quite commendable. After making adjustments, all arrows were completed. Meanwhile, in the Longwa livestream room, news of Suhan's bow and arrow crafting spread, attracting countless viewers from abroad. Just a single bamboo and 6 hours of handwork produced a bow and arrows. Such efficiency was astonishing. As he completed the arrowheads, the Longwa audience erupted in excitement. Is he going to hunt a bear? How thrilling. Last time, when he killed the first wolf, he triggered a reward. This time, a solo kill of a grizzly bear surely wouldn't go unrewarded in this survival game, right? We hope that Su Shen receives ample supplies. We can endure some hardship for now. Brother Bear, waking you up this morning was my fault, but now it's your turn to kneel and apologize. The bearskin blanket is beckoning to Su Shen. Come forth. Su Shen is about to face the grizzly bear alone. Who is the true king of the wilderness? Where are those who praise to go? Stand up. Su Shen. From this day forth, this territory bears the surname Su. Whether it be a dragon or a tiger, they shall submit to me. In contrast to the excitement of the Longwa audience, foreigners began to express their skepticism. Surely no one believes that something made from bamboo could kill a bear? Be careful. You might end up as the bear's dinner instead. I acknowledge that the Longwa lad possesses some skill and craftsmanship, but I recall he is merely a university student with no experience in archery or hunting. Does he truly think that having a bow and arrow guarantees a perfect shot? I wager my leg that he cannot achieve it. Mastering archery requires extensive practice, and bears do not simply stand still, even if you hit the first arrow. It would only serve to anger Mr. Grizzly. I suggest he hunt some wolves instead. Challenging a grizzly bear? This is not something for a child like you. Upon witnessing the sour grapes, the Longwa audience promptly retaliated. In the official Longwa livestream room, Bing Bing observed the foreign comments and couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Archery is not like other pursuits. It truly requires diligent practice. Generally, one starts with stationary targets, and once accuracy improves, they progress to moving targets, ultimately culminating in field hunting. Is it truly the case that Su Shen, a student entirely unacquainted with the art of hunting, must confront a grizzly bear? Are you frightened? Li Cheng discerned the tension in Bing Bing and suddenly chuckled, posing the question. Clenching the hem of her garment, Bing Bing, upon hearing Li Cheng's inquiry, could not help but gently nod. The mere thought of Su Han preparing to challenge the formidable grizzly sent shivers of anxiety coursing through her. Do not fear. However, Professor, Su Shen has never engaged in archery, and we have just received a notification from the authorities. So what? Initially, the officials claimed that Su Shen was a person of little physical prowess, and yet, he managed to hunt using mere pebbles. Look, there he is, beginning his practice. At Bing Bing's words, she quickly turned her gaze to the large screen, where Su Han was seen wielding an exceedingly rudimentary bow, simulating the act of archery. Is this even considered practice? Moreover, that is hardly a bow. At best, it resembles a piece of bamboo bound with twine, with a small stick used for shooting. What sort of archery practice is this? With a furrowed brow, Bing Bing gritted her teeth and remarked, Professor, you cannot possibly suggest that Su Shen is merely honing his feel for the bow, can you? Why not? The thoughts of a genius are not easily comprehended by ordinary minds. Trust me, what you perceive is merely an illusion, yet in Su Shen's mind, he may be envisioning a fierce battle with the grizzly. Li Cheng maintained an air of unshakable calm, leaving Bing Bing utterly bewildered by his words. Simulated practice? Is that truly the case? Bing Bing blinked, feeling that this erudite professor bore an uncanny resemblance to a fervent devotee from a television drama. Chapter 45. The utterly insane grizzly bear in the wilderness realm. Outside the sanctuary walls, Su Han was diligently honing his archery skills. Sitting 30 centimeters from the wall, he clutched dozens of small wooden sticks, shooting them one by one before collecting them from the ground to continue his practice. In just a minute, he could amass around 40 experience points, amounting to 240 points in an hour and 480 points in 2 hours. Time swiftly passed, and after 2 hours, his archery skill level reached LV10. The skill effect was remarkable. It significantly enhanced his accuracy and the probability of hitting weak points, with a hit rate of 65% within 50 meters, a deviation of no more than 30 centimeters, and a weak point accuracy of 30%. If within 30 meters, the hit rate would rise to 90%. With a deviation of no more than 10 centimeters and a weak point accuracy of 70%. This accuracy was truly astounding. What does 50 meters mean? To put it into perspective, a basketball court measures only 28 meters, making 50 meters equivalent to the striking distance of 2 basketball courts. Even with a 30-centimeter deviation, an attack on a grizzly bear would not miss, given its enormous size. However, Su Han felt that this accuracy was still insufficient. With so few arrows, hunting a grizzly bear meant losing an arrow with each shot. Thus, he preferred to practice until his hands ached rather than waste arrows. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, his archery skill surged to a terrifying LV-15. The skill effect now greatly amplified his accuracy and the likelihood of striking weak points, boasting a hit rate of 95% within 50 meters, a deviation of no more than 7 centimeters, and a weak point accuracy of 85%. If within 30 meters, the hit rate would reach a perfect 100%, with weak point accuracy at 98%. Moreover, moving while shooting would not impair his accuracy. Gazing at his newly acquired LV-15 archery skill, Suhan finally wore a satisfied smile. A hit rate of 95% at 50 meters, with minimal deviation, was precisely the effect he desired. It was time to venture out. Rubbing his sore wrists, he stood up to prepare his expedition gear. An axe was indispensable for skinning and disassembling. He equipped 2 wooden spears for close combat defense, a wooden shovel for digging traps, and finally, his trusty bow and arrows. Suhan slung the bow over his shoulder, and the quiver made of snake skin and hemp rope was conveniently portable. Upon arriving at the bamboo gathering site, a fresh pile of bear dung caught his eye. This indicated that the bear had recently been nearby. How fortuitous! It spared him the need to search for it. Suhan surveyed the area and then proceeded to dig a pit 2 meters deep at a platform location. The pit measured approximately 2 meters in width and length. Once completed, he covered it with dried grass and sticks from the ground. Detected that the host is setting a trap. Congratulations. You have learned a new passive skill, trap. With the first trap successfully set, he continued to dig subsequent traps, spaced 30 meters apart. This time, Suhan excavated 3 large pits to the left, front, and right. Bears and wolves are exceedingly intelligent creatures. After falling for a trap once, they are likely to pursue their prey from a different direction. Thus, establishing multiple traps would enhance safety. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, darkness began to descend. With 3 traps completed, Suhan's hunting was finally about to commence. He disabled his aggressive skill and activated his stealth skill. He began tracking the bear's trail. Reaching the previous pile of bear dung, Suhan swiftly discerned the bear's departure direction through its paw prints. It was on the slope to his left. Confirming this information, he took a deep breath, grasped his bow and arrows, and cautiously advanced forward, navigating through the forest. The ground was increasingly marked with paw prints. Within minutes, Suhan spotted the grizzly bear. At that moment, it was seated on the ground, clutching a rabbit in its massive paws, preparing for the winter by replenishing its fat reserves. A golden opportunity. Suhan drew an arrow from his back, aiming for the bear's eye. He steadied his aim, released his finger, and the wooden arrow sliced through the air, arcing gracefully before striking the bear's eye with precision. With a sickening pop, the eyeball burst, inflicting severe damage on the grizzly. However, it also enraged the beast. Roaring in fury, the bear abandoned its meal, tearing the projectile from its eye and turning to locate its foe. At that moment, the second arrow struck, hitting its mouth. The arrow pierced its throat, abruptly silencing the thunderous roar. The flint arrowhead was exceedingly brittle, and the bamboo bow lacked the lethal power of a composite bow. Thus, targeting the right spots was crucial. Given the bear's massive size, even if Suhan emptied his quiver, it would be a daunting task to slay the creature. Therefore, the first arrow aimed for the eye to impair the bear's vision and provoke its wrath. The second arrow targeted the bear's mouth, one of its few critical weaknesses. With a crack, the bear tore away the object lodged in its mouth, causing a gaping wound that bled profusely. This fresh injury ignited the bear's fury. It locked onto Suhan's position and charged wildly. The ground trembled beneath its weight. Yet, as Suhan saw the bear rushing towards him, he sprinted towards the trap ahead. To lure the bear closer, he even shouted, "Hey, big dog, I'm over here." The furious roar was intermingled with a hoarse and deep tone, reinforcing Suhan's belief that his arrows had likely struck the bear's throat. Arriving at the trap, he halted as the bear approached within 10 meters. Only then did he spring into action. With a splat, the bear fell into the trap. Well, big dog, not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you? Apologies, but I could really use a bear skin blanket. Suhan seized the opportunity to swiftly knock an arrow. Merely relying on the traps would not contain this formidable bear. Thus, one must seize this opportunity to inflict injury once more, this time targeting its mouth. A bear, consumed by rage, cannot help but roar even in pain. As it opens its mouth, an arrow is loosed once again. Strike true, Suhan silently implores. Whoosh! The arrow soars forth. Just as the gray bear attempts to emerge from the pit, it unexpectedly finds itself struck by another arrow at the very moment its jaws part. The excruciating agony paints its eyes a deep crimson hue. It swears that today it shall annihilate the wretched being before it. Roar! As the gray bear claws its way out of the pit, it charges forward once more. Yet, the narrow paths of the forest are fraught with obstacles. And after a brief sprint, it discovers that its quarry has vanished. Where could they have gone? The gray bear's sense of smell is remarkably acute. With a mere sniff, it determines that its foe lies ahead. Roar! Upon discerning the enemy's location, the gray bear lunges forth from the underbrush. Whoosh! A cold arrow flies from the thicket behind, striking its vulnerable point with precision. An agonizing pain radiates from its rear, compelling the pursuing gray bear to come to an abrupt halt. Confused, it contemplates how the enemy could be in front, yet the attack originated from behind. The gray bear is resolute in trusting its keen sense of smell. This defies logic. Chapter 46. Slaying the grizzly bear and triumphing as the hunting champion. Time rewinds 30 seconds. Suhan raced through the underbrush, propelled by urgency. The cacophony emanating from behind revealed that his previous 3 arrows had not delivered a fatal blow. At most, they had merely inflicted substantial bleeding upon the grizzly bear. The power of the bamboo bough proved inadequate. Given the circumstances, even luring the beast to the second trap would not suffice for a kill. It appeared imperative to devise a strategy to further diminish the bear's combat capabilities. Almost instantaneously, an idea sparked in Suhan's mind. He swiftly shed his outer garment, wrapping it around a stone before hurling it into the distance. Following this, he ascended a tree with great agility. No sooner had he climbed than the grizzly bore down upon him from behind. As anticipated, the bear, having lost its target, was immediately drawn to the scent of the discarded clothing. At that moment, an arrow soared through the air with lethal precision. "Old man is here," Suhan taunted the grizzly, leaping from the tree to dash toward the position of the second trap. Realizing it had been duped upon hearing the voice of its adversary, the bear let out a furious roar and launched itself into a frenzied pursuit. However, in its rage, the grizzly failed to notice that its throat bore 2 wounds, causing its breathing to become increasingly labored. Hence, its speed significantly diminished compared to the initial chase. In the forest, Suhan abandoned stealth and sprinted forward, while the grizzly pursued him relentlessly. The distance between man and beast narrowed to a mere 20 meters. Logically, the bear should have caught up by now. Yet, dense thickets and numerous trees obstructed its path, necessitating a detour. This brief delay allowed Suhan to gain additional distance. In the live broadcast room of Longhua, viewers were drenched in cold sweat. Some, unable to withstand the tension of the scene, donned oxygen masks. This was no mere bear. It resembled a colossal armored vehicle. The host, Bing Bing, wore a pale expression, her anxiety palpable, while Li Cheng, usually composed, fixated intently on the large screen. The chase through the forest endured for a full 5 minutes. The bear's speed gradually waned, and it began to contemplate surrender. The injuries to its throat rendered breathing exceedingly difficult, and the rupture of 3 blood vessels resulted in extensive internal and external bleeding. Coupled with its already blinded eye, continuing the pursuit threatened its very life. However, just as the bear halted, a volley of arrows struck its face. It lifted its gaze to see the cunning rogue standing at a distance, awaiting its approach. Such blatant mockery was intolerable. In a final surge of fury, the bear charged forth. 20 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters. Its foe remained stationary. A single leap would suffice to eliminate this deceitful wretch. Yet, when the bear was a mere 3 meters away from Suhan, it suddenly lost its footing and tumbled into a pitfall. Opportunity. Suhan discarded his bow and swiftly retrieved a wooden spear he had previously set aside, racing toward the bear. His target was the creature's vulnerable underbelly. "Take this." With all his strength, he thrust the spear forward. Blood splattered as the sharp wooden spear penetrated between the bear's legs. A heart-wrenching howl of agony escaped the grizzly's lips. The pain was excruciating. It had never encountered such a despicable enemy in its life. The bear struggled to escape, but its body betrayed it. The agony in its lower abdomen forced it to roar in despair. Having succeeded with his strike, Suhan swiftly withdrew the spear and retreated to a safe distance. As the saying goes, one should not pursue a trapped foe. In the wilderness, during a life-and-death struggle with feral beasts, one must never underestimate their capacity for retaliation, especially when cornered. Gazing down at the wooden spear in his hand, Suhan noted its shattered tip, stained with blood. The recent attack had undoubtedly been effective against the grizzly. However, to slay it, he surmised he would need additional effort. He tossed the spear aside and retrieved his bow again. Should the bear manage to ascend from the pit, he would aim for its other eye. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from drawing near. Within the pit, the grizzly continued to emit anguished roars. After a prolonged struggle lasting 5 minutes, the bear finally clawed its way out. Regrettably, as its body emerged onto solid ground, an arrow struck its remaining intact eye, rendering it completely blind. Overwhelmed by intense pain and a sense of helplessness, the grizzly yearned to flee this perilous place. Yet, its limbs refused to obey, and it collapsed to the ground. With each agonizing roar, the bear realized its demise was imminent. Suhan remained still, quietly observing its state. 10 minutes elapsed. The bear's cries grew weaker, and its struggles gradually ceased. 3 additional minutes passed before a distinctive alert echoed across all live broadcast rooms worldwide. Important notice: Longwa contestant Suhan has successfully slain the ferocious grizzly bear. As the first contestant to achieve this feat, he will receive a resource intelligence reward, a national attribute reward, and a national fortune reward. Important notice: Longwa contestant Suhan has successfully slain the ferocious grizzly bear. As the first contestant to achieve this feat, he will receive a resource intelligence reward, a national attribute reward, and a national fortune reward. Important notice: Longwa contestant Suhan has successfully slain the ferocious grizzly bear. As the first contestant to achieve this feat, he will receive a resource intelligence reward, a national attribute reward, and a national fortune reward. The national fortune survival alert reverberated 9 times. The live broadcast room of Longwa erupted into a euphoric celebration. Bing Bing collapsed into her chair, while Li Chung exhaled a long sigh of relief, clutching his chest. They had won. The hunting mission had undeniably solidified Longwa's position as the undisputed champion. At that moment, in the perspective of Ye's livestream, he had successfully lured and slain another wolf. After the previous experience, Ye emerged unscathed this time. However, he had squandered a considerable amount of time on ambush and luring. Hooray! I am the champion. I have surpassed my idol. I have achieved it once more. From now on, even if the Longwa contestants hunt the same wolf, they shall not surpass me. Audience of Yellowin, please cheer for me. Yi raised his wooden spear high above his head, a proud expression adorning his face. Yet, the anticipated sound of notification failed to resonate. Instead, he was met with the news of Longwa contestant Suhan slaying the formidable grizzly bear. In that moment, Yi questioned whether he was hallucinating. Wait, what? A grizzly bear? Oh my goodness, is this a creature humans can challenge? Hastily, he opened the leaderboard, only to find Suhan's points had surged to 176. The sight of such a 3-digit score was utterly despairing. Defeated, he had utterly lost. Yet, Yi could not fathom how the opponent had managed to hunt the grizzly bear. Such a terrifying beast seemed insurmountable. Consequently, he accessed the leaderboard and utilized the replay function. Oh my goodness, challenging such a monster, he must be insane. Wait, what kind of archery technique is this as he hacked the game? To strike the eye with a single arrow, my heavens, he even hit its mouth. Ye's astonishment grew with every passing moment. Everyone was at the same starting line. Yet why was Suhan's archery so fearsome? Could he truly be a Lanxingren? Upon finishing the entire video, Ye's confidence was shattered. Competing for the championship against someone like him was indeed a fanciful notion. Meanwhile, Suhan was claiming the rewards that rightfully belonged to him. Thank you, esteemed supporters, for your generous contributions. As the weather grows colder, please remember to keep warm. Chapter 47. The arrival of multiple rewards and the emergence of the predator. Prompt. As the first individual to slay the ferocious bear, you shall receive the following rewards. You have acquired a resource intelligence report. In your nation, every adult citizen will receive an enhancement of 3 points each in strength and vitality. The average strength of a normal adult hovers around 20 points, while vitality is approximately 30 points. Note: traitors, spies, and lower-class citizens will not receive attribute enhancements. Your nation has gained a reward of 15 national fortune points. The first wave of rewards has arrived. At the moment the survival prompt echoed, Suhan felt an immense relief wash over his weary body. The attribute enhancement was indeed delightful. It appears that the bear was not slain in vain. Meanwhile, the citizens of Longwa experienced a surge in their attributes. Elderly individuals, who had previously struggled to walk, suddenly regained their vigor. Patients convalescing in hospitals miraculously recovered. In an operating room, a doctor was treating a patient but faced failure. Just as he prepared to give up, The patient, whose heart had ceased beating, astonishingly regained vitality. Doctor, a miracle has occurred. The patient's heart is beating again. What? Quickly continue the resuscitation. Yes, Dr. Lee. Once they completed the surgery and stepped outside, they learned from their colleagues that the miracle had been triggered by Su Shun. Dr. Lee, filled with astonishment, remarked, "So that is how it is. We must truly thank this savior. Had it not been for him, that patient would have been lost indeed. He is incredibly powerful. You should have seen it. Such a massive bear was toyed with and slain by Su Shun." I am still in disbelief at that moment. In the British dog den, people huddled together, gazing at the rewards displayed on the large screen, their teeth nearly grinding in regret. Hunting the bear. Enhanced vitality. Enhanced strength. These rewards rightfully belonged to them, yet they could only watch helplessly. The feeling was unbearable. If only they had not left it's all that fellow Lie's fault, damn it. The national fortune has increased again. If such a gigantic bear had triggered a 10,000-fold reward, many would have shared in the spoils. Among the dogs, there were those filled with envy, regret, and admiration. Yet now, they were powerless to act, consumed by their envy. Suddenly, the large screen illuminated with the second wave of rewards. Prompt. Congratulations to the Longwa participants for slaying the ferocious bear, triggering a 20,000-fold reward. All major shelters in Longwa will equally divide the corpses of these 20,000 bears. 20,000 bears. Wasn't it supposed to be 10,000? Damn it, the mentality of the British dogs completely shattered. Meanwhile, the people of Longwa were immersed in a sea of joy. A total of 20,000 bears. Imagine the quantity of meat. Moreover, bear bile is a precious medicinal ingredient. Su Shun, you are truly remarkable, our savior in Longwa. In the official live broadcast, Bing Bing stared at the rewards, her expression one of utter shock, her mouth agape. Professor, I can't be seeing this wrong. Can I? 20,000 bears indeed. Wasn't it supposed to be 10,000? Oh, you've been too busy lately to remember. The announcement for National Fortune Survival stated that the 10,000-fold is merely the base return rate, which will increase over time and based on the participant's performance. I believe the 20,000-fold is a reflection of Su Shun's performance earning the respect of the National Fortune Survival game. Remarkable indeed. A 20,000-fold return probability. Imagine if Su Shun were to gather wild vegetables. That would be 20,000 plants. Just thinking about it is exhilarating, however. I suspect those who emigrated early are now filled with regret after boasting. Li Chung did not forget to rub salt in the wounds of the British dogs. Those individuals were truly despicable. They abandoned their dignity to serve foreign devils while incessantly spreading rumors back home, an unforgivable sin. To call traitors a disgrace to them is an understatement. They are nothing but ungrateful beasts. Upon hearing this, Bing Bing couldn't help but cover her mouth in laughter, then added, whether they regret it or not, we do not know. However, I heard that people in the major shelters received some unfertilized duck eggs today. I had one myself, and it was absolutely delicious as she spoke. Bing Bing even showcased the dining hall's provisions on the large screen. During these unusual times, even hosts and high-ranking officials received no special treatment. Everyone's food was the same. Yet today, the entire dining hall received a duck egg each. Seeing this scene, the British dogs could only stomp their feet in frustration, powerless to do anything but sulk in their den. As Su-han prepared to check the details of his reward, the second wave of National Fortune rewards arrived. Congratulations on slaying a ferocious beast. You will receive a special title, King of the Hunt. King of the Hunt. When equipped, all attributes increase by 2 points. Indeed, an attribute boost. How delightful. Su-han beamed with joy and quickly donned the title. All attributes increased. This was splendid. For instance, speed. For example, strength. But would physical characteristics be enhanced? Upon checking, he found that they indeed had improved. It truly has increased. Wow, this title is impressive. Su-han felt a surge of astonishment. This was simply extraordinary. However, he dismissed further contemplation. There were no women in this place, so strength was of little use. Instead, he turned his attention to the Resource Intelligence Report. With a swift motion, he opened the National Fortune Survival panel. In the map, a cluster of plants lit up. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was high-quality wild oats, located just 3 kilometers south of the shelter. Wow, wild oats. Brothers, we must plant tomorrow. We have oats now. Su-han was brimming with excitement. Oats, while not as superior as wheat, in times like these, who would be choosy? Having something to plant was already a blessing. In the live broadcast room of Longwa, The audience, having just regained their composure, erupted once more upon hearing that the resource was oats. Astonishingly, Su Shun had firmly established his position. Incredible, it was indeed oats. Truly remarkable, Su Shun. From now on, we shall have oats to consume, oh dear. If we can just endure a little longer, we need not resort to eating gruel. Congratulations, Su Shun. Oats. How delightful, Su Shun. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. However, at that moment, the live broadcast revealed Su Han, who had abandoned his smile. He swiftly knocked an arrow and turned to shoot at something behind him. Whoosh. In the darkness, the arrow struck its target. A low growl echoed throughout the streaming room. The audience was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Just moments ago, a bear had perished here. Was there truly something foolish enough to approach? Oh my! In the excitement, I almost forgot this was not a sanctuary. Su Shun, quickly retrieve your clothing for disassembly. If this bear is not removed, we may continually face adversaries. Huh, he managed to hit that? Wait a moment. If I recall correctly, Su Shun was facing away from the enemy. Such remarkable insight, to achieve precise strikes in the night, truly impressive. Chapter 48. Su Han's Triumph. The terrifying additional punishment in the official broadcasting hall of Longhua, Bing Bing, upon hearing the roar of a beast, paused momentarily before inquiring, Professor, did you just see what that was? The screen displayed an expanse of darkness, with only a faint glimmer of moonlight illuminating the forest, rendering the light source woefully inadequate. Li Cheng shook his head and replied in a hushed tone, though I did not clearly see what it was. I can surmise its identity. If I am not mistaken, it must be a wolverine. The wolverine, colloquially known as Huanya Pingtu Gu, lives by the creed of indifference towards life and death, and dares to confront any creature, even a tiger, if it has set its sights on a prey. Huanya Pingtu Gu? The image of this creature immediately flashed in Bing Bing's mind. It is diminutive in stature. An adult wolverine is comparable in size to a medium-sized dog, resembling a cross between a bear and a dog. However, its size is far less than that of a wolf. Despite its small frame, the wolverine's audacious spirit instills fear in other creatures. There is a saying in Longhua, the fool fears the reckless fears the desperate. The wolverine thrives on its willingness to risk everything, a challenge few can match. Roar. The voice of the invader echoed once more within the live broadcast room. At this moment, in the wilderness, when Su Han discerned that the creature attacking him was a wolverine, he decisively switched his weapon to an axe. Against such a tough-skinned and swift creature, a bow would be utterly ineffective. It was impossible to kite it or guarantee a fatal strike. Thus, he had no choice but to engage in close combat. As Su Han took his stance to confront the wolverine, it transformed into a shadow and lunged at him. Come at me. Su Han bellowed, channeling all his strength into his right arm, and as the wolverine leapt towards him, he swung the axe with ferocity. Buzz! A rush of wind swept through the air. The axe struck the wolverine's neck with precision, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Bang! The wolverine suffered a grievous injury. Blood splattering in all directions. It attempted to struggle, but its limbs were unresponsive, as the vicious strike had severed its nervous system, resulting in complete paralysis. One swift kill. The entire live broadcast room fell silent. From the moment of the attack to the counterstrike and the eventual demise of the foe, less than 5 seconds had elapsed, specifically 36 seconds. To dare claim my prey, you are not worthy. Su Han scoffed coldly, extracting the axe and easily decapitating the wolverine. As expected, he gained an additional 40 points. After eliminating the wolverine, Su Han recognized that he could not linger in this place and needed to return with the bear. He rose to retrieve his shirt, preparing to carry the wolverine back. Although he possessed night vision capabilities, encountering other beasts during the transport could be quite troublesome. Hence, it was imperative to first ignite a fire. Su Han hoisted the wolverine over his shoulder and returned to the shelter, discarding it on the ground before retracing his steps with a torch. Fortunately, he did not encounter another Pingtu Gu throughout this process. With the fire ablaze, the butchering commenced. The initial task was skinning, the most time-consuming part. The hide of an adult male gray bear typically weighs between 45 to 90 kilograms. And Su Han estimated that the pelt of the one he had slain would weigh at least 70 kilograms. Its massive size resembled that of a small mountain. Su Han grasped the axe and began to cut around the bear's neck, then made a vertical incision down the spine. One might wonder why he did not cut from the belly. The answer was simple. The bear was lying prone. How could he possibly flip such a heavy creature? Despite his butchering proficiency reaching level 12, skinning with an axe remained quite laborious. He resolved to sharpen a short knife at a later time. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su-Han immersed himself in the task. His movements were precise and vigorous, and in a brief span, half of the hide was removed, leaving the other half on the bear's forequarters. However, flipping it was not an option, so the next step would be cutting. This process was straightforward, yet physically demanding. The gray bear's bones were exceptionally tough. Without the axe in his hand, the butchering alone would have given him a headache. 2 hours passed, and the ground was strewn with bear meat. After a brief rest, Su-Han hoisted the bear's hind leg for transport. One must note that just one leg was nearly comparable in heft to the former gray wolf. Su-Han gauged the weight of the hind leg, estimating it to be around 65 jin. Alas, with so much meat acquired, how would he store it? Hunting the gray bear should have been a joyous occasion, yet thoughts of the unfinished deer and wolf meat at home troubled Su-Han. With such a surplus of meat, when would he ever consume it all? After much contemplation, he decided on smoking the meat. Su-Han considered transforming the gray bear into cured meat, but he lacked sufficient salt and high-proof liquor. Given the scarcity of resources, smoking was the only viable option. While he was somewhat fatigued by the notion, he could not allow all this meat to go to waste. Throughout the night, Su-Han did not cease his labors, continually repeating the processes of butchering and transporting. During this time, he encountered a second creature attempting to steal his food. At that moment, he had just returned to the shelter. Despite the bear meat being surrounded by fire, a wolf had overcome its fear and was voraciously gnawing at the bear's hindquarters. Seeing this, Su-Han was filled with rage. The prize he had risked his life to hunt was not something it could simply approach. He swiftly drew his bow, pulling the string taut. Whoosh! Releasing his fingers, the arrow soared through the darkness like a meteor, striking the wolf's neck with unerring accuracy. A whoop! The wolf, indulging in its feast, let out a howl of agony, but before it could react, a second arrow struck its neck once more. It staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. With an expressionless countenance, Su-Han approached the wolf, extracted the arrow, and dispatched it with a single swing of the axe. Another 40 hunting points were secured. In the live broadcast room, the audience of Longhua erupted in astonishment, captivated by the sequence from the gray bear to the wolverine, and now to the gray wolf. Su-Han's arrows have never missed their mark. He is truly an unparalleled marksman. How astonishing it is that points can be earned so easily. With just 2 arrows, another 40 points are secured. Suddenly, a thought strikes me. Didn't someone from a certain nation claim their competitors would secure first place? Who might that be? Could they step forward and speak? Where are they? How amusing. I surmise that Su Shun is now utterly invincible. As long as he possesses a bow, no one can stand against him. Alas, the task is nearing its conclusion. Otherwise, Su Shin's score would have overwhelmed others by over 200 points. At midnight, the hunting task officially comes to an end. Su-Han sits by the campfire, ready to rest for a while before proceeding with the disassembly. He has already transported half of the bear meat back, leaving only the bear's entire belly and its skin. He can afford to rest for a maximum of 2 hours. At that moment, a notification from Gua Yun Xiaoxing sounds. Notification. This week's hunting event has concluded. The hunting champion is Su-Han from Longhua, with a hunting score of 256 points. Let us extend our congratulations on the emergence of the champion. Special notice. During this hunting event, certain competitors deliberately underperformed and abandoned their efforts. Thus, penalties will be imposed on them and their respective nations. Notification. All male citizens of Paokai will lose 1 lychee. Notification. All male citizens of Inghua will lose 3 centimeters in size. Notification. All citizens of Asan will suffer a reduction of 3 points in intelligence. Notification. All competitors from Zhongbiao exhibit egregious behavior. They will incur an additional deduction of 5 national fortune points and will lose their sense of smell and reproductive functions until they achieve commendable performance to have the penalties lifted. The announcement instantly triggers a global uproar. The nations mentioned, whose participants chose to abandon their efforts, all faced consequences. They deemed the hunting too perilous, preferring to forfeit rather than risk injury. As for the deducted 3 points of national fortune, they believed they could gradually recuperate them, not anticipating the harsh penalties that would ensue. Chapter 49. The priceless resource points at this moment. In Paokai Nation, the populace was gripped by fear upon hearing the announcement regarding the nation's dire fate. No, Shiba, I'm down to my last one due to a car accident. Is it truly necessary to drive us to despair? They lamented. Why must we be treated this way? Paukai Nation mama, save me darling, let us play around now. Soon I shall be utterly beyond hope, but dear, the punishment is imminent. It's all right. Even 3 seconds can feel like an eternity. Chaos engulfed Paukai Nation. Some sought to emigrate to escape, while others contemplated jumping into the sea to sever ties with their homeland. Yet, there were those who wished to savor the present moment while they still could, even with merely 3 seconds left. After several breaths, a golden light pierced the skies of Paukai Nation. The citizens immediately felt as though they had lost something of immense significance. Resentment, anger, and despair overwhelmed them. They had believed their nation could weather this crisis, but the leader of Paukai, feeling assured of their stability, had contacted another contestant, urging him to abandon all hope. After all, a few points deducted from the national fortune mattered little as long as no one was harmed. In that moment, the people of Paukai believed their leader to be exceedingly clever, and leaders of other nations soon followed suit. However, none anticipated that the survival of the national fortune would not permit such negligence. It's all that leader's fault to eliminate him. Since he has rendered me incapable of being a man, I shall ensure he cannot live. In their fury, the citizens surged towards the leader's residence, and the soldiers there chose silence. They too felt the same anger. Having lost something significant, it was an unbearable affront to their masculinity. In under 10 minutes, an announcement echoed worldwide. Due to the leader of Paukai Nation inciting public ire, he has fallen from grace. We urge Paukai to promptly select a new leader. If no new leader emerges within a day, Paukai will be deemed extinct. Current countdown, 23:59:59. The Council of Elders in Paukai, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastily called upon the second elder to step forward, despite his reluctance. Meanwhile, in Inghua Nation, despair was equally palpable. What does it mean to lose 3 centimeters of such a vital organ? If one's original length was commendable, it would not matter as much. Unfortunately, the men of Inghua were already of short stature, and this loss felt catastrophic. Countless citizens crumbled under the weight of their grief. The Inghua forums echoed with their laments. Foolish leader, I despise you. We could have weathered this storm. I can no longer be a man. I will ensure you suffer too. I had so little to begin with, and now it's been taken from me. Amaterasu, please save us. Baka Yalu brothers upstairs. You're still fortunate I have become negative. What shall I do? Despair resonated. Upon hearing of someone reduced to negative 2, the previously sorrowful citizens found a sense of solace in shared misfortune. The leader of Inghua, upon learning of the demise of his neighboring counterpart, swiftly prostrated himself in apology, a traditional gesture meant to solicit forgiveness. His justification for the calamity was that he had been misled by Paukai and had not intended to act thus. Witnessing their leader weeping profusely, the enraged populace redirected their ire towards Paukai. Thus, the citizens of both nations unleashed their fury upon one another in the forums. Inghua netizens mocked Paukai netizens as solitary wanderers, while Paukai retorted with jibes about severed cucumbers, engaging in a battle of wits and insults. In Asan, the effects of a 3-point deduction in intelligence were profoundly alarming. With their already modest intellect, the loss rendered many unable to articulate coherent speech. Young individuals, barely in their 20s, began exhibiting signs of forgetfulness. The leader of Asan felt deep remorse. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Who could have anticipated the consequences of urging contestants to abandon their efforts? At this moment, in the Clock Nation, the situation was dire. Their national fortune had already been waning, and with a 5-point deduction, further penalties ensued. The nation was beset by calamities as a result of their diminished fortune. First, they experienced an earthquake, followed by torrential rains. As a small nation surrounded by others, resources were already scarce. Now faced with such disasters, their demise seemed imminent. The leader desperately pleaded with the citizens not to leave, assuring them they could overcome these trials. Regrettably, the citizens of Clock Nation preferred to seek slavery in foreign lands rather than remain. That evening, 20,000 citizens fled, and had there not been restrictions on immigration, many more would have escaped. In the wilderness realm, Suhan gazed at the leaderboard. First place, Dragon Nation contestant Suhan, hunting points, 256. Second place, Britannia contestant Yi, hunting points, 135. Third place, White Bear Nation contestant Ivanov, hunting points, 82. Fourth place, Asan contestant Sandy, hunting points, 68. Fifth place, Southern Africa contestant Ayaladin, hunting points, 67. Sixth place, Britannia contestant Bai Yi, hunting points, 62. The subsequent ranks contained approximately 7 contestants with over 50 hunting points. Beyond that, the leaderboard lost its intrigue. Su Han closed the rankings and claimed his hunting rewards. You have successfully claimed your hunting rewards. As the champion, you will receive a valuable resource report. You have received item rewards, a sharp razor, and a matching small mirror. You have received item rewards, a bag of sugar, 2 kilograms. Your nation has gained 10 points of national fortune, with the rewards in hand. Su Han beamed at the razor, exclaiming, "What splendid luck! My friends, I thought I would be stuck using an axe to shave." Though using an axe was not without its merits, he had indeed done so just days prior. However, the weight of the axe made it cumbersome and impractical. Now equipped with a razor, cleaning his face would be significantly easier in the future. After organizing his belongings, Su Han opened the map to ascertain the location of precious resources. Upon examining the map, he discovered that the resource point was situated 10 kilometers away in the mountains, marked by an icon resembling white particles. As he discerned the name of the resource, Su Han's voice trembled with astonishment. This was actually high-purity rock salt. The moment these words escaped his lips, the viewers in the live stream were left in utter disbelief. They could scarcely believe their ears. Su Shun had indeed acquired intelligence regarding salt resources. The value of this hunting champion was truly extraordinary. It was no wonder such information was deemed precious. Su Han was overwhelmed with excitement. High-purity rock salt would immensely aid him. With salt, he need not fear the spoilage of any bear meat, regardless of its quantity. Had it not been for the lateness of the hour and the unfinished processing of the bear meat and hide, he would undoubtedly have ventured out to collect salt overnight. With salt in hand, he could produce pickled vegetables and a variety of preserved items, while also ensuring the optimal treatment of the meat. Although he had been sparing with salt in recent days, the demands of rigorous labor rendered it indispensable. Presently, he possessed less than half of his remaining salt. The intelligence acquired today was nearly priceless. However, I must expedite my efforts. Tomorrow, not only must I gather salt, but I also need to tan the bear hide and cure the bear meat. Time is of the essence. Regaining his composure, Su Han swiftly immersed himself in his work. Once he dismantled the final portion of the grizzly bear, he would need to transport it back. Chapter 50. The anomaly of Dahui and the acquisition of rock salt. It took Su Han a full hour and a half to dissect the belly of the gray bear. Most of its internal organs, aside from a few discardable parts, were not only edible, but also rich in various nutrients. The bear's heart was both delicious and chewy, while the liver served as a natural reservoir of vitamin A. He planned to cure it, transforming it into a long-lasting snack. As for the bear's kidneys, they could be sliced and fed to his pets at home. The lungs, containing high protein content, were somewhat soft in texture, yet slightly crisp when sliced, an excellent choice for a cold dish. Naturally, a hint of chili would enhance it even further. Regarding the stomach and intestines, with such an abundance of meat, there was truly no need to bring them back. The processing would be cumbersome. Any large intestine requires meticulous procedures to completely eliminate the unpleasant odor. Moreover, all the feces must be thoroughly removed. Given these two issues, they were not suitable for consumption, especially since he lacked the time for proper handling. After a moment's contemplation, Su Han decided to bring the bear's intestines back. Although he didn't have time to process them, transforming them into sausage casings or bait for fishing would prove quite advantageous. As for the remaining organs, he resolutely chose to abandon them. At 3 in the morning, Su Han, burdened by the weighty bear hide, finally returned to the shelter. The day's exertion had drained him considerably, and he fell into a deep slumber the moment he lay down. Beneath the bed, the two-hued dog sniffed the scent of the gray bear on its master, cowering in the corner, too frightened to approach. That familiar odor evoked memories of the day its parents were slain. In contrast, Dahui, after a moment of hesitation, bravely climbed onto the bed using the firewood pile for assistance. It approached Su Han, sniffing at him. The strong scent of blood was overwhelming. Whimpering softly, Dahui was reminded of how its mother had collapsed on the ground days ago and never moved again. Could it be that its master had also been attacked? Dahui hurriedly licked Su Han's face again and again, its affectionate demeanor evoking deep sympathy from countless viewers. Though animals cannot speak, it does not mean they lack the ability to express their feelings. They can experience sorrow, sadness, and joy. In the live broadcast room of Longhua, despite Dahui's rebellious nature, It was evident that it genuinely worried about Suhan's safety. Perhaps it recalled the tragic loss of its parents. That day, its mother had fallen before them and never risen again. Many viewers found themselves enamored with Dehui, who, despite its typically aloof demeanor, revealed this tender side. Such is the bond of affection. Suhan slept soundly until 10 in the morning. He awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Rising, he planned to gather salt. Dehui, how did you end up on the bed? Suhan sat up and discovered Dehui lying beside him. When he spoke, Dehui excitedly stood, affectionately rubbing its head against his hand. Suhan found himself perplexed. Normally, Dehui was quite distant. Why was it so affectionate today? With curiosity, he accessed the pet training interface. To his astonishment, Dehui's progress bar had surged to 72%. What had transpired? Just yesterday, the training progress was barely around 40. Could it be that Dehui sensed it had avenged its parents? Opening the training log, Suhan was able to observe various changes in his pet. Notice, your pet, Dehui, has detected a significant amount of blood on you and is deeply concerned for your safety. Training progress has significantly increased. Notice, your pet, Dehui, recalls its deceased parents and fears you may also leave it. Training progress has significantly increased. So you were worried about me. Suhan's gaze softened, and he instinctively stroked Dehui's head. Previously, Dehui had despised this gesture, but today, it not only refrained from resisting, but even leaned its head against his hand. Such a proud creature. After a simple breakfast, Suhan grabbed his backpack and stepped out of the shelter. A cold breeze swept in, causing him to frown slightly. The day was overcast, with temperatures hovering around 3 degrees. The temperature had dropped the night before, but Suhan had been too occupied to notice. However, the cooling weather was beneficial. Continuous high temperatures, even in the teens, would risk spoiling the bear meat. It seemed the heavens were favoring him. Tightening his collar, Suhan quickened his pace, his mind occupied with thoughts of rock salt. Once he procured the salt, he needed to swiftly arrange for pickled vegetables. This required him to fire pottery. He planned to produce a substantial quantity, including pots and pans, and, of course, he needed to acquire a large vat. With this in mind, the brick kiln could not be too small. It had to be sizable enough to accommodate a water tank. The 10-kilometer journey was brief. With the enhancement of his level 30 walking skill, Suhan arrived at his destination in merely 45 minutes. Glancing at the map, he noted that the rock salt lay deep within the cave ahead. For safety's sake, Suhan retrieved his axe. The cave was quite spacious. Within just 5 minutes, he reached the designated coordinates. Looking around, he indeed found numerous stones. Was this rock salt? Suhan picked up a transparent stone and licked it with his tongue. It tasted exceedingly salty, yet devoid of any sourness. This signified that the rock salt was of high purity, with minimal impurities. Indeed, it was high-purity salt. Suhan placed his backpack on the ground, attempting to gather pieces of rock salt about the size of his fist. Too large, and they wouldn't fit. Too small, and they would be hard to locate. Even fist-sized pieces would need to be crushed for refinement once back home. Satisfied after filling his backpack, he departed with a sense of fulfillment. This bag contained at least several dozen pounds of salt, enough to last him a considerable time. Upon returning to the shelter, Suhan took out the rock salt and placed it on a clean wooden board. In the sunlight, these rock salts sparkled like beautiful crystals. With determination, Suhan grasped the axe and, utilizing the flat side of the hammer, shattered the rock salt into pieces resembling the size of red dates. With a swift strike, the rock salt fragmented. Countless minuscule roots and fragments of stone were effortlessly extracted from the crushed salt. Subsequently, the process of further pulverization commenced. When the rock salt was reduced from the size of red dates to that of yellow beans, it was ready for boiling. This boiling would facilitate the dissolution of the salt, a necessary step for filtration. During the boiling process, Suhan set about crafting a filter. Fortunately, some bamboo, left over from his bow-making endeavors, was available to serve as a filtering vessel. He punctured a small hole at the base of the bamboo tube and methodically layered it with clean pebbles, fine sand, charcoal particles, more pebbles, fine sand, and finally, ashes from plants. This constituted a total of 5 layers of filtration. Ideally, it would have been preferable to line the bottom with cotton for its superior absorptive qualities, but lacking such materials, he had to make do. Upon completing the first filter, he proceeded to construct a second. Given the substantial quantity of rock salt, a single bamboo tube would undoubtedly prove inefficient. At least 5 would be necessary. Suhan worked swiftly, and by the time the salt water reached a boil, 5 filtering devices were ready. Now, The next step was filtration. Once the first batch of salt water was ready, he could commence the smoking of bear meat. Chapter 51. The necessity of extracting edible salt and making soap. At this moment, the brine in the pot had completely dissolved. The water, though slightly murky, indicated a high level of purity. This is because the more impurities present in salt, the cloudier the brine becomes. Conversely, the clarity observed now signifies its excellence. Observing the melted brine, Suhan removed the pot and set it aside, subsequently taking a wooden board to craft with an axe. He intended to construct a support frame for the filtering bamboo tube. This approach would not only save time and effort, but also allow him to avoid constant supervision during the filtering process. The wooden board featured interlocking grooves on either side, each with 3 openings for the placement of the filtering bamboo tube. Below was a small earthen basin. Once the frame was completed, Suhan poured the boiled brine into the grooves, allowing it to flow down the inclined surface into the filter, ultimately collecting in the basin below. Next, he set about constructing a brand new barbecue furnace. Suhan rolled up his sleeves. With the filtration issue resolved, it was time to build a fresh barbecue pit. He demolished the previous pit and began digging anew. The new barbecue furnace would measure 1.5 meters deep, 1 meter wide, and 4 meters long. This time, the top would be sealed with wooden planks. Suhan wielded his wooden shovel with such vigor that it was as effortless as cutting tofu for an ordinary person. With a mere flick of his wrist, he hurled a large clump of earth aside. Such formidable strength evoked envy among the onlookers. In just half an hour, the pit was fully excavated. Suhan gathered dried branches and arranged them atop the meat pit, then constructed a sloped wall with earthen bricks on either side. Thus, a large barbecue pit was completed. For lunch, he enjoyed boiled bear heart, accompanied by a hint of roasted bear liver and a salad of dandelion greens. The combination of meat and vegetables brought him great satisfaction, particularly with the newfound freedom of salt elevating the aroma of the meal to unprecedented heights. "Ah, this bear heart is exquisite," he mused, relishing its lack of any fishy taste and its delightful texture. His only lament was the absence of 2 liang of white liquor. Chewing on the bear heart, he expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that such a splendid dish deserved a complement of fine spirits. "If only I could find some sweet potatoes in the days to come. They are not only excellent for brewing, but also far tastier than kudzu, and the vines can be consumed as well." Unfortunately, lacking resource intelligence made locating a sweet potato in the wild akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Following lunch, the second batch of brine had completed its filtration. For safety reasons, Suhan poured the filtered brine into the grooves for a second filtration. Watching the brine drip from the bamboo tube, he dipped his finger in and tasted it, his eyes lighting up. The flavor was incredibly pure and suitable for curing bear meat. He retrieved an earthen pot from his shelter, poured a bowl of concentrated brine into it, and added a large chunk of cinnamon, a handful of wild onions, and some cinnamon leaves. After a brief stir, a fragrant brine was prepared. Next came the curing of the bear meat. Suhan sliced the bear meat into strips, placing them into the earthen pot and massaging them until the juices permeated the meat. This state was ideal for roasting. In fact, marinating for several hours would yield even better results. However, since the gray bear had been hunted the previous day, it had already lost freshness. Thus, it was preferable to smoke it ahead of time. After several rounds of this process, the barbecue rack was filled with bear meat. The expanded barbecue furnace could roast dozens of pounds of meat at once, and with the temperature dropping today, it seemed unlikely that much of the bear meat would go to waste. He added firewood, ignited the flames, and sprinkled in the spices, sealing the top. Moments later, thick smoke began to billow through the gaps. Suhan spent the entire afternoon simmering brine and smoking meat, during which he also pickled a small jar of Jerusalem artichokes. The ingredients were simple: half a bowl of brine, 3 bowls of cool boiled water, and a touch of cinnamon. As evening fell, the wind that had blown all day finally ceased. Yet, the temperature had plummeted to 0. At this moment, Suhan sat at the 8 immortals table, sipping rose tea while enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Other contestants, however, fared poorly. The sudden drop in temperature had a significant impact on them, particularly those who had failed to construct windbreak shelters, now shivering from the cold. For instance, the monkey contestant, who had caught a goat, found it stolen by a wolf during the day due to inadequate storage. Faced with the adult wolf, he even knelt and pleaded. The wolf merely glanced at him before sauntering away, tail wagging. Similarly, contestant Sandar encountered a comparable predicament. As he prepared to cook, just as the fire began to rise, he discovered his meat had vanished. Confused, he stepped outside his shelter to see a wild badger darting away with his meat, disappearing into the darkness. That despicable creature dared to steal my meat. How shameless. It was hard to fault the badger, though, for Sandar had neglected to install a door on his shelter, making it seem like a buffet to the intruder. Meanwhile, contestant Gang had gradually stabilized his situation. His shelter was a semi-burrow structure, with a pit dug at the base, topped by walls constructed from a mixture of wood, stone, and mud. He had also excavated a clay bed to create a stove, albeit in a rudimentary linear form. While it could not compare to Suhan's luxurious villa, achieving stability was quite commendable for him. All that remained was to keep striving, ensuring survival would not pose a significant challenge. That night, Suhan chose not to rest. After dinner, he began preparations for tanning the bear skin. Bear skin is warm and comfortable, yet the tanning process is rather cumbersome. The skin is thick and massive, weighing 70 kilograms, rendering ordinary methods ineffective. Fortunately, while dining, Suhan conceived an alternative method, hanging the bear skin in a tree. This way, by applying the boiled bear fat, he could achieve comprehensive coverage while freely kneading and stretching it. Suhan ascended the tree, shouldering the bear skin, and deftly intertwined his arms before executing a vigorous toss. With a swift motion, the entire pelt unfurled elegantly in midair. It was a sight to behold. After snapping his fingers, Suhan descended from the tree, retrieving the bear's brain and fat that had been simmering for some time, ready for the tanning process. In truth, tanning bear skin is not fundamentally different from tanning wolf skin. The former merely possesses a more pungent aroma and is larger in size. The entire procedure of tanning lasted a full 2 hours before it reached completion. Upon returning to the shelter, Suhan, fatigued, removed his coat, only to be met with an overwhelming stench that nearly incapacitated him. A closer inspection revealed that his coat was already saturated with grease and bear blood, explaining the foul odor. How repulsive! It seems tomorrow he must procure some soap to cleanse it. With a look of disdain, he cast the coat aside, for sleeping under its weight would surely disturb his slumber in the dead of night. As for why he had not noticed the smell during the day, it was undoubtedly due to the incessant wind outside. Nonetheless, it was high time he crafted some soap, for it would serve not only to wash his garments, but also for daily hygiene. Chapter 52. The Misadventures of Ha and the Commencement of House Expansion. In the early morning, Suhan was roused from his slumber by the incessant noise of Ha. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld this exuberant little creature performing an impromptu lion dance while clutching a stick. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was merely 6 o'clock. Enraged, Suhan seized the energetic pup and unceremoniously tossed him outside. Have you lost your mind, Ha? After finally securing a leisurely morning, could you not allow me a few more moments of repose? If you are so keen to play, then amuse yourself to your heart's content outside. With a resounding slam, he shut the wooden door and returned to bed, sinking into slumber once more. 2 hours later, he awoke again, feeling quite refreshed. Suhan stretched and prepared to make breakfast. However, just then, a wretched howl emanated from outside. Alarmed, he realized the gravity of the situation. He had forgotten about Ha and feared that the little rascal might have encountered a wild beast. Without a moment to spare, he grabbed the bow and arrow from the wall and dashed outside. Upon exiting, he was met with a sight that made him roar with laughter. Ha had not been beset by a ferocious creature. Rather, he was in a comical predicament, having his tail tip clamped tightly by a turtle and running amok in distress. You truly are something else, Ha. Suhan stifled his laughter as he approached and separated the two. Fortunately, the turtle had only caught the fur at the tip of the tail. Had it bitten down on a paw, Ha would have faced a life of limping. Hearing his master's reprimand, Ha lay down, looking utterly dejected. His small eyes filled with trepidation. He vowed never to provoke the turtle again. With the farcical episode concluded, Suhan embarked on his day of labor. After a simple breakfast, he engaged in his daily exercise routine. Once all was completed, he transferred the smoked bear meat into a wooden box outside. Due to the excessively high indoor temperature, it was unsuitable for food storage, necessitating the construction of a wooden container. However, he still had not finished the previous batch of smoked meat, and now, with over 100 pounds of bear meat, one box was evidently insufficient. Additionally, there were still 4 bear legs, a wolf, and a badger to accommodate. It was clearly time for expansion. Suhan had not anticipated that his food supply would multiply to such an extent so swiftly. Thus, he resolved to commence construction after completing the soap-making process. This time, He intended to add 2 rooms, one for food storage and the other for miscellaneous items. The idea was indeed appealing. After smoking the new batch of bear meat, he returned to the shelter with his tools. To create soap, one essential ingredient was lye, which facilitated the saponification reaction of fats. Fortunately, he still had the birch ash he had been using to heat the cabin. Do not underestimate this ash. It was a vital component for producing lye. While softwood ashes could also yield lye, they paled in comparison to birch ash. Rich in potassium carbonate, birch ash is an excellent alkaline substance for soap making. Suhan fashioned a rake from wood to carefully extract the ashes from the stove. Next, he retrieved the wooden box he had crafted a few nights prior, perforated the bottom with small holes, and covered the openings with reeds and dry grass to prevent the birch ash from leaking out. Once the openings were sealed, he filled the box with a generous amount of ashes, placed a slightly smaller wooden board on top to compress it, and finally added clean lake water, allowing the lye to filter through the holes below. Pouring a bowl of water into the box, he waited a few minutes until drops of brownish-gray lye began to trickle into the earthen basin. This was the first filtration of lye. Suhan dipped his finger into the liquid, rubbing it between his fingers, and was met with a slick sensation that intensified as he continued. The purity of the lye was assured. Next came the boiling of fats. As he had utilized most of the bear fat for tanning, he had to process the wolf he had brought back for soap making. The scent of bear fat was far too overpowering for soap, while wolf fat would suffice. As for deer fat, it was too precious to waste on hand washing. An hour later, pure wolf fat was extracted, and he had also produced a substantial bowl of lye. The next step was amalgamation. Suhan gradually poured the lye into the fat, stirring it in one direction with a wooden stick. He recalled that the soap-making ratio was approximately 2 pounds of fat to 130 grams of lye. However, the purity of the outdoor lye was not precisely measurable, so he had to rely on instinct. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in. Detected that the host is crafting soap. Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill, natural alchemy. Note, the higher the skill proficiency, the greater the success rate. With a slight smile, Suhan continued his stirring, gaining skill experience with each motion. After several minutes, the fats in the earthen pot began to thicken, signaling that the saponification reaction had reached a critical point. Recognizing this, he promptly ceased stirring and poured the soap mixture into another clean wooden box, where it would need to rest and maintain warmth. Remarkably, this batch of soap was already suitable for laundry, although it could be harsh on the hands. Failing to clean his coat would render any journey impossible. Using a wooden chip, he scraped some soap liquid into warm water and commenced washing his coat. After vigorous scrubbing, the foul odor had vanished, yet the bloodstains remained stubbornly intact. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Even in modern society, clothing stained with blood for an extended period is challenging to restore to pristine whiteness. Thus, from the outset, Suhan had not expected a perfect clean, merely the removal of the offensive smell. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were left astounded. Wait, making soap is this simple? It really isn't that difficult. We have the fats at home, and hardwood ashes are readily available. What's left is just the synthesis. While this statement held some truth, the viewers needed to consider how many competitors had the luxury of not worrying about sustenance, as Suhan did. To live comfortably, one must first address the issues of sustenance and shelter. Just observe the formidable De Yi during his hunting missions. He exhibits remarkable prowess. Yet today, he busily fortifies his sanctuary. Is it that De Yi cannot concoct simple soap? Primarily, he lacks the time. Take a look at Su Shun, who, in his leisure hours, either indulges in reading or crafts daily necessities. He possesses no fewer than 8 wooden boxes. Whatever he wishes to create, he simply retrieves it for use. How do the other competitors measure up? Su Shin's strength lies not only in his dexterity, but also in his exceptional diligence, a trait unmatched by his peers. Upon hearing this, the listeners were filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the foreign viewers in the live stream felt the stark disparity between Suhan and the other competitors for the first time. His prowess transcends mere hunting skills. He excels in every aspect, overshadowing others. After washing and neatly hanging his clothes, Suhan stepped outside with a wooden shovel in hand. It must be said that not wearing a coat is genuinely chilling. Even someone with his extraordinary physique, upon leaving the warmth of his sanctuary, felt a shiver run down his spine. The weather is indeed daunting. If this continues for another 20 days, snowfall is inevitable. Rubbing his hands together, Suhan began to excavate the foundation for his expansion. The rooms he intended to build flanked either side of the sanctuary, a decision with clear advantages. Firstly, they would serve as insulation. Secondly, this would eliminate the need for an additional wall. The storage room would be approximately the same size as the master bedroom, and since he was expanding anyway, he might as well make it larger. With determination, Su-Han swung his arms vigorously, his actions unceasing. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the foundations of the 2 storage rooms were fully completed. The efficiency of today's work surpassed the initial construction of the sanctuary by about 20%, and the exertion required was hardly worth mentioning. With the foundation complete, the next step was the building phase. Su-Han hoisted his axe and slung his bow across his back, striding boldly into the forest. Such a commanding presence would likely intimidate even the wolves passing by. Chapter 53. Special Skill Focus. Formulating a learning plan with a mere 3 strikes. A robust birch tree was effortlessly felled by Su-Han. Such efficiency would undoubtedly earn him the title of master from even the most seasoned lumberjack. The viewers in the live stream were left in astonishment, their mouths agape, as Su-Han managed to fell an astonishing 40 birch trees in just half an hour. What a terrifying level of productivity. Surely, even a lumberjack's machine couldn't match such swiftness. A thought crossed the minds of the viewers. Has Su-Shin become even more formidable than before? 40 trees without a moment's rest? His stamina resembled that of a wild behemoth. I dare say, should he encounter a wolf, he could easily send it flying with a single kick, believe it or not. Send it flying? Brother, do you underestimate Su-Shin? I believe he could dispatch a wolf with a mere kick. To be honest, I find Su-Shin more intimidating than the warrior within. Nevertheless, there remains a gap. At least Su-Shin's demeanor is not as crooked as that of a comical dog. Within the forest, Su-Han finally paused to take a breather. Gazing at the felled trees surrounding him, a smile crept upon his lips. The newly comprehended skill, focus, was remarkably potent. Although the task remained the same, his efficiency had surged by 30%. Prior to embarking on his lumberjacking endeavor, Su-Han had grasped a special skill, focus. What rendered this skill unique was its preconditions for activation. Only upon fulfilling certain criteria could one attain mastery over it. The requirements for the focus skill were to elevate 5 passive skills to level 20 or above, after which the skill would be automatically acquired. Skill effect. When one is wholly engrossed in any task, they enter a focused state, enhancing work efficiency by 30% and granting an additional point of skill experience. Presently, Su-Han possessed skills exceeding level 20, namely, breathing, walking, sleeping, night vision, and gathering. Regrettably, the skill for tanning bear hides had not been triggered yesterday, otherwise, he wouldn't have squandered so much time. Reflecting upon his skill list, Su-Han pondered whether surpassing 10 skills to level 20 might yield further surprises. After a brief respite, he resumed his labors, for the sooner he completed the storage room, the sooner he could hang the bear and wolf pelts to dry. Additionally, with this batch of timber, he could craft more tools. As dusk approached and the cold wind began to blow, Su-Han, upon his 15th trip hauling wood, chose not to venture out again. Instead, he seized his axe to commence processing the timber. It was merely 4:30, too early for dinner. Seizing the moment, he aimed to outline the structure of the house. Otherwise, should rain descend unexpectedly during the night, his hard-earned foundation would be rendered moot. Activating the focus skill, Su-Han's mind was devoid of extraneous thoughts, leaving only the tasks of processing wood and constructing the dwelling. Chop, slot, bury. Every movement was executed with precision. Upon completing one task, he seamlessly transitioned to the next. From processing the timber to erecting the walls and finally utilizing the wood for roofing, the entire endeavor was accomplished in merely 1 hour. Efficient and precise, that was how Su-Han felt. He was not merely a tool of the system. His vision was solely occupied with what needed to be done and what should not. While this may sound simple, most individuals find it challenging to attain such a state of concentration. Even in gaming, external factors often lead to distractions. After quenching his thirst with some water, Su-Han began to cap the storage room. The layout mirrored that of the master bedroom, employing the same craftsmanship, thus requiring little effort. By 7 in the evening, the temperature had plummeted, yet Su-Han appeared impervious to the chill, fervently continuing his construction. Even the viewers began to question whether he was made of iron. The answer, certainly not. Upon finishing the roofing of the storage room, Su-Han emerged from his focused state, only to be met with a wave of exhaustion, hunger, cold, and muscle soreness, nearly causing him to collapse. Ah, so this is the side effect of concentration. I nearly met with disaster. Leaning against the wall, Su-Han chuckled wryly. This served as a valuable lesson. He would think twice before engaging in such intense focus again. After all, excessive concentration could easily lead to mishaps. Thus, he resolved to approach his tasks with focus, but to allocate time and phases wisely, ensuring that he would avoid the pitfalls he encountered today. Steadying himself against the wall, Suhan gradually made his way to the master bedroom. He descended the steps with utmost caution, wary of a misstep. Once on the ground, he felt a slight alleviation of discomfort. With purpose, he strode to the bedside to rest. As he savored some venison jerky and sipped tea, he decided that the task of transporting items could wait until he fully recovered. Tomorrow would suffice. During his period of rest, Suhan remained industrious, contemplating the events of the following day. Although he had declared today a day of rest, he had ultimately been busy throughout, and thus he must indulge in relaxation tomorrow. Perhaps he should cast some fish into the pond tomorrow. It had been 3 days, and surely the water had cleared by now. Just in time, as he had a substantial catch stored in the fish basket. Thus, the plan was solidified. After resting for half an hour on the bed, he proceeded to massage himself for another 30 minutes. Without a doubt, he had acquired a new skill, massage. Skill effect. The higher the skill level, the more effective the relaxation from massage. If one possesses knowledge of the human body, the skill's effects are further amplified. Truth be told, I have no experience in massage. However, in the evenings when time allows, I must connect with the tactical department and request that they enlist professionals to impart practical skills to me. For instance, professional massage can enhance relaxation, while traditional medicine could aid in healing, and martial arts could bolster combat efficacy. Although Suhan possessed a system, he was not omniscient. There were indeed areas where he lacked proficiency. At such times, a connection with the right resources would prove invaluable. The Long Kingdom possesses a profound heritage, with countless deities hidden among the populace. If one could amalgamate the myriad skills of these individuals, that would constitute true strength. Suhan resolved that starting tomorrow evening, he would endeavor to learn a new skill each week. The weight of knowledge could influence the fate of the nation, and a weekly pursuit seemed just right. With this thought in mind, he gazed upward towards the ceiling and addressed those in the tactical department, inquiring if any officials from the Long Kingdom were present. He expressed his desire to learn a martial art the following evening and requested that personnel be arranged to connect with him. At that moment, within the Long Kingdom's tactical research room, the staff responsible for surveillance promptly relayed Suhan's request to their leader. Wants to learn martial arts? But is he truly capable at such a young age? The leader of the Long Kingdom remarked, filled with astonishment. Just then, an elderly man with silver hair chuckled and replied, "Age is not a barrier. Moreover, he has consumed the 5 generations flower snake gallbladder, a treasure of ancient times. Additionally, this child learns swiftly. He may grasp it with remarkable speed. In my opinion, we should support his endeavor." The Long Kingdom's leader, with utmost reverence, inquired, "White revered elder, whom do you suggest we enlist to teach Mr. Su?" The martial arts of the Long Kingdom are vast and intricate, with factions and weaponry as numerous as the stars. Determining which martial art would be suitable for Suhan is a matter worthy of contemplation. After a moment of reflection, the white revered elder suggested, "What do you think of the thunder palm? This discipline cultivates both internal and external strength, allowing one to harden their fists to the toughness of steel, practical and easy to learn. Thunder palm, that martial art is indeed commendable. Let us proceed with your recommendation, white revered elder." Chapter 54. New skills in fish pond cultivation. The wind howled fiercely outside, with fallen leaves and sand striking the roof, creating a rustling sound. Would it rain again tonight? Suhan set down his axe, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. He had initially planned to engage in some handiwork and then rest. However, if it were to rain, he would have to move everything outside into the storage room, regardless of how exhausting it might be. Perhaps it was best to venture outside and see for himself. The wind showed no signs of abating. Suhan removed his dried coat and opened the door to the shelter. A gust of icy wind swept in, accompanied by cold raindrops that struck his face. It was indeed raining. Frowning, Suhan braved the wind to start moving supplies: the smoked bear meat, the skinned wolf, and the yet-to-be processed pangolin. Lastly, he gathered some dried kudzu root slices. Once he had finished, he hurried back to the warmth of the main bedroom. This dreadful weather was far too cold. He glanced at the system panel, and to his surprise, the temperature had plummeted to -2 degrees. How absurdly frigid this wilderness realm is. Returning to the hearth, Suhan rubbed his hands together vigorously. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would have to keep the fire burning all day to maintain the temperature within the shelter. This would necessitate making more charcoal, as it burns longer than wood and takes up less space. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with fresh air invigorating the atmosphere. Suhan completed his check-in early and set off to the lake to fetch fishing baskets. Today marked the beginning of his fish farming venture, a notion that filled him with excitement. Both baskets brimmed with a bountiful catch, and it was a bit of a strain to carry them with one hand. Navigating over the dirt slope, Suhan arrived at the pond. The previously murky water was now so clear that he could see the silt at the bottom, and even crouching down, he could see his reflection. "Remarkable," Suhan exclaimed, and proceeded to empty the fish from the baskets onto the ground. The fish immediately began to flop and jump energetically, showcasing their vitality. He tossed the lively fish into the pond, while the lethargic and dead ones were discarded aside. The lake shrimp, crucian carp, pike, and tilapia poured into the pond, and the once tranquil waters began to bustle with activity. Initially startled, the fish soon adapted and began to explore their new habitat. The first basket was released, containing approximately 5 pounds of fish. Next came the second basket, filled with the same variety of fish. Once both baskets were deployed, Suhan returned to the lake to gather the necessary aquatic plants for the pond. Armed with encyclopedic knowledge, he easily selected a batch of hardy water plants favored by the fish. The first species was Bingzhan Chow. Not only does it produce a significant amount of oxygen and absorb harmful algae in the water, but it also purifies the water quality. This plant resembles lanterns blooming in the water, which is how it acquired its name. Furthermore, Bingzhan Chow is exceptionally frost-resistant, thriving even at -30 degrees. It is truly the king of hardiness in the wilderness. The second species was Yuguangping, a floating plant. It serves as a primary food source for the fish in this lake, reproducing at an astonishing rate, especially under moonlight, where a vast expanse can grow overnight. As for other aquatic plants, Suhan refrained from excessive transplantation. The adage "too much leads to indigestion" holds true. Only after this batch of water plants acclimatizes to their environment would he consider a second round of transplantation. Moreover, his pond was not particularly large. 4 species of plants were already sufficient. After transplanting the 2 species into the pond, a sudden notification from the system rang out. Ding! Detected that the host is cultivating fish. Congratulations, you have learned a new skill, fish pond cultivation, and the fish pond cultivation interface has been activated. Notice, the higher the skill proficiency, the healthier the fish you raise will be, and they will breed more easily. After surpassing level 10, the fish you raise will gain a special effect of accelerated growth. Notice, experience for breeding skills is calculated by days. Current skill level, LV1, 30 points of breeding experience needed for the next level. Wait a moment. Accelerated growth? Such an effect exists. The system is quite impressive. As Suhan examined the description of his new skill, he realized he had underestimated his system. The fish pond cultivation interface provided real-time conditions of the pond, such as whether the fish were hungry, the quality of the water, and the safety of the pond. With this feature, he no longer needed to check daily. Occasional visits to feed and clear fallen leaves would suffice, saving him considerable time. The accelerated growth effect was even more extraordinary, enhancing the growth rate of the fish. For instance, a crucian carp takes 10 months to grow from egg to adult. With acceleration, this time would be reduced. At level 10, the effect is a 10 increase. Each subsequent level raises this effect by 5, with a maximum of 30. Although gaining breeding experience is quite slow, Suhan felt immensely satisfied, particularly with the relief of not having to monitor daily. He opened the breeding panel, and all the data appeared favorable. Fish pond number 1 can be renamed. Water quality. Excellent safety. Excellent. Ecological environment. Average. Needs improvement. Condition of fish. Anxious. Recovering calm. Feeding required. Not currently necessary in average ecological environment. It seems to lack organisms like apple snails to purify the algae. Additionally, having only small fish is insufficient. Some larger fish must be introduced as well. Suhan returned to the lakeshore and placed some apple snails that had crawled ashore into the pond. The effect was immediate. What was once an average ecological environment now bore an additional small indicator, signifying that adding apple snails was effective. As for larger fish, he would have to wait until he had time to catch them in the lake. Cultivating plankton would require feeding with fermented animal manure, which, when done in small amounts over time, could promote rapid growth of the plankton. However, an excessive quantity can lead to the pollution of water sources and even result in oxygen depletion. Observing the lack of pressing matters, Su-han returned home to reinforce the outer walls. Although the rain from the previous night was light and brief, he still discovered leaks in certain areas this morning. The leaks were minor, yet the necessity for reinforcement remained. Otherwise, should another downpour occur tonight, the cured meat he had prepared would be susceptible to rain and mold, resulting in significant loss. In the morning, Su-han used clay to fortify the walls, and in the afternoon, he proceeded to slaughter the flat-headed goose and tan its hide. He even took the time to dig a pit for charcoal production. In stark contrast to the high-intensity work of the previous day, by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su-han found himself in a state of idleness, which felt rather unfamiliar. Perhaps, taking advantage of this free time, he could connect online. After all, idleness breeds idleness. And it would be an opportune moment to explore the martial arts that his country has prepared. In Su-han's understanding, the renowned martial arts of Longhua include Tai Chi, Ba Ji Quan, Wing Chun, Xing Yi Quan, Tai Shan Kao, and the 12 routes of leg techniques. These were all gleaned from films, and it remains uncertain whether they truly exist in reality. However, Wing Chun, Tai Chi, and Tai Shan Kao undoubtedly do. Let there be no misunderstanding. Tai Shan Kao is a form of hard martial arts, not the singing and dancing style associated with suspenders. At this moment, within the Longhua Tactical Research Room, upon hearing Su-han's request, the staff promptly reported it to their superiors. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s, dressed in black, entered the research room, guided by another staff member. He walked with a steady gait, his eyes bright and clear, emanating an aura of a martial artist. Chapter 55. Learning the Pai Palm Greetings, Esteemed Leader. My name is Xie Kuan. Hello, Mr. Xie. I trust that Little Li has informed you of the purpose for which you have been summoned. What do you think? Is it too challenging? In response to the leader's amiable inquiry, Xie Kuan offered a bittersweet smile and sighed, stating, "The challenge is indeed considerable, but, for the safety of our nation, I would not hesitate to surrender the techniques of the Pai Palm, even if it cost me my life. However, mastering martial arts cannot be accomplished in a single day, especially for someone without a foundational understanding of martial practices. There are the pathways of Qi to traverse, the nuances of the Pai Palm to comprehend. If I were to provide personal guidance, that would be feasible. Yet, with merely 30 seconds for communication, I fear it is insufficient for imparting any meaningful knowledge. I hope you do not hold this against me." Reflecting on his childhood, Xie Kuan recalled how he had been compelled by his father to learn the Pai Palm. It took him 2 months just to memorize the body's meridians. During that time, he had rebelled and even attempted to flee, but ultimately, he was persuaded back by the 7 wolves. After he grasped the internal meridians, he began training his qi, a process that spanned 2 years. Subsequently, he spent another 4 months to reach the initial stage of mastery. It took him a full 2.5 years to gain a rudimentary command of the Pai Palm. Now, the leader requests him to teach Su-han martial arts, yet the time allotted is a mere 30 seconds. Under such constraints, how could he possibly convey any martial wisdom? As Xie Kuan pondered this dilemma, the leader interjected, "Do not be so hasty. Our contestant is known for his remarkable intellect. Perhaps he possesses a solution." Just then, Su-han's voice resonated through the live stream. "May I inquire if the master prepared to impart martial skills is ready? If so, there is no need to fret about the time or my capacity to learn. Simply instruct me as I direct." Xie Kuan, along with everyone else, turned their attention to the large screen, pondering what method could possibly facilitate the rapid acquisition of martial arts. After a brief pause, Su-han revealed his plan. "First, if you locate a master to teach martial skills, kindly ask him not to rush. Have him document all pertinent questions and considerations regarding the martial arts on paper. This way, during the video call, I can retain this information." Upon hearing this, Xie Kuan's eyes brightened. He found this approach rather astute. While verbal communication might prove insufficient, having the information written down would allow the other party to see the entire content. What a clever individual. Furthermore, Su-han continued, "I would also request that the master demonstrate the technique, showcasing the method of exertion and the resultant effects. 30 seconds should suffice for this. If he feels anxious, he may even pre-record a video for me to view." Su-han's suggestions were remarkably thorough. Now, it was time to see how Xie Kuan would respond. In the wilderness realm, Su-han awaited feedback. Approximately 40 minutes later, he received a call request from Longhua. Notification: the leader of Longhua has expended national fortune to request a conversation with you. Notification: Agreeing will immediately initiate the call. Please note, your call duration is limited to 30 seconds. Please cherish this opportunity. Agree. The moment Su-Han consented, a vast luminous screen materialized before him. The image revealed a large sheet of white paper, initially displaying a diagram of the human meridians, annotated with the pathways and considerations for cultivating qi. It indicated the state one would achieve when executing the Pai Palm correctly, as well as the consequences of improper qi flow. The information was conveyed with utmost clarity. 5 minutes later, the staff transitioned to the next sheet, which detailed the processes of nurturing and circulating qi. Observing the explanations, Su-Han grasped the essence of the adage: the impoverished cultivate knowledge, while the affluent cultivate martial prowess. To master a martial art that harmonizes both internal and external elements, nurturing qi is paramount, with each school possessing its unique methods. However, universally, martial training necessitates prolonged physical conditioning before one can harness their full potential. This conditioning requires sustenance in the form of meat and herbs to fortify the body. Otherwise, one risks debilitating their health without achieving martial excellence. Su-Han felt no trepidation regarding this, as his physique had been significantly enhanced by the 5 generations flower snake gallbladder and the system, likely allowing him to bypass the conditioning process. It is also probable that the martial arts training system would further augment his physical constitution. Another 5 seconds slipped by. The final page of the white paper was revealed. The opening line proclaimed, "The Qi fist is like a hammer. With a wave of the hand, it can shatter stone." This described the effects of mastering the Pai Palm, followed by insights on combat experience and the various stages of the Pai Palm's application. Su-Han swiftly absorbed the content, committing it to memory in a mere 3 seconds. As the call time dwindled to 15 seconds, the scene rapidly shifted. A man clad in black appeared on screen, his qi concentrated in his dantian as his left hand swelled and reddened with vigor. With a sharp exhale, Xiekuan struck down upon a 5-centimeter thick brick. With a resounding crack, the sturdy brick shattered instantly. "Young friend, did you see clearly? This is the Pai Palm, which emphasizes the unity of qi and strength, breathing, the qi cultivated within, and the body's coordination. As still as a maiden, as swift as lightning. This is the martial art I impart unto you, the Pai Palm." In a brief span of 15 seconds, Xiekuan encapsulated the essence of the Pai Palm. No sooner had he finished speaking than the call was abruptly terminated. Standing in his office, concern clouded Xiekuan's gaze. How much could Su-Han truly learn in such a fleeting moment? If he could master qi cultivation within a month, he would be a genius among geniuses. Though he had aged, his Pai Palm was a synthesis of internal and external discipline. Even if he could not attain the highest level of mastery, it would surely bestow him with greater skills for self-preservation. However, if Su-Han were to struggle, Xiekuan hoped he would abandon the endeavor sooner rather than later. Throughout history, many have faced adversity in martial training. If one lacks the requisite aptitude and forces themselves to practice, the repercussions can be dire, ranging from diminished vitality to the risk of sudden demise. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience engaged in fervent discussion. "Do you think Su-Shan can manage it? 30 seconds. That barely allows me time to sip water." It may seem a bit precarious. Although Su-Shan has always been formidable, the mastery of martial arts is not so easily asserted. Who dares to question Su-Shan? Have you, a group of petty detractors, eaten too well and forgotten the illustrious title of Su-Shan? Let us simply state this. From the moment he arrived in the Manhuang realm until now, has there ever been an obstacle that could thwart Su-Shan? Indeed, upon reflection, it seems quite true. From the initial act of striking a squirrel with a stone to the present mastery of an impeccable archery skill, Su-Shan does indeed appear somewhat extraordinary. I must extend my sincerest apologies to Su-Shan. My faith faltered, and it is unwarranted to doubt him. Brothers, I find myself contemplating another matter. Suppose, let us entertain the notion, that Su-Shan could effortlessly master this martial art and achieve its pinnacle. Do you believe he could single-handedly vanquish a tiger? Su-Shan versus a tiger? How thrilling. In ancient times, there was Wu Song, who conquered a tiger. Now, if Su-Shan could do the same, he would surely attain divine status. The terror of the tiger is well known. With a single swipe, its strength is akin to 1,000 pounds. Many have questioned how such a fearsome beast was once defeated by Wu Song. However, the current circumstances differ markedly. Given our understanding of Su-Han, should he refine his martial prowess, it is plausible he might indeed seek out a tiger to test his strength. The foreign viewers in the live stream, upon observing the remarks from the audience of Longhua, find the notion utterly absurd. What? To challenge a tiger with bare hands? Surely, you jest. Hilarity ensues as they mockingly envision their contestant overpowering a tiger. Heaven forbid, should this contestant truly achieve such a feat, I would willingly donate my entire fortune to Longhua, even resorting to cleaning public restrooms with my tongue. I acknowledge the prowess of the young man from Longhua, yet to challenge a tiger. How naive. I wager that the Longhua contestant would not dare undertake such a challenge, not unless he possesses superhuman abilities. Otherwise, he would merely become the tiger's meal. Let it be known, should the young man from Longhua succeed, I would brush my teeth with toilet water and bow before him 3,000 times. I too wish to place a bet. If I lose, I shall serve as the lowest slave in Longhua. As a citizen of Inghua, I desire to wager as well. Should I lose, I shall drink the sauce of turkey noodles through my nose. I am from Paokai, and I place my final ball as my stake. The live stream is rife with discord. Meanwhile, Su Han in the Manhuang realm sits in quiet contemplation, absorbing the essence of Qi. Chapter 56. The prodigy who achieved entry-level mastery in just one day detected that the host is practicing martial arts. Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill, martial arts. Martial arts. The higher the skill proficiency, the deeper the understanding of martial arts, comprehensively enhancing your physical attributes, agility, and reaction speed. Note, consistent practice is required. If you log in for a week consecutively, you will gain an opportunity for enlightenment. If you log in for a month consecutively, you will obtain a chance to enhance your martial arts aptitude. Please note, each practice session must last no less than 1 hour. This was the second login task. However, Su Han remained unresponsive, as he was wholly engrossed in seeking the presence of Qi. Qi does not refer to mere breathing, but rather a flowing life force that lies hidden within the human body. Thus, it is more accurate to say that he is guiding his consciousness to perceive the existence of Qi. With eyes closed and focus unwavering, Su Han shielded himself from external sensations, a task easily accomplished by activating his concentration skill. As his senses, sight, smell, hearing, and touch, gradually retracted inward, he precisely sensed a latent power within him. It was omnipresent. When he breathed, the Qi flowed from his dantian to his limbs. Martial arts experience 2. Martial arts experience 2. Martial arts experience 2. Hint: your martial arts level has increased. Current level, 2. In less than 10 minutes, Su Han discovered the presence of Qi, simultaneously elevating his martial arts level. He opened his eyes and smiled gently. So this is Qi. A remarkably simple phrase. Yet, it startled Xie Kuan, who was sipping water in the Dragon Kingdom's Tactical Research Institute. Cough, cough. What? He found Qi already. Xie Kuan awkwardly wiped his mouth with his sleeve, disbelief evident in his eyes. This person is truly a prodigy. It had only been 10 minutes since he began teaching the martial arts. What can one accomplish in 10 minutes? Even preparing a meal in that time is a challenge. Xie Kuan quickly turned his gaze to the large screen, where he observed Su Han slowly assuming a stance, his palm gently striking a clay brick. Then, he raised his hand and struck down again. This was the foundational practice of the thunder palm. Once Qi was perceived, this method could be employed to familiarize oneself with the flow of energy. After repeated practice, as the meridians in his arms expanded, the power would gradually increase. At that point, he could employ additional techniques of the thunder palm. In the wilderness, Su Han was diligently practicing, channeling energy, striking, lifting, lowering. His posture was precise, akin to that of a machine. After 30 minutes, Su Han exited his focused state and assessed his body's condition. He could now intuitively feel a warm current flowing from his dantian to his arms. This was the pathway of energy circulation. After a brief rest, he resumed his practice for another half hour. Through uninterrupted practice, he gradually corrected the deviations in his energy flow, and as his palm descended, the circulation became increasingly smooth. 3 hours later, his martial arts skill reached level 7. At the moment of this breakthrough, Su Han attained a deeper understanding of the thunder palm. He felt the Qi settle in his dantian, a powerful surge quickly filling his palm. His originally fair fingers began to swell under the influence of Qi. With a decisive shout, he struck down. The clay brick shattered instantly. At that moment, the entire livestream room fell silent. In just a few hours of practice, Su Han was able to shatter a brick with his bare hands. If he continued training, wouldn't he be able to crush the skull of a beast with a single strike? Moments later, the barrage of comments erupted. "Oh my, Su God, you truly mastered it. My goodness. I'm utterly dumbfounded. If I hadn't witnessed Su God practicing step by step, I would have thought he was a martial arts master. That strike was incredibly powerful. To be honest, I also secretly practiced the thunder palm technique, but to this day, I still don't comprehend what chi feels like." Just now, a fellow disciple of Master Siap provided an answer. It typically takes a normal person 6 months to perceive chi, and 3 years to enter the initial stage. Yet, Su God completed in mere hours what others take years to achieve. Isn't that a bit too extraordinary? Wait, is the brother who just thought about using his tongue to clean the toilet still here? Yes, and that guy who used his dantian as a wager? Come out, my friend, I have 2 bets for you. Today, whoever backs down is a coward. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's Tactical Research Institute, Siak Kuen's jaw dropped in astonishment. What did he just witness? In merely a few hours, this person could already shatter a brick. The remarkable thing is that this is not mere brute force, but rather the use of internal energy. Looking at the shattered brick, Suhan finally displayed a satisfied smile. Not bad, I think that's enough for today. Although he wished to continue practicing, his body was quite hungry. One must be well fed before engaging in further training. This evening's dinner was the most substantial Suhan had ever consumed. 2 pounds of bear meat, 2 pounds of fish, a total of 4 pounds of meat consumed, yet he still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Practicing martial arts indeed consumes a great deal of food. 4 pounds of meat barely satiated me. I can hardly imagine how much simple carbohydrates I would need to eat. Meat is filling, and I could still manage 4 pounds. If it were steamed buns, the figure would be quite alarming. After dinner, Suhan began weaving a bamboo backpack. Tomorrow, he planned to venture out to collect oats. The recent weather has been unpredictable, and if it continues to rain, it would be difficult to ensure the oats remain unaffected. The bamboo backpack is quite similar to the fish basket made of reeds, with only a couple of additional straps and a reinforced bottom. As for why he didn't use a backpack, Suhan would have preferred to do so, but after using it every day for the past half-month, many areas have shown signs of wear. To prevent further damage, he decided to refrain from using the backpack for resource collection until a long journey was necessary. The night was exceptionally tranquil. The husky had been restless outside all afternoon and was now tired and ready for sleep. In contrast, the large gray dog lay quietly beside him, providing silent companionship. Weaving, shaping, interlacing bamboo strips. Soon, a farmer's backpack was skillfully crafted under Su Han's deft hands. Indeed, it was quite impressive. If placed in the countryside, it would easily fetch 20 yuan. Su Han slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder, appreciating its practicality and aesthetic appeal, though the only discomfort arose from the straps slightly digging into his skin. However, he mused that wrapping it in wolf hide would likely alleviate this issue. As he had plans to venture out the following day, Suhan retired early that night. The next morning dawned with a thick fog enveloping the surroundings. Rising early, Suhan completed his morning routine of washing up, dining, warming up, and practicing martial arts. By the time he finished his training, the sun had risen fully. With the bamboo basket secured on his back and supplies in tow, he prepared to set forth, only to discover that Dahui and Erha were trailing closely behind him. "Do you wish to accompany me?" he inquired. "Very well, it seems it's time to take you for a stroll." Ever since these 2 wolf pups had joined him, they had been well fed and cared for, growing robustly in stature. Rather than remaining cooped up in the shelter, it would be far more beneficial for them to accompany him and experience the world. After all, Suhan hoped they would one day aid him in hunting some wild rabbits for a delightful feast. Chapter 57. Foraging for wild oats. The wilderness conduct of Dahui and Ha traversing the earthen slope, Suhan made his way directly to the fish pond. In stark contrast to yesterday's lively atmosphere, today's pond exuded a tranquil serenity, as the fish had fully acclimatized to their surroundings. Satisfied that all was well, Suhan continued on his journey. Along the way, Erha completely unleashed his exuberance, dashing about with a stick in his mouth and playfully chasing butterflies, reveling in the joy akin to that of a child. In contrast, Dahui remained closely vigilant behind his master, attentively surveying the surroundings as if embodying a loyal guardian. Suhan refrained from overly intervening with his 2 pets, only occasionally calling out when Erha lagged behind. As they walked, a thicket brimming with vibrant red rose hips caught his eye. What a fortuitous omen! Having ventured out for less than 10 minutes, he had already stumbled upon valuable resources. Suhan had a particular fondness for rose hips, often using them to brew tea, which he found to be exquisite. He had become quite addicted, requiring a cup before bed or while reading. Additionally, incorporating rose hips into soap would yield a bar infused with a delightful rose fragrance. On this return journey, he intended to experiment with this. While the soap at home was functional, its lingering odor of wolf oil was rather unappealing. Consequently, apart from laundry, soap was seldom utilized. Just as Su-han prepared to approach the thicket for harvesting, Dahui suddenly clamped his teeth onto Su-han's pant leg. "What is it?" Dahui tugged at the fabric, emitting a low growl of warning. In an instant, Su-han grasped the implication. There was likely a threat lurking within the thicket ahead. Since his own sense of danger had not been triggered, it indicated that whatever lay within posed no hostility towards him. It appeared to be not an animal, but rather a reptile. Squatting down to soothe Dahui's anxiety, he then pulled out his wooden spear and cautiously parted the foliage, revealing a green snake, the thickness of a coin, slithering within, flicking its tongue. Images of the snake's profile flooded his mind. It was a chui zhuxi, resembling the bamboo leaf viper but entirely non-venomous. The chui zhuxi was beneficial to the ecosystem. It not only preyed on various rodents, but also feasted on harmful insects. Therefore, in times of abundant food, he would refrain from harming such a snake. Meanwhile, in the live stream, fans erupted with exclamations. "Wow, Dahui is so small, yet already knows how to alert Su-han. What a good dog. No, wait, a good wolf." 666. I thought Dahui suddenly biting Su-han's pant leg was just playful. Turns out there was something ahead. This wolf truly deserves the care. Dahui is magnificent on the importance of pet ownership. After watching the chui zhuxi slither away, Su-han retrieved a meat strip the size of a matchstick from his pocket, tossing it to Dahui while praising, "Well done. Keep up the good work." Next time noticing the morsel on the ground, Dahui's eyes sparkled with delight before he promptly devoured it. This was venison, though in small quantity. Its flavor was remarkable. As for Erha, he was frolicking in the background, blissfully unaware of the recent occurrences. Once he had thoroughly harvested the rose hips from the thicket, Su-han resumed his journey. In contrast to the resources near the lakeshore, the southern regions appeared slightly more barren, with little edible food in sight. Nonetheless, he still discovered several useful resources. For instance, lemon balm, a renowned plant that emitted a delightful lemon fragrance. Its leaves were not suitable for tea, but could alleviate stress and improve sleep. Furthermore, steeping this herb in water could produce a rudimentary floral water. Additionally, Su-han uncovered zichao and jinlimei. The former, when crushed into a paste, could swiftly heal wounds, while the latter served as an effective remedy for swelling and insect bites. Before he knew it, Su-han had arrived at his destination. This was a meadow abundant with oats, where vast swathes of golden oats intertwined with parched wild grasses, presenting a formidable challenge for harvesting. It seemed he would not be returning until noon. With a resigned shake of his head, Su-han slung his bamboo basket onto his back and set to work. The wild oats stood approximately 80 to 120 centimeters tall. Unlike cultivated varieties, these wild oats shed their seeds automatically when maturing, competing fiercely with wild grasses for moisture and nutrients. Fortune smiled upon Su-han. Due to the recent significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, most of the oats had not yet fallen from their spikes. Amongst the 10 he encountered, one spike was particularly plump. He focused on harvesting only those spikes that had not yet detached. This approach was both efficient and convenient, sparing him the hassle of sifting through wild grasses. Moreover, oats that were prone to falling were unsuitable for cultivation. The oats typically consumed by humans are the result of countless generations of optimization, not only resilient to cold and disease, but also yielding abundant, plump grains. Su-han's purpose in foraging for oats was not for immediate consumption, but rather to cultivate them himself. Once he selected prime seeds for large-scale planting, then he would truly relish the fruits of his labor. The weeds in the oat field were nearly as numerous as the oats themselves. Su-han proceeded steadily, clearing the weeds while placing the oat spikes into his basket. Observing this scene, the foreign viewers in the live stream felt a profound sense of reflection. Now I understand why some nations struggle to thrive. The moment they have a morsel to eat, they become complacent and lazy, destined to be subjugated their entire lives from this contestant. I see the admirable qualities of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Such diligence and hard work deserve a quality life. The previous commenter is right. Those from other regions are already beginning to slack off, completely forgetting the dire circumstances of the previous rainy days. Haha, among all the contestants globally, this one has been consistently industrious from the outset. never complaining about anything. Just diligently toiling away. I admire such individuals. They are the true light of humanity. As noon approached, Su-han, with his basket in tow, found a patch of shade beneath a tree and settled down to rest. De-hui remained by his side, seeking a spot to lie down as well. Wait a moment. Where's Erha? Su-han paused, momentarily perplexed. Where had that rascal gone? He couldn't have gotten lost, could he? Erha. Come here. Su-han cupped his hands around his mouth and began to call for the silly dog. Although the Erha may be somewhat foolish, he would surely feel heartbroken if he were to lose him. Rustle, rustle. Sounds emanated from the distant grass thicket. Su-han turned his head to gaze, momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, the Erha emerged from the underbrush, proudly clutching a small rabbit in his mouth. Is this even possible? My foolish wolf knows how to hunt. Su-han was bewildered. Yet, the Erha raced forward, placing the rabbit at his feet, wagging his tail furiously. This was clearly a display of triumph. Well, perhaps I misjudged you. Erha, you do possess some talent. Su-han felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Initially, he truly believed the Erha to be nothing but a dimwit. Yet here he was, demonstrating his prowess in hunting. Quite impressive. Very impressive indeed. Su-han accepted the rabbit and rewarded the Erha with a piece of deer meat. After all, this marked the Erha's inaugural hunt. The rewards must be substantial to foster the development of good hunting habits in him. Once the rest period concluded, Su-han returned to his diligent labor. Through tireless effort, he successfully harvested the oats from the meadow before darkness fell. The next step was to preserve the seeds, awaiting the arrival of spring for planting and cultivation. Chapter 58. The second week task release. Trekking. Upon returning to the shelter, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Su-han set down his backpack and ignited the cooking fire. While heating the meal, he meticulously sorted the supplies he had gathered that day. The oat seeds did not require shelling. However, during planting, he needed to remove the shriveled grains. Thus, he placed all the oats in a wooden box, intending to process them come spring. The remaining supplies were categorized, medicines with medicines, beverages with beverages. In a matter of minutes, the contents of the backpack were sorted. Just in time, the meat in the pot was also cooked. Su-han divided the meat into 3 portions, savoring some tender cuts for himself while reserving the tougher pieces for Erha and De-hui. During dinner, a thought struck him. It was the weekend, which meant the weekly tasks would refresh at midnight. Last week was a hunting task. He wondered what this week would entail. Regardless of the task, Su-han was determined to vie for the championship, or rather, the weekly championship. In the resource-scarce wilderness, the rewards for intelligence were exceedingly valuable. Even mere herbal information could save him precious time in foraging. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su-han commenced his preparations, ensuring he would be well-equipped for whatever task awaited him the next day. Learning from the experience of hunting the gray bear, he prioritized sharpening his axe and crafting a new batch of arrows. In terms of food, his choices were plentiful. Venison jerky, bear jerky, 2 cans of drinking water, and cooked kudzu root chunks. In the live stream, viewers watched Su-han busily engaged, filled with curiosity. What was Su-shan up to? Why was he so preoccupied in the middle of the night? Was he planning to hunt? Who hunts at night? Wait, wasn't that bear the one Su-shan had taken down? Are you all confused? It's the weekend, tasks refresh at midnight, and Su-shan is clearly preparing for battle. Incredible, Su-shan is truly strategic. Let me check what the other contestants are doing. One by one, viewers hopped between live streams. They soon discovered that the top 30 contestants from the last task were all gearing up. Some were crafting weapons. Others were setting traps, and some were even poisoning their weapons. This indicated that once food became abundant, as long as the contestants were not overly lazy, they would show significant improvement. Meanwhile, the renowned contestant De-yi had not only fashioned a hammer from stone, but had also crafted several lightweight spears in recent days. This weapon was incredibly lethal. If it struck true, even a wolf would suffer severe damage. De-yi was known for his loquacious nature. So even while crafting tools, he did not forget to engage with his audience. Hey, did you know? Although I have a premonition that this task will not involve hunting, we should still be prepared for the unknown. Over the past few days, I have reflected deeply. I realize that the gap between me and my idol is not due to extraordinary archery skills, but rather that he never squandered time, consistently making progress each day. For instance, during the novice safety phase, he established a sturdy shelter, while I lagged behind by an entire week. You see, that's the difference. But this week is different. I have consumed enough meat, my body is gradually growing stronger, and my stamina is replenishing. Therefore, whatever the task entails, I must strive for the championship. On the other hand, the star contestant Bai Yi was also stocking up on provisions. Upon realizing there was no way back, Bai Yi had a moment of clarity. Over 3 days, he fashioned numerous practical tools and reinforced his shelter. Though it could not compare to Su Han's villa, he had finally secured a foothold. This time, I will show everyone my strength, he declared resolutely by the campfire. From the perspective of the contestant from Paokai country, Pu Duandiao, his recent days had been quite comfortable. Not only had he scavenged a dead grouse from his doorstep, but he had also mastered fishing in the river. The only regret was his inability to enjoy his hometown's pickled vegetables. If only he could have a taste of pickles, it would be pure bliss. Yet, Pu Duandiao remained oblivious that tomorrow marked the release of the new task. He was now devoid of supplies, having run out of drinking water as well. This scene left the pickled vegetable viewers in a state of panic. While contestants from other nations toiled diligently, this fool had consumed all his edible resources. If tomorrow's task required traveling far, he would be left lagging behind. However, they were reluctant to expend national luck for a live call, so even in their frustration, they had to hold their tongues. At that moment, the live stream's chat exploded. What is this guy doing? While other contestants are working hard, he shows no progress at all. Please, Pu Duandiao Appa. Even if you only have 1-0 left, we won't hold it against you. Get up and put in some effort. He has truly lost his way. He dares to eat a dead grouse. Doesn't he fear it could be poisonous? Forgetting about poison, starving to death is the greatest suffering. Perhaps that grouse was a divine gift. If calling wouldn't cost national luck, this idiot would surely be berated to no end. Time swiftly approached midnight. As the clock struck 12, Guiyun Survival finally announced the second week's task. Ding! A new week has arrived, and this week's task is trekking. All contestants will be randomly teleported to a location 100 kilometers away at 8 a.m. Please return to your respective shelters within 4 days. Note: the first contestant to return to their shelter will become the champion of this task. Note: rankings will be determined by the order of contestants returning to their shelters. The top 15 contestants will receive random rewards, and the champion will earn the special title of Wilderness Wolf. Wilderness Wolf increases endurance by 3 points and does not conflict with other titles. Note: contestants unable to return to their shelters within the task time will face random penalties and lose 3 points of national luck. Note: contestants need not worry about the food, resources, and pets within the sanctuary being affected. Everything within the sanctuary will be securely protected during the competition. Upon the announcement of the task, the audience collectively exhaled in relief. Trekking, wasn't that merely walking? This task seemed rather trivial. Walking 100 kilometers over 4 days should be achievable for anyone who is not physically impaired. However, the esteemed research institutions and participants held a different perspective. In the environment of Blue Star, 100 kilometers might seem insignificant, as many routes are accessible. Yet, the contestants found themselves in the wilderness realm. Should they encounter lakes and rivers, or even be transported to lofty mountains, completing 25 kilometers in a day would be a formidable challenge, as navigating around obstacles and descending would be sufficiently troublesome. This does not account for potential encounters with wild beasts or sudden downpours. Most critically, it was autumn. The days were already short, and traveling at night posed significant dangers, effectively further compressing their available time. Overall, this task was by no means simpler than the previous one. In fact, in certain respects, it proved to be even more daunting, as the contestants were racing against time. In the official live broadcast room of Longhua, Bingbing gazed at the announced task and turned to Li Cheng, inquiring, "Professor, what is your perspective on this task? Is it possible for Su Shun to triumph decisively and secure the championship?" Li Cheng responded, "I believe there should be minimal pressure. With Su Shun's extraordinary stamina, covering 35 kilometers in a day should pose no issue. To him, this task may be akin to embarking on a lengthy journey. Perhaps along the way, Su Shun might even gather some resources." The audience erupted in laughter upon hearing Li Cheng's words. Indeed, it was true. For Su Shun, traversing 100 kilometers was hardly a challenge. It seemed that this task was truly within reach. Chapter 59. What happens when the task is completed in one day? At 6 o'clock the following morning, the world outside was shrouded in darkness. Yet Su Han had already risen early to warm up and check in. He dedicated half an hour to gymnastics, followed by an hour of martial arts practice. The final half hour was reserved for breakfast, personal grooming, and mental preparation before the task. Although he had concluded his review of the mission at midnight before choosing to rest, 6 hours of deep sleep sufficed for him. For breakfast, Suhan opted for high-calorie rib meat, boiled duck eggs, and a generous bowl of sugar-infused rose tea. Long-distance trekking demands substantial physical stamina. Consuming fish or lean meats would quickly lead to hunger. Duck eggs, being high in protein and fat, complemented his meal perfectly. With these two items, Suhan assured himself that he would not feel hunger for some time. When it came to the supplies he would carry, Suhan experienced a moment of hesitation. Typically, long treks require fire starters, tents, water filters, and so forth. However, what if he opted for a rapid completion? A bold idea flickered in his mind. If he could accomplish the task in a single day, would he not be able to forego carrying a multitude of supplies? The less he carried, the quicker he could traverse the terrain. When faced with obstacles, he would find it easier to navigate. Conversely, a heavy backpack would not only slow him down, but also hinder any attempts at shortcuts. After a moment of serious contemplation, Suhan swiftly removed the drinking water and venison from his backpack. This time, he decided to carry only 3 essentials: food, water, and an axe. Everything else was discarded. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers gasped as they witnessed Suhan abandon all his supplies, opting to bring only venison and water. Wait a moment. Sushen, what about your bow and arrows? Your wooden spear? What will you do if you encounter wild beasts? ISNT at 100 kilometers, and you're taking so little? Is that reasonable? This distance is longer than 2 marathons, Sushen. Shouldn't you carry more? Goodness, you even left your jacket behind. Stay calm, Sushenum. I have a terrifying thought. Do you think Sushen intends to finish the task in one day? One day? That is madness. Who can walk 100 kilometers in a day? Will his stamina hold up? And what if he encounters mountains, rivers, or lakes? Indeed, Sushen's choices were always unique. This is what defines a genius. I can only say that Sushen is truly remarkable. While other competitors would bring their shelters, he is content with just a few pounds of venison and some water. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing widened her eyes in disbelief, her voice trembling. Professor, do you think this is wise? Attempting to cover 100 kilometers in a single day, could it be too reckless? Well, somewhat, but Li Cheng interjected, suddenly brimming with confidence. Sushen must have his own reasoning. Sometimes, the more supplies one carries, the greater the burden, consuming more stamina while walking. Conversely, minimizing one's load allows for greater endurance over longer distances. Even if Sushen does not complete the journey in a day, do you believe he cannot catch prey? Let us not forget, Sushen is the man who took down a grizzly bear. Moreover, this week's task is trekking, not moving houses. The one who reaches the destination in the least amount of time shall be the champion. The first day is when stamina is at its peak. The further one can traverse, the greater the advantage. Upon hearing this, the audience nodded in agreement. While carrying more supplies might enhance safety, it inevitably diminishes speed and expends more energy. This is undoubtedly an unwise trade-off. Time swiftly passed to 8 in the morning. All competitors were enveloped by a beam of white light, vanishing from their locations, while the shelters were shrouded in an unusual glow. With a whoosh, the first competitor landed, finding himself atop a mountain peak, confronted by a sheer abyss. To descend, he would need to navigate down the back of the mountain, which would undoubtedly take a considerable detour. Damn it, why is my luck so poor? The kangaroo contestant cursed, hastily turning to seek a path down. At that moment, Suhan also touched down, his starting point being the top of a great tree. He opened his map, confirmed his direction, and swiftly descended the tree, beginning to jog directly towards the shelter. When he encountered bushes, he leaped over the low ones, circumventing the taller ones. Upon reaching a more open area, Suhan quickened his pace. His walking skill had already advanced to level 34, reducing stamina depletion by 50% and lowering the risk of muscle strains and falls. In just 1 hour, Suhan had covered 8 kilometers. This astonishing figure placed him at the top of the leaderboard, while the second-place contestant, Yi, had only managed 3 kilometers. From Yi's perspective, he gazed at the leaderboard with a puzzled expression. What am I seeing? It's only 9 o'clock. How did he manage to cover 8 kilometers in just 1 hour? Did my idol leave behind all his supplies? Suddenly, realization dawned on Yi. If one carried no supplies at all, perhaps even just donned a base layer, it would indeed be possible to achieve a speed of 8 kilometers per hour. Given that professional marathon runners can easily maintain a pace of 4 to 6 minutes per kilometer, why couldn't his idol achieve the same? Regret washed over Yi. Had he known this, he would not have burdened himself with so many supplies. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, currently in second place, had progressed 4 kilometers with only 2 items, food and fire-starting materials. As for his decision not to carry water, Bai Yi had his own intentions. Glancing at the leaderboard's first position, he murmured to himself, "Don't rush. The current leader is merely fortunate. Only those who can laugh in the end are the true victors." By 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Han began his ascent, his speed gradually decreasing. Nevertheless, he had already advanced 15 kilometers, leaving 85 kilometers to the finish line. Throughout the journey, Su Han did not pause even for a moment, maintaining a steady jog. As he traversed the hillside, a rugged mountain path unfolded before his eyes. Presently, Su Han faced 2 choices for descending the mountain. The first option was to take the winding path on the right, which would require numerous turns and consume a considerable amount of time. The second option was to leap directly down. Although the slope was rather steep, despite the presence of numerous footholds, it remained perilously treacherous. Su Han opted to take a few steps back, accelerate, and sprint. Amidst the gasps of countless spectators, he entered a state of focus and then leapt into the air. At nearly 3 meters in height, he landed effortlessly on a dirt slope. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Detected that the host is performing parkour. Congratulations on mastering a new skill. Parkour. Effect. The higher the skill level, the greater your balance and explosive power, allowing for a more composed response to danger while reducing physical exertion. At this juncture, the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Goodness. I anticipated that Su Shun would be quite reckless for the sake of speed, but I never expected him to risk his life. This mountain must be at least several hundred meters high. While it isn't overly steep, it still appears quite intimidating. My legs are trembling. Other competitors remarked, "I'm walking slowly." Su Shin retorted, "I'm doing parkour. Jumping from such a height. Are you trying to scare me to death?" My pants are soaked. I have to admit that Su Shun has a point. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, right? As long as there is a path, even jumping off a cliff is an option. His strategy revolves around never taking the long way around. Su Shun, who could possibly outrun you? Now, it was not only the audience from Longhua who were captivated. All the foreigners were equally mesmerized. Wasn't this supposed to be a long trek? Instead, you're engaging in mountain parkour and rapid descent? Chapter 60. The terrifying descent and the unfortunate pickle competitor. Su Han landed on the earthen slope, hardly pausing before propelling himself forward towards the left. Below lay another incline, but the landing area was pitifully narrow, measuring merely 30 centimeters in width. At the moment of impact, inertia threatened to send him tumbling forward, leaving the audience on edge, for a fall from this height of 10 meters could spell disaster. Yet, Su Han remained utterly composed, launching himself into another leap upon landing. With a resounding clap, his hands firmly grasped the trunk of a tree. Though his body was grazed by branches, he sustained no significant harm. Steadying himself, Su Han swiftly retrieved his axe, descending rapidly from the tree. Before him stretched a 100-meter-long slope at a 45-degree angle, overgrown with thorns and dense vegetation. It was an opportune moment to accelerate. Su Han quickly memorized the locations of each thorny cluster, inhaled deeply, and, like a released arrow, surged forward. He vaulted, veered left, and leapt over protruding stones. Su Han raced down the slope, executing each movement with precision, devoid of any superfluous actions. He was akin to a swimming dragon, mesmerizing the audience. Despite the multitude of obstacles, it appeared as if he possessed a form of clairvoyance, skillfully evading each hindrance while maintaining his speed. Every time I watch Su Shin's live stream, I feel a rush of exhilaration. Where's my oxygen mask? Quickly, bring it here. The oxygen mask is useless now. I need a heart-saving pill. This is too thrilling. Those parkour masters abroad pale in comparison to Su Shun. This is the true essence of mountain descent. As the 100-meter sprint approached its conclusion, Su Han abruptly halted, transitioning into a sliding maneuver. He glided for 10 meters before finally coming to a stop at the slope's edge, gazing downwards. Once again, he faced a drop of over 10 meters, yet there was no platform below, an impasse. His gaze shifted to the left, where a winding mountain path extended into the distance. It was safe, but would consume considerable time. What lay to the right? He turned to the other side, where the mountain formed a narrow concavity with a 90-degree angle. Perfect, there was a way down. Su Han noted that the concavity was approximately 1 meter wide, sufficient for him to brace himself with both hands as he descended. He cautiously approached, placing one hand against the right side before maneuvering his right foot to press against the mountain wall. "Go!" he exclaimed, and at the moment his body leaned in, his left hand and foot secured against the wall. The sound of crumbling stones and earth echoed as debris cascaded from the sides. The audience's hearts raced in tandem with the tension. Yet Suhan stabilized himself and commenced his descent. His speed was remarkable. Though he occasionally encountered falling rocks, he adeptly navigated each challenge. 8 minutes later, Suhan successfully landed on a platform, where the descent became considerably easier. The highest point ahead was merely 2 meters, allowing him to accelerate and leap down effortlessly. 10 minutes later, he reached the foot of the mountain, retrieving a piece of venison to savor as he quickened his pace. Before him lay a vast plain, presenting no difficulties at this stage. Meanwhile, Yi found himself in a predicament. He had just descended from the mountain, only to discover that the path had been rendered impassable by a mudslide. "Damn it, this route is blocked. It seems even fate is conspiring against me," he lamented, fraught with anxiety. Retracing his steps up the mountain to change course would significantly prolong his journey. Yet the path ahead was untraversable. If he delayed any longer, the gap between him and his idol would only widen. Suddenly, Yi's gaze fell upon a nearby slope. If he could descend from there, perhaps he could avoid the detour. This decision was perilously bold. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Nevertheless, Yi resolved not to back down. For the sake of his family and his country, he had to take a chance. If danger arose, he would call for help. Taking a deep breath, he leapt with his backpack in tow. The slope showed no signs of collapse, indicating his gamble had paid off. However, the steep gradient left him unable to halt his momentum. If he stopped, he would tumble uncontrollably downwards. Yi's heart raced. This was the most reckless thing he had ever done. Should he trip over a stone or slip, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, luck was on his side. His descent was devoid of significant hazards. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he stumbled and fell, scraping his cheek against the ground. Turning over, he gazed at the sky, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Heavens, I thought I was done for. But I made it. If I had taken the longer route, I might not have made it down tonight. Thus, I cannot rest. I must continue while the light lasts." Yi resumed his journey. Meanwhile, the pickle competitor, Park Duan-diao, found himself in dire straits. "Don't chase me, you beast. Help, wolf brother. Oh, my ancestral spirits, please spare me." In the forest, Park Duan-diao was being pursued by an injured wolf. He swore he had merely urinated in the brush, unaware that a wolf lurked within. Given another chance, he vowed he would rather wet his pants than provoke the creature. The wolf, with a damp head and eyes ablaze with fury, had just battled a badger that morning and was resting in the grass when it was suddenly doused with urine. No one could endure such humiliation. "Spare me, please." Suddenly, Park Duan-diao felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Something wasn't right. It was the grouse he had eaten yesterday. As he sprinted, his face turned pale, realizing the dire consequences of his meal. Now with wolves chasing from behind, stopping would surely mean being bitten to death. Must hold it in. Really must hold it in. Piao Duan-diao clenched his buttocks tightly as he sprinted wildly. Yet the more he tried to hold back, the more his stomach ached. "No. Spare me. Spare me. I beg you. Please, I really can't." In the midst of Piao Duan-diao's frantic prayers, he suddenly slipped and fell face first to the ground. As if by cruel coincidence, as he tumbled, his pants were caught and pulled down by a branch. With a thud, Piao Duan-diao lay sprawled on the ground. Knowing he was finished, his mind blank. The wolf would pounce, and he would die. A whoop. The furious wolf, seeing the two-legged creature that had provoked him now fallen, let out an excited howl. But just then, a stream of foul-smelling liquid sprayed directly into its face. In that moment, the wolf was stunned. What is this? It was even more terrifying than a skunk-esque spray. The intense stench overwhelmed the wolf, but the enemy was right before him. He couldn't retreat. Crunch. Though its vision was blurred by the liquid, the wolf still managed to bite its target. Immediately, Piao Duan-diao's agonized scream echoed through the scene. "Sibyl, my precious jewels." Meanwhile, the wolf fared no better. The liquid burned its eyes painfully, and it promptly turned and fled. All the kimchi citizens watched with mouths agape, falling into stunned silence. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Because while the pheasant was problematic, their own contestant had managed to repel the wolf with a fecal burst. Though injured, it was certainly better than being dead. Yet Piao Duan-diao did not see it that way, for he had lost his last remaining jewel. Chapter 61. Wolf? My apologies. I thought it was merely a speed bump. My lychee. My lychee. That was my last lychee. Park Duandiao was overwhelmed with grief, his heart shattered. His eyes lost their luster, and his fighting spirit was utterly extinguished. What was the point of living if he could not even be a man? Upon witnessing the despondency of his contestant, the ruler of the pickled vegetable kingdom, with no other recourse, sacrificed 5 points of national fortune to heal his wounds. A flash of light enveloped him. The pain in Park Duandiao's abdomen vanished, and the lost egg returned. Oh, what is this? Live well, Mr. Park. I hope you refrain from indiscriminate eating in the future. Should you continue to disregard this survival game, we shall freeze all your assets and condemn your family to the status of lowly slaves. I understand. Park Duandiao turned pale with fright. Those funds were amassed over the years while serving the great chaebols. If they were confiscated, it would be akin to a death sentence. Thus, Park Duandiao finally rekindled his fighting spirit and set forth on the journey home once more. At noon, Suhan had already run 38 kilometers without pausing for rest, thanks to the occasional morsel of venison he had consumed. He had yet to feel hunger. Traversing the plains, he was met with a vast maple forest. The autumn foliage was sparse, with most of the undergrowth already withered, which was a boon for Suhan. Dense vegetation would have significantly hampered his running efficiency. Within the woods, a wolf was gnawing on a mouse. Suddenly, a figure sprinted in from the distance, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Fortune had smiled upon the wolf. Food had arrived at its doorstep. The wolf glanced at the mouse in its mouth and disdainfully dropped it to the ground. Who would eat such a thing when something more delectable was available? With a huff, the wolf flung the mouse away and assumed an aggressive stance, poised to strike as its prey drew nearer. As the target came within 4 meters, it launched its attack. A whoop! The wolf lunged excitedly towards Suhan, but just as it leapt into the air, a hand the size of a cooking pot came crashing down. With a resounding smack, the blow was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The wolf's vision darkened, and it was sent flying. Had it just encountered something formidable? Suhan, fully focused on his run, paid little heed to the occurrence. In his view, anything that posed no significant threat was akin to a mere speed bump. Should he encounter a bear, he would simply have to address it when the time came. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. What had just transpired? Su Shun had swatted a wolf away with a single slap. This is absurd. Wolf? Ouch, what was that for? Wolf, could you not show me such disrespect? Hitting a wolf in the face is quite painful. Su Shun, regardless of what I encounter, I must not halt. A wolf? I apologize. I thought it was merely a speed bump. Meanwhile, the wolf remained momentarily dazed, taking several minutes to regain its composure. After shaking its head to clear its senses, it hesitated for a moment before retrieving the discarded mouse. After all, it was still edible, and at least it wouldn't harm itself. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Suhan successfully traversed the maple forest, now only 52 kilometers from the destination. With half the distance remaining, he faced obstacles ahead. Had the route been entirely flat, his speed would have been even greater. Additionally, thanks to the berries he had foraged along the way, his body had not lost too much moisture, thus he did not require immediate replenishment. However, he soon encountered a new challenge. A lake obstructed his path. This lake was vast, rivaling the one near his home. To circumvent it would require a considerable detour, likely adding an hour and a half or more to his journey. Yet, to swim across would pose a severe test of stamina. The autumn waters were frigid, and swimming demanded approximately twice the energy expenditure of running. Rational analysis suggested that taking the detour would be the safest and most prudent option. However, Suhan was racing against time, leaving him with no choice. He bundled his clothes, shoes, and food together, tying them securely with a rope to prevent them from slipping away during the swim and to avoid soaking everything. Then, holding his clothes aloft, Suhan plunged into the lake. Although swimming with one hand, his speed remained impressive. On the tranquil surface of the lake, Suhan created ripples as he swiftly propelled himself towards the distant shore. In less than 40 minutes, he had emerged from the water. Now, only 48 kilometers remained to the finish line. Quickly drying off, he stuffed a meat stick into his mouth and donned his gear to continue running. At this point, the viewers finally grasped the daunting nature of this week's task. Oh my, please forgive my earlier naive thoughts. I genuinely believed this week's task would be manageable. Now, witnessing Su Shin's direct route, I realized just how extreme this week's challenge is. Detours for mountains, detours for lakes. Although it appears to be merely 100 kilometers, the actual distance likely exceeds 110 kilometers. Only Su Shin, traveling light, dares to undertake such a feat. Had he carried even one extra backpack, he would have had no choice but to detour. By this reckoning, it seems that many contestants will be unable to complete this week's task. However, it is not entirely fair to say so. With adequate supplies, one could resupply along the way, making it a matter of personal choice. After emerging from the water, a stretch of flat terrain awaited. Suhan once again accelerated. His hiking skill had now reached level 40, unlocking a new effect. The current skill effect reduced stamina depletion by 55 while hiking, significantly lowering the risk of muscle injury and falls, and reducing resistance during acceleration. Panting heavily, Suhan sprinted across the open fields, sweat cascading down his body. He completed the 20-kilometer stretch in just 50 minutes. Now, only 28 kilometers remained to the refuge, and the time was only 2:30. What an astonishing achievement. At that moment, Yi had just stopped to take a brief rest. When he opened the leaderboard, he was convinced he was hallucinating. There remained a staggering 28 kilometers to the finish line. 28? The expression on Ye's face was one of utter astonishment. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon, and neither he nor anyone else had even traversed a quarter of the distance. Yet his idol, the Longwa contestant Suhan, was already nearing the finish. How on earth had he managed that? Yi was utterly perplexed. At that moment, the contestant from Kangaroo Country had lodged a protest with Guiyun Xiuxing. Cheating. This contestant must be cheating, and Guiyun Xiuxing, you must be aiding him in this deceit. I represent my country in this protest. In response to the Kangaroo Country contestant's allegations, Guiyun Xiuxing presented footage. It was a clip of Suhan descending rapidly from the mountaintop. The contestant from Kangaroo Country fell into complete silence. This was something he could never accomplish. Even in a film, it would seem implausible. Then, a chilling notification echoed. In light of the Kangaroo Country contestant's unreasonable disruption and questioning of the fairness of Guiyun Xiuxing, he shall face a penalty of returning to the starting point. Should he fail to complete the game within the designated time, he will incur an additional punishment. Wait, no, I was wrong. I won't boast anymore. The contestant from Kangaroo Country, upon hearing he was to be sent back to the starting point, immediately regretted his words. However, he barely finished his sentence before he was transported back. Moreover, if he failed to complete this week's tasks within 4 days, he would face not only the original punishment, but also an additional consequence. Chapter 62, Frostleaf Coriander, Red Jade Sour Jujube, and Title Upgrade. Upon hearing the misfortune of the contestant from the Kangaroo Kingdom, the other competitors erupted into laughter. How audacious it was for someone to question the fairness of the national luck survival game. Truly fearless. Nonetheless, this incident served as a reminder to everyone. While one may vent their frustrations, it is wise not to provoke the national luck survival game, for it is rather petty. Meanwhile, Suhan had finished the last pouch of water, and the deer meat he brought was entirely consumed. Yet, his pace never faltered. Even while eating and drinking, his feet were in constant motion. However, upon re-entering the forest, he chose to walk slowly. This was twofold. First, to recuperate his energy for the final sprint, and second, the distance between him and the second-place contestant was substantial. He need not worry about being overtaken, even if he were to run tomorrow. Moreover, this slower pace granted Suhan the opportunity to explore the forest for resources, as he was on an expedition. The incline of the forest was gentle, thus the exertion was negligible. Shortly after ascending, Suhan felt a pressing need to relieve himself and squatted beside a tree. However, before he could attend to his needs, his gaze was drawn to a patch of verdant grass nearby. Its leaves bore numerous small leaflets, and atop them bloomed delicate white flowers resembling lace umbrellas. Coriander? No, it must be frostleaf coriander. Suhan exclaimed, momentarily stifling his urge. After all, one can relieve themselves anytime, but coriander is an essential spice. Furthermore, this is frostleaf coriander, a specialty of the wilderness. Its flavor is akin to that of regular coriander, yet its resilience to frost far surpasses that of its blue planet counterpart. If it truly is coriander, then his spice collection would expand. After fastening his trousers, Suhan hurried to the frostleaf coriander, plucking a stem to crush against his nose. A unique, rich aroma flooded his senses. It truly was frostleaf coriander. What a delight! Indeed, today was not in vain. He squatted down to begin harvesting. First, he gathered coriander seeds, which he could plant upon returning home, needing only ample sunlight to sprout within a week. Of course, to expedite the planting process, some preparations were necessary. knowledge Su-Han had gleaned from his encyclopedia. As Su-Han collected the coriander seeds, notifications from the National Luck Survival game rang out incessantly. In total, Longhua had acquired 200,000 seeds of frostleaf coriander. Almost immediately, all major shelters received the announcement. The seeds must be planted without delay, and soon Longhua would regain its freedom of coriander. Inside the Longhua Tactical Research Room, the leader expressed his satisfaction, remarking on the fortunate harvest of coriander seeds, heralding good fortune for the populace. While some may love coriander and others may not, the addition of a new spice is undoubtedly a joyous occasion. With a total of 200,000 seeds, it would surely be disseminated swiftly among the people. Once the harvesting was complete, Su-Han attended to nature's call before resuming his journey. Whether it was the abundance of resources in this mountainous region or the favorable path he had chosen, just moments later, he stumbled upon a small grove of sour jujube trees. Su-Han's eyes brightened as he approached quickly. It was autumn, and the vibrant red jujubes hung enticingly from the branches, a sight to behold. His luck seemed unstoppable. He began to harvest the jujubes. These trees were quite low, akin to shrubs. But the challenge lay in the thorns that adorned the branches, necessitating utmost caution during the picking process. Typically, sour jujubes are mildly sweet with a notably sour aftertaste. However, the sour jujubes before Su-Han were exceptional. Known scientifically as red jade sour jujube, they possessed a tenth of the acidity of regular sour jujubes, while their sweetness rivaled that of cane sugar. Thus, if the red jade sour jujubes were dried and ground, they could serve as a substitute for brown sugar. This was precisely why Su-Han chose to pause. If they were ordinary sour jujubes, he could always return later to harvest, or even forego them altogether, given their daunting acidity. But red jade sour jujubes were different. Their ripening period was a mere month, after which they would quickly turn sour. 20 minutes later, his harvesting concluded. Su-Han had gathered a total of 5 pounds of sour jujubes, while Longhua received a return of 230,000. Glancing at the time, it was precisely 3:10 in the afternoon. During the subsequent ascent, Su-Han encountered no further resources, yet he felt satisfied with his bounty. As he began to descend, he accelerated once more. The gathered resources were secured within his sleeves, bound with hemp rope, thus having minimal impact on his speed. At this moment, only 22 kilometers remained to the finish line. Upon descending, he entered a small forest path devoid of obstacles. Su-Han ran comfortably along this route, though he lamented the absence of additional resources. At 4:30 in the afternoon, only 10 kilometers stood between him and the finish line. Su-Han's stamina began to wane, his legs heavy with fatigue, yet he persisted in a slow jog, refusing to halt for rest. To stop now would mean not wanting to move again. As dusk approached, the temperature began to drop. Given his drenched state, resting without cover would risk him catching a cold. By 5:30 in the afternoon, darkness enveloped the land. Many contestants had chosen to set up camp and rest some 40 minutes prior, yet Su-Han remained on his journey. He had transitioned from jogging to walking slowly. At this point, only 1 kilometer separated him from the shelter. Su-Han continuously adjusted his breathing. Though utterly exhausted, he pressed on. After traversing a hill and passing through the woods, the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Had he arrived at the fish pond? A smile spread across Su-Han's face. He had raced from the south, and now the sound of water signified the fish pond he had constructed. Upon arriving here, it felt akin to returning home. Indeed, after just a few steps, Su-Han beheld his quaint little fish pond. The audience in the live stream exclaimed in unison, "What a day to be home." The remarkable tenacity of Su-Shun is truly awe-inspiring. Had I been in his position, I would have undoubtedly chosen to rest after ascertaining a sufficient advantage. To think of traversing 100 kilometers in a single day is nothing short of admirable. Having ascended the final dirt slope, Su-Han finally returned to the warmth of his abode. At that moment, the notification from the National Fortune Survival game resonated. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contestant Su-Han for completing the second week's hiking mission, triumphing with an astonishing performance to clinch the championship. In light of the remarkable display by contestant Su-Han, his originally awarded special title has now been replaced with a more formidable title. Notification: congratulations to the contestant from the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining the title of King of Wild Hunts. Notification: congratulations to contestant Su-Han for seizing the championship, earning 10 points of national fortune value. Notification: congratulations to contestant Su-Han for winning the championship, receiving a precious resource intelligence reward. Seated on the Kong, Su-Han rested, his eyes glimmering with astonishment. An upgrade to his title? Such fortuitous news. He had not anticipated that completing the task in a single day would yield such a unique reward. Let me see. What attributes does the title of King of Wild Hunts possess? As he opened the system panel, he could not help but gasp in disbelief. The attributes of this title were extraordinarily formidable. Missing out on this opportunity would indeed be a lifelong regret. Chapter 63: The terrifying title of the King of the Wild Hunt. Title: King of the Wild Hunt. Attribute: increases all resistances by 3 points. Blood Feast. For every large beast slain, gain 1 point of Constitution, with a maximum enhancement of 5 points. What is resistance? It refers to the ability to withstand toxins, cold, heat, diseases, and all negative effects. If one is poisoned, the typical 3-minute duration of the affliction can be prolonged with 3 points of resistance. For weaker toxins, it can even provide complete immunity. As for cold and heat, one's tolerance is significantly greater than the average person. Regarding illnesses, resistance is enhanced, making it easier to fend off sickness. Moreover, Blood Feast can further augment one's constitution by a full 5 points. Thankfully, I persevered. Otherwise, missing out on this title would have left me feeling utterly despondent. Suhan murmured to himself while massaging his legs. This title does not interfere with the previous title of Hunter King, meaning I can don both titles simultaneously. Upon wearing the title of King of the Wild Hunt, Suhan immediately felt a noticeable alleviation in the soreness of his legs. Is this truly effective? Wait, could fatigue also be considered a negative effect? Suhan gasped at the realization, evidently having underestimated the power of titles. The term all resistance encompasses every conceivable negative effect. However, I wonder if the duration of the sage time can be reduced after engaging in procreation. A whimsical thought crossed Suhan's mind. As the soreness in his legs subsided, fatigue followed closely behind, and an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. He tended to his pets, letting them out to relieve themselves. Once all tasks were completed, Suhan lit the stove and then succumbed to a deep slumber. That night, he slept soundly, not awakening until 7 the following morning. Although he still felt somewhat uncomfortable, it was far more bearable than the previous night. Today, Suhan intended to cultivate, specifically nurturing the seedlings of frostleaf cilantro. The seeds of cilantro have a hard outer shell. Thus, to expedite the germination process, it is essential to first crush this shell. The key is to exert a gentle force, avoiding the use of any hard objects. Otherwise, if the cilantro seeds were to fracture, it would be disastrous. Hence, Suhan employed a method of placing the seeds inside a sock and gently rolling them. Once the outer shell cracked, he could place them in a clay bowl and soak them in warm water at a temperature between 30 to 45 degrees Celsius. In the wilderness, there are no thermometers. So Suhan resorted to a rudimentary method of temperature estimation. He lightly touched the water's surface with the back of his hand. When it felt slightly warm but bearable, the water temperature was approximately 40 to 45 degrees. Of course, it was imperative to remove his title during this process. Otherwise, the temperature measurement would be inaccurate. While the seeds were germinating, the next step was to prepare the soil. Suhan rose from his bed, retrieved an axe and wooden board, and began crafting a tool for tilling the earth. Cilantro, being a small herb, requires minimal space. Thus, he decided to create a small wooden rake. The rake for tilling differs from that used for gathering grain. The former has shorter tines, while the latter has longer ones for sweeping leaves. Suhan carved the shape of the tines into one end of the wooden board, ensuring the distance between each tine was approximately 3 centimeters. Next, he located the center of the rake and marked a point above it for the handle's attachment. He used charcoal to burn a small hole, then gradually smoothed it into a cavity. Finally, he affixed the handle to the wooden rake and secured it with hemp rope. A new farming tool was born. Suhan picked up the wooden shovel and rake and ventured outside his shelter, seeking a patch of open ground to begin his excavation. Regardless of what one intends to plant, the first step is always to turn the soil. The purpose of tilling is to remove grass roots and stones from the soil. The area designated for planting cilantro measured only 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. Though it may seem small, if fully cultivated, it could yield an abundance of cilantro for countless meals. After finishing the tilling, Suhan began using the rake to further aerate the soil. This step is crucial for ensuring that the soil becomes fine and loose, especially for planting small seeds like cilantro. Once the soil was adequately aerated, the next task was to apply fertilizer. Human waste is unsuitable, so Suhan opted to dig up some natural cultivation soil from the woods, specifically that rich black earth. Additionally, he incorporated some fish broth, which is high in phosphorus, an element cilantro particularly thrives on. However, the water used to moisten the soil must be diluted at a ratio of 1 to 20. Fortunately, Suhan had all the necessary materials, so it posed no challenge. Lastly, he shaped the edges of the plot into gentle slopes to facilitate future management and watering. With a sigh of relief, he completed the task and now awaited the cilantro seeds to sprout, after which he would transplant them into the vegetable beds. Observing his handiwork, Suhan beamed with joy. This was his first vegetable plot, and it would surely expand in the future. However, should he consider erecting a wall? Without one, if wild beasts came to pilfer his crops at night, all his efforts would be in vain. No, he could not allow these creatures to benefit from his labor. Suhan resolved that once he had eaten his fill and completed his tasks, he would begin constructing a wall. To effectively deter wild animals, mere branches would be utterly inadequate. At the very least, he would need wooden stakes. However, wooden walls are flimsy, easily gnawed through by rodents, and susceptible to fire during thunderstorms. Thus, it would be wiser to construct a wall of earth and bricks. After all, over the next 6 days, he had little else to occupy his time, so he might as well dismantle the clay kiln for expansion and produce a large quantity of earth and bricks. Regardless, having a wall around the shelter would alleviate the concern of wild animals intruding in the future. For breakfast, Suhan feasted on crucian carp and wolf meat, accompanied by a cup of rose tea infused with sour jujubes. The rich aroma of jujubes, combined with the sweetness of the tea, evoked a nostalgic sense of returning to modern society. The only regret was that these jujubes were not roasted. If they had been turned into caramelized jujubes, they would have imparted an even more delightful flavor to the tea. I still have yet to examine that precious intelligence from yesterday. I wonder what it entails. Suhan set down his teacup and hurriedly opened the map. This time, the resource was located to the north of the lakeside, approximately 10 kilometers from his shelter. It was the most distant resource he had encountered thus far. Its icon resembles a radish. When Suhan discerned the name of the resource, he exclaimed in astonishment, "There are actually white broad beans here." Although he did not find soybeans, the presence of broad beans was sufficient to ignite his excitement. This variety is capable of enhancing soil conditions while rapidly proliferating. Unlike the varieties found on Blue Star, the white broad bean resembles the purple broad bean type. It boasts a considerable size and, when cooked, offers a delightful, plump texture, making it one of the most delectable vegetables. Most astonishingly, the white broad bean requires a mere 60 days from planting to harvest. Imagining the prospect of freely cultivating beans in the future, Suhan couldn't contain his joy and cheered. How wonderful! From now on, there will be vegetables at every meal. With cilantro and broad beans, I must hastily build a wall. Once the beans are cultivated, fortune will surely follow. Beyond the hillside lies a fish pond, and at home, there are cilantro and broad beans. Suhan could hardly fathom how delightful his life would be next year. Chapter 64. Expanding production capacity and crafting clay pots. Having completed his daily tasks, Suhan began the process of creating clay bricks. The quantity of clay bricks required for constructing walls was immense. Merely relying on bricks to erect 4 walls would deplete the nearby clay reserves entirely. Thus, Suhan envisioned utilizing bricks for the foundation and a portion of the walls, while temporarily filling the remainder with birch wood. This approach would not only conserve clay bricks, but also deter small creatures from burrowing through the walls. He mixed mud, kneaded it, and crafted the clay bricks, all while stoking the fire to dry them. Throughout the morning, Suhan managed to produce an astounding 800 clay bricks, a testament to his remarkable efficiency. Feeling inspired, he mused that he could produce even more bricks in his spare time to avoid the need for last-minute creations. Straightening up and wiping the sweat from his brow, he reflected on how he had been preoccupied recently, leaving him no time to make bricks. However, the situation would soon change. With resources gradually becoming more abundant, he anticipated a more leisurely pace ahead, allowing him to schedule various tasks. For instance, he could fire ceramics or search for nearby resources. Although Suhan had been in the Hupan district for half a month, numerous areas remained unexplored. At noon, Suhan entered the storage room, instinctively reaching for a piece of wolf meat to prepare a meal, only to find the shelves empty. Upon looking down, he realized he had consumed the entire wolf. What? It's gone so soon? I recall there being 20 gene left just the other day. Suhan's face displayed shock, but he quickly recognized that his voracious appetite a result of his martial training, had led to his rapid consumption. In the past, half a gene of meat and 2 duck eggs sufficed for breakfast, but now he required 2 gene of wolf meat along with a bowl of kudzu root. Lunch was even more extravagant, necessitating at least 4 gene of meat to satiate his hunger. Thus, while 20 gene of wolf meat seemed plentiful, it had vanished within 2 days. Indeed, the adage poor in literature, rich in martial prowess rang true. It appeared he would need to hunt again tomorrow, as his supplies were insufficient for his appetite. Suhan selected a 4-gene piece of bear meat and exited. In the afternoon, he commenced the construction of a new clay kiln, following a similar process to the last, yet this one was 5 times larger in volume. Furthermore, he replaced wood with charcoal as fuel. Half an hour later, the first kiln was completed. Suhan ignited the firewood for drying and proceeded to build the second kiln. Relying solely on one kiln to fire the bricks would mean that the 800 clay bricks would take until next week to complete. Therefore, he planned to establish 4 large kilns. Assuming each kiln could fire 25 bricks at a time, the quartet would yield 100 bricks in a single round. What if charcoal ran short? This was not a concern, as Suhan would utilize it while simultaneously firing the bricks. As the kilns entered the drying phase, Suhan picked up a wooden shovel and began to outline the walls of his courtyard. He had 2 primary requirements for the yard. Firstly, to prevent wild animals from intruding, and secondly, to allow for the cultivation of crops. Given these considerations, the courtyard could not be excessively large, as the supply of bricks was limited. After careful contemplation, he resolved to construct a modest 12-square-meter courtyard. The northern wall would rely on the existing structure, conserving some materials. With 10 square meters of space remaining after accounting for the shelter, there would be ample room to plant cilantro and white beans. Perfect, that's settled, Suhan declared. He drew lines in the earth to mark the wall's position and commenced excavation. This task was second nature to him, and he completed the foundation digging in a mere 30 minutes, akin to a human excavator. With preparations complete and the kiln having undergone initial drying, Suhan placed the clay bricks inside for formal firing. This was where the expansion of production capacity truly shone. The 4 kilns could accommodate 150 bricks, equivalent to nearly a week's output of the previous small kiln. Incredible, it can hold so many bricks at once? It seems the walls could be completed in no more than 3 days. Suhan mused, pleased with his progress. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Should he take advantage of this time to fire some pots and pans? The utensils he had crafted previously were all diminutive, limited by the kiln's capacity. Even attempting to create a wash basin had proven futile. However, the newly constructed kiln could accommodate not only a basin but even a low-water vat. Since he was going to fire items, he decided to aim for something more substantial. Suhan donned a bamboo basket and prepared to venture out in search of superior clay. Although the clay near his home was usable, it was not suitable for crafting everyday items. The pots and bowls he had previously made, while functional, were of poor quality, with surfaces gritty and prone to cracking. He had created 4 clay pots, but only 2 were usable. This illustrated the disparity in clay quality. High-quality clay not only had greater plasticity, but also felt remarkably smooth. Most importantly, it was less prone to cracking during firing. Returning to the lakeside with the clay, Suhan added water and began to knead it gently. The moment he touched the premium clay, he noticed a remarkable difference. Just a small amount of lake water transformed the clay into a pliable substance. With gentle kneading, it stretched effortlessly into a small clay figure. No wonder so many people enjoyed visiting pottery studios to craft their own creations. It was undeniably enjoyable. As Suhan gazed at the little figure he had fashioned, he finally grasped the joy of handmade artistry. Next, he planned to create a clay pot. The pots at home were simply too small. Every time he stewed meat, he had to chop it into pieces beforehand, which was incredibly inconvenient. Crafting a clay pot was not overly complicated. The initial step was still to knead the clay, akin to kneading dough, ensuring the resulting mixture did not stick to his hands and could bend without cracking. Upon the completion of the clay crafting, the next imperative step is to expel the air bubbles trapped within the clay, thereby preventing any potential explosions during the firing process. Once this task is accomplished, the focus shifts to shaping. Suhan retrieves a portion of clay and methodically flattens it upon a wooden board, ensuring a uniform thickness of 3 centimeters with a circular edge. This marks the creation of the pot's base. Subsequently, Suhan fetches a clay strip, approximately the width of a finger, and applies a layer of clay slurry along the rim of the base, delicately wrapping the strip around. securing it with his fingers to adhere it to the base. During this process, every gap must be meticulously smoothed over with his fingers to ensure a seamless finish. The procedure is then repeated, layering the clay strips in a continuous upward spiral. After approximately every 5 layers, a pause is warranted to allow the clay to set before resuming the upward spiral. Ultimately, the ceramic pot reaches a height of 25 centimeters and a diameter of 30 centimeters. However, this is not the end of the crafting process. It merely signifies the completion of shaping, as further refinement is necessary. At this juncture, Suhan retrieves a rectangular wooden strip from the side. With one hand rotating the wooden board and the other hand dipping the strip in water, he meticulously polishes the exterior of the pot until the surface attains a smooth finish before attending to the interior. After 10 minutes, the refinement of both the inner and outer walls of the pot is complete, presenting a surface that is not only smooth but also uniformly thick. This pot is now fit for sale. Chapter 65. The Poisoned Little Devil and the Unfortunate Monkey Country contestant. After completing the large ceramic pot, Suhan commenced the crafting of a basin. The process mirrored that of the previous endeavor, albeit the basin was somewhat flatter than the pot. Drawing upon his prior experience, Suhan exhibited a marked increase in efficiency, completing the ceramic basin in under 10 minutes. Given the limited clay at his disposal, he subsequently turned his attention to smaller items, such as ceramic bowls and teacups. With the last remnants of clay, he fashioned a substantial teapot, thereby alleviating the need to utilize the cooking pot for boiling water each time. While Suhan allowed the pottery to dry, other contestants were fervently engaged in their tasks. For instance, the second-place contender, Yi, still had 55 kilometers to reach the finish line. Although this sounded promising, he was on the verge of exhaustion. Climbing the mountain was excruciating. He loathed it. However, there was no alternative. He truly wished to avoid further detours. The previous day's detour had added a staggering 5 kilometers to his journey. On the slope, gasping for breath, Yi could not resist his inclination for banter, a trait of his personality. Being alone in the wilderness, he felt the need for amusement. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to madness over time. Nevertheless, it must be said that since shedding most of his burdens, Yi's speed had noticeably improved. In the live broadcast room, the spectators from Longguo were engaged in idle chatter. It was astonishing. Upon comparison, the realization hit hard. The second day was rapidly drawing to a close, yet the fastest second-place contestant had not even completed half the distance. How remarkable was Su Shun. Yi, only now realizing that carrying excessive supplies hampered his progress, lamented that once a detour was chosen, it became impossible to turn back. I fear this challenge will be a formidable obstacle for many contestants. I wonder what the punishment will be. Perhaps a castration? Goodness, you are quite wicked. I think reducing height and intelligence would suffice. How about a decrease of 20 IQ points? At this moment, the contestant from Yinghuagua, Lu Maotu, was struggling. After an entire day, he had only covered 15 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, this would be a paltry distance. Yet Lu Maotu was particularly unfortunate. Not only had a wolverine stolen his carefully prepared food during the night, but even his water supply had been compromised. To traverse 15 kilometers without any sustenance was no small feat. Oh, Amaterasu, please grant me a morsel of food. Otherwise, Lu Maotu shall surely perish from hunger and thirst. I beseech your protection. Though he could barely move, Lu Maotu pressed on, convinced that something good awaited him ahead. After approximately 5 minutes, just as his vision began to darken from hunger, a low-hanging fruit tree caught his attention. Is this fruit? Amaterasu has answered my prayers. Ha! Lu Maotu excitedly dashed to the tree and plucked a golden fruit, eagerly devouring it. The juice was abundant and delicious. With these fruits, I shall conquer this week's challenge. Elated, Lu Maotu danced in joy, unaware that the area around the fruit tree bore no signs of wildlife, not even bird droppings. As he harvested the fruit, an alert echoed repeatedly, signaling the return of 10,000 chest-sized fruits, causing the little devils to straighten their backs. Nearby shelters witnessed a frenzy of looting. Though the soldiers attempted to intervene, they were powerless against the surging public sentiment. Baka, this is mine. So sweet. Lu Maotu, the fruits you brought are simply delightful. Ha! Meanwhile, as the little devils indulged in their revelry, Lu Maotu suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, Baka, what are you doing? Why are you dressed in blue? Are you a smurf? The Longwa audience in the live stream was taken aback. A smurf? Could this fruit be hallucinogenic? Haraha. Perhaps, look at this little devil. He seems ready to challenge the tree. Suddenly, a voice from the tactical research room of Inghuagua interrupted. The ruler's face darkened as he commanded those below. Quick! Instruct the citizens to cease consumption. These fruits are toxic and will induce hallucinations. Your Excellency, it is too late. They have already begun to speak nonsense. Baka, Lu Maotu, you wretched fool. Are you sent by the heavens to torment our Inghuagua? This same wretch had previously caused our nation to be ridiculed after a live stream featuring a fish. Despite his forced explanations that Lu Maotu was merely overly fond of animals, such nonsense could only deceive children. Today, this imbecile has returned with 10,000 toxic, hallucinogenic fruits. Simply inhumane. Yet, the amusement was not confined to Inghuagua. The contestant from the neighboring monkey country, mundane, was experiencing his own entertainment. His progress was commendable, ranking 36th among all contestants. However, in the afternoon, mundane inadvertently wandered into a forest, attracting the attention of a troop of macaques. Initially, he paid them little mind, but soon he felt an unsettling sense of being followed. Upon turning abruptly, he discovered the long-haired monkeys trailing him. What do you want from me? Leave me alone. Fearing an attack from the group, mundane picked up a stone from the ground to drive them away. At first, he successfully scared off the macaques. After traversing a certain distance, a sudden gust of wind howled above him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself stripped of his garments, confronted by a massive female monkey baring its teeth. Frightened to the core, mundane attempted to rise from the ground, but his body remained utterly immobile. Upon closer inspection, he realized that other monkeys had pinned him down. What are you trying to do? The eyes of the gibbon shone with a frenzied glint. Subsequently, mandane's voice echoed through the mountains, filled with despair. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience from various countries was rapidly increasing. The viewers from Longwo were left in utter shock. How could it be? Monkeys bullying humans, truly a reversal of fate. I have come to realize that while Su Shin's live stream is indeed hardcore, the real entertainment is found abroad. Today has truly opened my eyes. By the way, isn't the Monkey Nation's leader providing any support? Just watching idly. Rumor has it that this contestant was bitten by a snake a few days ago and had previously received assistance. Well, since resistance is futile, it might be better to close one's eyes and enjoy the experience. I have a question. What would happen if this group of female monkeys were to carry this contestant away? The entire comment section fell silent for 2 seconds. Countless viewers began to unleash their imaginations. Being taken away by female monkeys would undoubtedly be a nightmare. However, what if he were to become the beloved of the tribe? Although this contestant named mundane does not possess striking looks and bears some resemblance to a monkey among gibbons, he would certainly be considered handsome. If he could win the affection of these monkeys, he would undoubtedly have no worries about food and shelter in the future. Upon reflection, that actually sounds quite impressive. Chapter 66. The bountiful northern shore of the lake. Alas, the voice of the contestant from the Monkey Kingdom, mundane, grew increasingly faint amidst the forest until he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. The Binturangs, witnessing the silence, began to chatter animatedly. Though the audience could not comprehend their words, the sentiment was clear. They were unwilling to let such a splendid male perish. Thus, the Binturangs hoisted mundane back to their dwelling. They not only provided him with water, but also offered him fruits. At that moment, a global notification heralding a stroke of fortune resonated. Detected contestant mundane from the Monkey Kingdom acquired 1 Qinghua, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the Monkey Kingdom for receiving 10,000 Qinghua. The inhabitants of the Monkey Kingdom, who had previously been burdened by self-doubt, could scarcely believe their ears. What? Is this truly considered an acquisition? In the next instant, the entire Monkey Kingdom erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Although they were unaware of the nature of Qinghua, the fact that these long-haired primates could consume it suggested it was devoid of toxins. Soon, the first citizen of the Monkey Kingdom tasted the Qinghua. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. How to describe the flavor? It bore a resemblance to an apple, though the taste was not as robust. Edible, yet not exquisite, and certainly not unpalatable. However, the mere fact that it was consumable rendered it a valuable resource. The news swiftly reached the sovereign of the Monkey Kingdom. Edible? Haha, splendid. I shall relay this information to our contestants shortly. Who needs to traverse when we can simply cater to these monkeys? Our daily sustenance will be inexhaustible. Who would have imagined that the Monkey Kingdom had discovered its own path? Despite the deduction of 5 points from national fortune and the potential penalties for failure, the promise of a long-term food supply outweighed such trivialities. Half an hour later, mundane awoke. The surrounding stench was overwhelming, nearly inducing nausea. In that moment, he even contemplated ending his own life. Just then, a communication arrived. Upon seeing the visage of his sovereign, mundane burst into tears. "I am so sorry, Your Majesty. I am utterly ashamed. I cannot believe that I—" "Enough, Mr. Yuan. Do not weep. You are a great hero of our nation." "A great hero?" Mundane stood bewildered, unable to fathom how he had earned such a title. The monarch then recounted the recent events. "Therefore, do not resist. Instead, serve these benefactors well. Thus, our kingdom shall be blessed with a continuous supply of fruits." "But, Your Majesty, I—" Noticing the reluctance on Mandane's face, the sovereign adopted a serious demeanor and cautioned, "What do you mean? Can you compare yourself to the contestants from Longwa? Think of your family, think of your sister. Such matters can be endured with a bit of grit. But in the future, you will have a steady food supply." Upon hearing the mention of his sister, Mandane's initial resistance dissipated. Soon, however, he felt invigorated. After all, he was not adept at hunting, nor did he possess the nimble hands of Su Han. If what the sovereign said held true, it could indeed be quite favorable for him. Daily sustenance without the constant specter of fear. Such a life was rather appealing. That evening, Mundane unexpectedly returned with 2 varieties of fruits. This further solidified his resolve to remain. Observers from other nations gazed upon this scene with envy. While such circumstances may have caused distress for the contestant, the entire kingdom stood to gain. The following morning, dense fog enveloped the land, shrouding everything in white. Su Han rose early and opened the earthen kiln to inspect the situation. Before him lay rows of red bricks. Su Han picked one up, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, bricks fired with charcoal are superior to those made from wood." Previously, in haste to construct the Kong, he had used only hardwood. While those bricks were serviceable, their color and hardness paled in comparison to those in his hands. Su Han took the brick and proceeded to load it into the clay for further firing. Breakfast consisted of bear ribs and a bowl of fish meat. After satisfying his hunger, he went through his daily routine. Having completed the process, he hoisted his backpack and called out to the shelter, "Dehui, Erha. Let us set off." Upon hearing they were going out, the 2 little ones dashed out of the house with great excitement. Erha was joyfully bouncing around, while Dehui maintained his usual composure. Su Han secured the door and ventured forth with them. His destination was the northern shore of the lake, where he would gather white broad beans and simultaneously collect resources along the way. As he passed the wild duck's nest, Su Han noticed an unusual calmness. No duck droppings or fresh tracks were in sight. Had the wild ducks all departed? "No, my friends. I merely wish to take a few eggs. See how excited you are. If you all leave, what will become of my down jacket?" Su Han quickly retrieved his binoculars and scanned the lake. At that moment, the sun had just risen, and the thick fog was gradually dispersing, revealing the entire surface of the lake. Aside from some birds, there were no other creatures present. What lay beyond? Su Han gazed across the water and spotted a group of wild ducks leisurely emerging from the aquatic vegetation. So, they had relocated to that side. No wonder he had not heard their calls upon waking lately. However, as long as they had not fled, there was still hope for his down jacket. Though it was autumn, the temperature was steadily approaching freezing. Merely having animal skins felt insufficient. Thus, he had been contemplating hunting some wild ducks to utilize their down for crafting a simple down jacket. Casting a glance at the frolicking wild ducks, Su Han quickened his pace, heading northward. In contrast to the southern shore of the lake, the northern side lacked substantial earthen slopes, instead comprising expansive woods and grassy plains. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted traces of small foxes and rabbits. In the distance, at the foot of the mountains, he could also see the shadow of a moose. Truly, it was a natural hunting ground. Su Han stifled the urge to hunt. Today's mission was to search for materials and scout the area. Even if he wished to hunt, it would have to wait until after he had gathered the white broad beans. Su Han explored the area while meticulously marking his map. This way, when he returned next time, he could effortlessly locate the corresponding prey. As he wandered, a faint yet melodious cry echoed from a distance. Meh. Startled, Su Han hurried towards the sound, followed closely by his 2 little companions. Navigating through the dense forest, he stumbled upon several black goats leisurely ambling about. "Are there goats here? My luck is simply remarkable." Excitement sparkled in Su Han's eyes. His intention for capturing the goats was not for consumption, but rather to train them as pack animals. Although goats are not as practical as oxen or horses, in the current circumstances, possessing any means of transport was a considerable advantage. Who would be choosy under such conditions? Upon closer inspection, Suhan noted a total of 14 goats, comprising 8 adults, 2 juveniles, and 4 adorable kids. Splendid, truly splendid. Even capturing a few kids for rearing would suffice. Grasping his bow and arrow, he suppressed his burgeoning greed and gradually vanished into the thicket. He could not afford to delay a moment longer. As soon as he found the white broad beans, he would return to seize the entire flock. Ideally, he aspired to capture several for nurturing, with a minimum goal of gathering all the kids. Chapter 67, Mu'er, a quest for the sacred treasure with a companion. After departing, Suhan hastened towards the location of the Bai Bian Do. Although eager to capture the goat, he did not neglect to gather essential resources along the way, such as the fallen leaves mushroom. This exquisite fungus, which flourishes beneath the autumn leaves, is a prime ingredient for soups, imparting a delightful flavor with just a few specimens, making it a vital seasoning in the wilderness. To his surprise, Suhan discovered a vast patch of them in the forest. Before leaving the woods, he stumbled upon another treasure, a type of black flower known as mu'er, thriving on decaying wood. Could this be a dream? Indeed, mu'er was present here. He recalled the rain from the previous night. Mu'er, being a fungus that thrives on moisture, likely proliferated due to that rainfall. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers erupted in excitement upon seeing the mu'er. Look, what has Sushin discovered? Mu'er. Wow, we will have mu'er to eat in the future. Amazing. This is incredible. Mu'er can be cultivated in abundance, and we truly adore you, Sushin. By the way, since it can be cultivated, I wonder if Sushin could grow some mu'er? In the official studio of the Dragon Kingdom, Bing Bing posed the same query. Li Cheng mused briefly before responding. It's worth attempting to cultivate, but due to a lack of modern technology, issues such as impure strains may arise. Moreover, even if cultivation starts today, it would take at least 2 to 3 months before one could enjoy the homegrown mu'er. The technology isn't particularly difficult. It ultimately depends on Sushin's choices. Mu'er is remarkably easy to store. Successfully cultivating it would mean a readily available source of fungi for sustenance, which is crucial for long-term living. Having discovered the mu'er, Suhan would not overlook such a significant resource. However, there was no rush for cultivation. The pressing matter was to bring the goat home. He collected a total of 23 mu'er, triggering a tenfold return 3 times. One could say the luck was merely average. Yet for the Dragon Kingdom, even a single trigger would suffice, as fresh mu'er would enable researchers to engage in large-scale cultivation. Leaving the forest, Suhan continued his journey northward. After approximately an hour, he arrived before the Bai Bian Do. Though it possessed only a few tendrils, it was laden with pods, enough to last several meals without exhausting their supply in 3 to 5 days. With determination, Suhan set his basket down and forcefully pulled the tendrils from the tree. With a rustle, a plethora of pods and vines fell to the ground. He continued with the second and third tendrils. Soon, all the Bai Bian Do had been collected. Suhan stepped forward to gather the harvest. Among the pods, some were clearly overripe. While their shells were inedible, the beans within were valuable. They could be used for planting or for cooking. Gradually, his basket filled, yet many pods remained. After some contemplation, Suhan decisively removed his outer garment, tying the sleeves to serve as an additional container. In a short time, all the pods were secured. Dahui Erha. We are heading home. Where's the other voice? Suhan turned to search for Erha, only to find that the little fellow had wandered off. This was a mountainous area, and if Erha was taken by wild animals, he would have no means to locate him. Just as Suhan was about to ask Dahui, Erha appeared, bounding down the hillside with a purple grass in his mouth. Where have you been? What is that grass? As Suhan prepared to reprimand the wayward creature for its reckless wandering, fearing it might truly get lost one day, he was stunned into silence upon seeing the grass in Erha's mouth. No way. Could it be? Is the northern bank of this lake so bountiful? Suhan could hardly believe what Erha had found. To verify the authenticity of the find, he snatched the grass from Erha's mouth. The stem was a purplish red, adorned with palmate leaves, the edges finely serrated. At the center of the leaves hung a small cluster of berries, resembling exquisite rubies. It could not be mistaken. This was ginseng. Erha, where did you find this? Speak quickly. Suhan could hardly fathom that Erha's luck was so extraordinary. A mere jaunt resulted in the discovery of a ginseng root, likely over 20 years old. Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Erha tilted his head in a delightful display of confusion, clearly unaware of what was being asked. Suhan, witnessing the creature's obliviousness, felt a surge of frustration. A 20-year-old wild ginseng. A treasure worth a fortune even in Blue Star, and this foolish wolf could not comprehend human speech. Dahui, observing the exchange, glanced at his master and then at the grass in Suhan's hand, seemingly grasping the situation. He lowered his head, beginning to search the area Erha had explored. Speak, Erha. Where did you find it? Just tell me, and I shall reward you generously. Erha whimpered, nervously tucking his tail between his legs. Seeing the little rascal in such a state, Suhan was at a loss. After all, Erha was just a wolf, a rather dim-witted one at that. If all else failed, he would have to search slowly. Suhan resolved to ascend the mountain himself, only to discover that Dahui had already ventured upward, sniffing the ground intently. Could it be that he understood his intent? Truly, a commendable son. As long as we can find the ginseng, I shall reward you tonight. Suhan hurriedly pursued Dahui with his axe in hand. Upon noticing his master catch up, Dahui quickened his pace significantly. 10 minutes later, the duo arrived beneath a tree. To the left lay Erha's droppings, and to the right, the severed root of the ginseng. They had indeed found it. Dahui, splendid work. Suhan skillfully extracted a meat stick from his pocket and tossed it. Snap! The large gray dog leaped into the air, elegantly catching the snack and delightfully indulging in it. Meanwhile, Suhan crouched down, methodically excavating with an axe. The roots of the ginseng were also treasures, so he endeavored to extract them entirely. At that moment, the live-streaming room erupted with excitement. No one anticipated that this foolish wolf, the Erha, would actually discover ginseng. Remarkably, it was a 20-year-old wild ginseng. The luck of this dog was truly unparalleled. My goodness, I will no longer mock the Erha. If you tell me it is a treasure-hunting dog, I would believe it. Even when it merely defecates, it can find ginseng incredible. Erha, feel free to dismantle anything in the house. For at least a month, Su Shin would not dare to scold you. Erha, surely no one genuinely believes I am foolish. My intelligence is unmatched, Erha. Born to be a treasure-hunting prodigy, my achievements are verifiable after a careful excavation. Suhan ultimately unearthed a wild ginseng measuring an impressive 47 centimeters in length. This scene profoundly astonished everyone. Simultaneously, the notification sound for the National Fortune quest resonated appropriately. Ding, detecting Long Gua contestant Suhan, who has collected a precious medicinal herb, a 20-year-old wild ginseng. Triggered a 30,000-fold return. Congratulations to Long Gua for acquiring 30,000 20-year-old wild ginseng. Important notice. In recognition of contestant Suhan's outstanding performance in the wild realm, Long Gua is awarded a rain of blessings. Notice, wherever the rain of blessings falls, the land will be improved and nourished, enhancing the quality of cultivated crops. The continuous notifications shattered the resolve of those contestants still striving to complete their tasks. Is there any sense of fairness in this world? They had yet to finish their tasks, yet the contestant from Long Gua had found the precious ginseng and triggered a special reward mechanism. Is this contestant truly human? Could they possibly be an extraterrestrial? Chapter 68. Stir-fried Musu Ro, successful capture of the goat within the Dragon Kingdom's tactical research room. Upon hearing the announcement of 30,000 ginseng, the leader promptly issued commands. Bring these ginseng to the hospitals in the major shelters for nourishment as needed. In the capital shelter's resource refresh point, over 1,000 ginseng appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, brave warriors escorted them to the hospital. This scene infuriated the foreign onlookers. They were living like dogs. While the Dragon Kingdom not only enjoyed mu'er xiong meat, but now also had ginseng. In the British encampment, a man, who had once been a celebrated figure in the Dragon Kingdom, seethed with anger. Damn it, I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, yet I was expelled for acquiring British nationality. What is wrong with me enjoying a meal? You used to love watching the dramas I starred in. The surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of outrage. At the time of immigration, this individual was the most vocal, claiming they left to continue the dragon people's legacy and promote dragon culture. Only upon arriving here and becoming a slave did they realize that this so-called superstar was merely a traitor. The intent behind such remarks was to drag more into disgrace. Of course, the British had a hand in this as well. Had it not been for the protection from foreign devils, he might have been killed weeks ago. In the wilderness realm, Suhan carefully placed the ginseng atop the bamboo basket and then rewarded the husky with a piece of deer meat, for it was the one who discovered it and deserved no less. The little creature, pleasantly surprised by the reward, eagerly devoured the deer meat. Upon returning home, it was already noon. Suhan hung the ginseng on the wall and took out some wood-ear mushrooms, treasured duck eggs, and the much reluctant deer rib meat. Today, he planned to stir-fry a hot dish to treat himself. He poured water into the pan to blanch the wood-ear mushrooms. Fresh wood-ear contains a porphyrin substance that can cause dermatitis when exposed to sunlight after consumption. Therefore, they must be thoroughly washed and blanched before eating. Dried wood-ear, on the other hand, has its porphyrin decomposed during drying and can be consumed simply by soaking in water. Once the wood-ear was prepared, Suhan took 2 duck eggs, added a pinch of salt, and scrambled them. He then sliced the deer meat thinly and stir-fried it with wild onions. As the fat rendered, he promptly added the wood-ear and duck eggs, finishing off with a sprinkle of chopped fallen leaves mushrooms. Thus, a simple plate of musu roe was completed. Suhan leaned closer to the pan, inhaling the delightful aroma of meat mingled with eggs and fungi, particularly the enticing fragrance from the stir-frying process. It was utterly delectable. Despite the absence of cucumbers, which would have enhanced the flavor, he was quite content. The only drawback was the lack of rice. With this musu roe, he could easily boast of 3 bowls of rice back in Lanxing. After lunch, Suhan ventured into the adjacent storage room and retrieved a package of medicine from a wooden box. It was entirely black, with serrated leaves and vividly colored petals. This was Hei Tian Luo, a toxic substance known for its ability to temporarily paralyze creatures. The toxin was mild and non-lethal, making it ideal for capturing goats. Suhan carefully ground the Hei Tian Luo into a pulp with a stick, then applied it to the arrowheads, allowing them to dry before use. If he were not aiming to capture live prey, he would hesitate to use the Hei Tian Luo, as it was the only one he possessed. Once used, it would be gone. However, it was worth it for the sake of capturing a means of transport. With the poison prepared, Suhan took his bow and headed straight for the gathering place of the goats. At that moment, the larger goats basked in the sun while the young kids munched on tender grass. It was indeed a prime opportunity. Activating his stealth, he cautiously approached, oblivious to the little kids, who were unaware that someone was stalking them from the other side of the bushes. At 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, Suhan parted the foliage and extended his hand toward the kid. In an instant, as his arm reached the kid, he covered its mouth with one hand and yanked it forcefully with the other. In a flash, the kid was lifted off the ground, wriggling in confusion, but its struggle felt like a mere tickle to Suhan. In the distance, the goats remained oblivious to the loss of the kid, still lounging in the sun. Meanwhile, Suhan cradled the kid and swiftly retreated to the shelter. 20 minutes later, having settled the kid, Suhan returned to observe. Remarkably, the foolish goats had yet to realize that one of their own was missing. However, the remaining goats were too distant for him to replicate his earlier tactic, leaving him no choice but to capture them with arrows. Drawing his bow, he set his sights on a ewe. The breeding season for goats occurs between September and December, so it was highly likely that the ewe had already conceived. Capturing one now would likely yield a young one. With swift precision, an arrow soared through the forest, striking the ewe squarely in the rear. The ewe let out a frantic bleat, prompting the other goats to display signs of alarm. Yet they were taken by surprise as a second arrow flew through the air. With a resounding thud, another ewe was struck. The cries of distress echoed, sending the flock into a panic as they prepared to flee. But Suhan was relentless, firing 2 more arrows that found their mark in a robust buck. At this point, the remaining goats were thoroughly frightened, fleeing in all directions while Suhan pursued them. The first ewe struck began to show symptoms of poisoning, suddenly collapsing to the ground mid-run. Seeing this, Suhan rushed forward and bound its 4 legs with a rope, ensuring that it would be unable to escape once the toxin wore off. Next, the second ewe fell, unable to withstand the effects after running over 20 meters. Suhan repeated his actions, securing it as well. Though they could not move, the ewes continued to bleat in distress without pause. As for the last ram, it sprinted a full 200 meters before collapsing uncontrollably. Gazing at the flock that had already vanished into the distance, Suhan expressed his deep regret, lamenting, "Unfortunately, these creatures are far too swift. Otherwise, I could have captured a couple more." He bent down to bind the convulsing ram, then hoisted it onto his shoulder with considerable effort. It must be said that a male goat is remarkably heavy. This particular specimen weighed no less than 160 pounds. For anyone else, merely lifting it would be a daunting task. Yet, Suhan managed to jog along effortlessly, showcasing an extraordinary stamina akin to that of a humanoid beast. After several trips, his household welcomed 4 goats, 1 male, 2 females, and a young kid. They were temporarily confined in the storage room, and as the toxins gradually subsided, the goats slowly regained their footing. Bah! 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 The goats surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings, visibly anxious. Meanwhile, Suhan, observing from outside, deemed the storage room rather cramped and resolved to construct a more spacious pen for them as soon as possible. Chapter 69. The brutal yet effective method of domestication. At this moment, a system notification emerged. Ding! Detected that the host is raising goats. Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill in animal husbandry and gained access to the husbandry interface. Reminder, the higher your skill proficiency, the easier it will be to domesticate and raise animals, while simultaneously reducing the risk of disease. After surpassing level 10, the animals you raise will experience accelerated growth. Notice, experience for all husbandry skills is calculated based on days. Your current skill level is LV1, and you require 30 points of husbandry experience to reach the next level. Alert! Your domestication skill will expedite the process of animal training. This marked the second type of husbandry skill. The previous one was related to fish, and now it transitioned to livestock. Quite commendable. Suhan opened the husbandry interface for inspection, which resembled the fish-raising interface quite closely. At this time, several striking lines of red text captured his attention. Notice, the goats you are raising are currently frightened and their emotions are highly unstable. Notice, the goats you are raising are very dissatisfied with their current environment. Please expand the goat pen and construct a recreational area to promote the healthy growth of the goats. Notice, the goats you are raising are in a state of mild poisoning. Overall, the situation appeared manageable. Though he urgently needed to establish a goat pen, goats are distinct from sheep. They are naturally lively and energetic, requiring not only shelter, but also a spacious area for activity. Suhan approached the western side of the enclosure, gazing at the vast expanse of empty land, and began to plan for the future farm. The goat pen did not need to be excessively large. Approximately 44 meters would suffice. The recreational area could be provisionally set to the same size as his courtyard, with the possibility of further expansion when the flock increases. Regarding the height of the enclosure, it must exceed 2.5 meters, ideally reaching 3 meters. Suhan had previously read reports indicating that an adult goat can leap approximately 1.5 meters. If startled or excessively hungry, even a 2-meter fence could be surmounted. Considering this data, a 2.5-meter wall would be quite precarious. Thus, he decided to set the wall height at 3 meters. With this calculation, the wood at home would be of no use. He would need to fell more trees. Given that the wall height is 3 meters, the wood buried underground must be at least half a meter deep, meaning each piece of wood must be at least 3.5 meters long. The day was growing late, so he decided to dig the foundation first and leave the logging for tomorrow. Suhan rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a wooden shovel, and diligently began working along the drawn lines. In the live broadcast room, fans watched the hard-working figure and began to chat casually. I admire Su Shin for this. He never drags his feet when it comes to work. Indeed, if it were me doing such high-intensity work every day, I would have grown weary long ago. Training goats, taming wolves. Su Shin truly never jokes. He is on the verge of conquering this world. I have a question. Can truly wild goats be completely domesticated? In response, Li Chung in the studio provided an explanation. It is quite difficult to domesticate them. I know this may be hard for everyone to accept, and some may compare it to the 2 huskies and the big gray wolf. But you must understand one thing. The huskies and the gray wolf are cubs, while among the goats captured by Su Shin, 3 are adult goats. The difficulty of domestication for adult wild animals is extraordinarily high. First, you must make the goats unafraid of you. Secondly, you need to ensure they are obedient. Goats are naturally lively yet timid. Thus, achieving complete domestication will likely take a considerable amount of time. However, we should not be overly pessimistic because, even if they cannot be domesticated, these goats can still be used for meat. Moreover, Su Shin also captured some young kids. Domestication of them is far simpler than that of adult goats. The audience grasped this understanding. Suhan shared this sentiment as well. Catching adult goats, he would attempt domestication. If that proved impossible, he would simply slaughter them for meat. In any case, he would not incur a loss. The entire afternoon was spent in a whirlwind of activity, digging foundations, firing clay bricks, and constructing walls. He was thoroughly engrossed in his labor. In the evening, Suhan sat before the stove, washing green beans while checking the leaderboard. The second-ranked Yi had already reached 80 kilometers and would likely return home early the next day. Meanwhile, the third-ranked Yi had been overtaken by two competitors from tropical nations. However, this was quite normal, as those countries often produce running prodigies due to their harsh living conditions, a testament to innate talent. After placing the snapped green beans into the pot and adding 2 kilograms of bear meat, he prepared his dinner. After a satisfying meal, Suhan removed his jacket and went into the woods to practice martial arts. He now practiced twice a day, morning and evening, each session lasting an hour. This routine neither interfered with his daily tasks nor hindered the significant improvement of his skill proficiency. Currently, Suhan's martial arts skill had reached LV6, just one step away from LV7. Closing his eyes, he focused on his breathing, channeling energy. A surge of warmth flowed from his dantian to his palms. Suhan opened his eyes, let out a low shout, and with lightning speed, struck the birch tree in front of him. A sharp crack echoed, as the tree, as thick as a wrist, was effortlessly broken off at the trunk. This astounding scene left the viewers in the live stream in awe. Goodness! Has Su Shin's thunder palm become this terrifying? This is no longer just a beginner's technique. It seems he has already achieved a small level of mastery. Small mastery? And this is just a few days in. Are you questioning Su Shin's talent? With a hand the size of a sand pot, I suspect that if a wolf approaches, it could be crushed in one blow. Suhan's practice encompassed not only the thunder palm, but also the foundational skills of stances. An hour passed swiftly, yet he still felt a lingering desire to continue. The more he practiced, the more addicted he became. In such cold weather, a mere shirt left him feeling hot all over. However, he decided to call it a night, as he needed to rise early for work the next morning. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Suhan set aside his work, taking a timely break. During the night, the goats next door occasionally made some noise, even bleating frequently. However, these sounds did not disturb Suhan, for he had long since tuned them out. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Suhan arose to inspect the 4 goats next door. As he opened the door, the goats huddled in the corner, gazing at him with fearful eyes. The billy goat, however, stomped its hooves, seemingly ready to charge. Suhan grinned and said, "Interesting, you wish to attack me? Come on, let me teach you a lesson." The goat charged straight at him, but to its surprise, the man did not evade. Instead, he seized its horns, rendering the goat immobile. At that moment, the goat began to panic. Yet Suhan, with a wicked smile, delivered a punch downwards. There, do not be afraid. Feeling dizzy is perfectly normal. Since you dared to provoke me, be prepared for the consequences. Let us see just how fierce your wildness truly is. He did not believe that this goat could endure more punishment than a wolf. Ora, 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 ora. With one hand gripping the goat's horns, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon its body. The torrential onslaught left the goat bleeding in distress. The goat, thoroughly frightened, regretted its decision to attack the human before it. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. After 2 minutes, Suhan ceased his assault, lifting the goat by its horns to meet his gaze. "Do you still dare to provoke me?" The goat, trembling, lowered its head in fear. "TCH. Worthless." Suhan discarded the goat, which hastily retreated to its corner, now too terrified to make a sound. In the live stream, the late-night audience was left in stunned silence. Such a brutal method of taming was a sight they had never witnessed before. Yet, Suhan did not spare the goat. Instead, he approached and stroked its head. The goat, unwilling to be touched, assumed an aggressive stance once more. Forgetting the recent events, Suhan chuckled at the sight. "How amusing. If you wish to resist, you should know the consequences." He raised his fist and delivered another round of blows, repeating his previous actions. This time, the goat dared not resist, allowing Suhan to pet it at will. It sensed that any act of defiance would lead to a severe reprimand. Observing the goat's newfound compliance, Suhan extended his hand towards the 2 remaining female goats, who, aside from trembling, exhibited no signs of resistance. This astonished him. I did not realize you were quite clever." "Yes, indeed. Good children are those who listen." Chapter 70. The Cunning Yi, a gang struggles for the red carrot. Observing the goat tamed to such docility, Suhan opened the breeding panel to glance at the real-time data. The taming progress of the male goat had surged from a mere 0 to an impressive 10. The two female goats had also seen significant increases in their taming progress, soaring from 0 to 15 and 14 respectively. Quite commendable. At this rate, it would not be long before he could transport them. Su-han felt exceedingly satisfied with the goat's progress. Taming wild animals is notoriously challenging, yet with his level 15 taming skill, it was not particularly arduous for him. Although goats are known for their stubbornness, every living creature possesses an innate fear of death. If they resist, one must subdue them. Should they still refuse, one can simply take a more drastic measure. Su-han placed the grass and water outside the door against the wall before heading out to stack the walls. Today promised to be another busy day, and he had no time to linger. Meanwhile, on the other side, a contestant from Longhua, found himself 30 kilometers from the finish line. He had been working diligently over the past few days. His food situation had notably improved, as he had prepared roasted fish, roasted rabbit, and clean drinking water in advance. During the day, he traveled in the mornings and afternoons, while searching for supplies near his resting spot at noon, and spent the nights by the campfire resting. However, due to traversing mountains and avoiding wild beasts, he had only managed to cover 60 kilometers in 3 days. The remaining 10 kilometers were covered with a torch last night. Thus, no matter what, he was determined to complete the final stretch today. A gang did not wish to be a burden to Longhua. Having stepped onto this stage, he must rise to the occasion. At this moment, the contestant from Inghuagua, Lu Maotu, had regained consciousness and was striving to make progress. However, due to the effects of the hallucinogenic fruit he had consumed, his advancement lagged far behind that of the other contestants. If circumstances permitted, Lu Maotu would have long since chosen to forfeit. Alas, the punishment from last week's task was too daunting, and even though he could not fulfill the task, he dared not abandon his efforts. On another front, De Yi had arrived at the finish line, displaying his cunning nature. Upon witnessing others surpass him, he decisively chose to rest in place, waiting for nightfall when his competitors would lower their guard before swiftly raising his torch to charge ahead. After a night of relentless effort, he successfully overtook his opponents to claim second place. The moment he stepped into the sanctuary, De Yi revealed his signature grin. Ha ha ha, I have won. They are surely still in deep slumber while I am already home. I wonder what reward awaits me. Exhausted, De Yi sat on the bed, gulping down water. Soon, the rewards from the National Survival Challenge were bestowed upon him. Firstly, his nation received a reward of 5 points in national fortune. Secondly, the random reward turned out to be the coordinates of a fruit tree, which delighted him immensely. Hey look, I have non-toxic fruit to eat. How marvelous. Though not seeds, any food brings me great joy. De Yi flashed a smile at the camera before quickly drifting off to sleep. The news of his arrival at the finish line jolted 2 contestants from small rainforest nations awake. They stood and began to curse loudly. The shameless Brit chose to sleep. How cunning. Damn it. He remained stationary yesterday to mislead us. How brazen. Yet the audience regarded this with disdain. With evident talent, Resting early displayed a complete lack of crisis awareness. Could he be blamed for his cunning? At 12:30 p.m., 10 contestants had successfully completed the challenge and returned to the sanctuary. Meanwhile, a gang, after a long trek, finally reached the summit of the last mountain. Now, only 15 kilometers remained to the finish line. Yet he faced a crucial decision. First, he could sprint down the perilous slope, which would enable him to reach the base swiftly. Then, he would only need to run a short distance to return home. However, this slope was steep, extending 3,000 meters. A misstep could cost him dearly. Second, he could choose the safer mountain path, which would prolong his journey significantly. While this option posed little risk, the reward would be minimal. A gang closed his eyes, reflecting on Su-han's efforts and strength. Could he truly cower in the wilderness for a lifetime? No. I can do this. He raised his head to the sky and shouted, "Is there anyone from the staff present? Please inform the national leader that I will charge down from here in 10 minutes. If any mishap occurs, please assist me promptly." He was willing to take a risk. If successful, even finishing in 15th place would grant him a random reward and national fortune points. Beyond 15th place, the rewards were rather negligible. Having come this far, it would be a pity not to take a chance. In the live broadcast room, some fans had come to watch, but with Su-han present, few paid attention to a gang. Today, however, was different. This contestant intended to plunge down the mountain, which sounded perilous. Oh, when did a gang rise to 11th place? Could it be that the fishing expert has a running bonus? I just saw that last night he was in 28th place. You underestimate us fishing folk. A mature angler not only stays up late, but also possesses ample stamina and sun resistance, capable of facing various hazardous environments. Otherwise, finding a good fishing spot is a challenge. Moreover, we fishing folk weather all storms, often wrestling with colossal creatures. Colossal creatures? Are you serious? I checked your profile. You've either caught a shoe or a tree branch. Is this what you consider colossal? The audience erupted in laughter. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this viewer made a valid point. A gang's abundant stamina was indeed closely linked to his daily fishing endeavors. 10 minutes later, a gang took a deep breath, massaging his slightly sore legs, and muttered to himself, "The success or failure hinges upon this moment. I must hold on." He then made his way towards the hillside, hurtling forward in a wild dash. The fierce wind howled past his ears. Gritting his teeth, A-Gang struggled to maintain control of his body while simultaneously accelerating downward. He dared not entertain any thoughts beyond his singular focus, to run. He absolutely could not halt, for to do so would mean tumbling due to inertia. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. A-Gang's legs had grown numb, and the weight of exhaustion pressed upon him. Yet he persevered, pushing himself forward with every ounce of determination. Just a little longer. He needed to endure just a bit more. However, as he neared the base of the mountain, his left foot suddenly struck a rock, sending him sprawling forward. In the live stream, countless viewers gasped in shock. "Oh no, this is disastrous, please, not now." Just as he reaches the foot of the mountain, A-Gang, "Don't." At that moment, even A-Gang feared he was doomed. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended upon him with precision. Instead of crashing to the ground and tumbling down the hillside, A-Gang landed safely and steadily. He blinked in surprise, realizing that this was the aid from his country. Phew, that was truly terrifying. Standing still, he exhaled in relief. The assistance had come at the most opportune time. Yet, he dared not rest, for during his descent, another competitor had crossed the finish line. 2 hours later, A-Gang, dragging his utterly fatigued body, finally stepped into the sanctuary. Thus, he became the 14th contestant to reach the finish. In the live stream, the audience erupted in applause. "Well done, A-Gang. 14th place, that's impressive. Incredible, A-Gang. He truly accomplished it. Remarkable." Lying in bed, a joyful smile spread across A-Gang's face. He then received his reward. Notification: you have earned an intelligence reward. Notification: your country has gained 5 points of national fortune. Intelligence? Finally, it's my turn. A-Gang hurriedly opened the map, revealing a glowing white dot 8 kilometers away from the sanctuary. It was a carrot. His relentless efforts had indeed borne fruit. He had discovered the carrot. Chapter 71. A shocking and severe punishment. Carrots are an exceptionally prolific vegetable. Not only can the roots be sun-dried and stored for extended periods, but the leaves can also be consumed as greens. This constitutes highly valuable intelligence. A-Gang suddenly realized why Su Shun could progress so swiftly. The more resources one acquires, the faster one develops. This leads to an unparalleled composure when confronted with tasks. Conversely, a lack of resources only leads to decline. It seems I must also adjust my mindset. Only through hard work can life become more comfortable. At this moment, A-Gang finally discovered the direction of his life. Meanwhile, the contestant from Monkey Nation, mundane, gazed at the sky with a pale countenance. Though his belly was full, he felt utterly drained. He now harbored grave doubts about his ability to persevere. However, today, the macaques had not disturbed him, which was a small consolation. At this juncture, Suhan had completed 2 sides of the fence. The section connecting to the goat pen required an increase in height, and thus, he had yet to transport the timber, leaving it temporarily on hold. During work hours, he would occasionally visit the goats to foster their relationship. Currently, they seemed to be in decent condition, having consumed some grass and shown signs of drinking water. Although the 3 adult goats still feared his approach, they had gradually grown accustomed to being petted. In the afternoon, Suhan ventured into the forest with an axe, transforming once again into a lumberjack. This time, however, he chose a different grove, as the eastern woods were nearly depleted, and further cutting might disrupt the ecological balance. The southern woods appeared promising as well, with relatively easy access. Typically, he could return home in 5 minutes if he moved briskly, as each log was buried in the ground. The outline of the goat pen began to take shape. Suhan's only requirement for the pen was its sturdiness. Other issues could be addressed gradually in the future. At 9 in the evening, when the last log was buried, the goat rearing area was finally completed. The next task would be constructing the shelter, but that would have to wait until tomorrow. Before retiring for the night, Suhan visited the storage room. The goats, initially lying down to sleep, sprang to attention at the sound of the door opening, gazing cautiously at the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor as the notorious figure, they instinctively shrank back. Suhan approached, stroking each goat in turn. When it was the turn of the male goat, it seemed either sated or had forgotten the pain of the morning and attempted to rise in defiance. Suhan, displeased, let out a soft grunt and clenched his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. Yet, the male goat, undeterred, kicked its hind legs and assumed an aggressive stance. Soon, the storage room echoed with the cries of the goats. The two female goats lowered their heads, fearing that witnessing too much would lead to nightmares. A minute later, the male goat lay on the ground with its eyes rolled back. Suhan, displaying disdain, remarked, "Humph, worthless. Remember to provoke me again tomorrow. My fists are itching for action." He turned and exited, closing the door behind him. In the darkness, the male goat slept peacefully, albeit with a slightly swollen face. Upon returning to his room, Suhan inspected the water basin containing the white, broad beans. After a day of soaking in warm water, the hard outer shell had softened considerably, and the beans had swelled. This state was now suitable for planting. He gathered the beans, took a wooden stick, and proceeded to the vegetable plot to commence planting. The process of planting white broad beans was straightforward. With the necessary fertilizer prepared and the plot organized, he simply needed to create a hole in the soil with the stick and drop the beans inside. Normally, each hole should contain 2 to 3 seeds, and once the seedlings emerged, he would remove the inferior and unhealthy ones. However, as his seed supply was limited, he placed only 1 seed in each hole. Suhan buried each seed in the soil and smoothed over the surface. Within a mere 10 minutes, all the beans had been planted. Returning indoors, Suhan added charcoal to the heated bed and soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the contestants continued their earnest efforts. At midnight, the alert for the National Survival event rang out. Notice, this week's trekking activity has concluded. All contestants who completed their tasks are to be respected. However, those who failed to complete their tasks shall soon face punishment. Notice, contestant Lu Mao from Yinghua Nation, having failed to complete the task, will suffer a penalty of a 5 centimeters decrease in height. Notice, contestant Nei Guling Yuan from America, due to task incompletion, will incur a penalty of -3 intelligence. Notice, contestant Li La from Asan, due to not completing the task, will suffer from severe diarrhea. Countless contestants began to face their penalties. As none had deliberately slacked off, the punishment was confined to the individuals, and if they performed excellently in the next task, the effects could be erased. However, Mundane from Monkey Nation was the exception. He was the only contestant to have intentionally chosen to underperform, thus facing unprecedented consequences. Important notice, Mundane from Monkey Nation has deliberately forfeited the competition and voluntarily submitted to becoming a subordinate of the monkey tribe, resulting in a regression of civilization, which National Survival will not tolerate. Notice, all male citizens of Monkey Nation will regress to inferior macaques and suffer a 10-point reduction in intelligence. Notice, accumulating 30 National Survival points will remove this punishment. Otherwise, they will permanently become ape-like beings. Upon the announcement, the populace of Monkey Nation erupted in shock. They had anticipated severe penalties for deliberately forfeiting, yet they never imagined that National Survival would reduce them to mere monkeys. Panic and wails filled the streets and alleys. "No, I don't want this. I don't want to eat fruit anymore. Mom, save me, my body feels like it's melting. Hair is sprouting on my hands, and my face is also becoming hairy. Ack, roar." The citizens of Monkey Nation, who had once been articulate, suddenly lost their ability to speak. This turn of events struck fear into the hearts of both global audiences and contestants alike. Who could have foreseen that humans could devolve into monkeys? From today onwards, it is likely that no one will dare to challenge the rules of the National Destiny Survival again. After the punishment concluded, a new announcement was issued by the National Destiny Survival. Notice, considering the significant efforts made by most participants during the mission period. Next week's task has been changed to rest. Notice, from now on, after each mission week, there will be a week of rest. Notice, participants are urged to focus on their own development during the rest period to avoid failing future tasks and facing punishment again. This is truly wonderful news. If every week required 4 days to complete tasks, there would essentially be no extra time for personal growth. The next morning, Suhan enjoyed his breakfast while reviewing the punishment records from the previous day. Upon seeing that the people of Hiziguo had been transformed into apes, he was utterly astonished. So the fruits returned by that participant were actually obtained through such means. Impressive. Suhan couldn't help but laugh heartily. He had never imagined that someone would willingly become a plaything for monkeys. It just goes to show that the diversity of human nature should never be underestimated. Chapter 72. Why is Su Shun's sheepfold more luxurious than other contestants' homes? Having indulged in some gossip, Suhan felt sufficiently satiated. After engaging in half an hour of exercise and an hour of martial arts practice, his day truly commenced upon clocking in. Today, Suhan intended to construct a sheep shelter while simultaneously firing the sun-dried pottery. It must be said that both tasks were rather cumbersome. Let us first discuss the sheepfold. A proper sheep shelter must not only be adequately insulated, but also maintain cleanliness and hygiene, ensuring the goats do not fall ill. After all, Suhan was not versed in medicine. Poor environmental conditions in the sheepfold would be detrimental to goat husbandry. Hence, if one were to undertake such a project, it ought to be executed with care. Moreover, the floor of the sheepfold must be elevated above the surrounding terrain to prevent water accumulation during rain, facilitating the cleaning of manure. However, in reality, the issue of water pooling was of little concern, as the sheepfold constructed by Suhan was akin to a refuge. By merely closing the main door, rainwater was effectively kept at bay. Thus, the primary consideration revolved around managing the goat's excrement, which was indeed the most crucial aspect. Unlike cats or dogs, goats do not have designated areas for relieving themselves. They exhibit a more carefree disposition, akin to the behavior of individuals from a san, defecating wherever they please. Without a designated area for handling goat droppings, one would be inviting trouble in the future. Therefore, Suhan decided to lay tiles on the sheepfold's floor. This way, whether it be feces or urine, a gentle sweep followed by a wash would suffice to maintain cleanliness. Suhan began by using a wooden shovel to clear a flat area measuring 6 meters in length and 4 meters in width. He then elevated and compacted the foundation with soil, securing it with wooden stakes around the perimeter to ensure stability even during heavy rainfall. Once the foundation was prepared, he proceeded to lay bricks. Each red brick was meticulously arranged on the ground, gradually forming a gentle slope, with the final layer of bricks set 5 centimeters lower to create a manure trough. This design would simplify the task of cleaning goat droppings in the future and facilitate washing. With the floor completed, the next step involved constructing the walls and roof. Considering the impending winter, Suhan planned to erect 3 layers of protective walls. The innermost layer would consist of wooden planks, serving as the main structural support for the sheepfold. The second layer would be composed of reeds to provide insulation against wind, while the outermost layer would be sealed with mud and wooden boards. The rationale behind not placing the reeds on the innermost layer stemmed from Suhan's concern that the goats might find the reeds an attractive snack out of boredom. This may seem peculiar, but goats often subsist on hay during winter, and reeds are hardly distinguishable from hay in their eyes. As for the roof design, it was quite similar to that of the refuge, requiring only sturdiness and waterproofing. Suhan rolled up his sleeves and swiftly constructed the sheepfold. From the walls to the roof, from mortise and tenon joints to the laying of tiles, within merely 2 hours, a wooden sheepfold had been erected. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, 4 meters wide, and 6 meters long. It featured an adjustable ventilation opening beneath the eaves and a removable wooden window below it, with a large door on the left side. Such a sheepfold, placed in the wilderness, could easily be deemed a luxurious villa. The foreign viewers in the live stream expressed their astonishment. How could his craftsmanship be so remarkable? This sheepfold was 10 times superior to our contestants' doghouses. Why can't our country's contestants come and learn? This is true architecture. Even his refuge seems too small for waste. They marveled at the beauty of Su Shun's construction, contrasting it with the mere doghouses that other contestants had created. With the sheepfold completed, Suhan opened the storage room and ushered in the 4 goats. The billy goat, thrilled to escape the confines of the cramped storage room, joyfully dashed around the activity area. In contrast, the 2 nannies remained more cautious, warily observing their surroundings. After confirming there were no threats, they turned to glance at the dominant billy goat, remaining vigilant to avoid any potential conflicts. Suhan playfully patted one of the nannies on the rear and cheerfully encouraged them. "Go on, this is your home now." With his approval, the 2 nannies began to explore their new abode, followed closely by the kids. Although the sheepfold was not vast, it was a significant improvement for them. As the billy goat wandered near the walls, it attempted to butt against the wooden barrier, but the wall stood firm. Undeterred, it took a step back, preparing to charge at the enclosure in a bid for freedom. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind. "Ergo, feeling a bit too frisky again, are we?" The billy goat shuddered, sensing impending doom. Moments later, familiar cries of distress erupted once more. The two nannies quickly lowered their heads to graze, anxious to avoid becoming collateral damage. A few minutes later, the billy goat lay on the ground, eyes glazed over, having succumbed to a peaceful slumber. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. They had previously doubted the notion of goats having thick skulls, but this particular billy goat, having endured numerous beatings, still failed to learn its lesson. One could say that with age comes a good sleep. Look at it, falling asleep just like that. Ergo, see me Masai, I didn't know I couldn't ram into this wall. Ergo, folks, if this continues, I might turn into a unicorn. My bump is almost transforming into a horn. The legendary resilient warrior, Ergo. After subduing the billy goat, Su-Han felt an immense sense of relief. Although to the average eye, his actions might appear violent, the taming progress was undeniably advancing. He even began to wonder if this Ergo harbored a penchant for masochism. Otherwise, why would the taming progress spike so notably after each beating? The progress bar had now reached 35, having started at merely 10. In just a few days, he anticipated that he would be able to venture outdoors with Ergo to transport goods. While the work at the sheepfold came to an end, Su-Han found himself devoid of any respite. He needed to hasten the construction of a bellows to elevate the temperature within the earthen kiln. Previously, substituting charcoal for firewood had significantly raised the internal temperature. However, to forge a batch of exquisite pottery, it was imperative to further increase the heat inside the kiln. This is where the bellows would come into play. Fortunately, having dismantled one during his childhood in the countryside, Su-Han possessed a clear understanding of its internal structure. A bellows comprises a sealed chamber, a piston plate, an air inlet valve, an exhaust pipe, and a handle, among other components. For Su-Han, whose carpentry skills were at level 21, crafting such an apparatus was merely a trifling task, likely to be completed in under half an hour. Yet, given its purpose for pottery firing, a standard bellows might prove inadequate. Consequently, Su-Han resolved to construct a large bellows, standing at 1 meter tall. Seizing the remaining time of the morning, he swiftly set to work, eager to finish before mealtime. With axe in hand, he commenced the intricate process of crafting. Chapter 73. The crafting of the double-action blower. The frantic foreigners. The creation of the blower undoubtedly commences with the cutting of wooden boards. However, the timber available at home was too narrow for this purpose. Thus, Su-Han had no choice but to shoulder an axe and venture into the woods. In less than 10 minutes, he returned, carrying a log with a diameter of 20 centimeters. Efficiency was the name of the game. Stripping the bark and thinning the wood consumed an entire hour, a necessity given that an axe was his sole tool. Had he possessed a saw, his productivity would have soared. Once the wooden boards were prepared, Su-Han began the assembly. The base measured 1 meter in length and approximately 30 centimeters in width. The front and back panels stood 60 centimeters tall, with provisions made for 2 air inlets. Su-Han marked the upper sections of the 2 boards and chiseled out small squares for the air inlets. Notably, he was not crafting a conventional blower. Rather, it was to be a double-action hand-drawn blower. Compared to a single-action blower, this design promised not only enhanced efficiency, but also a remarkably smooth operation. With the front and back panels completed, he turned to the side panels. Employing his axe, he fashioned a mortise and tenon joint, layering and connecting them meticulously. On the right side, he created a circular opening, designated as the air outlet, through which air would be directed into the earthen kiln. Bamboo was unsuitable for this application. Instead, he opted for ceramic tubes to withstand the high temperatures. Fortunately, he had prepared these in advance, only needing to fashion the openings for installation. The top panel was slightly smaller than the base, and once placed on top, the assembly was nearly complete. The most challenging aspect of the double-action blower lay within its internal configuration. The push-pull wooden handle was to be replaced with a birch stick, while the piston board required sealing with animal hide. Luckily, Su-Han had an ample supply of animal hides at his disposal. He cut the skin of a pangolin, securing it to the wooden board with hemp rope, thus completing the piston assembly. At this stage, the double-action blower was already 90% finished. The remaining 10% consisted of wind deflectors for the front and back air inlets, designed to block one inlet, while the other drew in air. Additionally, there were deflectors for the air outlet, operating on the same principle. Finally, the wind barrier consisted of two small wooden boards. One was affixed above to obstruct airflow from the front and back inlets, while the lower board featured notches to channel air to the outlet. Though the explanation may seem intricate, the actual process was remarkably straightforward. As Suhan worked on both the assembly and processing, a double-action blower soon came into existence. He tested the mechanics, pulling the handle back and forth, and a gust of wind rushed through the chamber, swiftly exiting through the outlet. With a gentle push, another breeze followed. After several attempts, the operation felt fluid and ready for use. Lunch consisted of green beans stewed with bear meat. Notably, as De Hui and Er Ha grew larger, the two little rascals increasingly shunned the shelter, their appetites also surging. Previously, they could be satiated with merely 2 fish, but now they required 5. Nevertheless, this was a positive development, as increased nourishment would foster rapid growth. In anticipation of heavy snowfall, Suhan envisioned them pulling him outside. After lunch, Suhan carried the blower to the warm earthen kiln. De Hui and Er Ha frolicked nearby. He then picked up the ceramic tube to begin assembly. Suhan buried the blower in the earth, connecting the air outlet to the interior of the kiln. He tested the mechanism, and soon, the sound of wind filled the air. Perfect, it was time to ignite the fire. Suhan brought over the dried ceramic pots and bowls from his home and placed them inside the kiln. He then added a substantial amount of charcoal. With the push-pull action of the blower, the kiln quickly erupted into a fierce blaze. The flames roared, amplified by the blower's assistance. In mere moments, the temperature soared. In Longwa's live stream, the audience count was surging. Upon witnessing Suhan employing the double-action blower, the barrage of comments erupted in astonishment. Wow, the progress is astonishing. Thank goodness this contestant didn't locate iron ore, otherwise, they would already be smelting iron. Incredible. The double-action blower has been crafted. This is outrageous. My goodness, the contestant from Longwa has entered the pottery age, while our contestants are still akin to savages. I can't even fathom what will happen when this contestant reaches the Iron Age. What could possibly impede them? Once they start producing pottery, they will no longer lack for pots and pans. If they dare to dream, they might even forge a hot water bottle. I can hardly imagine. As others shiver in the cold winter, this contestant luxuriates in a warm bath. I'm not joking. This contestant will surely achieve it. Is it too late to immigrate now? I heard Longwei just harvested 30,000 goats. I am a professor from America specializing in livestock research with extensive experience. I can forego my salary if I could just have a bit of fish to eat each day. The audience was momentarily taken aback by this statement. What does this mean? Even professors are planning to flee? Unbeknownst to them, the astute had already begun their exodus. Not only professors of livestock, but the very day Suhan captured goats, he received 6 immigration applications from distinguished experts, including a Nobel laureate. Now that Suhan had successfully entered the pottery age, those who were hesitating could no longer remain still. They feared arriving too late and missing out on the opportunity. Meanwhile, within the Longwa Immigration Bureau, a mere 10 minutes had passed, and they had received 38 applications from highly educated individuals. As for ordinary citizens, the number exceeded 320,000. Such astonishing figures were unprecedented. What should we do, Director? The number of immigration applicants is overwhelming, with over 90% willing to relinquish their citizenship, even if it means coming over as slaves. This was the report from the staff. The director coldly scoffed, remarking that these lowly individuals exhibit such behavior, aligning themselves with whoever holds power. However, we are not a sanctuary for foreign refuse. Inform those immigrants that if they wish to come to Longwa as slaves, they must first demonstrate their worth. They must either return stolen artifacts of Longwa or bring forth the technologies we require. Otherwise, they shall be categorically rejected. Presently, Longwa stands as a unique and formidable nation on Blue Star, unparalleled in its abundant resources. We possess the gallbladder of the 5-generation flower snake, goats, gray bears, and gray wolves, along with a vast supply of lentils and coriander. The notion of coming here to be a slave and enjoy our hospitality is far from straightforward. Without sufficient tribute, no one shall set foot in Longwa. As soon as the message was disseminated, the staff promptly received a response. The director was informed that someone was willing to return the golden sword of the Ming Dynasty emperor and even claimed the audacity to steal the queen's crown, inquiring if he could exchange it for a commoner's identity. The director was momentarily taken aback. This individual clearly had the demeanor of a British curator. Yet, He was indeed bold, daring to contemplate stealing the queen's crown. Suddenly, the director's expression shifted, and he snorted lightly, stating that it was not theft, but rather compensation. After all, taking our golden sword for so many years warrants a form of reparation, does it not? The staff quickly gave a thumbs up, realizing why he remained a mere employee while the director excelled. His mind worked with remarkable agility. Chapter 74 Encounter with the Cougar. The air was filled with a low humming sound within the earthen kiln, where the clear, orange-red flames, fueled by the bellows, grew increasingly ferocious. As the preheating phase came to an end, the kiln transitioned into the oxidation phase. This stage was prolonged, continuing until the impurities within the pottery were thoroughly oxidized, transforming the surface color from gray to red, thus allowing entry into the final refining stage. Su-han, with one hand operating the bellows and the other holding an encyclopedia, appeared quite at ease, as if on a leisurely vacation, while beside him stood a pot of sour jujube tea. Yet, in comparison to the laborious task of constructing sheep pens, the simple act of working the bellows felt rather effortless. Furthermore, this task also enhanced his experience in pottery making. After 4 hours, the oxidation phase concluded, signaling the commencement of refining. Su-han carefully set the encyclopedia aside and rose to add charcoal to the kiln, vigorously pulling the bellows. The fierce gusts rapidly raised the temperature inside the kiln, transforming the originally orange-red flames to a brilliant yellow. The temperature soared from 1,000 to 1,200 degrees in no time. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce flames scorched the pottery. Su-han continued to work the bellows for a full hour before sealing the kiln. At this stage, the pottery was considered completed. Next came the waiting period for the kiln to cool down gradually, a process that would take as long as 24 hours. With little else to occupy his time, Su-han returned to the shelter to weave some rope. He had been dedicating a portion of his daily time to creating these small items, ensuring that when the need arose, he would have them ready for use. Before long, it was the 6th day of the 3rd week. After enduring 2 grueling tasks, most contestants had come to terms with their reality and were busy at the break of dawn. Some worked to fortify their shelters, some constructed earthen beds, others ventured out to hunt, some crafted traps for fishing, and some scoured for supplies. However, one individual stood apart. He had been awakened early and subjected to a thorough beating. This individual was mundane, the pampered one who had relied on the Bainmaoan. Once, he had been fair and charming, attracting the affection of the female monkeys, but now, having transformed into a Bainmaoan, his looks had drastically declined, leading to his fall from grace. Thus, the current scene unfolded. "Don't hit me. What are you doing? Ow, why are you throwing stones at me? Just 2 days ago, you wouldn't let go. And now you're driving me away. You heartless bunch. Even a buzzing stick has feelings, how cruel." Ruan Dan attempted to resist, but the Bainmaoan, uninterested in his pathetic pleas, drove him away with sticks and stones. In the live stream, viewers erupted in laughter. It seemed the Bainmaoan clan also understood the concept of fickleness. What fickleness? This is clearly due to a decline in looks. Who would want you after you've turned into an oxen lady? Ruan Dan lamented. A group of heartless female monkeys, I despise you all. What a pitiful fellow. Now he can't even indulge in soft living. On the other hand, Su-han had also risen early and set out. The meat supply at home had dwindled, and he was determined to procure some game, particularly wild ducks. If he missed this opportunity, it would be challenging to catch any in a few weeks, with winter fast approaching in just a month. With a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, he strode directly to the vicinity of the wild duck nests. After a thorough inspection, he discovered significantly more traces of wild ducks along the northern shore of the lake than he had previously observed. Unfortunately, due to the increasingly cold weather, many ducks had already migrated. The remaining wild ducks were few. Alas, I should have surveyed the environment more thoroughly. Had I come last week, I would have undoubtedly caught numerous ducks. Su-han sighed softly and began to explore the area. Soon, the first wild duck came into view. His spirits lifted, and he quickly retrieved his bow and arrows. At that moment, the wild duck was blissfully resting, entirely unaware of his approach. This was a prime opportunity. He aimed and shot. At a distance of 10 meters, hitting the target was guaranteed for Su-han. Whoosh! The arrow struck true, and the wild duck fell silently to the ground. Su-han hastened over to collect the duck, only to discover a nest of eggs before him. Unexpectedly, this was a delightful bonus. He carefully transferred the straw and eggs into the bamboo basket to avoid damaging them during transport. Continuing his search nearby, fortune favored him. He not only secured 6 wild ducks, but also collected a remarkable 30 eggs. This was largely thanks to the skill of stealth, which enabled Su Han to approach the ducks without detection. Otherwise, any alarm from the ducks would have startled the others, making capture nearly impossible. After returning to the shelter with the wild ducks and eggs, Su Han resumed his search along the northern shore. The bounty of the wild duck was plentiful. He had no qualms about gathering more. Duck meat was consumable, duck eggs could be transformed into salted delicacies, duck feathers could be fashioned into down jackets and feather dusters, duck fat was useful for cooking, and duck intestines and gizzards were excellent for hot pot. Most importantly, the more he caught, the greater his return. The 6 ducks had yielded an astonishing 40,000 in return. What an extraordinary figure. Subsequently, Su Han captured 2 more wild ducks. But no further discoveries were made. Although he could still see wild ducks frolicking on the lake's surface, it would be impractical to shoot arrows into the water. Even if he managed to catch one, he would have to swim to retrieve it. That was far too laborious and hardly worth the effort. He decided to seek other prey. Su Han decisively left the lakeshore and ventured further north. As he passed a gathering place for goats, he deliberately approached to observe, but regrettably, all the goats had fled, leaving not a single one behind. It was a pity, as he had hoped to find some companions for Ergo and the others. It seems that the next opportunity will have to wait. Su Han turned and vanished into the forest, advancing towards a more distant destination. However, his trajectory diverged from that of the white broad beans, veering slightly to the west. After walking less than a kilometer, a chill emanated from his left rear. Alert! Danger perception activated. Alert! Danger perception experience 1. Alert! Danger perception experience 1. Observing the situation, Su Han halted his steps and remarked with a smile, "It appears that a significant catch is approaching." Within the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the audience was perplexed until the perspective shifted, revealing a magnificent puma stealthily advancing from the left rear. Judging by its size, it was undoubtedly a male. Yet, Su Han bore no melee weapons such as an axe. How did Su Shin detect the puma's approach? His hearing is remarkably acute. It must be intuition akin to a sixth sense. It is said that seasoned hunters can effortlessly sense danger. But let us not dwell on that. Have you noticed that Su Shin is unarmed today? Goodness. The puma is renowned as a master of one-on-one combat, far surpassing gray wolves in speed and equally formidable in strength. Is a bow truly effective against such a creature? I recall that climbing a tree is futile when confronted with large felines. Could it be that hand-to-hand combat is the only option? No, that is far too perilous. In the footage, the puma continued to prowl, showing no inclination to attack. It awaited the opportune moment to charge. For the puma, a swift, decisive strike is preferred over a prolonged struggle. Chapter 75. The terrifying transformation of Su Han after his epiphany in martial arts. The puma drew closer, almost within striking distance. At that moment, Su Han executed an unexpected maneuver that astonished everyone. He placed his bow and quiver upon the ground, and even stepped a few meters to the left. This action unequivocally signaled to all that Su Han intended to engage in hand-to-hand combat, challenging the puma directly. Such a notion is enough to instill fear, even in the safest times on Blue Star. An adult puma, with males weighing approximately 53 to 100 kilograms and measuring between 1.5 to 2.8 meters from nose to tail, possesses a physique perfectly designed for explosive leaps of over 5 meters vertically and can pounce across a staggering 12 meters. Any human who encounters a puma in the wild, unarmed, is destined to become prey. Although Su Han had honed his martial skills and exhibited extraordinary talent, no one believed he could take down a puma barehanded. However, unbeknownst to all, Su Han had just completed a week of martial training that morning and was granted a precious opportunity for enlightenment. The sensation was exquisite, akin to receiving a profound revelation. In that moment of clarity, his body and mind delved into an inner realm. While the outside world seemed to pass in mere minutes, internally, he could not fathom the passage of time. When the epiphany concluded, Su Han's entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. He not only gained a deeper understanding of the Thunder Palm technique, but also learned other applications of Qi. If Su Han were to face Xie Kuan now, it would not be hyperbole to declare that one round would suffice. This is the immense enhancement brought forth by skill mastery and enlightenment. On the parched grass, Su Han stood with his back to the puma, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. His dantian stirred slightly as countless streams of qi surged towards his limbs. When Suhan opened his eyes again, his bright, yet icy gaze startled the audience in the live stream. Such a fierce expression rendered them hesitant to meet his gaze. Is this truly Su Shun? He appeared to have transformed into an entirely different person. Some timid viewers even recoiled in fear, as if proximity might lead to their demise. Yet, Suhan had not yet activated his imposing aura. He was merely channeling his chi. Meanwhile, within a certain building, Siak-Kuan observed Suhan's transformation and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Divine aura contained. How is this possible? Just a week of practicing Thunder Palm, and yet such rapid progress? He marveled at Suhan's extraordinary talent, never imagining that anyone in the modern era could achieve such a feat. It is known that even in an age where martial arts thrived, few could reach this level. Anyone capable of perfectly restraining their own aura ultimately becomes a master of martial arts. Could it be that Su Shun is destined to become a powerful figure at the master level? Beside him, his daughter Xiao Lighting, noticing her father's bewilderment, inquired, "Dad, are you not worried about Su Shun engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the Puma? And what do you mean by divine aura contained? Worried? Huh. Just watch closely, my dear. The spectacle that unfolds will surely astound you for a lifetime," he coldly remarked while eyeing the poised Puma. A martial prodigy commanding divine aura containment should have no difficulty dealing with a mere Puma. As for divine aura containment, it pertains to Su Shun's transformation. Observe how he possesses such formidable strength, yet presents himself as an ordinary person. That is true mastery. Before witnessing Suhan's transformation, Siak-Kuan had regarded divine aura containment as a mere myth of the ancients. Now, he realized how limited his understanding had been. This is the chasm that exists between individuals. At this moment, the audience in Longwa's live stream was swelling with an alarming number of viewers. A solitary individual engaging a Puma in combat, a two-time champion of weekly challenges, had captured everyone's attention to the fullest extent. The barrage of comments quickly filled the entire screen. Is this person insane? He doesn't think that defeating a bear means he can challenge a Puma barehanded, does he? That creature is the true champion of the wilderness. Ha ha, perish. Take down this arrogant Longwa individual, O Puma. I, the pitiful Xiaonao, would willingly sacrifice 30 years of my life for you to eliminate this fellow. It is because of him that our Yinghuan nation has become a laughingstock. The outcry erupted from the men of the Monkey Nation, claiming that the survival of their country depended on their normal citizens' comprehension of the situation. Eliminate the Longwa person, bring them down a peg. We, the Monkey Nation, are the strongest power in the East. He is truly high on himself. Haraha. We, the immigrants, can finally mock them. A moment of strength does not guarantee lasting power. Arrogance is this competitor's downfall. Prepare to meet your end. Perhaps they had suppressed their frustrations for too long. Those immigrants, eager to embrace foreign cultures, joined in the ridicule. Yet, the keyboard warriors from Longwo would not tolerate such insolence. Oh, did you not manage to gnaw on bones today? Sounds like you harbor a great deal of resentment. My apologies. But today I am savoring mutton soup and lamb. Claiming to be the strongest in the East? I see you are merely the king of the forest, incapable of articulating your thoughts while resorting to insults. Can you even comprehend this, you worthless wretch? Just as the exchanges of insults escalated, the Puma finally launched its attack. Rising from the ground, it instantly entered a sprint, transforming into a shadow that lunged towards Suhan's back. Sensing the Puma's intentions, Suhan almost instantaneously unleashed his imposing aura. Like a ferocious beast, he swiftly pivoted and charged toward the Puma. The Puma let out a fearsome roar mid-air, knowing that if it could strike the neck of its two-legged prey, it could incapacitate its opponent with a chokehold. However, the Puma never anticipated that Suhan would charge directly at it. The spectators were left in shock, their nerves fraying at the sight, unable to comprehend why Suhan would rush forward. In the next moment, a scene that stunned the world unfolded. Suhan astonishingly grasped the claws of the pouncing Puma midair. With a remarkable unity of body and spirit, he anchored himself as if a javelin, and then forcefully yanked the Puma downwards. Following this, his right knee collided violently with the creature's chin. The impact resounded as the Puma's jaw sustained a grievous blow, causing a momentary halt in its cognition, and its eyes darkened into oblivion. Having subdued his adversary with a single strike, Suhan did not relent. Instead, he seized the Puma's paw and hurled it downwards with tremendous force, subsequently casting it away. As it struck the ground, the Puma emitted a woeful cry, racked with pain. It could never have imagined that this seemingly fragile prey possessed such terrifying speed and strength. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was rendered utterly speechless. What they anticipated to be a thrilling battle had unexpectedly devolved into a one-sided annihilation. This was utterly frightening. What just transpired? Goodness, is Su Shun truly this formidable? Such a terrifying reaction time. I had to slow it down 32 times to comprehend it. Hand-to-hand combat. This was a swift execution. Su Shun, I heard you were the puma? You don't seem so impressive after all. Where's that barking dog from earlier? Step forward, let us hear more. Chapter 76, Slaying the Cougars. Acquiring the black gold tactical dagger, the cougar rose from the ground, first shaking its head before fixing a fierce gaze upon its distant adversary. The recent strike had thoroughly enraged it, ensuring that this confrontation would be one of life and death. The cougar began to circle, seeking opportunities for a sneak attack, while Su Han remained motionless, steadfastly responding to any changes. Today, he was determined to bring down this beast. Firstly, he needed to hunt wildlife to uphold his title. Secondly, he required both meat and hide. Should this creature dare to flee, it would not escape the wrath of his arrows. After 2 laps around the vicinity, the cougar's cold eyes scanned the ground below. Its prior defeat had left it feeling aggrieved, and thus it could not afford any mistakes this time. The 2 opponents remained locked in a stalemate for a full 5 minutes, neither showing any intent to strike. Gradually, impatience crept into the cougar. As winter approached, it needed to amass sufficient fat reserves to survive, lest it succumb to the harsh cold. It slowly retreated, before suddenly charging forward. Having learned from its earlier failure, this time the cougar was much craftier, altering its direction mid-run and utilizing momentum to extend its leap. Should this attack fail again, it would consider retreat. With a sudden rush, the cougar leaped from afar. Su Han heard the sound and swiftly turned, yet the cougar's form was already missing from his sight. Instead, a fierce wind surged from his right. The cougar had cunningly executed a double jump, anticipating that Su Han would counterattack the moment it initiated its assault. Thus, upon landing, it changed direction and launched a genuine strike from the side. With a roar, the cougar pounced. However, a glint of disdain flashed in Su Han's eyes. Did it truly believe his sense of danger was feeble? Although it altered its attack trajectory, before him, it was merely a trivial trick. In that instant, as he turned, Su Han took a step back. Just as he moved, the cougar lunged at empty air. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Su Han would not squander it. The energy from his dantian surged into his right arm, causing his hand to swell significantly. With a devastating blow, he struck the cougar's spine. Almost instantaneously, the fierce beast lost its balance and crashed to the ground. A severe injury to its spine was a lethal blow for a feline creature. It was finished. Su Han offered the cougar no chance to react, gripping its hind legs and swinging it left and right. The 100-kilogram cougar was akin to a mere ragdoll in his hands, violently slammed onto the ground. The audience in the live stream was horrified by the bloody and savage scene. This was no human, but a humanoid tyrannosaurus. How brutal. Initially, the cougar struggled and let out pitiful cries. Yet, mere seconds later, it fell silent. Su Han paused, looking down at the cougar, realizing its neck had been completely broken. He scoffed, feeling unsatisfied as he had not had his fill of the hunt. Releasing his grip, the cougar smoothly collapsed to the ground. The battle concluded. The notifications from the survival system rang out in succession. Congratulations on slaying a large beast, gaining 1 point of stamina. Notice, you have unarmed slain a ferocious cougar, showcasing your terrifying personal strength. You are rewarded with a random item. Notice, congratulations on acquiring the black gold tactical dagger. Then, the sound of multiplied returns echoed. The Long Kingdom had gained 20,000 cougar corpses. The fatigue that had slightly weighed on his body dissipated with the boost in stamina. He had unexpectedly acquired a dagger. It appeared luck was on his side. Su Han's eyes brightened, realizing he would no longer need to rely on an axe for cutting meat and preparing meals. Especially for intricate tasks, using an axe was a true ordeal. Now, with the dagger, he could significantly streamline the process. In high spirits, Su Han slung the cougar over his shoulder, retrieved his backpack and bow, and prepared to return home. Initially, he had set out to capture a wolf or a deer, but with the cougar in tow, he would let the others be for now. Meanwhile, contestants and viewers alike were astounded by the relentless notifications. To kill a cougar barehanded was utterly outrageous. After all, it was a swift and powerful beast. How could a human possibly achieve such a feat? Yet, after watching the recorded footage, an absurd thought arose among them. Was this contestant a reincarnation of a deity? How else could one explain such ferocity? Upon returning home, Suhan placed the wild duck on the ground and the duck eggs into a wooden basin before beginning to butcher the recently slain cougar. Compared to wolves, cougars are short-haired animals, but their hides remain exceedingly useful. Even if unsuitable for clothing, crafting shoes was entirely feasible. According to the survival system's task progress, the shoes he currently wore would barely last a few months. In spring and summer, he could make straw sandals as replacements for long treks, but winter was no laughing matter. Without sufficiently warm footwear, frostbite was a very real threat. In mild cases, it might only result in itching or cracks, but severe frostbite could necessitate amputation. Thus, sturdy shoes were of utmost importance. Fortunately, Suhan did not fret about this. His home was stocked with plenty of hides. He was already preparing to craft a pair of winter boots. With the addition of the cougar's skin, he could easily create two pairs, one thick and warm, the other lightweight and breathable. The very thought of it was delightful. Suhan retrieved the dagger from the system space and examined it closely. The dagger was entirely black, measuring 18 centimeters in length, and its mere sight was captivating. Gently gliding across the hide, a blood seam swiftly appeared. This dagger is quite excellent, exceptionally sharp. Skinning. Extracting the meat. With the dagger in hand, butchering has become much easier. Especially the skinning, it couldn't be simpler. Suhan took only 8 minutes to completely remove the mountain lion's hide, something that was previously unimaginable. As for the internal organs, aside from the heart and stomach, the rest were all left for the wolf pups to eat. Their appetites have been quite large lately, and with these innards, they should be able to eat for a few days. Regarding the handling of the meat, this time Suhan did not plan to smoke it. Eating smoked meat every day had left him feeling a bit nauseated. So for this mountain lion, Suhan intended to wait until the clay pot was ready. Part of it would be stewed, and part would be used for stir-frying. Although the mountain lion was heavy, aside from the bones, head, and internal organs, the pure meat amounted to at most 70 jin. Calculating a daily consumption of 10 jin, this mountain lion would only last him a week at most. Therefore, he would need to continue hunting in the future. This is a minor drawback of martial training, but it's not a big issue. By next year, with a variety of resources available, he won't have to go out hunting every day. After finishing with the mountain lion, Suhan began processing the wild ducks. Since he wanted to make a down jacket, the duck down needed to be carefully processed. Chapter 77. Exquisite Beast Meat. Ergo's affinity for being beaten to craft a down jacket. The first step involves gathering duck down. However, not every part of the wild duck's plumage is suitable for stuffing the jacket. Only the down from the chest, the inner thighs, and beneath the wings is usable. Before commencing the collection of duck down, Suhan prepared a basin to first drain the duck's blood. With so many ducks, it was likely he could produce a considerable amount of duck blood tofu. Tonight would indeed be a feast. After draining the duck blood, Suhan proceeded to gather the down. This process required utmost caution to avoid tearing the skin that connects the down. Otherwise, subsequent handling would become quite troublesome. Yet, for someone with a level 23 gathering skill like Suhan, collecting duck down was remarkably straightforward. He opened the wings and plucked the down, then moved on to the chest and inner thighs. In less than 10 minutes, the down from one wild duck was completely harvested. The audience in the live stream exchanged glances at the small handful of duck down on the table. Is that all the down from one duck? How many ducks would it take to make a down jacket? I recall seeing a reference indicating that a down jacket requires roughly 100 to 300 grams of filling. And if we estimate that one wild duck's down weighs about 5 grams, then at least 20 wild ducks would be necessary to create a single jacket. 20 wild ducks for just one down jacket? My goodness, that seems incredibly challenging. Yet, despite the difficulty, down jackets are undeniably lightweight and warm. Indeed, if Suhan could truly craft a down jacket, he would be able to venture outside freely during winter. Moreover, with such a vast lake nearby, it shouldn't be too problematic to gather enough materials in the coming days. Having finished gathering down from the first duck, Suhan immediately moved on to the next. Before 10 in the morning, 8 ducks had already been processed. After washing his hands thoroughly, Suhan prepared to make duck blood tofu. If left too long, the duck blood would lose its freshness and become prone to bacterial growth. He fetched salt and clean water, quickly mixing them in accordance with the proportions used for chicken blood tofu. Then, he set it aside to allow it to solidify, a process that would take approximately an hour. During this interval, Suhan began to process the duck down. Following collection, the next step was to wash it, eliminating any odors and grease. For other competitors, this task would prove exceedingly challenging. However, Suhan was different. He had made soap early on, a testament to his prior efforts. While soap may seem only useful for washing hands and faces, its applications are far more extensive. He immersed the duck down in warm water, adding a bit of soap, and began to stir gently. The once clear warm water quickly turned murky. Washing the duck down required a delicate touch. It had to be pressed gently without twisting or rubbing too forcefully, as this would damage the delicate fibers. After changing the water 12 times, the duck down was finally thoroughly cleaned. Suhan squeezed out the excess water from the down, then spread it evenly on a bamboo sieve, placing it atop the heated Kong for drying. As autumn had descended, the winds outside were frequent, and sunlight indoors was insufficient. Thus, utilizing the low heat from the Kong was the most effective method for quick drying. Suhan turned the down every 15 minutes to ensure even heat distribution. By the afternoon, as the down gradually dried, he extended the intervals to half an hour. Finally, by 3 in the afternoon, the down from all 8 ducks was completely dried. Gently stroking the down, he found each tuft to be fluffy and dry. Suhan stored the down in a wooden box, ready to begin crafting a down coat as soon as he could procure usable animal hides. With the pottery still in the process of being made, he figured it would be a productive use of his time to patrol the lakeshore with his bow and backpack. Ideally, he hoped to catch more wild ducks. If that failed, gathering information about available resources would suffice. Suhan traversed the northern shore of the lake, heading westward, and returned to the shelter by 6 in the evening. This excursion yielded considerable rewards. He not only captured 6 wild ducks, but also 2 grouse, showcasing the richness of resources along the northern shore. Dinner consisted of duck blood tofu stir-fried with white broad beans, accompanied by sautéed cougar hearts and a hearty bowl of stewed meat. Suhan savored a bite of duck blood. Its tender texture was simply irresistible. The only downside was the absence of chili peppers. If only there had been some spice, it would have been the perfect complement. However, when Suhan tasted the cougar meat, he was astounded by its flavor and texture. My goodness, this is exceptionally delicious. Compared to wolf or bear meat, this is unparalleled. Suhan gnawed eagerly on the cougar's thigh meat. For the first time, he realized how delectable cougar could be. Its meat was not only tender but had a remarkably even distribution of fat, making it akin to savoring tender beef or pork. Truly delightful. If he ever encountered a cougar again, Suhan vowed he would not let a single one escape. The foreign viewers in the live stream watched him with expressions of sheer enjoyment, their mouths watering. Is cougar really that delicious? I have no idea. I've never tasted it. But judging by this contestant's expression, it must be at least as good as beef. I wish I could experience the flavor of cougar, but alas, our nation's competitors are too weak to even catch a sheep. How frustrating. Why is it every time I tune into the live stream, he is feasting on such delicacies? Please, spare me the temptation. Observing the foreign audience's reactions, the viewers from Long Kingdom chimed in with their own comments. Cougar meat is genuinely delicious. Today's lunch at our shelter featured this dish, and I can confidently say it rivals pork. Thank you, Suhan, for allowing us to enjoy such exquisite meat. When I first tasted it, I was utterly stunned. I had expected a strong, gamey flavor, but it was incredibly tasty. Click on my profile for a more detailed review. Haha. You foreign folks can only envy us, but sadly, you cannot partake. The foreign viewers were left fuming, feeling overshadowed by the sumptuous beast meat feast enjoyed by the Long Kingdom participants while they could only consume kin-dog food. The disparity was stark and disheartening. If I continue to watch, I fear I may not find sleep all night. Henceforth, I must make it a point to leave earlier during mealtimes. Dinner concluded. Suhan inspected the sheepfold, noting that the 2 ewes accompanied by their lambs had returned to the shelter to rest. Meanwhile, the ram, Ergo, was butting against the wooden wall. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he quickly straightened up and turned around, feigning nonchalance. It appears you still haven't learned your lesson, Ergo, Suhan remarked with a sinister grin as he clenched his fist. Moments later, Ergo's anguished bleat echoed once more. Bah. Bah. If someone were well-versed in the language of beasts, they would surely comprehend Ergo's cries. He was lamenting. I no longer dare. I swear I will not do it again. Alas, Suhan could not understand. Even if he could, he would not relent. This soft, yielding punching bag was delightful to strike. A day without doing so left him feeling uneasy. 5 minutes later, Ergo lay on the ground. his large sheep eyes reflecting not only numbness but also a hint of relief. The taming progress had astonishingly reached 47%. Generally speaking, once it surpasses 50%, the likelihood of escape diminishes. This indicates preliminary taming success. When the progress exceeds 70%, it signifies deep taming, where even in the face of danger, escape is unlikely. Thus, Suhan was now quite certain that Ergo was a natural masochist. If one were not to strike him, he might even feel discontented. 10 minutes later, Ergo stood up from the ground. Suhan beckoned him over, saying, "Come here, let me pat you." After a moment of hesitation, Ergo obediently extended his head. This was now a definitive conclusion, with no chance of washing away the evidence. Suhan gently patted Ergo's head and offered him a handful of grass before turning towards the earthen kiln. After more than 20 hours of cooling, the pottery should be ready for unveiling. Chapter 78. The cooling and Suhan's foreboding before the earthen kiln. Suhan reached out to touch its surface, finding it devoid of any warmth. He then opened the door of the kiln, discovering that the inner layer had also cooled down. It appeared that he could retrieve the goods. Suhan extended his hand inside and swiftly extracted a ceramic pot. A gentle tap with his finger produced a crisp, resonant sound, indicating its hardness was commendable. Next, he examined it for any flaws. Holding the ceramic pot aloft, he meticulously inspected it. The entire surface was remarkably smooth, with hardly any texture and absolutely no cracks. Clearly, the firing had been successful, and it was time to experiment with glazing. Mastering the glazing technique would yield even finer creations. Joyfully, Suhan set the ceramic pot down and proceeded to inspect the items within, including ceramic basins and bowls. The results were exceedingly gratifying. Every piece of pottery exhibited no imperfections whatsoever. He transported the items back home, dismantled the old stove, and placed the ceramic pot in its stead. The former small pot could now be retired. With the advent of a kettle for boiling water and a large pot for cooking, the stainless steel pot and small earthenware pot had become obsolete. With the new pot at his disposal, Suhan did not rush to prepare meat. Instead, he filled the large pot with water, intending to indulge in a thorough cleansing of his body. Although he occasionally bathed in the lake, the morning waters were far too frigid, and the midday hours were consumed with various tasks, leaving him no time for a proper wash. However, from this day forth, things would be different. The presence of a large ceramic pot signified that access to water for daily living would become increasingly convenient. He added water and ignited the flame. Discarding his garments, under the dim light, his perfectly sculpted physique was exposed to the air. The female fans in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment, unprepared for such a delightful surprise. Wow, such perfect muscles. If only I could touch them, it would be worth a lifetime. They mused. Those abs, that chest, that sculpted rear. Goodness. Please don't blur the image. I can barely handle this sensation. How is it possible to see without censorship? No wonder he could effortlessly tear apart a puma. His physique was nothing short of perfection. Countless women were entranced by Suhan's form, while he commenced his cleansing ritual. I love bathing, my skin feels so good. Suhan hummed a tune as he scrubbed his body with hot water. Although he lacked a bath towel, the fragrant rose-scented soap left him feeling immensely satisfied. The warm water washed away his fatigue. While he could not indulge in a soak, this lifestyle felt exceedingly luxurious, especially since many competitors lacked even the freedom to access hot water. He rinsed his body for a while before proceeding to scrub off the grime. Years of intense labor had left his skin laden with dirt, which now effortlessly washed away. After cleansing his body, he turned his attention to washing his hair and face. Once the cleaning was complete, Suhan retrieved the razor awarded to him previously and busied himself before the mirror. In a moment, his chin became impeccably smooth. Suhan beamed with a smile. If there were a happiness index for survival in the wilderness, he would unequivocally declare himself the most fortunate contender. At this moment, glancing at the clock, he noted it was barely past 8 in the evening. It was too early to retire for the night. Thus, he disposed of the dirty water and began to prepare the wild ducks and grouse he had caught earlier that afternoon. Outside, the wind howled, yet within the confines of his abode, it was as warm as spring. Under the dim light, Suhan's robust physique had undoubtedly captivated countless fans. As night fell, the wind gradually subsided. Yet the temperature plummeted rapidly, rousing numerous competitors from their slumber due to the cold. Only those fortunate enough to enjoy the warmth of a heated bed could sleep soundly until dawn. The night owls among Longgua's fans, witnessing this scene, began to engage in lively discussion. The wilderness has cooled down once more. It seems that the true winter may be even more terrifying than we imagined, they speculated. At this rate, competitors clad in thin garments are in for a tough time, especially those hailing from tropical regions, who are facing veritable hellish conditions. Hey, who can we blame for this? They hunted but failed to prepare the animal hides. They deserve to freeze. Sometimes, luck is an integral part of strength. Those of us in colder climates naturally dress warmly, while competitors from certain tropical nations entered the fray in mere shorts, neglecting to prepare adequately. How could they be faulted? Many competitors from tropical areas managed to capture goats and other prey, yet few, like Su Han, took the initiative to tan animal hides and construct secure shelters. Most merely muddled through, reflecting a lack of crisis awareness. While they could still endure for the time being, once true winter descended, they would find it impossible to make up for their oversight. In the usual northern regions, temperatures hovered around -15 degrees Celsius. However, in the wilderness where the competitors resided, it was projected to plummet to around -20 degrees. Those who remained oblivious to the need for effort would soon face dire consequences. At that moment, the scene revealed dozens of competitors awakened by the cold. Their makeshift shelters of leaves and branches could barely withstand the biting wind, let alone the encroaching chill. Now, all bore the same appearance, curled up with their arms around their knees, trembling uncontrollably. The next day, sunlight poured down, yet the temperature remained alarmingly low. As Su Han stepped outside, he furrowed his brow. "Brr. It's so cold." A glance at the system calendar revealed the temperature had dropped to -3 degrees. This was perilous indeed. If winter truly arrived, one could only imagine how much colder it would become. Su Han contemplated his next steps, deciding to first fire the pottery and then venture out to hunt, aiming to craft a down jacket as soon as possible. His own clothing was rather thin, and if he did not address the issue of warmth, he would likely find it impossible to venture out in the mornings. Simultaneously, Su Han felt a premonition. Given the current trajectory, the temperature in the wilderness would undoubtedly plummet even lower in the tasks of the coming week. Those who could procure ample warm clothing would secure a significant advantage. Thus, the urgency to create down jackets was paramount. Organizing his thoughts, Su Han concluded that it would be prudent to engage in hunting more frequently in the future. Although the current shelter appeared satisfactory, it was, in reality, insufficient for warmth. In the event of persistent heavy snowfall or terrifyingly low temperatures, the combination of reeds and wood would not suffice. However, if the walls were adorned with animal hides, the outcome would be vastly different. This would resemble a yurt, with a heated platform on the ground and animal hides on the walls, instilling a profound sense of security. While simmering breakfast, Su Han diligently completed his daily tasks. After the meal, he proceeded to the sheep pen to assess the situation and nurture his bond with the animals. He affectionately petted the two ewes and did not neglect the lambs this time. When it came to ergo, he delivered a couple of playful punches. Remarkably, the progress in taming had increased by 1%. Su Han estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could venture out with ergo to gather resources. Having a beast of burden would undoubtedly enhance efficiency significantly. Chapter 79. The beginning of crafting leather pants. Today, Su Han set about crafting pottery, specifically a water tank, ceramic jars, and a spinning wheel. The water tank serves the vital purpose of storing drinking water, while the ceramic jars are intended for the storage of animal fats. The spinning wheel allows for the weaving of plant fibers into thread. All of these tools are indispensable in daily life. With meticulous care, he filled the kiln with charcoal, ignited the fire, and preheated it. Throughout the morning, Su Han remained vigilant at the earthen kiln, not straying away. Due to the chilly weather, De Hui and Erha also refrained from their usual frolics. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the kiln was sealed, and Su Han could finally venture outdoors with his bow and arrows. His target once again lay on the northern shore of the lake, traversing through the area he had explored yesterday. Continuing his journey westward, suddenly, a gray shadow flitted past him. Su Han observed closely. It was a plump rabbit. It appeared that the northern shore of the lake was teeming with wildlife. He hastened forward in pursuit. Although rabbit meat was not essential for Su Han, the fur could be fashioned into gloves and scarves, making it too valuable to overlook. As he parted the dense underbrush, a robust rabbit came into view. Su Han drew his bow and aimed. With a swift shot, he struck the rabbit's ear, delivering a precise blow. A splendid feat indeed. Approaching, he retrieved his arrow and placed the rabbit into his backpack. With one rabbit captured, It was certain that others lurked nearby. Thinking this through, Suhan produced hemp rope from his pocket and began crafting a snare trap. This was the simplest form of trap, requiring only a length of hemp rope and a low-hanging branch. Even in the absence of a branch, one could simply bury a wooden stake deep into the ground. The sole challenge lay in positioning the trap along the rabbit's frequent paths. When the rabbit passed, its head would venture into the noose, tightening with each struggle until it succumbed to asphyxiation. Not in need of excessive sustenance, Suhan fashioned only 3 snares. With the aid of his tracking skills, he easily identified 3 locations where rabbits often roamed. 2 of these spots had nearby branches, while the last utilized a wooden stake as a substitute. Once he set the traps, Suhan resumed his exploration. Throughout the afternoon, he managed to capture 8 wild ducks and collected 27 duck eggs. Had it not been for the rapidly dropping temperatures after sunset, Suhan would have preferred to remain outside. However, with this bounty of ducks, the prospect of a down jacket seemed promising. On his return journey, Suhan checked his snares and was pleasantly surprised to find he had caught 2 large rabbits during the afternoon. It seemed that dinner would inevitably feature rabbit tonight. He carefully removed the rabbits from the snares, ensuring the traps would be ready for another activation. For those who relish rabbit heads, fortune smiled upon them this time. As these rabbits were exceptionally plump, one weighing around 5 pounds and the other 4. Such succulent rabbits would surely alleviate some of his food concerns. Moreover, these rabbits were still alive. With proper care, they could reproduce abundantly. Upon returning to the shelter, Dahui and Erha eagerly gathered around him. Suhan contemplated their hunger. If memory served him right, their last meal had been at noon, and now it was already 7 in the evening. Patience. Dear friends, sustenance is on the way. Suhan proceeded to chop the innards of a cougar and place them in the food bowl on the ground. Upon witnessing their master providing food, the 2 little companions rushed forward, devouring their meal with fervor, clearly famished. With a chuckle, Suhan turned his attention to the rabbits. It was his first experience consuming wild rabbit, and he was uncertain of the flavor, especially since domesticated rabbits often bore a strong, earthy taste. As he skinned and gutted the rabbits, preserving the hearts and other choice parts, he cut the meat into smaller chunks. Just in time, the pottery pot had reached a satisfactory heat. Suhan scooped a ladle of duck fat into the pot, followed by sugar to caramelize. As the sugar melted and bubbled, he quickly added cinnamon and wild onions. The sizzling of hot oil and spices released an intense aroma. At that moment, Suhan swiftly added the 3 rabbits to the pot, stirring vigorously with a wooden spatula. He then poured in a generous amount of hot water to stew the meat. After an hour of simmering over low heat, the rabbit meat was finally cooked. At this point, Suhan increased the heat to reduce the sauce, adding salt and crushed mushrooms for flavor enhancement. The broth bubbled and thickened. After an additional 20 minutes, he ladled the rabbit meat out. Although lacking soy sauce, the caramelization had imparted a tempting reddish-brown hue. Suhan tentatively tasted a piece and was met with surprise. Wild rabbit indeed tasted delightful, devoid of the earthy flavor typical of domesticated rabbits, and possessing a unique essence. It seemed that future rabbit hunts would be a worthwhile endeavor. With great enthusiasm, Suhan indulged in the rabbit meat, while the foreign viewers in his live stream rapidly dwindled. After dinner, Suhan resumed processing duck down. Once he had completed his tasks, he rose and proceeded to the adjacent storage room to inspect the wolf pelts. The pelts, having been tanned with brain matter and oil, had now become exceedingly supple and were nearly ready for crafting into a down jacket or leather pants. After careful consideration, Suhan ultimately decided to make a pair of pants, not down pants, but a simple pair of leather trousers. The rationale was straightforward. The temperature had yet to plummet to life-threatening levels, and a pair of leather pants would suffice for the time being. Additionally, he lacked the skills to create garments, and the duck down could only be fashioned into one item. Wasting it would leave him in despair. Therefore, crafting a pair of pants served not only as a transitional solution, but also as a means to hone his skills. Suhan transported the leather to the shelter and called towards the ceiling. Is anyone here? Please find a teacher skilled in crafting leather garments. I wish to learn the art of clothing creation. As before, he requested a detailed compilation of the crafting process for his study. He desired comprehensive instruction, as he intended to create not only pants, but also scarves, gloves, and other garments. The diligent staff member Xiao Wang conveyed Suhan's request to his superiors. Soon, he received orders to fully cooperate, ensuring that all information was meticulously checked prior to the call connection, leaving no room for error. Indeed, Since Su Han began his martial arts training, the official authorities of Longhua had prepared an extensive array of knowledge, encompassing textiles, traditional Chinese medicine, metallurgy, and more. Essentially, they had anticipated all the skills Su Han would require in the wilderness, having meticulously prepared in advance. Furthermore, they would adjust the information in real time according to his current progress. However, they did not foresee that Su Han would swiftly delve into the art of garment creation. 20 minutes later, the call was connected. A vast array of knowledge regarding garment production appeared on the large screen before Su Han. Firstly, it displayed detailed data concerning his personal physique. Secondly, it outlined the sizes required for clothing production. The audience observing this data was awestruck, showering it with praise. How remarkable! The observational data was so detailed that it even included specifics from yesterday's bath. It seems the staff has been tirelessly working, diligently striving every day. This certainly saves Su Han a considerable amount of time, as he merely needs to follow the provided measurements for his creations. A round of applause for the officials. This is truly impressive. Chapter 80. The emergence of the warm wolfskin pants. After perusing his personal data, Su Han turned his attention to the crafting of bone needles and various sewing techniques, which constituted an essential phase in his undertakings. While he possessed rudimentary sewing skills, they paled in comparison to the expertise of seasoned practitioners. Masterful needlework could yield numerous practical items, enabling him to effectively mend torn garments in the future. These skills were indispensable in the wilderness. The screen swiftly transitioned to the third page, which detailed the creation of leather boots. Su Han scanned the information with alacrity, committing every detail to memory. Following this, he delved into the making of clothing and trousers, culminating in the crafting of gloves. Moments later, the communication session concluded, and the screen faded to black. Reflecting on the wealth of knowledge he had acquired, Su Han mused, "I have indeed learned a great deal." The art of garment making appears deceptively simple, yet it encompasses a vast array of knowledge. If one were to create garments haphazardly, not only would they fail to provide warmth, but they could also easily damage the leather. Thus, I shall commence by refining the bone needle. Su Han proceeded to the storage room, retrieving a wolf leg bone, which he shattered with an axe. He then selected a 10-centimeter segment of bone and began to polish it with a stone. At that moment, the system's notification chimed, detected that the host is processing bone. Congratulations, you have learned a new skill, bone tool making. Skill effect: the higher the level, the faster the work efficiency and the less likely the bone will be damaged. Grasping the bone segment, Su Han rubbed it against the stone used for sharpening his axe. Bone tool making experience 2. Bone tool making experience 2. Entering a focused state, his work efficiency surged dramatically. After half an hour, the bone segment had tapered to a point, transforming into a needle, wider at one end and slender at the other. With the polishing complete, the next step was to drill a hole. Placing the bone needle on the table, Su Han carefully rotated it while utilizing a dagger to create an opening. With each brief drilling session, he dripped a few drops of water to serve as a grinding agent. Soon, a small, round indentation appeared on the front of the needle. Turning it over, he replicated the process on the opposite side. Grateful for the dagger, he realized that without it, drilling a hole in the bone needle would have been an arduous task. Within 10 minutes, the first bone needle was complete. He then proceeded to craft a second needle in preparation for a specialized sewing technique. Once both bone needles were finished, he was ready to begin the garment-making process. Su Han laid out a piece of animal hide on the table, sketching the outline of trousers with charcoal. He ensured to leave extra room in the crotch and hip areas, as well as an additional centimeter at the seams. Considering practical aspects of everyday life and foraging, he also needed to cut out the locations for pockets and the crotch, with the latter being a reinforcement patch. This design would ensure the trousers afforded greater freedom of movement, preventing them from tearing during encounters with wild beasts. Regarding measurements for the animal hide, the provided documentation clearly outlined the standards. Through diligent research, the staff determined that the first segment of Su Han's right index finger was precisely 1 centimeter. Thus, this digit would serve as a measuring tool for crafting a simple ruler. He retrieved a wooden board from a nearby shelf, trimming it into a long strip with his axe. He then placed his finger on it and marked a line with the dagger. Moving his finger aside, he continued to etch another line on the opposite end. Repeating this process several dozen times, he fashioned a 30-centimeter ruler. In the live stream, viewers were astonished. "What? This is quite the operation. I truly underestimated the staff. They even considered the measurement issue. Incredible." 666. I was just wondering, even if we know the body dimensions, how could we make clothing without a ruler? Yet the officials have resolved that too. Official, do not underestimate the bond between us and Su Shun. Staff, we are not merely spectators of the live stream. We are diligently engaged. At that moment, international viewers were left speechless. They had never anticipated such ingenuity. The people of Longwo were truly formidable. Oh my gosh. The progress of the Longwo contestants is astounding. They can not only independently craft clothing, but have also tackled the measurement dilemma. Are our tactical teams merely loafing about? Can they not learn from the Longwo participants? These fools only know how to deceive us. As time passed, the disparity between the contestants from their country and those from Longwo grew ever wider. They had already entered the era of pottery and would soon don animal skin garments, while their own contestants remained in a primitive state. Damn, that evening, the Immigration Bureau received applications exceeding 1 million. Yet, the director remained resolute in denying entry, citing the same rationale as before: absolutely no foreign refuse. Merely possessing skill was insufficient. Candidates had to undergo character assessments and background checks. Regardless of personal achievements or ancestral history, anyone with a tainted past concerning Longwo could expect rejection. Within the shelter, Su-han held the ruler to compare and refine the outline of the trousers. Once he confirmed that the dimensions, allowances, and all conditions were satisfactory, he prepared to commence cutting. Armed with the dagger, he meticulously trimmed the animal hide along the dashed lines. As anticipated, the system prompted him once more. This time, he had acquired the skill, garment making. The skill's effect was that the higher the level, the less time the crafting process required, and the greater the quality of the finished product. With 2 pieces of animal hide cut, Su-han took up the bone needle, threaded it with hemp rope, and prepared for sewing. Despite it being his inaugural attempt, his technique captivated the audience. With the dagger creating holes and the bone needle stitching, Su-han wielded a needle in each hand, employing the double needle method. This technique ensured that the leather was not only remarkably durable, even if a thread broke, each stitch remained intact. The crotch area required a backstitch method. Under the dim light, Su-han, with bone needle in hand, worked with increasing agility, to the point where the viewer's eyes could scarcely keep pace. This showcased the power of the focus skill, which not only significantly enhanced experience points, but also elevated work efficiency. After sewing both pant legs, the crotch was also completed. The next steps involved adding pockets and the waistband, which is where the belt would be threaded through. Once the final stitch was done, Su-han happily shook the pants in the air. The gray wolfskin trousers looked appealing just at a glance. He wondered how they would feel to wear. Su-han took off his outer pants and slipped on the wolfskin trousers. Aside from a slight looseness around the waist, they fit perfectly everywhere else. However, the loose waist was not a mistake, but an intentional design. This allowed room to wear another pair of pants underneath. Moreover, after putting on the wolfskin trousers, his lower body no longer felt chilly. In fact, Su-han even began to feel a bit warm, almost to the point of sweating. Now he wouldn't have to endure the cold when going out tomorrow. Su-han put the pants away and prepared to rest. The hours-long crafting process had finally come to an end. The entire live stream erupted with excitement. Woohoo! These gray wolfskin pants look so cool. Su-shun, temperature drop? Sorry, but I've already upgraded to wolfskin pants. So impressive, Su-shun. Next, make a coat, and we won't have to fear winter at all. The craftsmanship is truly amazing, almost as precise as machine-made. No wonder skilled artisans were so valued in ancient times. They really are incredible. I'm already looking forward to the moment Su-shun puts on that down jacket. Su-shun didn't lie to us. He really is conquering this world. I just checked the contestant from the tropical region. That guy is still wearing shorts. When the temperature rose in the afternoon, he didn't even think about hunting, and now he's freezing again at night. It's honestly hilarious. Thank you for the generous tips, everyone. Let us continue today. Chapter 81. Who can craft soles from grizzly bear paw pads? At 6:30 in the morning, before the sun had risen, Su-han rose punctually to clock in. The moment he stepped outside, a frigid gust greeted him. Although his upper body and feet felt somewhat chilled, his lower half, clad in wolfskin trousers, remained unaffected. The effect was truly remarkable. Relishing the warmth provided by the wolfskin, Su-han resolved to carve out time today to craft some shoes. Otherwise, he would be compelled to seek refuge indoors to clock in. He began with warm-up exercises, practicing his martial skills. No matter how he moved, the wolfskin trousers fit snugly, allowing for no discomfort. In contrast, The other contestants, eager to rise early, were deterred by the biting cold. At 8:15, the sun finally emerged. Suhan, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, ventured out with a backpack and bowed to hunt. Meanwhile, the other contestants began to feel the adverse effects of the plummeting temperatures. From Ye's perspective, he was binding tanned sheepskin around his legs with twine. "Hey folks, look here. Despite the cold, I have 2 pieces of sheepskin to use. By tying them around my legs like this, I can significantly enhance my warmth. Ah, this feels wonderful." Yi reveled in the warmth enveloping his legs, exuding childlike glee. Yet, the viewers in the live stream were far from amused. As the saying goes, comparisons can be lethal. Yesterday, the beast skin trousers crafted in Longwa rivaled those produced by machinery. Yet, Yi merely tied his sheepskin with rope. The disparity was stark. Although the bound sheepskin provided warmth, it hindered mobility and required readying each time it was donned. Nevertheless, Ye's performance ranked among the top echelon of contestants. Many competitors had yet to acquire a single decent piece of beast skin. Even if they had obtained it, they had not contemplated tanning it, largely due to ignorance of the tanning process and the warm weather at the time. However, this was still fortunate in comparison. A vegetarian contestant from Gaul had succumbed to malnutrition and a lack of fat, tragically freezing to death in the shelter the previous night. The news left the ruler of his nation devastated. Meanwhile, another contestant from Longwa, a gang, sighed sorrowfully as he felt the ambient temperature. "It seems that catching fish will become increasingly challenging. I must devise a way to procure other food." With his primary skill restricted, a gang realized that if he wished to eat his fill in the future, he needed to master sufficient hunting skills. This would involve setting traps, crafting weapons, and observing animal behaviors. In essence, a long journey lay ahead of him. In the Rainforest Kingdom, a new star had emerged. He was neither a long-distance champion nor a sports celebrity. Before entering the wilderness realm, he was merely a banana transport worker. His name was Ao de Biao. While lacking significant skills, Ao de Biao's greatest asset was his resilience. Due to his impoverished background, he had been compelled to learn many skills from a young age, including hunting and tanning beast skin. Today, apart from Suhan and Yi, Ao de Biao became the 3rd individual to don beast skin. Last week, he ranked 7th in a grueling expedition task, and now many were tuning in to his live stream, even jesting that he might surpass Bei Yi. At present, Ao de Biao was gathering resources at the foot of a mountain. He was not picky about food, collecting snails, rats, and bats. Anything edible found its way into his collection. As for parasites, he expressed no worries, stating that back at home, he could rarely afford even a rat. Being able to consume rat meat now felt like a feast. Thus, Ao de Biao was leading quite a pleasant life in the wilderness realm. At 11 in the morning, the sun finally dispelled the chill. Suhan returned from outside, his haul for the day quite bountiful. He had captured 2 rabbits in his traps and managed to catch 7 wild ducks hiding in the grass. These were male ducks, resting due to the cold weather, which inadvertently benefited him. He skinned and tanned the rabbits, slaughtered them, and plucked, cleaned, and dried the wild ducks. Lunch consisted of a hearty stew of rabbit and duck. Once satiated, Suhan eagerly commenced the crafting of wolfskin boots. Whether making boots or shoes, the most critical aspect was the selection of materials for the soles, particularly for someone like Suhan, who frequently ventured outdoors and often embarked on long treks. A pair of durable soles was of utmost importance. The soles Suhan planned to utilize were beyond the imagination of other contestants, a pair of adult grizzly bear paw pads. When Suhan presented the paw pads, the entire live stream erupted in excitement. "My goodness, crafting soles from grizzly bear paw pads? You are truly remarkable." 666. I was just pondering whether to use bear skin, and here it is, the paw pads. Once these shoes are made, their durability will be unparalleled. You can't deny it. Bearskin shoes will terrify a horde of wild beasts. Sushin certainly knows how to impress. The paw pads and bearskin were tanned together. At one point, Suhan contemplated giving up, but thankfully he persevered. Otherwise, such fine materials would have gone to waste. He placed the paw pads on the ground for comparison and discovered that his feet were just a size smaller than the pads. Thus, his final concern was alleviated. Typically, a grizzly bear's paw pad measures around 25 centimeters, while the one he hunted measured 28 centimeters. Even accounting for stitching margins, it would be ample for his needs. Such was luck. With a smile, Suhan took a dagger and traced the outline of his foot, leaving space for stitching. The next step was cutting. Crafting the soles was fundamentally similar to making the wolfskin trousers, as both required the dagger to punch holes. To be precise, this was an essential step in leather processing. First, it simplified the stitching. Furthermore, it is also to minimize the wear on the bone needle. Once the holes are completed, the next step is to commence the stitching. Unlike the wolfskin trousers, the shoes necessitate the use of animal sinew for stitching due to the frequent walking. Suhan retrieved his treasured sinew and threaded it through the bone needle, beginning the sewing process. The stitching method employed remains the double needle technique. To enhance the comfort of the boots, Suhan deliberately chose soft deer hide for the upper portion, while the sole incorporates an additional layer of birch bark and double-layered deer hide, resulting in a composite sole. Birch bark is rich in waterproof oils, while deer hide contributes to comfort. Both are indispensable. Stitch by stitch, Suhan cradled the boots as he meticulously sewed. His expression was one of profound concentration, as if the affairs of the world were entirely irrelevant to him. Soon, the surrounding area of the boots was tightly stitched, leaving only the upper to be aligned and sewn. At this juncture, Suhan inverted the shoes, thereby concealing all the stitching within the interior of the boots. This technique is known as the reverse stitching method in professional terminology. It is commonly employed in bootmaking to enhance durability and waterproofing. With the periphery stitched and the inversion completed, the final step remains, the stitching of the upper. Chapter 82 Exploring the Valley with Ergo. Before completing the final stitching of the shoes, Suhan slipped his foot inside to test the fit. The overall structure was impeccable. The texture was soft, enveloping his entire foot in warm leather. Subsequently, Suhan tied the shoes with hemp rope, stood up, and attempted to walk. This was a test of the shoes' integrity. After a lap, he found them even more comfortable than his own footwear. This was truly remarkable. Suhan sat down and began the final stitching. 20 minutes later, the 2 pairs of boots were completed. Suhan donned the boots and walked a couple of laps inside the shelter, feeling quite pleased with the overall sensation. Next, he needed to test running to see if they would fit well during movement. He stepped outside and sprinted towards the distance, deliberately stepping on some hard objects along the way. After completing a lap, Suhan felt even more satisfied with the boots he had crafted. He even hesitated to take them off. However, the boots were still missing the final step of smoking, which would effectively waterproof and prevent decay. Even if they were soaked, smoked boots would retain their softness once dried. Reluctantly, Suhan removed the boots and took them to a clay kiln for smoking. This process would take several hours, and by tomorrow morning, he would be able to wear them. After placing the boots in the kiln, Suhan sat beside the shimmering lake, contemplating what to do next. He had enough meat for the time being, but mushrooms and vegetables were running low. Perhaps tomorrow he could take Ergo to explore the valley? Glancing at the taming progress, he noted that the taming bar for the male goat had reached 55, making it feasible to take it along. Next, there was the issue of fishing. He had grown weary of small fish, yet he had never caught a large one. With winter approaching, catching some larger fish to stock in the pond seemed like a splendid idea. Coincidentally, he had yet to use the fishing line he had drawn. Given the lake's vastness, it was likely teeming with fish. If he could catch more large fish, he could also smoke and store them, eliminating the need to feast on deer meat every time he ventured out. However, since he planned to take Ergo along and catch large fish, ample preparation was essential. He would need bamboo baskets for transporting goods, ropes to secure Ergo, and hooks for fishing. All of these required prior arrangements. Truly, he was born to toil, unable to rest even for a day. Suhan shook his head and hurried back into the shelter to begin his tasks. In the evening, the second batch of pottery was completed. Suhan moved the water tank into his home and organized the other jars and containers. He then filled the tank with filtered lake water. If used sparingly, this reservoir would last him about a week, effectively resolving his water supply issue. The next morning, without even checking in, Suhan hurried to the clay kiln to retrieve his beloved boots. His feet, which had felt a bit cold, instantly warmed up upon donning the animal skin boots. New shoes are indeed exceptional, warm and comfortable. A look of pride adorned Suhan's face. Now, all he needed was a final coat to brave the harsh cold. How delightful. After changing into his new shoes, he completed his daily routine. Once he had eaten and drunk his fill, Suhan gathered his gear and ropes and approached Ergo. Come here. Ergo remained motionless, disdainfully tilting its head. Suhan had long grown accustomed to its demeanor, placing down his items and giving a couple of gentle punches. Come closer. After receiving a reward, Ergo indeed became more obedient. With the rope attached and the backpack secured, Suhan led it outside. Today, He intended to thoroughly explore the distant valley. So the backpack contained not only water but also 2 roasted ducks and a substantial piece of bear meat. This was Ergo's first outing, and it was still getting used to carrying a load, occasionally attempting to shake off the backpack. However, under Su-han's reassuring presence, Ergo quickly adapted. They crossed the river and headed straight for the valley. The route they chose was to circle around the northern shore of the lake. Su-han was mainly concerned about potential water obstacles at the valley's entrance. If there was a river blocking the way, exploring inside would be impossible. The morning air was still quite chilly, but with the protection of his deerskin boots and wolfskin pants, Su-han felt no discomfort. He even felt slightly warm. After a considerable journey of about an hour and a half, they finally arrived at the valley's entrance. At that moment, a fruit tree caught Su-han's attention. Ah, is that not the long shigua? He approached the tree and observed it intently. The trunk was not tall, around 3 meters, and the fruit resembled apples. After plucking one, he was met with a rich, fruity aroma. Indeed, this was the long shigua. Su-han's eyes lit up as he wiped it clean and took a hearty bite. The skin cracked, and juice splattered everywhere. Though it was a wild variety, the long shigua was incredibly sweet and fragrant. A fruit the size of his palm was devoured in just 2 or 3 bites. Simultaneously, the survival prompt for the Dragon Nation echoed. Detected that player Su-han from the Dragon Nation has harvested long shigua, triggering a 20,000-fold reward. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation for acquiring 20,000 long shigua. Su-han, concerned that others might not understand, smiled and said, "You can eat these fruits without worry. Just treat them like apples, but be cautious with storage." Long shigua is a cold climate fruit. After picking, the temperature must not exceed 18 degrees. However, it's perfectly fine at sub-zero temperatures. While speaking, he plucked another fruit and began to eat. At that moment, Ergo caught the scent of the fruit. It approached Su-han, affectionately nudging his hand with its head. "You want some too? Here you go." Su-han never mistreated his hardworking pet. Since Ergo desired to eat, he saw no harm in sharing, especially since it would need to carry the load back. Su-han tossed a long shigua onto the ground, and Ergo eagerly began to savor it. At that moment, he remembered that goats were particularly fond of fruits, especially apples, which were practically their favorite. After feeding 3, Su-han finally chose to cease. Subsequently, he commenced the collection of fruits from the trees. The national luck survival mechanism was continuously triggered. Ultimately, Su-han harvested 26 longshi fruits from the tree, while the Long Kingdom obtained a staggering 200,000. After plucking the fruits, Su-han pulled Ergo and ventured further into the valley. The vegetation here was exceedingly dense, with numerous patches of lush grass. As they walked, Su-han suddenly halted, thrusting his wooden spear fiercely into the grass ahead. In an instant, a snake, perfectly camouflaged to match the withered grass, emerged. This startling scene sent shivers down the spines of the audience and startled Ergo as well. With a decisive strike, Su-han flung the snake away and continued onward with Ergo. The valley was replete with abundant resources. Within just 100 meters of the entrance, he discovered a plethora of valuable materials. For instance, he found 2 plants containing the toxin of the poisonous mountain goat, as well as a considerable amount of delectable mushrooms. He even gathered numerous fresh wood ears, resulting in a bountiful harvest. However, as Su-han turned a corner, he caught sight of a particularly rare spice. Its vibrant red hue was irresistibly enticing under the sunlight. This is... Su-han's voice faltered with excitement. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio, Bing Bing and Li Cheng gasped in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that such a treasure existed within this valley. Chapter 83, Precious Huajiao and Shenlobo, third update. In the live streaming room, fans widened their eyes, equally astonished. To their amazement, they exclaimed in disbelief, "We struck gold! We struck gold! Who would have imagined such treasures could be found in the valley? What a delight, Huajiao! This is extraordinary. With Huajiao, one acquires yet another spice. How delightful!" In the wilderness, Su-han gazed at the Huajiao trees swaying in the wind, his heart brimming with exhilaration. This is indeed a treasure. Not only can it be utilized as a spice, but it can also be transformed into delectable pickles. However, for pickling purposes, only the green Huajiao will suffice. The fully ripened red ones are unsuitable. The uses of Huajiao extend far beyond mere pickling. In addition to enhancing flavors and masking unpleasant odors, the oil extracted from Huajiao can elevate cold dishes. For instance, the fresh wood ears harvested today can be tossed with Huajiao oil and mushrooms for a refreshing salad, achieving an exquisite flavor even without soy sauce or vinegar. Moreover, huajiao serves as a natural insect repellent, an invaluable resource in the wilderness. Yet, despite its merits, the thorns on the huajiao tree can be quite bothersome, necessitating utmost caution during harvesting. Su Han tethered Ergo near the huajiao tree, secured his backpack on the ground, and prepared for the laborious task of collecting huajiao. He was reluctant to have Ergo carry the long sheguo any longer. Once his pet was settled, Su Han donned his bamboo basket and approached the trees. By October, the huajiao had ripened fully, with only a few sheltered spots retaining a hint of greenness. The outer huajiao clusters were easily harvested. With a gentle pinch, whole clusters could be plucked effortlessly. However, for the higher branches, a ladder was necessary. Alternatively, one could craft a wooden hook to pull down the branches, although that method proved cumbersome compared to simply using a ladder. After an hour, the outer huajiao was entirely harvested, yet the bamboo basket was only half full, clearly insufficient. Su Han picked up an axe, located a nearby tree, and began chopping it down for ladder construction. Approximately half an hour later, a 3-meter-high ladder was complete, enabling him to gather even more huajiao. Ascending the ladder, Su Han resumed his collection, or rather, his sweeping endeavor. Regardless of whether they were green or fully ripened red huajiao, anything found would be plucked and placed into the bamboo basket. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon it was noon. The bamboo basket brimmed with huajiao, but for now, he would have to leave it at that, planning to return in a few days. Despite the substantial quantity of huajiao Su Han had collected, the trees showed little sign of depletion. Based on his estimations, he would need to gather at least 3 more baskets worth before the reachable huajiao would be completely harvested. However, this outing was intended for exploration. If he filled the basket entirely, he would have no room for any further discoveries. Thus, he resolved to delay further harvesting for another time. Meanwhile, Longhua benefited greatly from this endeavor. The yield of huajiao alone had reached astronomical figures. Numerous foreigners had already contacted him, inquiring whether they could exchange goods for a portion of the fresh huajiao, which they too found indispensable. In the valley, Su Han settled on the grass, savoring a delectable roasted duck, while Ergo munched on the grass nearby, eyeing the long sheguo with intrigue. Compared to the dry and tasteless grass, the fruit was far more appetizing. After lunch, Su Han led Ergo deeper into the valley. Having encountered both long sheguo and huajiao, he was filled with curiosity about what lay further within. Surely, the inner region could not be devoid of resources, given the abundance surrounding the periphery. As he ventured forth, he discovered numerous valuable resources along the way. For instance, shortly after setting off, Su Han stumbled upon a batch of 10 plants containing poison suitable for capturing mountain goats, a significant find. If he were to encounter a herd, he could utilize the same method to catch them. Su Han could hardly fathom the bounty he would bring home if he returned with 10 goats. Placing the herbs into his basket, he continued onward. The scenery within the valley was splendid, with temperatures significantly warmer than outside, fostering an array of rare herbs and plants. To his surprise, he discovered a cluster of wild fruits. As he walked, he came across a row of diminutive fruit trees, some bearing toxic fruits while others were safe for consumption. For example, one fruit resembling an apricot was laden with a peculiar toxin that induced hallucinations. He carefully harvested the edible fruits. Although their taste was unimpressive, slicing and drying them would serve as an excellent source of vitamins. Before he knew it, Su Han had reached the valley's end. The temperature here was exceedingly high, and the dense trees on either side provided a habitat for numerous birds. Could it be that there were no more resources? Reluctantly, Su Han ventured deeper into the woods for a more thorough search. As luck would have it, he indeed discovered something useful. Guess what? Beneath a tree, he found small pieces of shanluobo. These resembled red radishes, but boasted a more delightful flavor. The shanluobo had already flowered, and many seeds had scattered on the ground. Su Han felt a pang of regret. Those fallen seeds could have produced more radishes. He carefully wrapped the remaining seeds in fallen leaves, ensuring he could plant them next August. Then, Su Han used his axe to dig out the shanluobo. They were pristine white, each the thickness of a wrist, and measuring an impressive 20 centimeters in length. If these radishes were dried, they would become a remarkable delicacy, particularly when added to stews for enhanced flavor. As for the radish leaves, he did not discard them. The vibrant green ones could be stir-fried, while the yellowing ones could be fed to Ergo and his companion. This is the beauty of pet ownership. Nothing goes to waste. As dusk approached, Su Han and Ergo, laden with treasures, made their way home, leaving the valley behind. He deliberately climbed to the peak and took out his binoculars to survey the surroundings. To his surprise, the valley he had entered was merely a branch, while to the south lay a much broader valley, where he could even discern traces of rivers and abundant wildlife. I had sensed something amiss with this valley compared to what I had seen before. It turned out I had gone astray. Nevertheless, it was still worthwhile. This expedition allowed me to discover Huajiao and Shanluobo, which left me quite satisfied. Upon returning home, Suhan eagerly prepared a dish of Huajiao rabbit. The fresh Huajiao released an even more intense aroma when tossed in hot oil, making one's mouth water just from the scent. Once the Huajiao changed color and its fragrance fully permeated the air, it was time to add the rabbit meat for a quick stir-fry. After a brief sauté, he included wild scallions, mushrooms, and clean water. 3 minutes later, a plate of fragrant Huajiao rabbit was ready. Family members, I can no longer contain my anticipation. Allow me to savor the flavor. Suhan picked up his chopsticks and took a small bite, his eyes lighting up with delight. It was delicious, simply exquisite. Although he had previously prepared stir-fried rabbit, the difference between adding Huajiao and omitting it was like night and day. This dish of Huajiao rabbit was not only numbing but also infused with a rich aroma. With each bite, the flavors lingered on his palate, creating an illusion of dining at a fine restaurant. Once he had eaten his fill, he busied himself once more. The red Huajiao he had gathered today needed to be swiftly sorted, washed, and laid out to dry. Otherwise, keeping it wrapped could lead to mold and spoilage. Similarly, the green Huajiao required washing and drying, followed by marination with clean drinking water and salt. By the time he finished all the tasks, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Yet Suhan showed no inclination to rest. Instead, he turned his attention to crafting fishing hooks. Tomorrow morning, he intended to fish for the giant creatures in the lake, so he needed to prepare the hooks today. Chapter 84. The terrifying gigantic creature that can drag people into the lake on the 4th week, Monday, Suhan arose early as usual to clock in. Ever since donning his new shoes and wolfskin pants, the mornings have felt less frigid. After completing his clock-in, he proceeded to clean the sheep pen. Following that, he indulged in breakfast and fed the 2 huskies and a hui. Once all tasks were accomplished, Suhan finally prepared to fish. Due to the absence of a fishing rod, he decided to employ a method akin to using a lure rod, substituting a birch stick for the traditional lure reel. After all, he was angling for substantial catches. Even constructing a fishing rod could lead to it easily breaking. Thus, a simple wooden stick seemed far more convenient. He threaded the fishing line through the hook, added a ceramic sinker, and subsequently cut a 25-meter line to secure it to the stick. With that, his fishing apparatus was ready. Suhan took his basket and stool and made his way to the lakeside. He first retrieved the fish basket, hung the small fish on the hook, and then forcefully cast it toward the lake's surface. With a splash, the line soared several meters before swiftly submerging. The system notification chimed in. Ding! Detected that the host is fishing. Congratulations on learning a new skill, angling. Note, the higher the fishing skill level, the easier it is to catch fish. Exceeding level 5 reduces the probability of fish escaping. Exceeding level 8 decreases the time to reel in fish, and exceeding level 12 minimizes equipment wear. Note, the higher the level, the stronger the skill effects. Note, each fish caught significantly increases skill experience. After allowing the line to dangle for a while, Suhan began to reel it in at a leisurely pace. The lure fishing technique imitates small creatures, provoking fish to strike. Hence, after casting, one must wait a moment before reeling in. During this process, it is essential not to pull the line all at once, but rather to tug it several times to create a more lifelike bait, thereby attracting the fish's attention. The first cast yielded no results. Suhan remained silent, releasing the line to cast again. With his level 20 throwing skill, he easily placed the bait where he desired. With a splash, the bait disappeared into the water. He then repeated the previous process. In the live stream, viewers observed Suhan fishing by the lake and began to speculate. Why was he not out collecting resources today? Wasn't there's still a valley? Moreover, could such a rudimentary fishing method truly yield results? Perhaps the cold weather prompted him to stock up on substantial catches. After all, Su Shin's fish pond had been thriving. If he could raise the large fish he caught there, he would not need to worry about hunger during winter. Is it really so easy to catch substantial fish? After all, a gang was an expert angler, and his highest record was merely a 7-pound fish. In the wilderness realm, there were no elaborate baits. Consequently, the size of the catch was entirely dependent on luck. Thus, Most viewers believe that rather than fishing for large fish, it would be more effective to weave a net and catch fish upstream. An hour swiftly passed, and Su-han had yet to catch anything. However, his fishing skill had advanced to level 5, triggering a new effect, reducing the probability of fish escaping when hooked. 2 hours went by, and still, Su-han had no luck, having already replaced the bait on his hook numerous times. In the broadcasting hall, despite her lack of fishing knowledge, Bing Bing sensed something was amiss. Professor Lee, if there are still no fish biting, shouldn't we try a different spot? Or is the bait the problem? Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. Li Chung concurred, then shifted the conversation, saying, but I believe Su Shun has his reasons for this approach. First and foremost, he lacks a proper fishing rod. This limits his ability to fish in areas with dense weeds. After all, Su Shun's line is only 50 meters long. If that line gets snagged, it would be a significant loss. Secondly, if he were to catch a large fish, there needs to be ample space to play it. The entire lakeside area, aside from right by his doorstep, lacks suitable places for reeling in fish. However, if he continues to have no success, I would suggest he try upstream. The area he is in resembles Feng Yigua, and during this season, many fish should be returning to spawn. Just as Li Chung finished speaking, Su-han's hands suddenly felt a tug. A fish was biting. Remarkably, just 2 hours in, he had a catch. Moreover, judging by the weight, it seemed to be quite a large one. Su-han tightened his grip on the stick and began reeling in. The fish in the water thrashed vigorously, creating a contest of strength between them. Whenever the fish fought fiercely, Su-han would release some line, and when it weakened, he would pull back with force. Though he lacked a rod to relieve the pressure, Su-han's physical prowess far surpassed that of an average person. After a 10-minute struggle, a magnificent 10-pound trout was finally pulled ashore. The national luck notification chimed. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Su-han for capturing a 10-pound trout, triggering a 20,000-fold return. Dragon Kingdom will receive 20,000 lively trout. From a gang's perspective, upon hearing the national luck notification, he could hardly believe his ears. What? 10 pounds? Good gracious. Su Shun, you are incredible. Even fishing is among your talents. A gang was thoroughly impressed today. Over the past month, he had never seen Su-han catch a large fish. Initially, he thought Su-han was incapable of it. It turned out he simply had been preoccupied with other endeavors. 10 pounds. If he could catch a fish of that size, it would likely provide him with 3 days' worth of meals. A gang's eyes sparkled with envy. After catching the 10-pound trout, Su-han was equally elated. As the saying goes, to stew fish, one must use a large one. The flavor is best with bigger fish. Su-han cradled the trout and dashed back home, intending to prepare the fish for stew before returning to continue fishing, thus saving himself the trouble of cooking fresh meals at noon. Upon returning home, he picked up an axe and swiftly struck the fish's head twice. The once lively trout fell silent. He proceeded to scale it, remove its innards, and light a fire. Add chicken fat and Sichuan peppercorns to the pot. Once the aroma begins to waft, sequentially incorporate the shallots and cinnamon, followed by a generous slab of North American cougar rib. Given the low-fat content of the fish, a touch of fatty meat enhances the overall flavor. Particularly in a Suan-style earthenware pot over an open flame, the results are simply exquisite. As the fat gradually releases its oils, introduce the prepared trout and water into the mixture. To elevate the taste, Suan deliberately adds a hint of mushrooms and caramelized water, enriching the dish's freshness. Covering the pot with a wooden lid, he allows it to simmer gently. Subsequently, Suan returns to the lakeshore to continue his fishing endeavor. With the recent catch of trout boosting his confidence, he is now poised to reel in a larger prize. Should the pond prove insufficient to accommodate his haul, he resolves to excavate a larger one for future cultivation. Just as Suan contemplates this, the bait has barely settled when he feels a sudden tug on his line. Goodness, has he hooked another fish? Wait, what is this creature doing, pulling him towards the lake? Stop right there. Suan exclaims, his body being inexorably drawn toward the water's edge. Such a terrifying giant leaves the onlookers in awe. Chapter 85. The colossal 50-pound giant rainbow trout. What extraordinary power does this fish possess? It can actually drag Su Shun along. 20 pounds? No, perhaps it weighs 30 pounds. Without a fishing rod to relieve the pressure, Su Shun still withstands the fish's struggles. He is truly formidable. Unfortunately, this is the wildlands. Otherwise, if Su Shun puts on such a performance, Emperor he might rush over in the middle of the night. Even at night, believe it or not, if you post a video in the morning, by afternoon the lakeside would be swarming with anglers. Upstairs, are you underestimating the bond between anglers and giant creatures? Hilarious. In the scene, the struggle between Su-Han and the giant creature intensifies. However, he does not pull with brute force. Instead, he opts for a rhythmic approach to tire the fish. After 10 minutes, he has only reeled in 5 meters of line. The ongoing battle has made Su-Han break into a sweat. He worries that the fishing line might not hold. He is confident in himself and believes the hook can endure, but his sole concern is the line snapping. Su-Han ponders and scans his surroundings. At that moment, a birch tree by the lakeside catches his eye. Since this fish is so strong, I shan't adhere to the rules of fair play. Su-Han strides over, ties the fishing line to the tree trunk, quickly removes his clothing, and plunges into the lake. This scene catches the audience completely off guard. What? It can be played this way. The fish thinks, who exactly is disregarding fair play? Fishing is fishing. Why dive into the lake? The fish suddenly feels a chill on its back. Oh no. 666. I truly did not see this coming. Su-Shan always brings us something unexpected. Diving into the lake to catch a fish, who would have thought? Submerging in the water, Su-Han swiftly locates the giant creature along the fishing line. Upon sensing his presence, the creature struggles even more violently. However, Su-Han manages to grasp the fish's gills with one hand. Apologies, but the game is over. Su-Han smirks inwardly. He raises his fist, channels his energy, and strikes down. Boom. The once struggling giant creature suddenly falls silent. Moments later, Su-Han pulls the creature above the water's surface. As he carries the massive fish ashore, everyone gasps in astonishment. This fish measures a staggering 1 meters. Such a terrifying rainbow trout is conservatively estimated to weigh between 40 to 50 pounds. Even at the lower estimate of 40 pounds, it is downright intimidating. In the live broadcast, viewers abroad can hardly believe their eyes. Oh my God, what a terrifying monster. This undoubtedly exceeds 45 pounds, I can guarantee it. My family used to run a fishing club, and a fish of this size. Goodness, it is truly astonishing. No wonder the war god of Longwa had to dive into the lake to catch fish. It is indeed worth it. I can hardly imagine how delicious such a large fish must be. A fish of this size. I remember that pond cannot sustain it. As Su-Han brings the fish ashore, the national fortune notification chimes again. This time, a random reward appears. Congratulations to Longwa contestant Su-Han for capturing a 50-pound rainbow trout, triggering a 20,000-fold return. Longwa will receive 20,000 lively rainbow trout. In recognition of the exceptional performance of Longwa contestants, a special random reward has been granted. Please note that any contestant demonstrating outstanding performance in the wildlands will trigger a random reward. The contestants, who had just regained their composure, are once again startled. This time, they are left speechless. At this moment, from Bai Ye's perspective, while setting up rabbit traps, disbelief fills his eyes. 50 pounds. Is this something a human can achieve? I recall he didn't even have a fishing rod. How did he catch the fish? De Yi is equally astonished. 50 pounds. This is no laughing matter. It is important to note that a typical 4-pound trout is already considered sizable. Yet, the idol has managed to catch a 50-pound giant. It is no wonder that the national fortune survival rewards are being bestowed. For an ordinary person, merely hearing about it is an unattainable feat. A 50-pound creature transcends mere fishing. It involves various factors such as play, retrieval, and even luck. As Su-Han steps ashore with the fish, he hears the notification of a random reward and chuckles. How delightful. It seems the good fortune continues. Today is indeed a splendid day. However, let me first place the fish in the pond for temporary care until I can excavate a new pond. Setting the fish down, Su-Han quickly wipes himself off, then gently places the unconscious rainbow trout into the pond. Although rainbow trout are carnivorous, even if all the fish in the pond were consumed, he could still use fish baskets to continue fishing. If this rainbow trout were to die, the loss would be immense. A 50-pound giant, to be enjoyed in winter, could easily provide sustenance for 4 or 5 days. Even amidst snowstorms, there would be no worry about hunger. After placing the rainbow trout in the pond, Su-Han hastily returns to the lakeside to continue his fishing endeavors. Today, his luck is remarkable. There may still be other giants lurking. He untangles the fishing line, reloads the bait, and notices that the hook has begun to wear. However, having caught a 50-pound rainbow trout, he feels no remorse for a damaged hook. After replacing it with a new hook, Su-Han resumes his fishing. Yet, this time he waits for an hour without any success. Glancing at the time, he realizes it is already time for lunch. Suhan packs up his fishing gear and heads toward the shelter. Upon opening the door, a rich aroma wafts towards him. The stove still holds some embers, and the fish has been simmering all this while. Lifting the pot lid, an even more intense fragrance fills the air. Suhan inhales deeply, smiling. How delightful. He sits down, picks up a large piece of trout with his chopsticks, and begins to indulge. The broth has developed a gelatinous texture, clinging to the fish meat. With each bite, the taste is so exquisite that words fail him. This is far superior to grass carp and the like. Not only are there fewer bones, but the meat is exceptionally flavorful. The only downside is that it does not satiate for long. Once satisfied, Suhan promptly heads back to the lakeside, ready to continue his fishing exploits. He has finally come to appreciate the joy of being an angler. At 1:30 in the afternoon, he caught his third fish. This time, it was a largemouth bass, weighing approximately 5 pounds. It is also a delectable fish. However, due to its relatively small size, it was temporarily kept in a fish basket. Gradually, as his fishing skills improved, Suhan found himself reeling in an increasing number of fish, most of which were bass. They are highly aggressive and particularly favor the technique of lure fishing. In just one afternoon, Suhan managed to catch 6 largemouth bass, along with 2 salmon and a grass carp. Upon arriving at the fish pond, he observed that the large catch from the morning had now adapted to its new environment. Though it still felt somewhat constrained, a little patience would allow him to relocate it in a couple of days. Suhan had already formulated a plan to excavate several more ponds, intending to capture more fish to nurture before winter arrived. After all, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. As night fell, Suhan sat before the stove, enjoying his dinner while collecting the rewards from his daytime efforts. His luck was quite favorable, as he received an intelligence reward this time. Let me see what resources are included this time. Chapter 86. The resource turns out to be chili peppers. A mysterious giant beyond 50 pounds of rainbow trout. Upon opening the map, the resource point was indicated in a distant valley. However, it was not the valley he had previously visited, but rather one near the summit of another valley. The summit? Suhan furrowed his brow, pondering what resources could possibly lie atop such heights. Yet, upon discerning the icon, he gasped in astonishment. What? No way. There are actually chili peppers in the valley. Wait, it seems there are several types of chili peppers that can thrive in cold regions according to the encyclopedia. Indeed, it is the Zhuangtianhong. This intel is truly a windfall. Suhan was overwhelmed with excitement. Who could have imagined that within that small valley, there existed high-quality Zhuangtianhong peppers? Discovering chili peppers in the wilderness is a momentous occasion, especially given the current shortage of spices, with chili peppers being hailed as the MVP of seasonings. They can even be used to pickle vegetables. If it weren't for the urgent need to expand the fish pond, Suhan would have eagerly rushed to harvest them at dawn. In the live stream from Longhua, viewers from the Sichuan and Chongqing regions were ecstatic upon hearing about the availability of chili peppers. Sushan, you are simply marvelous. I haven't touched chili peppers in a year. I've lost my appetite for meals. Woo! I long to eat spicy rabbit. Now that we have Sichuan pepper, and with chili peppers, thank you, Sushan. Will we be able to enjoy chili peppers in the future? How delightful, Sushan. Thank you. However, is this not a bit wasteful? After all, Sushan was originally planning to explore the valley. The brother upstairs, you are overthinking it. Did you not notice that the intel indicated the chili peppers were near the summit? Who would casually climb a mountain for no reason? The beauty of the intel lies in providing specific coordinates. Otherwise, even if it were right at your doorstep, it could easily be overlooked. Indeed, in the following 2 days, Suhan busied himself with crafting pottery while simultaneously expanding the fish pond. The largest rainbow trout was housed in a separate pond, while the other fish were categorized by species. In total, there were 6 ponds, with the largest measuring 8 meters by 8 meters, and the smaller ones at 6 meters by 6 meters. Suhan began excavating from the first pond in a linear arrangement. This not only facilitated management, but also eliminated the need for water diversion. Once the water in the ponds became clear, Suhan gradually transferred the fish. This was the most tedious part of the process, requiring him to strip down and catch them by hand. In truth, he could have fashioned a net, but that would waste fishing line, which he was reluctant to part with. Thus he had no choice but to wade in and catch them manually. The smaller fish in the pond had already been largely consumed, so he would need to restock with some fry. As for how to catch fish in winter, that was quite simple. Suhan could create a bamboo net to easily scoop up fish weighing less than 10 pounds. As for the colossal ones, he would only attempt to catch them in dire circumstances. On the morning of the third day, all the fish had been properly settled. Suhan not only added aquatic plants to each pond, but also introduced numerous small fish and some grass as feed. Although he had caught quite a few fish the previous day, distributing them across 7 ponds rendered them somewhat sparse. Perhaps he should fish a bit more in the afternoon? Suhan pondered. Now that the ponds were excavated, leaving them empty felt wasteful. Thus, after a hearty meal, Suhan transformed into a fisherman once more, beginning his conquest of the lakes. His fishing level had now reached LV 15, and upon surpassing level 20, he would trigger a brand new effect, a chance to catch other species while fishing. Suhan gazed at the skill description, murmuring to himself, other species? Could I possibly catch a giant crab? Never mind that for now. He cast the line and settled onto a stool to slowly reel it in. The temperature was quite high today, promising a bountiful catch. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the first fish bit. A 5-pound bass. Suhan promptly tossed it into the basket. Ever since catching that 50-pound behemoth, such small catches no longer held any allure for him, and he felt no regret in discarding them. 20 minutes later, another fish was caught, this time a 10-pound salmon. It seemed dinner could be enjoyed grilled. Perhaps some may not know, but salmon is a general term for this fish, known for its rich oil content. Simply boiling it would never compare to grilling. As for consuming it raw, Suhan had never developed a taste for that. 10 minutes later, another fish was hooked, which caused quite a stir among the viewers in the live stream. No, Sushun, why does your fishing seem so different from ours? We promised to all be empty-handed. How infuriating, my hands are itching. I can't help but want to cast a few lines myself. All 13 of my fishing rods are close to rusting. Such simple fishing yielding such astonishing results has left me utterly speechless. Haha, if our longwa can restore its fish population, I will have an excuse to stay out all night. My wife is asking why Sushun, armed with just a stick, can frequently catch fish while I return home with empty buckets. If it weren't for the live stream, I would truly think someone was hooking fish for Sushun in the lake. Just as he was contemplating this, Suhan suddenly felt a strong tug on his rod. The struggle from the fish was considerable. Upon reeling it in, he discovered it to be a 15-pound trout. Now that was more like it. Suhan carried the fish and released them into the pond before continuing to fish. Unbeknownst to him, the clock approached 4 in the afternoon. His fishing level had finally surpassed the 20 mark. The experience required for subsequent upgrades would increase substantially, making it challenging to level up even once in a day. At this moment, the temperature began to drop, and the frequency of bites gradually decreased. Suhan decided to cast one last line before wrapping up, as he still needed to transport the pottery he had crafted yesterday. Moreover, it was time to retrieve the smoked fish. Just as Suhan was lost in thought, the stick in his hand suddenly plunged downwards, the fishing line tightening almost instantaneously. His expression shifted as he hurriedly steadied his stance to avoid being yanked into the lake. However, the creature beneath the water was far more formidable than he had anticipated. It relentlessly pulled Suhan forward. Even the ground had been worn into a shallow trench. Could it be that I've hooked another substantial catch? Yet, the force exerted feels more intimidating than the 50-pound rainbow trout I encountered yesterday. Is this truly a fish? Suhan tightened his grip, gritting his teeth as he engaged in a fierce contest of strength with the colossal creature beneath the water's surface. The opposing force was astonishingly formidable. Despite exerting all his might, he could barely maintain his balance. What is happening? Have I hooked the Loch Ness monster? That seems implausible. It must be a gargantuan fish far surpassing the rainbow trout. 80 pounds. No, it feels closer to 90. The more Suhan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. If he could reel in such an extraordinary specimen, he would forego any notion of nurturing it and instead prepare it for curing. After a grueling 20-minute struggle, the creature's strength began to wane. A golden opportunity. Observing the decline in the creature's power, Suhan swiftly secured the fishing line to a tree and hastily stripped off his clothes to enter the water. He dared not hesitate. Otherwise, if the line were to snap, he would have no place to lament his loss. Countless spectators watched with wide eyes, speculating on the size of this enigmatic fish. However, when Suhan submerged and followed the line to the creature, he was utterly bewildered. After all this effort, what he had hooked was not a fish at all, but rather another type of aquatic behemoth. Chapter 87. The terrifying 74-gene alligator snapping turtle and the sprouting vegetables. It possessed exceptionally robust limbs, its carapace resembling dark mountain ranges, while its massive head was tightly ensnared by fishing line. rendering the colossal creature powerless to break free despite its desperate struggles. Alligator snapping turtle, one of the largest freshwater turtles on launching. No wonder it was harder to catch than rainbow trout. It turned out to be a turtle. Upon clearly identifying the creature in the water, Suhan immediately kicked off and swam toward it. He then grasped both sides of its shell and swiftly ascended to the surface. During this time, the alligator snapping turtle sensed imminent danger and began to thrash violently. Yet, no matter how frantically it paddled its limbs, it could not halt its upward trajectory. Swoosh! Suhan emerged from the water, clutching the giant turtle. The entire live stream erupted instantly. Holy crap! It's actually a giant softshell turtle. No wonder it was so hard to reel in. What softshell turtle? This damn thing is called an alligator snapping turtle. Don't you know anything? Damn, this alligator snapping turtle must be over 90 centimeters long, huh? Hiss, conservatively estimating over 70 centimeters. Watching Sushin stream is just too satisfying. He can even haul in a monster like this. It's absolutely thrilling. If it's an alligator snapping turtle over 70 gene, that's a huge win. These things are especially delicious. Huh, it's edible? That's actually pretty awesome. Why wouldn't it be edible? In Maple Leaf Country and Pretty Country, it's considered a premium ingredient. Suhan carried the alligator snapping turtle step by step ashore. The entire process resembled a mighty king lifting a ceremonial cauldron, mainly because the creature was excessively heavy and constantly shifting, making the walk particularly strenuous. Upon reaching the shore, Suhan placed the alligator snapping turtle upside down on the ground. At that moment, the Guiyun Xiaoxing announcement system broadcasted a notification. Congratulations to the Longwa contestant for capturing a 74-gene alligator snapping turtle, successfully triggering a 20,000 fold return. Longwa will receive 20,000 live alligator snapping turtles. Instantly, all contestants worldwide were stunned. A 74-gene alligator snapping turtle. How was it caught? By barehanded grappling? Ignoring the announcement, Suhan reached for a dagger beside the stool and thrust it directly into the turtle's neck. Puffed. Warm blood immediately spurted out. As pain shot through its neck, the alligator snapping turtle attempted to locate its target and bite, but Suhan had already withdrawn the dagger, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. With its arteries severed, blood continued to flow unabated. In less than 5 minutes, the alligator snapping turtle gradually ceased its struggles. Suhan continued to press down on it, showing no intention of relenting. Another 7 minutes passed before the creature finally perished. Such a swift turtle dispatching process left countless viewers in awe. They had initially anticipated a drawn-out struggle, yet it concluded with a single strike. Originally planning to enjoy pan-fried salmon for dinner, but given the circumstances, it seemed the meal would have to be alligator snapping turtle instead. Suhan extracted the fishhook from the turtle's mouth. Upon noticing the fishing line was nearly severed, a wave of relief washed over him. Fortunately, he had acted quickly earlier. Had the creature struggled a bit longer, the line might have truly snapped. Suhan cut the line with his dagger and carefully stored the fishing gear in his backpack. He then lifted the alligator snapping turtle and headed home. Whether it was a softshell turtle or a regular turtle, butchering was always the most time-consuming task. Thus, it had to be transported back. Relying solely on a dagger would be insufficient. That said, the nutritional value of alligator snapping turtle was remarkably high. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, it nourished yin and replenished blood, offering significant benefits during his martial arts training. From a nutritional standpoint, it contained various essential elements and served as a high-protein, low-fat premium food source. Upon returning home, Era, playing in the courtyard, caught sight of the colossal creature Suhan carried and began barking frantically in fright. In contrast, Dahui remained utterly composed. Placing the alligator snapping turtle on the ground, Suhan retrieved an axe and a clay basin. Butchering such a creature began with separating the shell from the body. Typically, one would use hot water to remove the mucous membrane from the turtle's body, but this method was clearly impractical for such a massive alligator snapping turtle. Suhan used the dagger to slice through the connecting tissues, switching to the axe to forcefully chop through when reaching the limbs. This initial step alone consumed 30 minutes. Once the shell was detached from the body, the next tasks were removing the internal organs and excess fat. The turtle's internal organs were inedible and had to be discarded entirely. Not only were they pungent, but they also harbored various parasites and toxins. As for the fat, it was the primary source of the strong odor. After thoroughly cleaning out the organs and fat, Suhan proceeded to extract the edible portions, the skirt, limbs, neck, and so forth. Despite the alligator snapping turtle's imposing size, excluding the shell and organs, only about 20 g of meat remained consumable. The meat was repeatedly rinsed in the clay basin, then briefly scalded with hot water to swiftly peel off the surface mucus. Once the alligator snapping turtle was thoroughly processed, it was ready to be stewed in the pot. Wild onions, cinnamon bark, Sichuan peppercorns. The seasoning was simple, not even requiring caramelized sugar for color. An hour later, when Su-Han lifted the lid, the broth had reduced to a rich, viscous consistency, its aroma alone inducing salivation. The only regret was the absence of chili peppers, which would have undoubtedly enhanced the flavor. Nevertheless, it was already exceptionally delicious as is. Su-Han ate heartily, his lips glistening with oil. Meanwhile, across various shelters, soldiers had just finished rounding up the alligator snapping turtles that had been crawling everywhere. Although these creatures were passive attackers, their large size and sheer numbers made capturing them quite a challenge. After dinner, Su-Han washed a green snake fruit and brewed a pot of rose ginseng tea. Life was simply described in 2 words: pure bliss. With no worries about food or drink, complemented by fruits and rose ginseng tea, even people on launching might not enjoy such comforts. After resting for a while, Su-Han finally stepped outside to move the fired clay pots into the storage room. Naturally, the smoked fish also needed proper storage. Otherwise, if discovered by the honey badger, it would likely be completely ravaged. Once these tasks were completed, Su-Han took the remaining deer hide and began crafting gloves. With the recent cold weather, the absence of gloves left his hands feeling chilly. Later, when the remaining hides became usable, he planned to make a scarf and hat, ensuring he remained unfazed by even the coldest temperatures. Early the next morning, as soon as Su-Han stepped outside, he noticed a layer of white frost covering the ground. His eyes narrowed as he murmured, "It seems that the frost has arrived." As he spoke, a layer of white mist slowly rose, revealing just how frigid it was outside. Su-Han felt a twinge of concern for the crops he had planted and thus made his way towards the vegetable patch. To his astonishment, despite the biting cold, the white broad beans had actually sprouted. Indeed, they were the vanguard against the chill. Although there were only a few tender shoots, they signified that he would soon have beans to enjoy. Observing the ground blanketed in white frost, Su-Han resolved to spread some hay over it that night, which would effectively shield the plants from the dropping temperatures. However, during sunny days, that precaution would be unnecessary. Meanwhile, the cilantro had also shown signs of progress, witnessing the vast expanse of emerging sprouts. The early risers in the audience erupted in cheers. This was certainly good news. With both types of vegetables sprouting, all that remained was to nurture them properly, ensuring a continuous supply of fresh produce in the future. Just contemplating this filled one with excitement. Yet, the foreign viewers in the live broadcast room fell into silence. Their contestants struggled even to secure the most basic sustenance of 3 meals a day. Meanwhile, the crops in Longhua had begun to sprout. Wasn't this disparity rather stark? They were genuinely curious about what their country's contestants were doing each day. Were they akin to swine? After all, they had all entered the wilderness on the same day. Yet, these fools could not even guarantee themselves daily meals. Chapter 88. The incompetent squirrel and the frightened ergo. The sprouting of vegetables is indeed a delightful occurrence. Yet Su-Han harbored concerns about birds potentially pilfering them. Although the presence of walls made it difficult for small creatures to breach his home, aerial intruders posed a different challenge. With this thought in mind, Su-Han resolved to construct a scarecrow and enlist De Hui to patrol the premises. As for Ergo, his penchant for destruction rendered him temporarily useless, so Su-Han decided to let him frolic with the lambs in the sheepfold. Without delay, Su-Han ventured out armed with a dagger and a backpack, soon returning with an abundance of dry grass. He fashioned 2 wooden sticks, burying the longer one in the ground and binding the shorter one with twine to create arms. Subsequently, he meticulously secured the dry grass to the wooden structure. In less than 20 minutes, a rudimentary scarecrow was completed. Su-Han examined his handiwork and found it quite satisfactory, even a touch handsome. Having concluded this task, he proceeded to freshen up and exercise. He had been diligently working out for nearly a month, while his martial skills had progressed significantly over the past 2 weeks. Curiosity swelled within him regarding the potential transformations that would accompany his enhanced physique. After completing his routine and enjoying a meal, Su-Han took Ergo and set off once more. This time, his destination was another valley, specifically the vicinity of the towering chili peppers atop the mountain. As they traversed the path, the sun gradually ascended, and the white frost clinging to the dry grass began to dissipate. Passing by the area where he previously foraged for blueberries, he observed that the underbrush had succumbed to lifelessness, with reeds leaning haphazardly under the relentless wind. The audience watching this scene couldn't help but express their sentiments. Upon entering the wilderness, it was indeed the most opportune moment for gathering resources. Many competitors now struggled due to their earlier complacency. By the time they realized the necessity of diligent foraging, the golden window had long since closed. As Suhan continued on his way, he suddenly spotted a wolf not far ahead. Strangely, it evoked a sense of familiarity. Could it be the same wolf that had leapt into the river days prior? Suhan blinked in surprise as the wolf, clutching a rabbit in its jaws, glanced in his direction. They shared a momentary gaze, but before Suhan could react, the wolf turned tail and fled. "Wait, my friend, why are you running? I have a sheep right beside me. Isn't that more appealing than a rabbit?" In response to Suhan's incredulity, the wolf accelerated its escape. In mere moments, it vanished from sight. The audience erupted in laughter, having never witnessed such a cowardly wolf before. The wolf thought to itself, "Do you take me for a fool? If I linger any longer, I'll end up as a leather jacket. I admit lamb is delicious, but my life is far more valuable. Although you conceal your aura, the material of your trousers cannot deceive me. If I don't flee, I might become trousers myself." Watching the wolf's hasty retreat, Suhan shook his head in resignation. "Well, I was merely here to gather resources anyway, so I shall let it be." He continued onward with Ergo in tow. After over an hour of trekking, they finally arrived at the valley's entrance. The expanse before them was not only significantly larger than the neighboring valley, but also teeming with wildlife due to the river coursing through it. Beavers were nearby, while goats and deer roamed in the distance. Remarkably, Suhan even spotted a lynx. Truly, it was an exceptional hunting ground. It seemed he would need to frequent this place more often. With Ergo by his side, Suhan officially commenced his exploration of the valley. Compared to the frigid exterior, the temperature within the valley was approximately 5 degrees warmer. The dense forest, flanked by mountains to the north and south, made it difficult for the wind to intrude. After wandering for a while, Suhan stumbled upon a grove. Upon noticing the plump squirrels perched upon the branches, a smile crept across his face. They appeared remarkably well fed, undoubtedly having stockpiled ample provisions for the winter. Curiously, the squirrels watched the unfamiliar visitor. But in the next instant, Suhan swung his axe and began felling trees. The startled squirrels scattered in all directions, unaware that his true target lay within the tree hollows. Nuts. With so many squirrels around, the trees must be laden with sustenance. As the trees toppled, countless nuts tumbled forth from their cavities. It was evident that a particular squirrel had amassed quite a hoard. Unfortunately for them, it was now destined to become Suhan's bounty. After a thorough foraging session, he collected a total of 5 pounds of nuts, each one plump and requiring no additional selection on his part. Nuts are notably filling, and 5 pounds would suffice for 2 meals. Contentedly, Suhan placed the nuts into Ergo's backpack and resumed his tree-felling activities. In just a few minutes, he could gather another 5 pounds of nuts. No wonder the ancients proclaimed, "Gold belts are earned through murder and arson." Indeed, stealing is far quicker than foraging. With each tree that fell, the quantity of nuts in Ergo's backpack steadily increased. However, the distant squirrels were left hopping in frustration, powerless to thwart the theft. They were, as one might say, the incompetent squirrels. Nevertheless, Suhan did not pursue a complete extermination of their resources. He ceased his felling after gathering over 50 pounds of nuts. After all, he intended to return frequently. And if he cleared all the trees, the squirrels might very well abandon the area. Furthermore, Ergo's physique could only carry so much. Of the 50 pounds, half were borne by Suhan himself. Departing from the squirrel's habitat, Suhan ventured deeper into the valley. He proceeded cautiously, meticulously inspecting each area, fearful of overlooking valuable resources. In a valley such as this, resources were undoubtedly abundant, and one must remain vigilant to avoid missing out on potential finds. As he walked, a patch of dark purple caught his eye. To his surprise, fresh blueberries were growing here. Suhan had not anticipated discovering such a bounty within the valley. However, he quickly deduced the reason. The higher temperature slowed the decay process. What a delightful, unexpected windfall. He moved closer to begin harvesting. When it came to fruits, he could never have too many. Though the thicket was modest in size, it yielded a bountiful harvest of approximately 3 pounds of blueberries. Subsequently, he discovered a multitude of fresh mushrooms at the edge of the woods. While their flavor was rather ordinary when sautéed, they imparted an exquisite sweetness when made into soup. After completing his foraging, Suhan was poised to continue on his journey when an unexpected chill enveloped him from behind. Intriguingly, it seemed something was fixated upon him. However, it could also be that it was drawn to Ergo. With a swift glance, Suhan halted his steps, placing the basket strapped to Ergo on the ground before tethering it nearby and striding away into the distance. Ergo, oblivious to the unfolding situation, seized the opportunity to graze without the burden of walking. In the process, it also relieved itself profusely. Just as Ergo was indulging in its moment of ease, a sudden howl startled it. Raising its head, it beheld a robust lynx emerging from the shadows of the forest. Startled, Ergo lost control, calling out frantically for its master, yet receiving no reply. The lynx, adorned in its rich brown fur, reveled in the sight of its immobilized prey, exhilarated by the prospect of a meal delivered to its doorstep. In a flash, the lynx sprang from the underbrush, advancing towards the ensnared quarry with alarming speed. Covering the 30 meters in the blink of an eye, Ergo emitted the most anguished cry of its life, contemplating its own demise. However, just as the lynx lunged forward, a flurry of icy arrows suddenly soared in from the side. Chapter 89. Suhan, I sincerely apologize. It seems we have struck gold again today. With a swift whoosh, the arrow found its mark, piercing the ear of the lynx, blood splattering forth as the powerful force shattered its eardrum. The lynx let out a pained wail, its assault abruptly halted. Such precise target shooting left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. The archery skills displayed were nothing short of miraculous. The severely injured lynx gazed longingly at its prey, reluctant to give up. Little did it know that a second arrow was already on its way. With another whoosh, the arrow struck its thigh, inflicting pain that filled the lynx with both surprise and fury. Gritting its teeth against the agony, it lifted its head in search of its foe, but no trace of the enemy could be found, not even a hint of scent. How peculiar. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled from the right. Alarmed, the lynx turned to flee, but this time, it was not an arrow that approached. Rather, it was a sizable stone, roughly the size of a palm. Thud! The stone struck the lynx's head with tremendous force, rendering it momentarily unconscious as it collapsed to the ground. An opportune moment. From the depths of the forest, Suhan dashed forth, seizing the chance to swiftly pierce the back of the lynx's skull with his wooden spear before it could regain its senses. Observing the fine fur of the lynx, he remarked with a smile, such exquisite pelts would make for a wonderfully warm scarf. With a swift motion, Suhan withdrew his spear and turned to his companion, Ergo, bursting into laughter. The usually stubborn goat, known for its defiance, now lay paralyzed with fear, nearly wetting itself. Ergo, are you scared? Meh, Ergo uttered in a pitiful tone, scrambling to its feet and nuzzling against Suhan's leg. Its demeanor clearly reflected its fright. Suhan gently patted Ergo's head, offering comfort for a while before leading it up the mountain. As for the lynx, he decided to bury it beneath leaves and dry grass, planning to retrieve it later on. Upon leaving the forest, Suhan and Ergo made their way directly to the mountain peak. Along the way, he gathered an abundance of mushrooms, and even stumbled upon a large patch of dragon beard vegetables halfway up the slope. Though some showed signs of animal nibbling, many remained intact and in excellent condition. Today's fortune was remarkable. He had found such a bounty of wild vegetables. Contemplating the possibility of cultivating the dragon beard vegetables at home, Suhan mused that such vegetables typically thrive when planted in October or November, and they are remarkably frost-resistant, surviving even temperatures as low as -35 degrees. Conveniently, there was a small mound at his doorstep, ideal for planting dragon beard vegetables. Perhaps it was worth a try? However, this would mean sacrificing the collection of other resources, as there was still a mature lynx waiting at the foot of the mountain, weighing no less than 40 pounds. Ultimately, he decided that planting vegetables took precedence. Resources could be gathered at any time, but if he missed the planting season, it would be too late to cultivate food. With that resolution, Suhan took out his axe and began to dig. Planting dragon beard vegetables was quite simple. All that was required was to turn the soil, take the rhizomes back home, and cut them into segments for planting. The method was quite similar to that of potatoes and sweet potatoes. However, the rhizomes needed nurturing in their first year, with the expectation of a harvest in the second year. In total, Suhan unearthed 16 segments of rhizomes, carefully avoiding damage to the main stalk and selecting branches with tender shoots and dormant buds. This way, should he fail to cultivate them at home, he could return for a second transplant. He wrapped the rhizomes in soil and continued his ascent towards the mountain peak. The climb grew increasingly arduous as he ascended. Fortunately, he left his backpack behind and tethered Ergo to a tree, proceeding alone towards the summit. Unburdened, his speed significantly increased. While checking his coordinates, he steadily climbed higher. The path was steep around the mid-slope, and it took considerable time for him to reach the vicinity of the peak. Upon cresting a high ridge, a vast expanse of forest came into view, presenting a viable path forward. Glancing at his coordinates, he noted that Zhuang Tianhong was just ahead. Venturing deeper into the woods, as he rounded a bend, a vibrant display of red peppers filled his sight. Astonished, he exclaimed inwardly, could there truly be so many Zhuang Tianhong? Approaching quickly, he could hardly believe his eyes. The peppers were abundant, densely clustered on the slope, each plant laden with brilliant red fruit. Conservatively estimating, there were at least 30 pepper plants, and if each produced an average of 15 peppers, that would amount to a staggering 450 peppers. What an extraordinary day this was with nuts, dragon beard vegetables, and now this bounty of peppers. How could other competitors possibly survive? Yet, there was no denying that fortune had favored him, presenting resources right at his fingertips. He could hardly refrain from harvesting. Thus, he sheepishly acknowledged, I sincerely apologize. It seems we have struck gold again today. With a chuckle, he quickly shed his clothes to begin gathering the peppers, eager to take them home and prepare a spicy stir-fry. Unbeknownst to him, the foreign competitors were fuming with envy. While Su Han reveled in his fortune, those from Longguo observed with silent amusement. After half an hour, he had collected all the peppers, discarding a few that were spoiled, resulting in a total harvest of 418 peppers. Among these, 28,000 fresh peppers would be returned to Longguo. The entire live broadcast transformed into a jubilant celebration. Naturally, only the people of Longguo were elated, while the onlooking foreigners turned green with envy. Having completed his primary task, Su Han did not descend immediately, but instead meandered nearby. After all, since he was already there, a bit of exploration wouldn't hurt. Who knew what other precious resources he might uncover? As for Ergo at the foot of the mountain, Su Han had taken care to scout the surroundings prior to ascending and had found no signs of wild beasts, so there should be no immediate concerns. The dense forest at the summit was rich with valuable herbs. After a brief exploration, Su Han discovered a lingji mushroom and a mountain ginseng. Although not as large as the ones he had found previously, he felt immensely satisfied. Half an hour later, Su Han, bearing the majestic Zhuang Tianhong and with medicinal herbs tucked away in his pocket, descended the mountain. Upon reaching Ergo's side, he discovered the creature sprawled on the ground, indulging in a deep slumber. What a carefree and oblivious fellow. Get up, it is time to return home, he declared, delivering a kick to rouse him. Startled by the pain, Ergo awoke and, upon recognizing his master's presence, promptly sprang to his feet. Thus, the man and his sheep embarked on their journey homeward. As they descended the mountain, midday approached, and Su Han's stomach began to grumble with hunger. He retrieved a roasted fish from his basket and settled on a rock to feast. Once he had satisfied his appetite, he resumed his journey. Upon reaching the site where the lynx was buried, he was relieved to find it untouched by thieves. Luck appeared to be in his favor. Su Han placed the chili peppers upon Ergo, while he himself hefted the nuts and the lynx. One could not deny the convenience of having a beast of burden to assist in carrying supplies. Had it been in the past, he would have needed at most a single basket along with one lynx to return and offload the goods, resulting in a considerable waste of time. Upon returning home, Su Han placed the lynx in the courtyard and fetched trays to spread out the ripe chili peppers and nuts for drying. The chili peppers took little space, yet the 50 pounds of nuts required 4 full trays to accommodate. As for the fresh chili peppers, they would soon be washed and pickled. Fortunately, he had prepared numerous ceramic jars the previous day. Pickling chili peppers was quite simple. It merely required cooled boiled water, salt, and a hint of Sichuan peppercorns. They could be enjoyed as early as the next day, but for those averse to intense spiciness, a longer pickling period was advisable. Chapter 90. Cultivating dragon beard vegetables and the pranks of the mother wolf. Su Han meticulously arranged nuts and chili peppers atop the rooftop before taking up a hoe to commence his gardening endeavors. He approached the earthen slope at his doorstep, selecting the sunlit side beneath a tree for planting. The dragon beard vegetable is a plant that thrives in partial shade. Excessive sunlight can scorch its leaves, yet complete darkness is equally detrimental. Thus, The decayed leaf soil beneath the tree proves to be the most suitable environment. Prior to planting, he turned the soil. Although he possessed sheep dung, unprocessed manure cannot be used directly. Despite his diligent collection efforts, the natural decomposition of sheep dung requires 2 to 3 weeks, meaning he would have to wait at least 2 weeks before it could be utilized. After turning the soil, he proceeded to dig trenches, approximately 10 centimeters deep. It was now time to plant. Suhan gently placed the rhizomes of the dragon beard vegetable into the trench, ensuring that each piece was spaced 45 centimeters apart, before covering them with 8 centimeters of loose soil. Once all the rhizomes were planted, he proceeded to water them, ensuring a thorough soak without excess. Considering that frost had fallen just the previous day, he retrieved a layer of straw to cover the soil, thereby maintaining a stable temperature. Typically, ferns like the dragon beard vegetable, once planted in autumn, enter dormancy throughout the winter before sprouting. Autumn planting leads to spring emergence. However, the ferns of the wild realm differ slightly from those of launching. With sufficient warmth, they will sprout tender shoots, thus making insulation essential. At this moment, a prompt from the system resonated. Ding! Congratulations, your planting skill has advanced to level 8. Unlocking the planting interface. Tip: you can monitor the status of all planted crops in the planting interface and make timely adjustments. Tip: exceeding level 10 in planting skill will enhance seed incubation rates, while surpassing level 15 will reduce pest risks. If you reach level 20, plants will grow in a healthier state. The planting interface has been unlocked? Suhan opened the system to investigate. Currently, the planting panel was divided into 3 sections: coriander, white broad beans, and the freshly planted dragon beard vegetable. The first 2 had already germinated, while the dragon beard vegetable was still incubating. Satisfied that everything appeared to be in order, Suhan closed the panel and returned home to prepare pickled chili peppers. Before that, he decided to make a simple chili sauce. This delightful concoction is delicious whether enjoyed as a condiment or paired with meat. However, Suhan's favorite remains the chili sauce with preserved eggs, a flavor that is simply exquisite. Yet, due to the traditional methods posing a risk of poisoning and modern techniques failing to achieve the desired results, he opted instead to pickle duck eggs. The duck eggs he collected a few days prior had been salted, and now he could simply boil them whenever he wished, easy and quick. Upon arriving home, Suhan washed the green chili peppers, drained them, and then placed them in a ceramic pot over low heat to roast gradually. Once the skins began to blister and slightly char, he removed them. He placed the softened peppers in a ceramic jar, adding wild onions and salt, finishing with a touch of chicken fat. Thus, a simple yet delightful chili sauce was created. Suhan dipped his chopsticks into the sauce and tasted it. The spiciness was robust, yet not overwhelming, and the flavor was incredibly fragrant. Excellent, delicious. Indeed, the presence of chili peppers is invigorating. With a single bite, Suhan felt his appetite awaken. He then warmed the leftover alligator turtle meat from yesterday. The succulent turtle meat was already delectable, and now, dipped in the chili sauce, it was utterly irresistible. This meal was a true delight for Suhan. After satisfying his hunger, he noticed it was only 4:30 in the afternoon. He rinsed the remaining chili peppers in water and spread them out on a winnowing basket to dry. Once dried, he could proceed with the pickling process. In the meantime, he needed to prepare the brine for pickling, enhancing the infusion of flavors. Suhan added several ladles of water to a pot, tossing in a handful of Sichuan peppercorns and a pinch of salt. Once the salt was thoroughly dissolved and the water infused with the fragrant aroma of the peppercorns, he ladled it out. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Suhan began boiling water for personal cleansing and took the opportunity to wash his clothes, a favored pastime of the affluent. Although there were pixelations, they remained endlessly entertained. In stark contrast to Suhan's leisurely existence, other competitors were reluctant to rest, as a new round of weekly tasks loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi was lying in wait to ambush an adult female wolf. The recent drop in temperature had alerted this survival expert to the impending danger. If he did not seize the opportunity to hunt and skin now, the arrival of winter would undoubtedly spell disaster. Counting today, Yi had been hunting for a full 4 days, successfully capturing 2 wolves, and now he was poised for a third. At that moment, a mother wolf approached from a distance, her eyes gleaming at the sight of rabbit meat nearby. The rich scent of blood indicated it had recently succumbed. However, the mother wolf was cunning. She did not rush forward, but instead circled the area. Only after confirming that no other creatures were nearby did she cautiously advance. Concealed in the tree, Yi fervently prayed for her to step into the trap. Come on, darling. There lies your favorite rabbit meat. Look. It is so fresh, so delectable. Wait, what is she doing? Just a step away from the trap, the mother wolf suddenly halted. The nearby scent seemed peculiar. She sensed a trap. Scratching the surface with her paw, the seemingly level ground collapsed beneath her. Witnessing this, she promptly turned and fled. Yi erupted in frustration. Damn, you cunning creature, come back. An entire afternoon of observation and ambush unraveled in an instant. Yi could hardly fathom how this mother wolf could possess such intelligence. It was as if she had become enlightened. Subsequently, he changed his position to continue digging the trap, placing an entire plump rabbit atop it. Yi was skeptical that the she-wolf could resist the allure this time. An hour later, the she-wolf, drawn by the enticing scent, returned from afar. Gazing at the prey so tantalizingly close, her eyes sparkled with greed. However, this cautious she-wolf circled the rabbit several times without making a move to seize it. Instead, she found a nearby spot and lay down, remaining in that position for a full 2 hours. Yi, crouched in the tree, endured the numbness in his legs, yet saw no action from the she-wolf. Meanwhile, in the live-streaming room, numerous viewers from Longwa flocked in upon hearing the news. Observing Yi, who was shivering in the cold wind atop the tree, they began to jest. I initially thought only the wolves near Su Shun were cunning, but it seems even the wolves of the wilderness possess such skills. Goodness, the sun has set, and Yi is still hanging in the tree? Wait, it appears he has switched to another tree. Alas, I say he should stop waiting and charge in. Lingering in the cold wind will surely lead to a cold tomorrow. I am nearly dying of laughter at this she-wolf. It is my first time witnessing such a cautious creature. The rabbit lies right before her, yet she refrains from approaching. It is all just a game. This morning, the coward Su Han encountered was similarly quick to flee upon seeing a person. Just as everyone was enjoying the banter, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Yi could not suppress a sneeze. At that moment, the already highly alert she-wolf decisively turned and fled. The British viewers, witnessing this, began to curse the she-wolf for her lack of martial ethics, while audiences from other nations laughed until tears flowed.